GRIDLIFE South Carolina marks the first event of 9 in the 2025 competition season. It's a return to GRIDLIFE South Carolina for the third consecutive year and a beginning of the Southeast Trek here in the beginning of 2025. Welcome again to a beautiful Saturday morning. It's a little brisk here today. Kyle Heyer joined by Jennifer Black. And Jennifer, yesterday we got a little bit of a teaser of what the Track Battle Championships got for us, but look at that paddock. It's packed full of drivers all ready to begin the big day of competition here at Carolina Motorsports Park.
Definitely have seen more people rolling in this morning. The box office was busy. The gate check was quick. They're doing a good job of getting people in here, and it's exciting to get the weekend started. It
was a lot of fun last night. The Sunoco Pump Party was happening late last night at the gas station here in the paddock at Carolina Motorsports Park, but it's absolutely a pleasure to be here. We had a little bit of trials and tribulations with the weather all week long, but it is partly cloudy skies today, a little bit on the cool side, low 60s. We're going to get into the mid 60s by the middle of the day, but that is perfect temperature for road racing, for time attack, and for drift. So excited to be back again. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Jennifer Black. Jennifer, big weekend for you. You've got some people in the field that you're following very closely, but we didn't really get a lot of fast laps yesterday in the Track Battle Championship.
No. Yeah, I've got a few friends and family here competing in track battles for the first time at GRIDLIFE. Very excited for them. Very excited for me to be on stage with you as well. Thank you for having me. But yesterday's time, the weather definitely played an impact on the grip, and allowing the surface to come up to temp didn't quite happen the way they were hoping. So hopefully today will show some better times for them.
Yeah, morning sessions for the Track Battle Championship are usually the best time to go fast, when the track is cool and you can get a little bit of heat in the tires. That's sort of your optimal conditions. We're going to get two of these sessions in on the live broadcast, both at 8:30 in the morning today and tomorrow here, Saturday and Sunday, all leading up to the podium sprint at the end of the weekend, which is our typical format we've been running the past couple of years, where we take the top 5 drivers from each category and run them in a group at the very end, and that's how we set our podium. But you have to qualify into that top 5. So if you're down in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th class, you're not going to make it there. There's been plenty of drivers that have had some trouble here this weekend. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from yesterday, because there was already plenty to watch with all the various grip conditions around here. But there is a look at the Club SC cars that were out on track. Of course, we began behind the pace car yesterday, but there was Sean Bassett motoring on by. Mercedes-AMG has joined us here this weekend as well. Then the rain came and things got a little bit tricky. All-wheel drive certainly helped a bit, but Matt Bowers had some trouble off there at turn 14. Grip was pretty low. Yeah,
he definitely had some oversteer and no grip.
Yeah, even for Mike Coons in that number 310 Subaru, he had a lot of work to do. Then we moved on to the Rush SR race, where we saw Andy Vogel take off in the early stages of the race. It got pretty spicy out there a couple points during the day. See the rooster tails of water, big slip up for Jeremy Boyes, and he went around for a slide and a spin. Then in GLTC qualifying, this big moment for Eric Catil. Foot slipped off the brake pedal, went for a slide through the gravel. That was scary, but he's all good. That car just had a minor quarter panel dent, and he'll be repaired for the day. Cars heading out of the racetrack here in just a moment's time. But, of course, Carolina Motorsports Park has got a lot going on today. Here's a look at least the first half of the day. Track Battle Heat 4 heading on the racetrack in just a moment's time. Of course, we'll continue that all the way through about 9:50 when we've got a warm-up period for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Then it's Drift, full course jam at 10 o'clock a.m., followed by our first Eibach GLTC race of the weekend at 10:40. And then right before lunch, we have another Track Battle Heat before we split our day in half and have the back half of the day. Basically do it all over again. So a ton of really exciting things happening here today at Carolina Motorsports Park. And this racetrack, about 2.2 miles around here, and it's a fairly small club track, as far as it's our second smallest track we have on the calendar, Jennifer, but it is tricky. 14 turns. There's a lot of flat corners, a lot of camber change in some of the areas where you're expecting to have a little bit more grip, but those big tall curbs, the green and white painted areas, those have been a huge challenge to navigate here this weekend as well. On track now is our Group D cars for our GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship, which is the slowest of our 4 groups that we'll see on track here this morning. But the vast majority of our Club SC competitors are on track, including that white Toyota Corolla. That's Lennon Radcliffe behind the wheel of that car, and he is currently the leader in the Club SC category. Was down in the, I think, in the 55.3 range as far as lap times were concerned for the Club SC cars. And again, we've been kind of chasing the storylines all weekend long in Club SC. It's been an incredibly competitive category. 155.307 for Lennon Radcliffe. He ran that yesterday. And a 155.898 for Matt Williams, returning to Club SC competition. So just half a second between those two cars over the course of the 2.2-mile lap. So warm-up laps here, getting temperature in the tires. And again, cool morning, so optimal for track grip, but you've got to get your tires up. Even for the Club SC cars, which are on a fairly narrow Falcon RT 660 tire, you're still going to want to get some temperature in.
Absolutely. It takes about a lap to get them up and get some grip. So I see them making the rounds now and bringing those tire temps up and waiting for that green flag go.
And here's a look at your circuit analysis for Carolina Motorsports Park. Opened in 1999, relatively new track. It's actually, I believe, other than Audubon Country Club, the newest racetrack on our calendar. It was built in just 1 year, from July 1998 to 1999, on land that was originally called the Kershaw Airport. It was built in late 1944 and just had 2 grass runways, but abandoned in 1988, and now gets a little bit more use nowadays as a racetrack here in Kershaw, South Carolina. And there's a look at it. Great pavement here. It's been repaved once since it was originally constructed.
It was repaved in 2020.
Yeah, so it's pretty fresh pavement. And there's Mike Jansen in the number 156, currently 4th in Club SC in his Mini Cooper. So it's Corolla, Fit, Cooper as far as the Club SC category is concerned. So we'll see how things go, but opening up things for the Group C category. There's Jansen again in that car, working his way around on his first timed lap of the day. And we'll see what he's got if he can move up the order. I would really expect this to be a very competitive session for the Club SC cars, because they don't really require a ton of tire temperature. They're running on fairly narrow tires, so it doesn't take a whole lot to get those cars ready to rip here. There's a good look at Bucky Lasek in the 540, and we talked about his illustrious career. You might know him from rally driving Subarus, but here he's on track, at least on pavement all the time here today. And Bucky yesterday didn't get a ton of laps in his number 540 Subaru WRX. But down in the 150 range, but has a little bit of work to do in the street mod category. Chris Rice in that orange car came out last season as the champion in the Club SC class. And here's a look at laps in this session so far. Kevin Vu in the number 18 Acura Integra. Let's talk about him for a minute, because he had some challenges in the run up to this event, and even in the early stages of this event. Sent me a message yesterday that the car is fixed, but they were having issues with power cut under acceleration yesterday, which is never good because you can't accelerate the way that you need to. But he's still in Group D. I'd expect him to advance forward to get closer to the pointy end of that Falcon Club TR category. But for now, at the top of the board here in Group D.
I was at the drivers' meeting this morning, and they were talking about the format and the timing. And as they get better, they may change which groups they're running with. But it doesn't change their fastest lap time. So try to get them faster, but be ready to start on a different group grid.
And here's a look at Ryan Mukherjee. That's that black Honda Fit chasing Mike Jansen. So these are 2 of the cars that are towards the pointy end of the Club SC category. Jansen in the silver Cooper, and then it's the number 144 in Trail here. And this car is the 129 of Matt Williams, who's actually the fastest Club SC car of the session so far, kind of riding the rim there at turn 11, but a couple seconds off of the fastest lap time that we've seen so far this weekend. But give them a lap or 2. I think they're going to be up in the pointy end here. We'll see what they've got. Coming back around here, turn number 12, 13, and then into 14 in the braking zone. You're not going to spend a lot of time on the brakes in these Honda Fits and the Club SC category. 25-to-1 power to weight class here, but it's all about carrying momentum. And Jennifer, carrying momentum is a skill that never goes away. Even if you're driving a car that's got 500 horsepower, it's all about carrying speed.
Depending on which turn you're at, the curbing, and it may help and it may hurt you. we're under a drier track today than yesterday, so we may see some better drive lines on the dry than the wet.
Whoa, big tank slapper there for the number 107 car. And this is I was trying to look for this car yesterday in my entry list. So it took me a minute to find. But it is Chris Owens in that Nissan Silvia. 156.330 is his best time so far. And so he's actually improved on it already this morning, a 155.308 in that street category. So again, fast times available if you can make it happen. And there's a lot of clear track. This group seems a little bit more spread out than I think we'll get later in the session. So as you know, the clearer the track is, the faster you can go, less traffic to contend with.
Absolutely. Makes it nice to have a clear line to run.
Oh, is that Matt Williams that's backing behind one of the corner stations? This is exactly what you should do if you have the ability to hide yourself if you have a problem on track. But it's interesting, that car seems like it's got power, so not sure what's up at the moment.
There goes Beth Conway in her red Corvette.
Yeah, so what category is Conway in this weekend?
I believe she's running in street or street mod.
Street GT in that 222. So 157, 162 is her best time so far. Big lockup into turn one. Was that Kevin Vu in the Integra that just had that massive lockup? And then just in trail is this Honda S2000, the 410. This weekend being pivoted by, driven by Foster Johnson. This is a livery change. This car used to be white, so messing with me with the colors on this car, but Foster Johnson in Falcon Club TR at a 151.262. So see that bumper cut there? That's to reduce drag. You don't have basically a sail underneath the rear bumper of the car. And in these Falcon Club TR cars where, you've got a lot of handling ability and a lot of cornering speed, but just getting that straight line speed is going to be critical, especially down here heading into turn 8. Foster looking mighty composed at the moment, using a little bit of that curbing on corner exit. And then it's the run up to turn 10. It's this big kink here. This is a high commitment area of the racetrack, and for a driver like Foster, we probably won't see the brake lights come on. He'll almost full throttle that, drag way out to the edge of the road before jumping on the brakes here. But some traffic to contend with, as you mentioned, Beth Conway in that red Corvette. Looks like Conway just getting up to speed too, a 206 last time by, so. See what Foster's got here at the exit of the carousel. There you see I think that's Foster bailing out of that lap there. Maybe setting up for another one behind the street GT car. Kevin Vu jumped up a little bit more in the timing, up to a 149.084. And Bucky Lassick down into the 150s as well. And again, big lockup from the left rear tire for Kevin Vu. And again, front wheel drive car, front engine, so all the weight's on the nose. You don't have a lot in the rear of the car to help those rear tires grip, but that's going to basically flat spot that left rear tire, Jennifer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a tire change later.
Yeah, you drag those tires around, you'll basically grind a flat spot into the tread of the tire, and then every time you go to the brakes, it'll just keep landing on that spot every time they lock up, and it'll basically grind a hole through it. But there's not all that much weight on that tire, and the RT660 is a pretty resistant tire as far as that is concerned. You can get a lot out of them before you're going to cut it down, but
depending on how many events you've used those tires for.
Right.
I was talking with Justin Peachy last night, and he's been running the same tires for 7 or 8 events now. So depending on your driving style and how you're driving on them and what tire you're running, and if you end up with a flat spot or not, might help the longevity of them.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And a lot of times you'll talk about the tire age, not only just how old the tire is itself, but the number of heat cycles it's been in. How many times has the tire been heated up and cooled off? And that will chemically change the compound of the rubber over some time. And you see there, that's turn 11, and Kevin Vu, I think, has gone off again. So just struggling with the braking in the car this morning. I'm not sure if that car has ABS or not, but it doesn't appear if he does have it, it's working very well. Here's Bucky Lassick again in the Street Mod 540 car. Currently leading in this group. Of course, there's a handful of other Street Mod cars in later groups that we'll see, but we'll see if he improves on that 150-131 this time across the stripe. And And it was an improvement, a 147.327 for Bucky Lasek. I saw a sign hanging from the flag stand. I was trying to read what that said.
I was too. I'm not quite sure what that said.
Yeah, I've never seen that sign from the flag stand before, but maybe we could get a look at that.
Smile, you're on camera.
Exactly. Yeah, that tails away shot into turn one's pretty cool to watch. But here again is a couple of the Club SC cars getting chased now by the Subaru. And again, through the corners, these cars make a lot more grip than you would think. And they can be a challenge to get by, but Bucky's going to easily motor by on the straightaway. But in the corners, that we were talking earlier in the weekend about minimum speed, and basically the VMAX of a Club SC car might be only 105, 108 miles an hour on the straightaways here, but their minimum speeds are going to be awful close to even cars like in the Street GT category that don't have any aero, because you're still limited by the grip of the car. Now, yes, they're running much smaller tires, but they're also half as much weight, right? Probably closer to 2,800 pounds, 2,500 pounds than 3,200, 3,600. So their cornering ability is unbelievable. And that lightweight, simple formula is just throwing coilovers on. You can put some brake pads on, stock aero. You know, you can't do much to the motor other than an intake. So at that point, you know, you're really working with a fairly stock Honda Fit or Toyota Corolla or what have you. And it's a great entry point for GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition. But the competition within it is anything but entry level. It's extremely competitive. And we also have Chris Rice jumping up into the 154s. It's a 154.627, which is the fastest time we've seen in Club SC this weekend, just by, actually by quite a bit. That is almost 0.7 of a second. So that is a great lap there for Chris Rice. Checkered flag here for Group D. And so now we'll have a little shift and shuffle in the order. I didn't see Lennon Ratcliffe didn't get very many laps in that session. And he was down below 2 minutes. So Chris Rice is going to vault himself to the top of Club SC and add Dooling to that list as well. So the order overall is going to be Rice, Dooling, and then it'll be Lennon Ratcliffe from his time from yesterday. And Ryan Mukherjee is going to be just behind in fourth. So third in this session, but fourth overall here this weekend. We can have a look at the results for the Club SC category in the session as well in the overall graphic. It'll give us a good idea of how everyone landed in this session. But Foster Johnson and Kevin Vu also battling in Falcon Club TR, 148.453. And did anybody jump up there as well? And David Best in the late stages there, jumping up to fifth in the Club SC category with a 156.085. And it's so tight in Club SC. I love watching that category.
Fractions of seconds difference.
Yeah. And when we get to the podium sprint, they're all going to run as a group, which the only really change to the podium sprint this year for the other classes was that all the classes will run as a group like Club SC already did. So they're already used to running in a group in that final session of the weekend to set the podium. But all the other classes will have to catch up to that as well. So as the field rolls around, next group will be Group C. We're going to gain a little bit more of our Falcon Club TR field and some more street class competitors. There's Sam Dooling, second place in the Club SC class. For a long time was one of our volunteers here at GRIDLIFE, still helps out everywhere. And really gave a run for the championship last season in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship standings. Ran the majority of the season. And when it came just to the end of the year, he ended up P2 in the standings, but was only 8 points behind Chris Rice. So he really put on a show, just beating out Richard Sawicki by 11 points, who had a late season disqualification. But good to have Sam back with us again this season. There's a look at all your Club SC competitors, 10 in that session, all 10. But just notably, Lennon Ratcliffe only had a 2:16.747, so I'm not sure if he had a problem or if he didn't get as many laps or was late to grid or what, but this was the best time to go fast I think we'll probably see all day. And so you hate to waste this opportunity, and Chris Rice took full advantage of that and jumped up to a 54.6. Curious also our track records that stand here for Club SC. We've already blitzed by that. The previous track record was held by Mike Jansen last spring at a 155.563. So we're almost a full second clear of that in just a year.
Wow.
I think part of that might be the weather. It's a little cooler here, I think, than it was last season. but hence is the march of progress, Jennifer, right? I mean, tell me about the development process for your own cars as well, because over the offseason, there's a lot of work that goes in, even to the simplest builds.
Sure. I think it's a matter of which category you're building your car for and where it currently stands and what you're trying to do with it. The internals, are you leaving them stock or are you modifying them? Are you running what size tires, what type of brakes, what aero are you using and not? So in our case, in Matt Bauer's car, he's running a 2024 Corvette. It's all stock with the exception of the brake pads and the exhaust. So that's much different setup than some of the other C8 Corvettes you might see out here that are highly modified and running in a similar class.
There's the 1 minute call down there on the false grid. So in under 60 seconds, we're going to turn these cars loose. And great look down trackside here where the false grid, where the cars all stack up. And engines are fired, and cars are beginning to roll off and head out for Group C here in the GridLife Track Battle Championship in the fast morning sessions. And the number 3 Camaro rolling out as well, which is relevant for you. That's David Wilkes in the Camaro, the Chevrolet Camaro in the track mod category. So we're going to see a broader mix of classes now as we make our way up through the groups. We'll try to keep our eyes on the battles as best we can. We're going to see probably the pointy end of Falcon Club TR here, and then some of the meat of the street class, I think, as well, will be in Group C here. A little bit of everything. Supras, S2000s, Camaros, Corvettes, Audi, Porsche. Look at all the different makes and models rolling off here.
Such a variety.
Chris Boersma in that track mod Honda Civic. And the 520 car as well heading on track. I don't recognize that car, but that is Daniel Corliss in Falcon Club TR in that BMW 3 Series. And warm-up laps begin here for Track Battle Q4. Again, tentative opening moments here, just getting heat in the tires. And next time you come around to take the green flag, you're going to want to be at full tilt. We talked yesterday about how the start-finish line is so close to turn 1. So you can't necessarily full throttle it past turn 1 on your hot laps unless you want to blow the first corner. You have to be braking before that point. So if you really want to get an extra tenth or two, you just plan to miss turn 1 and try to eke out a little bit more speed. That car, that Cadillac that we see, is Logan Kenseth, who we highlighted on our social media for just having a unique build, but it's a Cadillac CTS running in the street mod class, number 421, and we don't see a lot of Cadillacs. You think about all the GM machinery that you've got to take to the racetrack as a track weapon. You're going to lean to the Camaro and the Corvettes of the world, maybe not the luxury brand, but I love that he's doing a lot with it, and there's a lot of work that's gone into that car to make it competitive in the street mod class.
I think the weight variations of the cars plays a role as well. You have, smaller cars like your Honda Fits that are going to handle differently on the track. You get into something like the Cadillac that's heavier, bigger. It's different. So
there's a Toyota Supra on track as well. I didn't get a look at the number on this car, but it is Marshall Moore in track mod running a Mark III Supra. Did I have my marks correct? What's the new one? Mark IV, I think, is the new one.
I'm not good at my super categories. I just have seen a lot of them around lately.
Yeah, I think that, for a lot of people that are building Supras, there's certain engine and transmission combinations that you would like. But if you're building it for GridLife Track Battle, you can get an automatic and swap a manual into it and swap whatever motor you want into it. But everyone's looking for the 2JZ manuals, right? Those will be really hard to come by. But given the sound of that car, I think it has the 2JZ in it. Big turbo sounds behind us here. We're kicking things off for the first lap of Group C. Mike Coons there in the 310 Subaru, jumping the curbs, and then a handful of others. There's Matt Bowers in that 888 that you were talking about yesterday. It's busy out there, tight, congested traffic. And first laps, again, we'll see much quicker times the next time around. That was including their out lap. But David Wilkson, that number 3 in that track mod class, chasing that Supra. We'll see how they stack up together next time around. Logan Kenseth navigating some Falcon Club TR traffic. Look at that thing. That's a. You know what's cool about this? This has the livery. I can't remember exactly where this car ran, but I think it was in what was then the World Challenge competition. That was a factory livery when it became effectively a GT3 car. This car obviously isn't that, but the livery seems to be inspired by the Cadillac house colors of the era, which looks the part, I'd say. Some American flags on the wing end plates. Why not? Tracking way out to the edge of the road at the exit of turn 11. And here at the carousel, you sort of ride the rim here, getting up through the gears, all the way out to the left edge of the racetrack. It's a time versus distance sort of calculation there. If you can wind up the engine a little more, but go a little further distance, it might be a worthy trade-off. And now accelerating up onto the front straight, one of the Club TR cars pitting in. Let's see what these cars have. Cross stripe there for Logan Kenseth. Sean Bassett in the 269 Datsun picks up to a 145.068. New livery change on that car. It was white and black previously, but they've switched over to a red and black coloration. Mike Burrows in that 244. That's that K-swap Ferrari we were talking about yesterday. What a wild combination that is. And there's Bowers.
Looks to be putting down a better time already today.
Yeah, 150.802. And for Bowers, he had a 47 yesterday, but there's that 244. This is that K-swap Ferrari we're talking about. Mike Burrows from Stanceworks. Very unique combination of engine and chassis here, but looks like he seems pretty satisfied with that lap, so he's pulled off to let the 65 on through, or the 85 rather. That's Keys, I think, in the Mustang, and then there goes Bowers in the 888. We saw Matthew Bowers have that little off in turn 14 yesterday when it was raining, but he did have a better time in a previous session that allowed him to jump up in the track mod category.
Matt spent a little time here at CMP, but he is a rookie in the grid life world, and it's just exciting to see him on track with his car and pursuing his dream. He's an Army veteran and served for our country and was honorably discharged after an injury, and went on to be a first grade teacher for a little while, taught him some patience that I think helps him in the racing world.
That's cool, and at a 147.219 was his best. He just ran a 147.7, so he's getting closer and closer to his personal best for the weekend so far. Great story there. There's a look at Sean Bassett, that 269, that Datsun that we've been talking about. Wild arrow on this car. And it has all the go fast bits on it. And he's gonna run into some traffic here before the kink, but this is a car that can go easy flat through this kink area, but might have to lift a little bit behind this Mustang. Ooh, Mustang tracked out a little wide, and I think Bassett's knocked off that lap. So we talk about traffic and awareness as well, and kind of recognizing when you've got cars behind you. But when you've got so many categories that are mixed, the closing rates can be pretty quick, especially in the kink. You don't necessarily want to just jump off the throttle when you head into the kink, because it's going to load all your weight forward and send you for a slide. So sometimes it's just better to get through the corner first and then take a check of your rear view mirror there. I think that's the 58 of Grant White that's behind the wheel of that street mod class Mustang. Sean Bassett giving the tires a little wiggle there. Yellow flag at turn, actually that's on the other side of the track. That's heading into sector 3. Not exactly sure what for. But there's an exchange there, so it looks like Bassett's gotten by the Mustang and can now have himself a pretty clean and clear lap. There's a look at Unlimited down through street GT. We saw Drew Vosk out in this session as well. That was that kind of orange Supra down into 140.414. But here's Bassett ripping through the carousel. Diffuser there accelerating the air onto the car, sucking it down to the ground. Approaching turn 8 here. probably close to your VMAX. You're going to get all the way to the fastest your car is capable of on the run down to turn 11, and we're going to see that here shortly. Not really using a lot of the curbs. Doesn't have all that much ground clearance. And kind of nibbling the curb there on the right. And heading down towards turn number 12. Great overhead shot there showing the approach. You don't have a lot of time. When you track out to the edge, you see where that sand is in the grass. When you track out of the kink, you have to get back to the right and brake at the same time. So it's a pretty quick transition. And if you're carrying a lot of speed, by the time you get settled to hit the brakes, you still might have a little bit of load in the left side tire. So when you jump on the brakes, you can shoot your car to the right. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. There's a corner a lot like that at Pittsburgh International Race Complex as well. The very last hairpin turn, you head in through a kink and you have to hit the brakes immediately after you navigate the kink. Here's the 127. This is Mark Johnson in the Unlimited Class Civic. And a couple seconds behind Sean Bassett at the moment. But again, another car that's got max aero, but maybe not taken all the way to the limit of what Unlimited allows as far as engine. We've seen cars with 1,600 horsepower in this category. This car is not lacking for power, but front wheel drive, those front wheels are doing basically everything, braking, accelerating, and steering. And off, and didn't do all that much there into turn 11, all the way almost to the gravel, but just one of those slow, awkward offs where you just carried a little bit too much speed, pushing the braking zone, trying to find grip, and it just wasn't there. Sometimes
more horsepower, you have to have the grip to hold it. If you don't have the grip, the horsepower doesn't help. Yeah,
I think also when you're developing a car for track battle, it's so easy. Have a look at the replay here. Down into the braking zone, just kind of knew it was already gone and just turned in and it just wouldn't take. And just a slow, awkward traverse through the scenery there at turn 11. And give it a wave by to let drivers know that he's not going to just immediately pull back on the racetrack. But had a little slip up there, and we'll probably head back to the pit lane or clear those tires off and go again. But you're right about when you're developing a car for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship, it's so easy just to throw all the power you can at it, throw the bolt-ons on, or if you're in a category that can sustain, internal modifications, just to keep throwing horsepower behind it. But the drivers that have been here for a while will tell you, work on the braking system first, work on the suspension geometry first, get comfortable at the power level you start with, and then work your way up. Now, in Street GT, like this car is in, you can't really do a lot, so you're stuck with the stock power effectively anyway. But that's Drew Voskin, the Toyota GR Supra. We've seen a lot of these GR Supras in track battle in general, from Street GT, Street Mod, Track Mod, all the way up to Unlimited. And last season, it was, we had one taken all the way to the championship in the Street Mod category. Alan Patton last year in a similar looking Supra, but it had a lot more power, ran in Street Mod, and he took that thing all the way to the championship, raced in 4 rounds, won all 4, and broke track records at all 4 racetracks. So these cars are so capable. And Drew Vosk, not leading Street GT here yet this weekend, but doing a lot with what looks like a very unmodified GR Supra. And actually the quickest of the cars on track at the moment. See him on top there of the overall running. And giving a point by there to Sean Bassett, who's been looking for some cleared track.
Looks like we're seeing some better times out of the track mod group from yesterday to today.
Yeah, the Wilkes pick up a little bit, it looks like, down into the 145s.
Yep.
So let's see where Wilkes was as of yesterday. Was at a 145.7, and now he's at a 145 flat. So that's a big pickup, 0.7 of a second for Wilkes in the number 3. For Chris Boersma, I think the story is similar. We actually saw Boersma much further down the order than we had anticipated, because he didn't really get on track until the rain started. And his best time yesterday was a 150.2. So he's now up to a 144.582. That's a big pickup for Boersma in that track mod Honda Civic. And one of our Falcon Club TR competitors, the 224 Mazda MX-5. And that's Mike Day behind the wheel. I believe this is a new entry for 2025. And, while Falcon Club TR is a good category for, lightweight rear-wheel drive cars, we don't really tend to see a lot of Miatas around, just because you're going to have to swap the power plant if you're going to be at the pointy end of the field. But already off to not a bad start here. Best time of his weekend so far was a 1:47.654. I think he's gone a little quicker here today. Checkered flag is out for Group C, so we'll be finishing up these laps before we head on to the next category. We're going to step all the way up. I think we've got all of our pointy end cars in Club TR, just judging by who I can see on grid behind us here. Mike Day bringing around his NB generation Mazda MX-5. And, people always joke on the internet, what car should I get to use for the racetrack? And everyone always says the answer is always Miata. And it's maybe it's not always Miata in GRIDLIFE Track Battle, but it's a pretty good starting point. And my first time on track was in an NA Miata back at Road America. And there's really no better way to start than with a car that is going to you're not going to lose control of. The limits are low. But we've seen drivers like Dayton Delahoussaye say in the street mod category take Miatas all the way to the limit of what's possible. I believe a 2.3-liter Ford EcoBoost in that car.
Oh, wow.
And that's why it makes a boatload of horsepower and can run up at the pointy end of street mod. I think that Camaro looks familiar, doesn't it, on the right side of the screen?
Yeah.
It's our time attack pace car here this weekend. Now, hopefully we won't have to use it a whole lot. Keep the track clean and green. But the field rolling on into the pit lane for Group C. Now, this is sort of an interesting false grid layout because you see right where the stage is at kind of the middle of your screen, the cars spit out right onto the racetrack. So there's no way for them to get on the track until all the other cars have come off. As Sean Bassett rolls into the pit box, comes the attention to the team. They'll be looking at data. I think they've made some big gains this session compared to where they were. Down into the 140s. His best time yesterday was a 145.7, so another big pickup there. As far as the records for Unlimited, though, it's going to be, we're actually not far from it, are we? Well, at least in the all-wheel drive category, but this would be the rear-wheel drive category. Eric Fleming ran a 130.6 in the spring of 2023, so we're 10 seconds clear of that. But we still have some more Unlimited cars to come, so we'll see how things pan out in that class. See all the purple there? Those are your class leaders in this session. Vosk, Bassett, White, Hale, and Budai. From Street GT, Unlimited, Street Mod, Track Mod, and Falcon Club TR. There's Bowers heading back into the pit lane in that 888 C8. Tell me about the C8 Corvette. We see so many more of these this year than we did last year. They seem to be becoming an ever more popular choice. Not that Corvettes haven't been, but the newest car took a little while to take to the racetrack, but we're seeing a lot more of them now. Why?
They're good. I think in the case of availability, at first it was a lot of pre-orders that were available, and those were going to collectors hanging out in garages and not hitting the racetrack. Now some of them are hitting the track and having fun driving them.
Let's have a look at our highlights here from the Group B, or Group C group rather, from the last GRIDLIFE Track Battle here. And there's Matt Bowers in that 888, picked up a little bit of time in that C8 Corvette. Then it was Sean Bassett on a fast lap here, navigating some traffic. A little bit of an off there for the 127. In the Exity car, just went for a little ride. There's the 310, or sorry, that's the 48 car. Mike Coons has a very similar looking black Subaru Impreza, but now we move on to Group B. So this is our second fastest group of our GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition. And handful of Honda Civics out here. The newest generation Honda Civic, which I think looks absolutely fantastic. That has been a divisive car in the car community. Some said it looked boring, a little less boy eraser than the previous car, but man, they are really, really attractive cars in my personal opinion. But there's Mike Coons in the 310. I knew he'd be coming out soon. So now we kind of mix things back up again. We're starting to see the meat of the Street GT class and the very pointy end of Falcon Club TR. Jeremy Bailey, the FA24 swap Scion FRS. Stan Feingold at his Toyota 86, slightly newer version of the car. Evan McLaren, that's that silver car. That is your past Falcon Club TR champion in the Acura Integra. And I think as it stood yesterday, he was the one leading in the Club TR class. And that was still true, not quite true. Mario Moroni got up to a 141.225. So it was a hatchback Honda Civic and an Acura Integra leading in the Falcon Club TR class, and there was just a couple of tenths of a second between them. McLaren at a 141.2 and Maroney at a 141. Well, they're both 141.2s. It was just 400ths between them yesterday. So we'll see what they've got now. There's a look at your Street Mod and Street GT categories. We're going to see a lot more population of this class in this session. Here's the number 65, I believe, in like Street GT, Track Mod rather, with the orange coloration on the side of this car. Green flag now for Group B in the GridLife Track Battle competition group. Another look at that Corvette. Here's a Nissan 350Z, another popular choice. This is the number 333 car, which I believe we've had a little bit of a class change here for this competitor, because this is Tony Barber running a 350Z. Now, we've seen Tony Barber in a number of cars over the last couple of years. Tesla Model 3s, we've seen him in Eibach GLTC, in a Porsche, but now competing in this 350Z in the Track Mod category. So a little bit of a shift and shuffle for Tony. I'm not sure if this is going to be a season effort for him, if he's just trying something new or what, but he's been all over the board as far as entries. We'll see what he's got here. He's such a great driver that I anticipate him to be at the, not at the pointy end of Track Mod, but at the capabilities of this car. So the 333 of Tony Barber ripping around, heading down towards turn 14 to get set up for the start of his lap here. And we'll kick things off. He'll maybe use a little bit of curbing on exit, kicks the rear end out, and begins a flying lap.
We'll see if he brakes at the start-finish line or if he drives through that. Oh, yep. Braked a little bit, powered through. Looks like he might try again.
And there's a look at Mario Marone. That's that Acuity, the purple Honda Civic that we see in your shot right now, chasing one of our new competitors, Jason Witt. But Mario Marone, the fastest driver in the Falcon Club TR class as it stands so far in that purple Civic. And then Jason Witt in the gold car is a new competitor here this weekend in GridLife Track Battle. So we'll follow him around for a little bit and see what he's got capable in. I think this is also running in the Track Mod class, which has a lot of takers here this weekend. But this M4 has a lot of development as far as the suspension and aero. So they've got some things to work on here. And in Track Mod, I don't think he's quite in the top 5, second, third, fourth, fifth. He is actually top 5. And a spin as I was looking down and away. Looped it on corner exit there at turn 12. I'd love a replay of that because I was looking down at my screen. But Mario Marone will drive right on through in that Honda Civic and continue on his fast lap. A lot of development's gone into this car as well. Jumps the curb there at turn 14 and heads back around to the start-finish line. We'll see what Marone's got. And then we've also got Evan McLaren chasing him in the Integra. Getting really aggressive up on the curbs. I think finding a lot of speed in this session with the early morning temperatures. So Mario working his way through turn 6. So there you go. See Mario at a 140.668. McLaren chasing him at a 142.058. And going back to the times that we had seen so far with Mario, this is much faster than yesterday. We talked about a 141.2. This is now into the 140.668 range. And track record for Club TR, we've already blown by. It was James Houghton that had a 142.099 in the spring of last year, but Mario's gone to the top immediately and broken the track record in the not only the front-wheel drive category, but in general for Club TR. So that's going to be an extra point available to him as well. And Evan McLaren would love to leave here with a class win and a record, but he's got to defeat Mario Moron. They were within a couple tenths of a second yesterday, but he's nearly a second and a half down this morning, so he's got to find some speed if he wants to compete. So across the stripe here, we'll see if Mario picks up at all. Across the stripe for the 727 Honda Civic. And it will not be a pickup, it appears, this time. Now, we have a car in the shot right behind this one. It's a white Subaru that is numbered 7. It's this white Subaru that's right behind. That is, I thought it was Tom Halka yesterday, and I was told this morning, this is Tony Barber jump up on the timing and scoring now to 143.239, that it's actually not Tom Halka behind the wheel. He's out with an injury here this weekend. It's actually Josh Halka driving not only his 777 Subaru, but also this number 7 Subaru. So he's driving both cars, and he's qualified them. They're leading street class with both cars. So wow. The challenge now comes when we get to podium sprint, because he's likely to qualify both of those cars into the podium sprint. Who's going to drive the other car? Because they're both qualified in, and the question becomes, you can't run both. They're going to go out at the same time on track. A little awkward moment there behind Bamforth in the 404 Porsche. But you can't run both cars at the same time. You can't be in two places at once. So how is he going to handle this? But it's really impressive to me that he's actually, has both first and second place in street class. That's crazy to me.
That is crazy. Makes for a very busy weekend.
It does, and again, he's probably having a lot of fun and developing and working on both cars at the same time. But to get out there, qualify the car into the podium sprint, then you just have yourself a conundrum of, like, you have the capability of winning 2 trophies, but the physical capability to only get 1. So I'm not exactly sure. This is also an interesting rules question for Abe up in the tower. If you qualify 2 cars into the podium sprint, can someone else drive it? That it begs the question: is it the car or is it the driver? Typically, the points are associated with the entry. So, could you have someone else step in and just pilot the car? Maybe even if it's not to a podium. But there's a lot of question marks about that, I think, that we'll have to answer later in the weekend. But he's really getting a lot out of the car right now. And again, this is the street class competition that we're talking about there. But Evan McLaren trying to run down Marone, who's you see at the back of that shot in that blue and purple Honda Civic. So, and how quickly is Marone catching Halka? I mean, again, street class doesn't necessarily imply all around quicker. The Club TR record was actually faster than the street class record, at least in the front wheel drive side of things. I do wonder what Halka is running as far as laps. So you see there, 141.22 for Halka. So we're a couple seconds off the all-wheel drive track record, but again, running right up in the mix. It's a couple of Subarus at the top. And as it stood with yesterday's action, it was, let's see, in the street class, first and second was Josh Halka and Josh Halka. And I think Mike Coons was down the order. So Coons is going to jump up into the mix, I think, just a little bit with that time. I think it's an improvement on his time from yesterday, 141.1. It's a 7/10 gain for him this morning in that black Subaru. So your street class running order, Eddie Siegel's out there as well in the front wheel drive Honda Civic. And Laughlin in the number 571 as well. There's the 517.
Love seeing a C5 on track.
Yeah, again, we talked yesterday about how the C5 Corvette platform has gotten increasingly popular over the last couple of years. more and more accessible. You can find them cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, but the performance capability is still there. From factory, it's a sports car. And we've even heard Eric Catil talk about this in the Eibach GLTC series, that he's basically taken effectively a Honda Civic, which is designed to be an everyday car to go run and get groceries and that sort of thing. He's building that car from the 1990s to race up against a contemporary, sports car from GM that was designed to be that. So that's why, our wheel-to-wheel categories are so much fun. But in Time Attack, you see a lot more mixed take, because you can do so much to the cars that you can make a Civic be as good as a Corvette, but it's so much easier to make a Corvette go fast, at least in some of our Time Attack categories. Here's another look. This is a Hyundai Elantra N that is running up in the mix. I think we have a handful of these here this weekend that are running in. I'm trying to get the number on the side of this car because there's a few of these cars. This, I believe, is the 466 of Will Dries, who has come a long way to pilot this car here this weekend, running in street class just behind cars we had just mentioned. And it is Will Dries in that 466. Livery looks great on this car. And up to a 142. So this is a 2-second gain for this Hyundai Elantra N. And I've had a lot of experience driving the Elantra N in particular. GridLife had one a couple of seasons ago that we used as a pace car. We also used it for our on-track kind of demo laps. And I got to take it around Gingerman Raceway, Watkins Glen at full speed for a couple of laps. And the performance capability of these cars from factory in stock trim with stock tires, stock brakes, stock everything, they are incredibly good on the racetrack. They're not necessarily the lightest thing or the smallest thing ever, but they get out, whoa, big slide for the car behind them. I think is that Ben Bolthus in the 40. That was a big moment for the Supra, but the performance potential is absolutely there. They make quite a bit of power. I think my VMAX going into the bus stop at Watkins Glen was about 126 miles an hour. We had 3 people in the car.
Oh, wow.
So they're really, they definitely get up and go. Here's McLaren in the 514, trying to eke a little closer to Mario Moroni in the 727. And that time through was not a gain. There's your champion from Falcon Club TR last year. He's going to pull out of the way and let Ben on by, the number 40. He was kicking up the rear end in that street GT car last time through. And he's going to immediately point back somebody else. So just a lot of coordination and cooperation, which, I've noticed something, Jennifer, is that the coordination and cooperation in this group has been better than prior groups on the track. We see a lot more point buys, a lot more drivers getting out of the way when they're done on a hot lap. And that's just something that comes with experience and time.
Yeah, the experience is the part of it that I'm missing, but look forward to getting back out there. The point buys are not required, but appreciated for sure.
Yeah, definitely not a required rule, but it definitely helps drivers on track to know when you're letting somebody by versus when they're just catching you naturally. We just got a glance up the road. That was Mark Kilgore on the 909 BMW. But again, Ben Bolthus in this number 40 GR Supra. Had a big moment last time around through turn 11 and 12. You see McLaren behind here. So Street GT and Falcon Club TR together on the racetrack right now. And this will not be a fast lap for McLaren because he pulled over to let the 40 on by.
So he'll likely continue to do the same.
Yeah, and they're coming back to a checker now, so they won't get another lap after this. And there's only one more group of the GridLife Track Battle competition before we move on to a quick warm-up for the rush cars, and then we immediately head into drift we'll have Grace Sitton join us for that one. And we'll see if they'll even come back to the checkers or if McLaren will just pit in. They can likely see the checker here, and they're both going to bring their cars on into the pits. Kilgore took his car all the way to the checkers there, so he'll get another lap to cool down before he heads back to the pit lane. So one more group. What have we learned so far? The track's fast this morning, that seems clear.
Yeah, better track today than conditions today than yesterday. And last night I saw some tools out in the garage, some computers on top of roofs, some chassis adjustments. So getting the cars dialed in and ready for today's big day, I think paid off.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Look at Will Dries, went around for a big slide earlier in turn 1. We didn't catch that live, but a beautiful replay there. And same thing here for Jason Witt. Getting back to the power there, leaving turn 11. He went for a big spin. Then it was Falcon Club TR category. Great competition there with new track records set here this morning. A little bit of an awkward moment for Josh Halka chasing David Bamforth there. And then Dries heading back to the pit lane, and there was a point by for Evan McLaren. Josh Halka getting after it in the number 7 Subaru, driving both his dad's car and his own here in Group B. So he'll have a busy day tomorrow when we get to the podium sprint. All right, moving on to Group A. Right at the pointy end there is Ernestus Pazelis. That is the fastest car of the weekend so far. A 134.735 is what he has as far as a lap time. Running in the unlimited rear-wheel drive category, and he's only about 4 seconds shy of the track record set by Eric Fleming on our first run here in the spring of 2023. So is it possible he goes faster than that? Absolutely, and we'll be watching this Corvette very closely. Give the number on this car, the 338 Chevrolet Corvette. That car is going to be ripping here, and probably not for very long. This car is on slicks. It is on air jacks. It's got all the go-fast bits. It reminds me a lot of where Ferris Kartumi's Corvette was a couple of seasons ago. So I'll bet you Ernestus will be one to watch. Josh Briggs in that MX-5 Miata is also in the Unlimited. So those two cars at the pointy end of the field there are going to be the ones to watch in this session. And that thing makes a bunch of noise. You can hear it. We can hear it behind us just thundering away, idling, ready to go. He also's got tire warmers on this 338, so on a day like today when the track is relatively cool, as we get the green flag here, when the track's relatively cool, tire warmers to get yourself already a step ahead of everyone else as far as the temperature in your slick tires, that'll be a big advantage. Great drone shot overlooking turns 1 through 3 there, and the field peels off. Dewey DeWitt leading in the street mod class. We'll talk more about him later. Louis Zendejas in that Z06 Corvette. Luke LaGrue's out there as well. So we're going to see a lot of shifting in track mod, street mod, and unlimited. So look for the teal, the red, and the orange to shift and shuffle the most. There's a look at your order so far. We're going to see a lot of shifting and shuffling in this group in particular, in these groups, plural, the next time they come around to take time. There's Philip Glass-Hess in Unlimited in that Mazda MX-5. He's new to GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition as well. Dewey DeWitt, we're going to see him climb to the top in his Subaru he calls Boogeyman. Now, Dewey is leading street mod this weekend, a 137.197 so far. To break the track record, he has to defeat Mike Omick's time of a 135.9. I think this morning the conditions are perfect for Dewey to break the track record in street mod as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really exciting heat to watch.
All the Corvettes, a couple of C8s in row there. Cal Fortner again as well. We'll keep an eye on him in the street mod category. Cal yesterday was at a 139.058, so a couple seconds behind Dewey, but we know that those cars are awful competitive with each other, so I'd expect that they'd leave this group a lot tighter together than they previously were. It's the 47 of Mark Flamia. It's a BMW M4, big arrow on the back, but I can't tell if that's intentional. Is it active arrow? It looks to be. Or it was the way, am I going crazy? What class is that car? Okay, it's on Unlimited. So that active arrow is allowed in Unlimited. I just was trying to figure out if that was intentional, the way that wing was scooped forward to act like an air brake, I suppose. We'll have to get a closer look at that car once we take the green. So as the cars roll back around to take the green, slow outlaps here, but Ernestus Pazelis just motored by the start-finish line, so he's on his fast lap to kick things off. So Ernestus Pazelis is on a quick one, so is Joshua Briggs in the number 100, the tan Miata. There is Briggs. Justin Peachy back in track mod again this season. And a couple of other drivers we've seen for a handful of seasons. Andreas Bertulis in the Lexus RCF. There's Dewey DeWitt. Got a little bit of traffic ahead of Dewey. We'll see if it is of any concern. And there's Dayton Della Houssaye in that EcoBoost MX-5. That thing rocks. There's Briggs heading down to turn 8. Look at the speed he's carrying down here with the arrow, leaning on it into 8. Tracking out to the curbing. Nice line there through turn 8, though. He's on a fast one. So Pizzellis in that Corvette heading down to turn 11. Best time yesterday was a 134.7, and the first lap for him was a 140.3. So he's got another lap or two maybe to heat up those tires. See what Briggs has here. You see the nose dive when he hits the brakes, so he's got a relatively soft setup. It seems pretty compliant. The only thing I'd be concerned about is you got all this aero on the front and rear of the car. You see the big wiggle out of turn 12 is you're kind of unseating your aero, but you don't want to stall it out either. There's Pizzellis in that 338. Also big aero on this car. And he is absolutely ripping right now. See, he's got a Lexan windshield as well. You see the windshield kind of bubbling around. So all this weight reduction to get this car sub 3,000 pounds, sub 2,800 pounds likely. And we'll see if he can get by this M4 before the kink, or if he'll have to wait. He will have to wait. A little bit of traffic. Andreas Bertulis jumps to the top of Unlimited. And Jimmy Rauch immediately, a 137.258. Look at all the shuffling in track mod. It's like a revolving door there. So Pizzellis got a little held up here. So this is actually the tail end of the field. So he was released first and has already run down the cars that came out at the tail end of this group. So he's going to have some traffic to contend with. Jeremy Lauder's just up the road in a Chevrolet Camaro. And that the BMW does have an active air brake, which is cool to watch. And there's Dewey DeWitt in the number 70. See what Dewey's got as far as a lap time here in this session. Dewey just ran a 138, so I think he'd like to go a little bit faster than that, but he's backed off. There's the 212. That's Chris Smith in the Track Mod 1 Series BMW. A lot of development in this car over the past couple of seasons. Little dab on the brakes just to seat the car. Whoa, big slide through the kink. That was right out to the edge of the road. Pushing hard and currently second of all the Track Mod cars of the session thus far. Justin Peachy, the 445. And that's Luke McGrew again in that C8 Corvette. We talked about him yesterday. But here's again Josh Hulk right out of his dad's car straight into his own and getting right back to it in the street class. Chris Smith to the top, 137.432. That's the track mod best we've seen. You see in the street mod runners there, Ryan Matthews in the 211 has gone to the pointy end. And that is not a faster time than yesterday, though. So he's still chasing a little bit of tire temperature. I think Jamie Santos is up there in the mix as well. Dewey DeWitt, Della Hussein, and Cal Fortner, your top 5. Peachy out to the edge of the road, pushing hard through the kink in this track mod car. His last time was a 230.5. That was just a warm-up. This will be much, much faster. But it looks like he's struggling for rear grip just a little, leaving turn 11. See, it's still fighting him just a bit. And see Jamie Santos, very savvy, jumping out of the way. Hazards on, letting Peachy on through. Get back on power and see what he's got here across the stripe. He's the VTourP1.com car you see there on the 13th position running order for track mod, and jumps immediately to the top of the board, a 136.362, which is about 4/10 shy of his best time yesterday, but he is leading the track mod category. Luis Zendejas in the C8 Corvette Z06. This car is running in Unlimited, and yesterday we saw him run a 138.295. And so far today, a little bit quicker, 137.951. So he has picked up some time. There's Luke McGrew in the track mod car, just ahead of Peachy. So lots of good laps being turned here. There's again the 100 of Briggs in the Unlimited class Mazda MX-5 Miata. Currently scored down the order a little bit. I thought he would have been a little higher up the running, but hasn't, either his transponder's not working or he's backed off of all of his laps so far. We'll see if he has a better time this time around. He's shooting for a 1:35.9 or better based off after yesterday. Turns in for the kink, eats the curb there on the right. Another look at Chris Smith in the 212. He was pushing last time. In this 1 Series BMW chasing that C6 Corvette that we just saw jump to the top. Here's Dewey again in street mod. Back out for a fast lap, I would anticipate. He's got a lot of clear road to himself. You see there on the street mod ticker, Matthews, Santos, DeWitt, Delahousse, and Fortner. And I think Dewey is going to be good enough to go to the top here. Only 3/10 between Matthews and Santos. So we'll see if Dewey can jump up to the top. And you see him there at turn 11, coming back around turn 12. Again, Dewey wasn't even sure if he would be here this weekend. He had a lot of trouble, or wasn't sure if he would make it, but he told me he'd join me up in the commentator booth if he couldn't finish the car, but he did finish the car. And now the question is, will he jump to the top of the board? The other thing to note in this session, if you're in the top 5, you're moving on to the podium sprint. Again, you have to be in the top 5 of your class by the time we get there, but as of now, these are some of the fastest times we've seen so far this weekend. So likely, if you're in the top 5 of your class on the ticker, you're in the top 5 and headed to the podium sprint on Sunday afternoon. So didn't see Dewey. Oh, Dewey did pick up a little bit, 139 or 137.920, but still 3rd in class. There's Cal Fortner, still P5 in class in the Mercedes AMG. Love this car. Family is so great. Every time we see them, they're always got a smile on their face. From Al's Auto Body, Rich and Edie, some of the greatest people in the paddock to talk to. But Cal, again, doing a great job with this car. And last season, competed basically season long in the street mod category. Ended up 3rd, was a podium on the season with 6 rounds competed and 110 points total. He podiumed here last year, was 3rd at Carolina Motorsports Park, had a pair of seconds at the Rev Up and Midwest Festival last season, and it was 2nd again at Road America. A 6th at Circuit Legends was effectively where they ended their season. Of course, he did compete at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in a combined entry with another competitor, but didn't have the top step anywhere. So I think he'd love to jump to the top here this weekend. But currently P5 right behind. Look how tight it is in street mod at the moment. Ryan Matthews with a 137.6, and it's 3/10 back to Santos. Just a 10th or 100th and a half back to DeWitt. And then it's only a few more tenths back to Delahousse and Cal Fortner, who we're watching right now in this Mercedes AMG GTS. So tight in the street mod class. And just a couple minutes left in this session. It looks like Pizzellis is back out potentially in the unlimited category. There he is. And I think those are Michelin slicks on that car. So those are effectively the same tire that you'd see in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, for example. And this thing is ripping now. 134.461, the time he just put down. And he's still going fast. Here comes Pizzellis into turn 8 on the binders. And now he's got clear road ahead. So I would expect Pizzellis to lay down a good lap here. For the unlimited record, he needs another 4 seconds, but he's on it at the moment. Black C6 Corvette headed to turn 11. See Briggs throwing some sparks up on the run down to turn 8. There's Josh Halka once more in street class, running both his car and his dad's and leading with both. First and second place. Huge curb jump there. But Subarus are used to being airborne as far as curb jumps and their rally history is concerned, so I think that car is right at home. See if we can follow this car for a bit. This is the number 47, the white BMW M4 in Unlimited. I don't know a lot about this car, Flamia's car. as Pizzellis does improve to a 33.9, so note that on your timing and scoring. But this car appears to have active aero. You see the wing basically dump itself right there. So as soon as it's off power, it tilts forward to act as sort of an air brake, like an F-16. And then as soon as he gets back on the power, it rotates back around to a more neutral position to provide downforce on the, or reduce the drag on the straightaway. So it's reduced drag, and when he hits the brakes here, boom, it pops up in the air and basically acts like a brake, using the air to slow the car down. Really clever engineering there. And I have to tell you, it has to be so strong to be able to do that in the incredible winds that you're going to be experiencing at 130 miles an hour. It's a very strong device that he's got attached to the trunk of his M4. Cal Fortner down the back straightaway towards turn 8. Looks like he might be cooling things down a bit. And there's Luke McGrew in track mod. I'll tell you, Luke McGrew started his Grid Life career in the Track Battle Championship. Went over to the Eibach GLTC Series for a couple of seasons. Almost won a championship. The only reason he didn't win a championship is because he sold his race car, his C5 car, before he bought this. He brought this C8 to pit race where he was supposed to go out and compete in Eibach GLTC. Didn't race the car there that weekend, but is now competing in the Grid Life Track Battle Championship in track mod. And is right back into the thick of things inside the top 5. He will almost certainly be in podium sprint tomorrow. And you see him right now on the overall running order. Where is he on the overall running order? I would have thought he'd be right up in the mix. But there he, track mod. I've not actually seen him scored. I wonder if he's got a transponder problem, because he should be on the track mod list, but is not. So maybe problematic. So as the cars roll back around here to complete this lap, checkered flag is out. So a little bit of an issue for Luke McGrew. And we're also noticing that we've got Bowers at a 147 scored 4. So that might be a related problem there. But that is going to do it for the Grid Life Track Battle Championship here, at least for Heat 4. So what did we learn this morning? The track is incredibly fast. I don't know that it's going to be as fast for the rest of the day because it's going to warm up, but a lot of confidence built after the sketchy situation from yesterday.
Yeah, the weather yesterday played the impact, and the guys were talking about how much today they were looking forward to getting better times.
Here's highlights from Group A here. There is the 100 of Josh Briggs. Chris Smith jumped up to the pointy end for a little while there in track mod, fighting his 1 Series BMW. There's Fomia in the M4 with a little bit of active aero. Dewey DeWitt battling for a podium spot in the street mod category. And Ernestus Pizzellis running into the 133.9 range in his Corvette. And Josh Halka continuing to pull double duty in his Subaru, while Luke McGrew does some damage in the track mod category. Well, that's going to do it for the Grid Life Track Battle competition for now. Of course, we'll have a look at our schedule here in a moment and remind you what's coming up next, because after the Grid Life Track Battle group, we've got a full day of action, and we've got our first drift coverage coming up here in a couple of minutes as well. But looking down at the kart track there, it's all set up. We did a little bit of night shift drift last night. We'll do more of that here this evening. And a great look at the parking lot also filling up at the top of the screen. You see it's getting jam-packed here today. This is sort of, the main day with the fullest day of action. Of course, tomorrow is sort of the conclusion of all of our championship battles and things of the sort. But Grid Life Track Battle is complete. We'll step away for a few minutes. We'll be back with a little bit of rush warm-up before we head on to drift coverage here from Grid Life South Carolina.
when we modify our cars. We do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
And welcome back to GridLife South Carolina here from Carolina Motorsports Park. It's time for GridLife Rush Series warm-up. This is sort of a morning warm-up before we go racing again a little bit later today. Kyle Heyer joined by Kevin Bandy. And Kevin, yesterday we were treated to a very enthralling Rush Series race with a last lap pass for the lead. But this morning, just getting tires and brakes warmed up. The track is different than it was yesterday. It was a little brisk this morning, but the sun is out and things are heating up.
That's right. That's right. We had a crazy conditions out there, a little bit of rain. We saw some spins. We saw some offs. It was really exciting for sure. Today, we've got perfect weather. It's dry. It's cool. So the grip should be out there, and everybody's going to get a chance to kind of reset.
Yeah, the racing yesterday was absolutely thrilling, but we did see a lot larger gaps than we're used to, and I think it was partially because there was a split decision on tire strategy as far as the wet tire versus the dry tire. The track was drying out, but today, as you mentioned, it's beautiful out. The sun is out. We're going to be on slick tires. This warm-up is really just a shakedown here for the morning, get everyone kind of loosened up here after a night of partying last night, and then they'll get set to go racing later in the day. Andy Vogel in that pink and black car on your screen right there, missed out by one position and half a lap yesterday.
100%. Obviously, he knows he's got the pace to be up front. He knows he's got the pace to take that win, and that is going to be his goal. There were a couple of unfortunate things that really held him back last time, and I think he's ready. I think he's got the taste for it.
So cars rolling now out onto the racetrack, and this is one of the cars that was involved in a little first lap tangle yesterday, but these cars are designed with bodywork that can be replaced pretty easily, and they're very strong cars too. We saw a little bit of contact in that situation yesterday, but nothing really notable as far as repairs, replacements, or anything of the sort.
Exactly, and they're not fighting up against big, heavier cars. They're only out there with each other. They've got lots of safety in mind. I was just taking a look. It looks like there's a new generation of Halo crash structure there. I saw it on the SRX car that they have on display, and some of these cars have it retrofitted on it as well.
Yeah, so in the warm-up here, take me through what your goal is here, because you're not necessarily going for lap time. I'm not even sure how useful it is to look at lap times here this morning, but you're just it's a shakedown. You're going to get maybe 5 laps max. So what's the goal? What's the strategy when you go out for a warm-up session like this?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're new to this track, especially, there's probably some turn that's been ailing you for a while and you want to really work on it. This is your no-pressure environment to really focus on those things. We can go back and look at data, compare it to earlier. If you made setup changes last night, this is your place to prove that out. So it's all about just building your strategy and building some confidence that you're able to execute on that strategy this weekend.
Yeah, and of course, the other thing to consider is, we didn't really learn a ton earlier in the weekend because of all the varying conditions. There was rain and a little bit of storms all day yesterday, so I'm not really sure how many clean, clear laps these drivers got where they didn't have something to worry about. So this is really the first time that they're going to see the track as clean and tidy as it is here today. So use this opportunity to get on track. Also, if you had any issues, you said, setup changes, that sort of thing. But even if you had problems, this is a great time to shake things down. It's like an extended hardship lap, basically.
Exactly.
But there's a look at Ryan Leach, the driver that won yesterday's race. And he came from a long ways back. He was about 4 seconds back from the race lead. And in 3 laps, ate up all that time plus some and won the race. So is he the favorite again today?
Well, we'll see. Only time will tell. It'll be cool to see his times just in this session, but being a warm-up, you can't take too much from that, because they might be just trying a different setup, they might be trying something non-optimal, or just trying to preserve the car. But he is definitely one to watch, being able to move all the way up the field and take that first position. We have to respect that. We got to look and see if he can continue to put that down all weekend.
Yeah, there he is. And again, he's not been shy to put on a pretty exciting show for us the last couple of events. Think back to Road America. He was fun to watch there, but you see there, Hughes at the top, Brady and Nate Hamilton, James French. James French is probably the one that I got my eyes on here today, because yesterday he had a disqualification, had his times deleted from qualifying, and then when we got to the race, he had to claw his way up, but he moved all the way through the field up to 15th, I think, from the back of the field, or it might have even been closer to 12th. So, you know, I think French is a top 5 capable car and driver. So, you know, he'll be charging through that top 10 when we get to the next race later today.
Exactly. So you see a lineup and you see somebody in the back, you can't count them out. There's a lot of reasons that could put you back there. And if you can make that kind of progress in one race, you really, throughout the weekend, you can claw your way all the way back up to that front position potentially, and certainly be a front-end contender. Yeah,
Brett DiGiacomo jumps up to a 44.8. TJ Hunt, I've been really impressed with TJ Hunt in particular, and also Evan Shanks, because, you know, we saw TJ's run a couple of rounds in this car now, but Evan Shanks was brand new to this car as of this weekend as far as competition is concerned, and both of those drivers really impressed me, right up in the mix with the drivers that have been in this series for the last couple of seasons now. So very impressed. Ryan Leach, though, jumps to the top, shows these guys what they're chasing, a 140.585. Batley in the 88. Look at all the shifting and shuffling now.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of great times already thrown down. I'm sure people are switching over to a completely dry setup, probably running a little lower tire pressures and just little tweaks on the car to get the most out of it. And this is your first opportunity to see what kind of pace you'll be able to find.
Yeah, there's another look at that 17 car. That was Howie that was involved in a little bit of a tangle on the opening lap of the race, but that oil slick vinyl wrap is easy to spot from a mile away, isn't it? Changes colors in the different light. Looks fantastic. Interesting. Andy Vogel, no time yet.
Yeah, that's interesting. I did see one car pull off. I couldn't tell what it was. I wonder if he went in to make it a quick adjustment and maybe get back out there later.
Yeah, so I'm not going to panic yet until we get to the race gridding, but it is notable, I'd say. Is that 17 again? Navigating through turn 3. Now, if you're not familiar with the GridLife Rush series or the Rush SR car, these are all spec cars made by Rush Auto Works. This is their SR model. Makes about 150 horsepower, just a little shy of 150 horsepower, with basically a chain-driven motorcycle engine. But the whole idea is to reduce the running costs of wheel-to-wheel racing and racing with downforce, right? So these cars, as TJ said yesterday in his interview, they cost less to run per hour than a lot of karts do. And so, you know, they're the size of them, it makes them so easy to transport and work on. And they're very easy to work on, very robust cars as well. They've got a pneumatic paddle-shifted transmission, which is really cool, I think, in a car that's this inexpensive. And they start around $45,000 as well. So when you're looking for an all-inclusive, you know, this is going to go fast and be reliable, this is a great place to start.
Not only is it an insane value, it's so cool to be able to have this caliber of car as a arrive and drive option or a full spec series. So you can just show up and you can drive something that is set up for racing. It's not just
spin.
Big spin. And that's some great awareness to keep that from being contact. Maybe just a little too aggressive through that turn.
That was Ellis, I think, in the number 300 car, just looped it on corner exit. And, you know, he said they make about 145, 150 horsepower, but they're really light, so their power to weight is incredible. So they really do have quite a bit of pace behind them. There's the 129 of Ziegenfuss that navigated by that little incident.
And if you're going to get the most out of these cars, you really got to get them to rotate. So you might bias yourself towards a setup that can be kind of a handful, and you put yourself at that risk.
And checkered flag is out already. Again, this was just a brief warm-up for the Rush Series cars. So they'll come back around and we'll see what they've got on their finishing lap. But Andy Vogel jumps to the top right at the end of the session, ahead of James French, who also put himself up at the top of the board. So those two drivers, I think we got to highlight and circle for the race later today. We knew Andy Vogel, but James French spent all of race 1 digging himself out of a hole from qualifying.
And putting a time like that down is certainly something to be respected. So just because he wasn't up in the higher finishing numbers yesterday doesn't mean he won't be, maybe even the entire rest of the weekend, but certainly today.
And so with that, see if some of these drivers head back around to the pit lane or if they'll go all the way to the checkers. Looks like there's a split decision on that. But Also the 88 of Jaden Batley as well. And yellow flag at turn 1. Someone spun around up there. Can't quite get a look at the number on the nose of that car, but it's the 28 car, it looks like, which is that TJ Hunt? Indeed it is. So gone around for a little slip.
Sometimes it's best just to stay put, just to be predictable and not startle a car that's trying to put down that last lap across the finish line. The last thing you want to do is inch forward and get in somebody's way.
I also wonder, I'm not going to out TJ or anything, but as far as running a fast lap time here, sometimes you have to start braking before the start finish line. And if you're trying to eke out that little bit of extra lap time, you might be inclined to push it a little far into your braking zone for turn 1. So it might have been he saw some green on the dashboard and said, let's go for it.
Yeah,
and then stomped on the brakes a little too hard.
I've used that strategy in karting before. You throw away the lap before. The next lap, you just absolutely throw away the following one by just overcooking crossing the start finish. So that could be an interesting strategy. Of course, no points from this session. This is just feeling out the car and warming it up. But we're seeing most of the cars coming into the pits right now.
So finishing out GRIDLIFE Rush Series warm-up. And they've got 3 more races on the weekend. We've already done 1 as of yesterday with a last lap pass. So if you missed it, make sure you check out the Friday broadcast from GRIDLIFE South Carolina. But Kevin, we've got a lot of racing today, a lot of racing tomorrow. And I'm expecting even more thrilling action. We had a little bit of fun with the changing conditions and the rain and that sort of thing, but here's some highlights from that warm-up period. We had a couple things to note. Cars rolling off the grid. Ryan Leach immediately out chasing time in that split liveried car and moving by some traffic. And he jumped to the top of the board pretty quickly. A little bit of a slip and slide there for the 300. And how about some side-by-side through the kink? Why not try that? So GRIDLIFE Rush Series warm-up is complete. And looking around the racetrack, it is an absolutely gorgeous day. Look how lush that grass looks.
Oh, it looks fantastic.
After the rains of the last couple of days.
Exactly where we all want to be. A beautiful day at the racetrack. There's no better place.
So looking at the drift cars now, waiting for Gray Sitton to join me here. He told me he'd be here at 10, but he's fashionably late. So why don't you hang out with me until Gray shows up?
Why not?
Hang out with the drift.
Who doesn't love watching some drift?
Yeah, why not? So having a look at the full course drift, we've got 2 surfaces we're competing, or I say competing, we're drifting on here this weekend. Not only the kart track that we've looked high down from, but also the full track. 2.2 miles for drift cars is a long way to go, but they know where to put on the show for the spectators, so they're not necessarily going to be drifting the entire track. But some of the drivers that have a lot of sets of tires in the pits might just give that a go and try to link together as much as they can. But have you ever had an experience riding in a drift car yet?
Oh, it's the coolest thing.
Yeah, have you? So you have done
I have.
Good.
I have. I've not. I had a friend that got to do it at Laguna down the corkscrew, which seems insane. I would love to have experienced that, but these cars are incredible. It's amazing how much grip they actually have. You're going sideways, but you're still able to carry an enormous amount of speed.
Yeah,
and you especially see that here on the full course.
You know what's interesting about drifting is that it looks so violent when they're sliding the car back and forth and changing direction so quickly, but in the car it's actually a very choreographed ballet. And I had an experience back at Pit Race at the tail end of last season where I was riding with Andy Smedegard and Pete Collins, and they were sort of tandeming, and the amount of coordination that has to happen to do tandems where you're drifting together side by side. To be able to read the body language of the other car in real time when they're doing what seems to be wildly unpredictable things is just blows my mind, because you and I come from a world of understanding road racing where everyone's sort of doing a predictable thing generally until they're not. But in the drift world, you're reading completely different moves and body language from the car.
Yeah, I'd like to describe it as kind of like the eye of the storm, right? You can see all the chaos around you, but it's actually quite zen and smooth and when you're actually in it.
Yeah. All right, well, Gray has joined us here, so Kevin, I'm going to kick you off the headset now and bring in Gray for GRIDLIFE Drift coverage. Thanks, buddy. We'll see you back here relatively soon. Thank you. And while we wait for Gray to sit on down, the drift cars setting up for their second or third full course run here of the weekend. Gray Sitton joins me. Gray, welcome aboard.
Hi.
How long were you standing there? I didn't notice you over there in the corner.
About like 20 minutes.
No way. You were standing there the whole time?
Yeah, I was in the back.
Just come up here, buddy.
I was admiring the false grid of this drift session right here, looking pretty good.
I texted you. I was like, where are you at? And you were standing there the whole time.
I just looked at you.
Oh, my
I was
gosh.
like, come on, man.
Oh, there he is. This is Gray sitting. It's bright as heck out here today.
First time
South Carolina sun. This is sort of a home event for you, Gray. So tell me about yourself, because we brought you on all last year for the drift coverage, and I want to know, how'd you get yourself into the drifting world before we kick things off, so people know who you are if they don't already.
Yeah, so I started out at CurveWorks' humble beginnings, doing graphic design and fulfilling orders there, and I was very encapsulated in the Atlanta drift culture. And so this event means so much to me. It's all of my friends, it's all of the guys that I've looked up to coming down and just hanging out for the weekend and just putting on stellar driving, seeing my hometown heroes drive with my friends. It's just like a super surreal feeling, and I'm super grateful to be here and see all of this, and grateful for GRIDLIFE to put all this on. Drifting doesn't come to CMP a whole lot, and especially not the kart track either, so it's super lucky opportunity. Yeah,
one of the unique things that we do is this full course drift here at GRIDLIFE, where you get the big track.
Oh, yeah.
And high speeds here. We're going to see some big initiations and entries, and CurveWorks is here. Wow, I botched that. CurveWorks is here this weekend, so really excited to have them with us. And for those that don't also know, Gray started with graphic design there, but Gray also designs basically all of our graphics on the GRIDLIFE socials as well. So all those banger graphics that you see, Gray puts those together. But let's get kicking things off here on the full course here, Gray.
Yeah. See Cole Richards right there. We got Drift.
Drift.
God, it's already starting. It's already starting. But we got Duarte from Drift HQ out on track in his 2JZ E92. We got Cole Richards and his LS GT86. And I saw Evan Bogovic, his S13 car, but it was Justin Pollock driving it, which is super interesting. So they did a little seat swap there. So we got Justin Pollock behind the Falcon S13 today. And Sonia in the Falcon 350Z chasing him.
Yeah, it seems like there's some crossover between those that are entered on the kart track and those that are entered on the full course. What's the draw? I mean, different styles for each, right? So what's the draw to the big track? Is it just the high speeds, or what's all that about?
High speed, big sweepers. You're really pushing your car to the limit. Kart track has its place in where you want to go party and hang with your buddies and run doors. The main track it can be a place for that, but preferably not. There's so much risk out there at that speed that you really don't want to push it.
Oof. Yeah. Drifting the kink. Now, just for those that have just joined for the drift coverage, the kink is basically a flat corner in any of the Eibach GLTC cars, for example, but that's a 100-mile-an-hour corner easily, probably closer to 120.
Oh, yeah.
And when you've got 9 gazillion horsepower, probably 140 over there.
And that's the initiation point for a lot of these guys because of those high horsepower builds, and they flick at that kink right there to set them up for that next sweeper. But you see Nate Chen filling at that last turn sweeper. And this is a Plymouth Road Run.
I love it.
Have you ever seen something like that?
Well, we've seen it out at GRIDLIFE before, but it's definitely unique in this class, or this category here at GRIDLIFE.
Super stoked to have him back. Let's see what Pollock can put together on this front straight right here. Sonia close behind. I believe she's doing a chase cam, which is super cool. We'll have our drifting group sessions later as well.
One of these tracks where you kind of have to aim at the wall for turn one for your initiation. Then there's 1 through 3 section that we'll see. This is actually the carousel over there, but the 1 through 3 section as well. It's a lot of like little kinks back and forth. Gives you some great transition points. As well.
A lot of these guys are linking the first beginning section of the track. There's a little bit of a lull in between towards the ends of turn 8, turn 9, and turn 10. They'll hit those as well. But in the middle, you kind of got to save your tire. But it's funny, the tire wear is about the same on the main track as it is the kart track.
Really?
You think it wouldn't be, but I went over there and I was looking at the ground, and the kart track is about 40 grit sandpaper.
So do you know, because we were just talking earlier that they repaved the full course in 2020. Did the kart track also get repaved?
I think it did.
Okay, so that might explain that.
We may or may not have chunked a piece of the kart track yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but that just goes to show how big of rippers these guys are out here, that they're chunking up the kart track, making it worse for the go-karts. But
so not a lot happening down by turn 8, but you'd expect that. Not a lot of fans can see over there, and when you're going to burn up your tires, you'd rather people watch it.
Exactly. But you can see everyone's going to set up for these kinks right here, or at least some of them, the few that have the bravery to. But you still Duarte in the back there, his 2JZ E92. Drift HQ, also the presenting partner of Night Drift last night. What did you think of that?
That was pretty cool. I didn't get over there for too long, but man, the spectacle of Night Drift. There's some lights over there as well that I bet you the photos and video that come out of that are pretty unbelievable.
Oh yeah, anything at night is just cool, dude. It's just cool. It's It's super sick.
We used to do a lot of racing at night, but we don't have a lot of lights at racetracks, and it just got so dark that we
Race
couldn't
cars
see
don't need headlights because the track is always lit. Dang, you see Dwar. Oh, little spin. Almost had a backy. Not completely, but almost. Super cool, unique build.
We'll get there by the end of the weekend, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Today is going to be the warm-up session. It's not a lot of drifters even woken up yet. I'm sure they don't even know it's a session right now. Yeah. But they have so much track time this weekend that you probably won't see a whole lot of drivers per session spread out, because I think there's a total of 30 hours of track time.
That's a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, between the kart track, which is all day, effectively.
Yeah, you're running out of tires before you run out of skill, you know?
How many tires you bringing to an event like this?
How many tires am I bringing?
No, not you personally. You're probably bringing none, but...
Duarte said he brought 30.
Okay.
30 tires total, so 15 pairs, which on a build like that is probably about right. But yeah, that's if you're going in between main track and kart track. Like I said, the kart track chews up tires. It is not, and it's super grippy, surprisingly super grippy, but that makes for great driving together.
This racetrack is a lot of fun too, because the fans kind of have. There's one spot where they can basically line up at the fence, and they can just walk about 100 yards and watch the kart track as well. So they can just kind of bounce back and forth between the two. So it's fun in between sessions when the races kick off. Everyone kind of gravitates to the fence on one side, and then the race ends. They're going to gravitate back to the other side.
The big sweep of the attendees.
It'd be really fun to do like a time-lapse drone shot, like watch the heartbeat of the session go back and forth. But
that's such a good idea.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. Look at all the rubber they're putting down. And this is relevant because we have an Eibach GLTC race right after this.
And we know the GLTC loves to drive after drift. They love it so much. But yeah.
So like driving after the 12 hours of Sebring, like when all the marbles are everywhere. It's just like that, but on lap one.
Yeah. I feel like there's some nuance and skill in that though, where if you know the drift line, you're gonna have a better time in GLTC.
But yeah, I mean as far as what were we talking about? Sorry, I had a brain
got
fart.
distracted. I was just looking at it.
Yeah. But yeah, as far as the drift stuff goes, this weekend it's gonna be a lot of fun. Look at Manjing all the way down to turn 4. That's rad.
Yeah, you can see just like the unique lines that this track creates, where like some guys hit the kink, some guys don't, some guys manji the kink, some guys don't. Like it's all dependent on the driver and that tire wear. You see Duarte already pulled off. He's already done with his tires for the day, and so. You can either have a really awesome one run, or you can kind of space out those sections and have 3 runs out of the total session.
Yeah, cooling down on the run down to turn 8. Oh, what I was going to say we were talking about the track grip sort of being affected by all the drift rubber. I was talking to Tom O'Gorman. He's like, I think every racetrack would be better if we just sprayed it with water before we went out. I'm like, isn't the drift cars kind of the same thing? It's effectively the same. It's the same for everybody.
Pretty much. Yeah. We just need to let all the fluids leak out of the drift cars. Maybe help them out a little bit here and there.
We were on the way down here. We saw just an MX-5 that was missing some bumpers and things. We thought it might be a drift car, and someone in the car said, I don't think a Miata can drift. I said, why don't you pull the drain plug a little bit?
Look at this Plymouth go, man.
Whoa.
It's about 5,000 pounds of American steel.
Have you ever drifted an aircraft carrier? This is about the closest
this
you're going to get.
First. This AC-130 equivalent of a car. I'm not sure about the drivetrain in this car, but I'm pretty sure it's all custom-built suspension. This thing looks like an oldie, but under all the rusted skin, it is certainly not.
Drivetrain is probably Union Pacific under it.
Oh yeah,
That's
it is a very capable car. I've seen clips of that car on the Toge, big road courses. He was at Road America with us.
Yeah,
crazy.
The only thing that would make this thing more American is if it was diesel.
Oh, don't give him any ideas.
I'm going to give him all the
ideas. Don't
ideas.
give him any ideas. We don't have Combers out here, man.
Jet engine or diesel? That'd be super cool.
That would be rad.
And fill the, have one of those drink systems in the car. Fill it with NOS Energy.
Dude, cool suit with NOS Energy.
Oh my God.
Keep it cold in the car.
Ooh, let's get a little tight here, a little tandem action.
RTS 350 being chased by that Mustang. Mustang giving it all he's got. Keep up with that car. That car is not slow.
Gosh. The other thing is just the visibility. I got my first chance to really run tandems the first time in a couple of years as a passenger with Pete Collins and Andy Smedegaard back at pit race last year, and you just can't see anything. So just trusting the body language of what's going on ahead of you before it happens. There's so much trust involved with this.
Yeah, and there's a lot of skill and trust involved in those transitions where you're covered by smoke. I'll talk to a lot of pro drivers. I'm like, it just got to time it in between. Like, you might as well close your eyes for those 2 seconds because you can't see anything. It's all timing. It's all just feel of the car. Where do I think I'm at? Where am I not? And so it takes a lot of skill and nuance to be able to do that and keep up.
You know, we talk about trusting your competitors in wheel-to-wheel racing all the time, and you're generally judging the cornering of the car, the speed of the car, but now you're adding the yaw in as an additional variable, right? So just one, and you can't see them the whole time. So it's just a lot of guesswork, but they do such a great job with it. And man, that thing's cool.
It's so sick. It's so rad. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a surge of American hot rod culture come into drifting with all these builds recently. I mean, obviously the LS platform's been around longer than I've been around in life, but yeah, more of these hot rod style builds, kind of that blend of that traditional JDM culture and American hot rod culture.
Gosh, that
dude,
so
this
cool.
thing has no issue getting down. You just see it squatting in the rear.
Oh yeah,
filling out all of those zones perfectly. I can get it right.
And it's got a wheelbase like a school bus.
Oh yeah, dude, and that helps though. It helps. Usually longer wheelbases will be more of a floaty kind of feeling of steering. You'll see a lot of 350Zs, and a lot of drivers say, yeah, I have a Z, but it feels very floaty and very easy compared to my other car, which is an S chassis or Miata or E36. These longer wheelbase cars, while they don't look as exciting, they can feel out those sweepers really easily.
It gives a great perspective there on the run down to turn 1, just how much you have to charge that wall to set up for the turn 1 initiation.
So much speed, and you can carry as much speed as you'd like, which is so crazy. You see a lot of drivers get into 5th gear. Some drivers take it easy, just approaching 3rd, not to ruin their weekend early.
My experience drifting this track on the simulator when I first gave this a try a couple of years ago was that turn 1 is a fairly tight, kind of narrow radius corner, and if you carry too much speed, you just kind of drive off the end of it.
Oh yeah.
So you have to be able to carry speed, but also bleed it off properly, and it's not straightforward there because the corner, it's the radius. I'm trying to think how I want to describe this. It's not that tight of a turn, not that slow of a corner, but it's like a sharp apex.
To be able to link it, you have to really thread that needle, especially through turn 1 and turn 4. Like you're hugging that inside line, keeping that shallow line just to stay in drift most of the time. But you see Justin Pollock got back in his Mustang, a little 2-for-1 in the Falcon cars today.
We have a driver, Josh Halka's running 2 cars in both in street class. He's leading with both cars right now. So he's 1st and 2nd.
I say bilingual drivers, but I don't think that's the right term for it.
Maybe bilingual.
Bilingual.
There you go.
Bilingual. I like that. I like that. See, Evan Bogovic, a bilingual driver in that S13. So this S13 has been around the game for quite some time. I believe it started its life in FD, I believe 2006, and it has passed through the hands of, I want to say, around 5 to 6 different drift pros throughout the year. So this car on the outside looks super sick, super dialed, and it is super dialed, looks super clean. But if you look behind those quarter panels, it'll definitely tell you some stories of some early FD days and the silliness that happened there. But you look inside the cage, you can see all the Formula Drift tech inspection stickers.
That's cool.
And it's just a cool piece of drift history here this weekend.
That's really neat. And still getting down. How many motors has it gone through since then, you think?
Oh, God, I don't even want to think about that.
How many motors, how many tires?
At least 5. But yeah, this
1,000.
Yeah, this thing is very reminiscent of that era with that kit and that styling and the Falcon, the iconic Falcon livery. And you see Matan Rosenberg, the little rework of that livery. I don't know how to feel about that.
What about
the white front and the blue background? My brain just
my brain thought about the teal too.
I know my brain just it misses the teal and I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah.
But still a sick car regardless. Maybe Matan will bring a C5 out here one day and run some tandems with the Falcon cars.
He seems to want to run the GridLife GT category as well, so you might as well just go 3 for 3.
Honestly, we got Ferris is doing time attack and drifting, dude.
That's true.
Bilingual
He
driver.
showed up without a toolbox to Midwest Festival last year because he said, it's Corvette, I don't need a toolbox. He found out in the first session. Should have brought a toolbox.
Yeah. Corvettes are great drift cars and don't take a lot of love to keep them on track, but you need to at least bring a 10 mil.
I had Luke McGrew. We were talking the other day. He goes, I didn't want to work my car anymore. That's why I'm doing time attack. It's like, you didn't ever work on your car anyway.
Corvette life, dude. Corvette life and Z life. You see Cole here sizing up, warming up his fronts. probably feel it slipping out a little bit.
There was a lot of roll on that car. It looks very soft in the front.
Yeah, and so it's really driving style preference. Some guys like a really, really solid car to feel like they're skating on ice out here. And then another set of guys kind of like that traditional Japanese styling of Ebisu style, I guess, where your car is super, super jerky, and you can see all the suspension jerking around, so you can feel the weight transition a lot better. As you can see, Cole going into that kink right there, setting up in that long, long sweeper for that next turn.
Gosh, that's such a fast corner.
Yeah.
And thankfully, there's not a lot of walls over there.
Oh, almost a back heat.
Oh, he had it going.
Almost. I almost got wild for a second. But yeah, you can see.
Just testing the water.
Those tires are super smooth. Might be the end of his session here. Most of these drivers are only getting 2 to 3 laps out of their tires, and yeah, you see Bokovic entering, and Cole filling out that outside zone, just letting her eat in that GT86.
Look at that thing.
No livery. Oh, I love the no livery look on pro cars. Yeah, something special about the off season. Good to see.
Yeah, that was an awesome. He linked that whole section together.
You can see he's monging that straight
to the pits.
I got excited. I thought he was about to hit turn 1 pretty hard.
2 to 3 laps on a set of tires, that's actually pretty good.
It's pretty good.
In comparison, I mean, when we went to Road America, that place is 4 miles long, and so even the GLTC guys want to change their tires after a lap. But yeah, it's a long way around. Look at the paddock. It's jam full down there. Vendors and food trucks. I got myself a potato spiral last night.
A potato spiral?
10 p.m., yeah. It was worth it.
And there's Sloan from Top Garage. Top Garage, super, super legendary Atlanta drift team. A lot of my peers have looked up to these guys growing up in Atlanta and being deep in the Atlanta drift scene. Top Garage has kind of always been the epitome of cool, I guess.
Yeah.
With their team and their styling. It's
Look
just
how clean that car is.
Super aggressive, yeah. And if y'all remember, these guys drove with us all those Road Atlanta GRIDLIFE Souths, put on a great show. About to see Sloan in his RB S13 engine that you don't really find in drifting too much. Obviously, you have Ryan Littoral kind of being the lead way for that drivetrain in FD, but in grassroots, you don't see it too much, the RB series. It's mainly JZ as far as straight sixes go.
So a couple cars in, couple cars out. And you mentioned that because we've got so much track time, it'll be slow take probably in some of these full track sessions, but
yeah, exactly. A lot of these guys are running out of tires before they can even run out of the session.
But it is that is a gorgeous car, just so clean. And that, there's definitely different styles of. Some guys will pull all the bumpers off, and it's just freestyling. But I like them when they're put together real nice, and they're happy to keep them shiny and buff out all the rubber off them.
Yeah, there's something very admirable about keeping a car beauty.
So only a couple cars on the racetrack here at the moment, but there's still a couple minutes left in the session. Yeah. Of course, we've got Eibach GLTC relatively shortly after, so they're going to make sure the track is nice and greased up.
Oh yeah. Sloan, if anyone's gonna grease this track up, it's definitely going to be Sloan Speaker from Top Garage. He gets rowdy in that thing, and definitely saw a few dirt drops yesterday out of him.
So cars gridding up on the false grid for Eibach GLTC series. But here's a look at some of the highlights. Greg, take me through it.
Look at Duarte and his 2JZ E92, presented by Drift HQ. Falcon drivers with Sonia close behind, Ivan Bokovic. Pete Collins on that tail end, turn 1. You can see kind of how you have to thread that needle on turn 1 through turn 4, how tight it is. You got Cole in his black LS GT86 and that rad Plymouth Roadrunner. God, I just cannot get enough of that thing.
Yeah, big sends from the barge there.
Oh yeah.
In the Plymouth.
Oh, yeah. And this is just the beginning of today. Got a couple more sessions. Super stoked to see those next sections. This is the feel out section. This is a warm up session, so you're not gonna see too crazy of driving, but big show later. It's definitely gonna be the one to catch.
Yeah, that was. I love the slow mo. Look at that shot through turn 2.
Beautiful.
Isn't that gorgeous? The RTS.
Seeing that smoke bill, a little dirt drop out of that Plymouth Roadrunner, and he just sticks through it. Gosh.
It's like the Airbus A380 of the drift world.
Just about.
A half backy,
Half backy will take it. It's a warm-up lap.
Man, Gorgeous slow-mo shots
I'm
there.
loving these slow-mo shots. We don't normally get these.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Oh my
Look
God.
at that.
I'm going to have to ask for a copy of these later.
Oh, we'll get a copy of these later. Don't worry. We got you covered there, Gray. Beautiful drifting here from GridLife South Carolina. We're going to step away, but that is the first drift session of the day for Saturday from GridLife South Carolina.
Barely live.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Want a race? Ready? Set? Go!
Green flag and we're underway. Look at that move by Cathers. Oh, and he got that curve and he does when he goes wide. Drag race, it's slipping away for Peter Zhang to the checkers.
And welcome back to GridLife South Carolina. Kyle Heier now joined by Ido Waxman here for a couple minutes. Ido, you are very competitive in the GridLife Track Battle Championship, but here this weekend doing some other things, enjoying it from a spectator's perspective this weekend. How are things going for you so far?
Man, this is my first time here at CMP. It's a beautiful racetrack. It's very similar to Autobahn, and I actually talked with John, our motorsports director. It's apparently the same designer as both Autobahn and Gingerman, and you can really tell. Really nice fast sweepers, lots of flow, a couple of kinks that take a lot of bravery, and good car setup to settle down on over the curbing, and then some tighter sections that you really got to execute well if you want to get onto a straight, as fast as you can. It's a great track. There's a lot of people here. There were a lot of people here yesterday, and now there's even more people. So it looks like it's going to be a really great time.
Yeah, certainly filling out. And you mentioned Alan Wilson, the designer of both this track and Autobahn Country Club, and also Gingerman Raceway, which is our next festival event at Gingerman in June of this year. Of course, our next event on the calendar is Road Atlanta, which we're going to have a companion event with Formula Drift. But upcoming next is our Eibach GridLife Touring Cup Championship. And Ido, you've kind of watched that from an outsider perspective as well. The competition level just keeps going up and up and up. A lot of new competitors here this weekend as well. So when you're trackside, what are you going to be watching for here this weekend? I'm
going to be looking for tight, clean battles. There's a lot of people. A lot of the really fast drivers move up from Time Attack into GLTC. One of the newcomers, Christian Arana. I first met him in iRacing in an informal GridLife league. He's really fast in iRacing, and then he was giving me and Andy Vogel last year in Street GT a run for our money in a pretty much stock Camaro 1LE. So I kind of had a feeling that he'd chop into a fast car and be fast. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Yeah, certainly. And again, we've got 4 races for Eibach GridLife Touring Cup Championship here this weekend. And Kevin Bandy will join us here in a few minutes for the coverage of that race. He's actually here off the side of the stage now. But, when we talk about Eibach GLTC, these short 12 to 15-minute sprint races, the intensity level is so high. But one of the marks of this series that we've been so proud of for so long is how clean and tidy they are. It is not a contact sport. It is a requirement that you race your friends with respect. And with so many new drivers, how do you kind of keep the expectations in check for those new drivers? This is hard, and keeping the fenders off your buddies is the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, the really cool thing about GridLife is we have something called mentors. So this weekend we have wheel mentors that do a really good job of communicating with our drivers, especially our new drivers, as often as possible. And that really sets expectations for what you should be doing. And then, I'm the time attack mentor, so I kind of know. We don't approach people with criticism. It's always trying to make them better drivers and make them better competitors, and to kind of integrate them more into the GridLife culture, so to speak. So I think that's the greatest thing about GridLife here, and I think that's been what's led to the success of our series that way.
Yeah, certainly. About 36 cars on the grid here for our first round, but most of the rest of the events are packed all the way full in the 40-plus for events like Road America, for, of course, Gingerman Raceway, even Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, which isn't going to be one of our streamed events this year, unfortunately, but that race is always thrilling to put on as well. So it's going to be a fun weekend here at Carolina Motorsports Park. Thanks for joining me here for a couple minutes. We got Kevin Bandy standing beside me here, so we're going to bring him in for the race, but thanks so much, and appreciate you joining me for a few.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it.
So Ito's going to pop out. We'll have Kevin Bandy hop back on in for Eibach GLTC coverage here from GridLife South Carolina. And again, this weekend, the first of 4 races and a new partnership in 2025 with Eibach. This is big for us. It's big for them, and we're really, really excited. New graphics, decals, and things on the car, Kevin. Let's go back to last season where you were starting your first Eibach GLTC race. And, we had the GridLive's little docuseries by Alex Freeman that you were in, and you were talking about just all the things that have to come together. You got to get the transponder car. Your wiring's got to get finished. The decals got to go on the car. Got to make it to grid. Got to get the fire suit on. Got to start the GoPro. There's so much that all these new drivers, 18 of them, have to learn and do very, very quickly.
It's immediately overwhelming. There's so much going on, and we got to remember, you kind of have to put all that behind you, and this is what we've been in every meeting with the new drivers, because now you got to focus on racecraft, right? Whatever you've done up to this point, great. Let's build on top of that, but your focus needs to be, let's make sure we have this clean racing, no contact, and we're doing the best we can to be good stewards of this community that we've built. And the result of that is clean racing.
Yeah, and certainly for those rookies, the expectation is to come in and have a clean weekend, right? You've got a provisional license until you get a couple of rounds under your belt. But Christian Aranha, which was a driver that Ido Waxman just mentioned, his first Eibach GLTC weekend, he qualified second. So the expectations are way up here. So, in your first wheel-to-wheel event with GridLife, how do you temper your expectations of, I could win this race versus I need to get cleanly through this weekend and more to be fully licensed and be able to continue?
Yeah, it kind of helped me in the way that I couldn't really stress about that too much because there were so many other things to be stressed about. So I was constantly working on just getting the car reliable, making sure I'd get to grid, making sure I could kind of deal with that. I mean, I was making notes for the silliest things that I never would have thought of. It's like, oh, I need my own trash can. I need to,
Yeah.
There's all these little details that you don't think about that really make the whole weekend run smoothly. And it really is, it's a team sport that we all have to work together as drivers, but it also is that you need as much help as you can get, right? It's amazing to see like Catil, who brings his family with him, but like almost no support, and it seems nearly impossible. You got to have somebody on the radio, and there's so many other tasks that if you can delegate, can really help out. It's a huge effort, and it's intimidating. It's a lot to handle as one person.
Yeah, and the prep work coming into the weekend, too, is a huge piece of it as well. The other thing that we were talking about with Gray on here during the drift sessions is there's still drift cars finishing up their session on track. Now that they've reduced, there's only a handful of them out there right now. But for the Eibach GLTC drivers, they're going to get a very brief track inspection to see if there's anything major on the track, but it's going to have marbles on it. The rubber's going to be all over the place. So the pace lap is going to be your only opportunity to really scan the racetrack to see what the grip level will be like. So what information, you've driven at a couple of festivals, what information are you trying to get on that pace lap? Is it just, hey, are my AFRs good? Is everything working right? Or are you also scanning the racetrack to see where the grip level is going to be?
Absolutely. So you want to make sure that you're getting in and off of the racing line. You want to make sure that you're touching different surfaces, that you're bringing heat into the tires, but you're using that opportunity to get that information exactly. Like I'm sure you guys were watching on the live stream, lots of turn 14, big slides in the drift event. Well, that's going to really change the grip level in that critical turn. We've seen so much throughout the weekend in Rush and Eibach GLTC that turn 14 can throw away your entire lap. It's easy to have a spin there, and now your conditions are totally different. That's a new aspect to be thrown in.
Yeah, the other thing we saw yesterday in qualifying, that big slide by Eric Cattell in turn 14, we thought that there had been some sort of failure or ABS issue or something, because he has now his Integra Type R ABS installed in that car. But nope, his foot just slipped off the brake pedal, and that happens to the best of them, Kevin. So he put some more grip tape on it today. Hopefully it'll help that. But, just a mistake, and that can happen to anybody in the field. Eric Cattell's a past champion of this series. Likely could have driven to a championship last year if the car had really allowed him to. He fought things all season long. Once we got to Road America, had an accident at Road America, then there was a little electrical things at Lime Rock that never really came back together. So the prep before the weekend, testing. Eric Cattell, when he was sorting out those testing problems, had Tom O'Gorman drive that car at a small oval track local to them, just doing laps after laps after lap to see what the sensor problem was. So the prep before the weekend is as important as during the weekend as well.
And it can be really difficult to replicate this kind of environment, right? So you end up bringing so much with you to the track, and this becomes your remote shop, right? You have to adapt to that. So if you get that opportunity to do any kind of relevant testing, that's great. And if you don't, it's all just that last minute.
Yeah, so certainly it's going to be a lot to cover. We only had 30 cars actually take qualifying times yesterday, but the field size is larger than that. So there's going to be about 2 or 3 rows of cars tacked on the tail end there. But Matan Rosenberg winning pole, new partnership for him this season with Eibach and Falcon, which also happen to be GRIDLIFE partners. So that's a great for him. The other thing to note is that in the championship battle, that's, as far as the weekend goes, 3 points for Matan Rosenberg, 2 for Christian Aranja, and 1 for Eric Magnussen. Those are the top 3 qualifiers. So those are all things that will contribute to a trophy at the end of the weekend. They've gotten some great times. Nick Barbado in the 49, new to GLTC last year, returns in his BMW in 6th place to start this race. Daniel Giraldo, all the way from California, in his Lexus in 8th place. There's a lot of new players up here that we know are fast and capable, but now is the time where they're going to get to show us.
Exactly, and a lot of those returns here are driving totally different setups. Talking to Matan, he's pretty much maxed out on weight this year. So he's close to 3,800 pounds in that car. It's very hard to do that. It's very hard to put down predictable laps, he was saying. Eric Magnussen is going for that full flat tune. So once you get up to a certain number of RPM, you take 4% penalty, and then there's no more penalty. So he's like, well, let's go 4,000 RPM of flat tune. And his strategy is he thinks he's going to have that acceleration out of a turn. If you're held up in traffic, you need that kind of advantage. Huge change there. So there's a lot of people that even if they've been in this series for a while, they're testing completely different setups for this season this weekend.
We saw Hans Horpedal lock up big time into turn 8 yesterday, and we're like, I wonder why that car doesn't have ABS. And I talked to Hans, he goes, I wondered why I didn't have it either. He was supposed to when he went down into turn 8, and it just didn't work. So he was working with that all last night. He qualified 27th. We know that car is far more capable than that. He was battling with connectors and just trying to find the pinouts and things. So hopefully Hans has got that car sorted. A handful of others. We saw Alan Newsom in that beautiful Ford Cosworth car that had a lot of smoke out of it yesterday. Did you ever find out what was?
Yeah, it was just some kind of coolant line that just ruptured there. So he seems to have it fixed. And hopefully
it'll
be good.
That sound so casual. Just a coolant line that ruptured. Everything's fine. Nothing exploded, but
that's easy for him. He's ready for it.
Great. That's great news. And there's a handful of others we'll talk about, but I'm also really impressed with Eric Jensen in the 184, the LS Swap Scion FRS. That car in particular is, we've seen it up in the front. He has won a race before back at Heartland Motorsports Park all the way back in 2021. Did he got one other one last year. I could have sworn.
He might have. I'm not sure.
I can't remember what event that would have been.
I don't have that. That's a highly technical car. He has so much done to that car, and he's really just keeps dialing it in. I'm so impressed. This weekend he brought out a quick change rear end, which means he can change the final drive of that car with just a couple of bolts, and he can pop out that gear set and put another one in and keep going. For most people, at best, you can bring a whole separate differential housing and swap that whole rear end out, and it's a big job. But for him, he's got something that makes it really easy on him.
He did win a race. It was Autobahn Country Club Race 4.
Oh, perfect. So that was one that I signed up for that I couldn't make last year. Very
Gotcha.
cool to see.
I just was trying to remember it because it wasn't one of our broadcast rounds last year. It will be this season, which we're really excited about. But I'm a stats guy too, so I've got my spreadsheet pulled up, and yeah. So Eric Jensen last season 8th in the point standings, and had only one podium, 2 top 5s, but 17 top 10s. So is this the year where he starts to push into that top 5 category? Things are starting very strong for him, rolling off in 6th place for the start of this thing.
I think he's got a real shot, Kyle. I keep seeing him put down impressive weekends that just don't culminate into that top finish that he's looking for, but I think he's got all the right ingredients for it. So it's just a matter, can he put it all together?
Yeah, he's been with us now since 2021, so he's 4 years into it at this point. So now one of the veterans of the series after being the new guy for a little while. Of course, this weekend, some notable absences that you might be looking for on the timing and scoring screen that you will not find. James Houghton, he's here this weekend helping us out, but not running his race car. Luke McGrew has moved back to the GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition, which we were joking in the paddock, and I've said this a couple of times this weekend, that he had raced his C5 and he was tired of working on it, he says, and so he bought his C8 to run in Time Attack. And I go, you never worked on your C5 anyway. He goes, you're right. If it broke, I would just put it on the trailer. but Luke McGrew was a championship competitor. He will not be returning this season. But then in 4th in the championship last year, Eric Cattell, 4th despite everything that he had. Cattell entered a handful of races, 25 last year, won 5 races, 12 podiums, 14 top 5s, 16 top 10s. But all of that came mostly on the front end of the season. He had some abysmal results at Road America, 48th, 47th. Those are big fields, by the way. 18th, 24th, 24th, 27th, just down the order. Mechanical problems and things of the sort. He left CMP, though, last year as the round winner, and he won 3 of the 4 races. So if you're looking for a favorite, Eric Cattell in the hybrid racing UG is a good place to start.
I'm sure he's looking to repeat that this weekend. He's always got the pace, and he's got the consistency if it's not for those issues that come up. So he's certainly one to watch, and he's going to want that top result again.
Yeah, and he's going to have a good chance at it here shortly. I hear engines fired on the false grid, and I see everyone lined up. I love this being on the stage here because I can just look to my side and see all the cars lined up. So let's check in with Cerise, who caught up with some folks from GLTC.
Good morning from False Grid. I am standing in front of an entire fleet of grassroots drivers, but they're not just grassroots drivers, guys. These are the drivers of the GLTC class here at GRIDLIFE. This class started back in 2019, and it was GRIDLIFE's first wheel-to-wheel competition series. We are backed by some drivers that may or may not have had a professional career, but they're working their way up to it now. They're sponsored, they're fast, they're competitive, but they're all friends at the end of the day, and that's really what GRIDLIFE is all about. They're ready to race. We're here on Saturday. We could not ask for better weather, and these guys take this really seriously. So I hope that you enjoy the show, enjoy the competition, and stay tuned for more. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Cerise. And yeah, lovely grid look in there. And that was, we've got everyone stacked up, ready to go racing. There's some nerves here in this field for sure. This is, normally we sort of have a little bit of a warm-up race that would have been at Circuit of the Americas a couple of months ago, but we didn't have that this year. This is the first racing of 2025 for the Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Series, and we're so excited to get things underway. Once again, Kyle Heyer joined by Kevin Bandy here in the booth, and cannot wait to get our first action underway. If you're not familiar with GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, it is a power-to-weight series, 12.5 pounds per horsepower, but that'll change a little bit with modifications. When you add some complexity, you add some weight, and so on and so forth. You got tire widths that vary based on the weight of the car. You can put a big wing on, but it's going to cost you in weight. Here's a look at your schedule for the day. Eibach GLTC Race 1 happening right now. Right after this, we've got another track battle heat, and then we've got our a lunch break before we head to our GRIDLIFE Rush Series heat race number 2, and more drift and more Eibach GLTC in the afternoon. Plenty more coming up your way. The car's rolling out for the pace lap here at Carolina Motorsports Park. So, Kevin, this series, all one category, everyone's racing each other, but even though it's one category, there's more diversity in this class than there is across many multi-class series.
It's absolutely wild. I was just talking to Joshua Rubenstein in that Miata that's placed way up there in the top 10, and he said he's about 2,400 pounds in race weight. Compare that to the near maxed out Matan Rosenberg in 3,800 pounds, but they're still running incredibly fast times. You've got a Dodge Neon. What a neat car. It's something I would never expect to see there, but E30s, S2000s, Miatas, Corvettes, but Honda Civics can win it too. It's so cool that you can bring your own flavor here and make it work.
I love it. It's been great for years. It's going to be even better this year with the support from Eibach and this new partnership for the Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship. All new decals on the cars and all new windshield banners, and it's going to look absolutely gorgeous as the cars make their way around this 2.2-mile circuit behind the pace car. We've also got some all-wheel drive representation here, a couple of Subarus in the field as well. We don't see a lot of those, and it also makes it tricky as far as building to the rules for those cars in particular, because they can't go on the GRIDLIFE dyno. It's not an all-wheel drive dyno, so they have a little bit different rules as far as how their power is measured, and sometimes it can feel restrictive. So we'll see how that car does, but kick things off here in just a moment's time. Christian Aranja in the yellow Corvette in the front row. A lot of eyeballs on him. New to GRIDLIFE wheel-to-wheel competition this season, but not new to the paddock. We'll see what he can put. What he can do here when we go green in just a moment's time.
With our 18 newcomers to GLTC this weekend, it's going to be the first race start for many of them, period. A lot of them are new to wheel-to-wheel racing entirely, and so this is going to be a shocking experience, but an awesome one that they will remember forever. And we keep stressing the point, this coming into turn one at the very beginning of the race, which is happening very soon, because it should just be one out lap, and then the safety car will come in. We're going to be coming right up there and slowing way down, and it's going to be a sight to see.
Yeah, it's like green flag and then immediately hit the brakes, right? So
exactly.
It's a pretty challenging front straightaway. There's the Eibach safety SUV, I suppose, as they navigate the last couple of corners. Still the lights on. We might go an extra pace lap unless those lights shut off here pretty shortly. But all the while, let's run through your starting lineup. On the front row, it's Matan Rosenberg in the number 484 Falcon and Eibach sponsored Chevrolet C5 Corvette. Similar machine alongside him, Christian Aranja in the number 57. Then it's Eric Magnuson in the 330 alongside him. Eric Catil in the 82 starts in fourth. Then it's Eric Jensen in the number 184 starting in fifth alongside Nicholas Barbado in the number 49. It's a white BMW that starts sixth. Then it's Peter Zhang, the red Turn-In Concepts FRS. That's an LS swap car. He starts in seventh. And Daniel Giraldo in the number 440 Lexus starts in eighth. Carlos Mendez with his BMW starts in ninth place. Joshua Rubenstein, a strong qualifying effort for him in 10th. And it's Joel Morrison, bright green S2000, won't miss it. Pace car's off, time to go racing. Here we go. Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action from Carolina Motorsports Park. The first race of the season is underway, and we're green flag racing in Eibach GLTC. 3 wide in the midfield on the run down to turn number 1. Matan Rosenberg edges ahead of Christian Aranja, but they're side-by-side through 1, Kevin.
Almost 4 wide at one point, and I see everybody coming through cleanly. This is exactly what we're hoping for. We want to just have good, clean racing, and it can all be lost in that first turn. It's amazing to see that done professionally.
Beautifully done for the entire field now. They're to head up to turn number 4. Rosenberg leads the way. Catil has muscled his way to second. Aranja's down a couple of spots now, getting just absolutely hounded by Nick Barbado now. Giraldo side-by-side with Zhang, and then through 5 and 6. It gets tight here in the Triple Apex right-hander.
That's absolutely the strategy that Matan was looking for. He wanted that clear air up front. It's hard to really control that car and get maximum pace out of it. He wants to break away from the pack like he's done. And Catil, though, has built some space right in there as well. The 3 cars up front with Magnuson as well have just started to walk away.
Into turn 8 now, another pinch point here. Fast corner entry. Everything looks beautiful so far. A little action with the Ford Focus side by side. There's that 13 Ford Cosworth car. Now down to the kink. Full throttle here. It's the 440 of Giraldo side by side. And I don't know how much you want to do this. Door-to-door on the opening lap with the tires not fully up to temp, Kevin.
Yeah, I saw him, Carlos Mendez up there side by side, just trying to see if he's either going to take a position or defend it. But mostly we're seeing a straight line at the front of the pack. And that's quite the runaway for Matan and Catil.
Yeah, Catil, I'm really impressed with that launch. He started 4th place, he's up to 2nd and charging up to the front there. Then Magnuson, then it's Jensen up a couple of spots. Aranja has fended off Barbado for now, but look at Brian Tyson in the yellow Honda Civic here alongside the number 71 of Joel Morrison. Little door-to-door action here. 1 front-wheel drive Honda, 1 rear-wheel drive.
And he's really trying to put that together. I saw him at Roebling and testing, and he was having a lot of suspension issues. Looks like it might be sorted. He's really taking good care of that car, and he got ahead. So we've got a long straight line at the beginning and tons of battles all the way down the field.
Lap 1 complete here. A little bit of a stack up starting to form in behind Christian Aranja, who's down to 5th. Peter Zhang is closing in that battle as well. Some more door-to-door in the field a little bit deeper, but very clean and tidy first lap. I'm incredibly impressed by all these rookies doing such a nice job there. But Aranja's definitely the cork in the bottle here, it looks like, as he comes up to speed with this car in race conditions.
Yeah, this is the best you can ask for. Like I said, you can ruin the whole race at the very first turn. And not only are we past the first turn, I think we're all the way around to our second lap, and we're seeing good, clean racing. We're seeing lots of passes, but we're also seeing a very fast front of the pack.
Yeah, Aranja, I think he's now just coming to grips with this car, starting to put a bit more distance back to Nick Barbado in that number 49 BMW. Out front, Kittil is chasing Rosenberg. Those two battled on such equal footing at Midwest Festival last year. They raced side by side for an entire lap, but how long will they be able to do that for here at this racetrack? Barbado closes in again in turn 11, so maybe an opportunity for Peter Zhang to close in on both of these cars.
And this final section here is a great way to see how these cars differentiate where they make their advantage. Big, long sweepers here and long straights. There's a lot to do here at CMP and a lot of places to make opportunity. They're coming up close in the final turn.
Yeah, Carlos Mendez just behind the BMW chasing Peter Zhang. He ran a wider line there to try to carry a bit more speed to run Zhang down. Zhang will have all the torque in that LSFRS, but you see it a little slide on corner exit.
Yeah, that bobble might have something to do with that tire put down from drift in that last session. Everybody's going to struggle a little bit through that final turn.
Battle for the lead now. Eric Kittil has run down Rosenberg for that top spot. It's going to get tight here in just a moment's time. He just ran the best lap of the race, Kittil did. So Rosenberg is going to be on the hind foot here, much heavier car. Kittil has actually gone down in power level a bit from previous seasons, but here it is, battle for the lead between the two Eibach cars at Hybrid Racing EG in second place, all over Rosenberg for the top spot.
These drivers have so much respect for each other. They drive so clean, but it doesn't mean that it's not an aggressive, tight battle. We're going to see this fought out maybe through the entire race, or maybe Kittil makes a move here. He's showing that he is in place coming through 8.
These two are on the opposite extremes of what's capable and possible in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And onto the back straightaway now. 2,500 pounds in that Honda Civic and 3,800 in the Corvette ahead of him. So over 1,000-pound difference between these two cars, and well over 70 horsepower difference between them as well.
You see such similar pace out of that. That's what's so cool about this series. You can take different formulas and still make that work. Oh, and here we come into the twisty bits right on his bumper. Let's see if Kittil can capitalize.
Yeah, into turn 12 now. That was really, really tight stuff there for Kittil. Sweeping all over Rosenberg. He's going to try to poke the nose to the inside here and get the run down towards turn 14. We're side by side for the lead.
Oh, it is absolutely neck and neck, and the next turn is a right-hander, which gives Kittil the advantage. Wide into the rubber for Matan. He is just behind, but can he hold on to it and drag race all the way to turn 1 and get that advantage back?
Little brake check there just to make sure that they've got pressure on the brakes, but Kittil leads into turn 1, takes the top spot away from Matan Rosenberg. Nicely done, fair, clean pass, and now he's going to try to set the pace like he did last year. But note also the purple on the timing and scoring. Eric Magnussen just ran the best lap of the race.
Exactly. The harder they fight, the more opportunity they give to Magnussen to come up and take it potentially from both of them. So he's certainly not out of the running, and the more they battle, the more opportunity that Magnussen sees ahead of him.
Yeah, that was nicely done, but can Kittil hold off Rosenberg? We saw Matan so quick in qualifying yesterday. He's not done yet. He'll have the slipstream here and the torque leaving turn 7, but Kittil gapped him there, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And talking to talking to Rosenberg before, he was saying that tire management is going to be a big thing for this weekend. So he knows the long game, right? He's after the entire weekend. Doing the biggest battle he can in the first few laps may not be the strategy that wins him the race. He could just sit back here and wait for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Well, the lead change has happened now. Kittil leaving Rosenberg a couple of tenths in the rear view at this point, but Eric Magnussen is looking a little bit bigger in the mirror. Look at Rosenberg closing on the brakes, though. That was a huge gain there. But this is where Kittil's car I'd expect to be a little bit better. Riding the rim here of this turn 12 and 13 complex, and you see the gap just extend as he gets back to the power.
It's clear where the advantages are for car by car, but on this straightaway, with all that weight comes the ability to have the most horsepower, and that's a really slick car too, a small frontal area. Matan Rosenberg can really start to close the gap on the straightaways.
So leaving turn 14 as we complete our 4th lap here. Kittil leads the way. Does anybody retake the best lap of the session so far? Kittil goes back to the point with that and has an 0.8 of a second advantage over Rosenberg. Now Magnussen in third. He's dropped a little ways at the tail end of that lap. Then Eric Jensen fourth, Christian Aranja fifth. He's stabilized his fall. Then Barbado, Zhang, Mendez, Giraldo, and Tyson, the rest of your top 10 so far. Are we done with this lead battle, though? I mean, it seems like Catil is stretching this gap, but is Rosenberg going to find some pace at the tail end of the race?
We certainly can't count that out. Catil being up front and running the fastest lap, I mean, that's the hardest thing to come back from. But if we're going to see anybody do it, Rosenberg knows he's got the car, he knows he's got the strategy, and he's got that straight line pace, so he's able to close it in lap after lap.
Catil into turn 8, jumps the curb there, and looks nice and tidy. And remember, he won 3 of the 4 races here last year. And the only reason he didn't win race 4 is because we do an invert here. So the other thing to consider, there's been a slight format change for 2025 with Eibach GLTC. Usually race 2 is the one set by lap time. Now it's going to be race 3 that's set by lap time. Race 2 is the one that's going to be set by the finishing order of the first race. So a little lap traffic there, a little tight quarters on corner X. See the blue flag waving. That car trying to stay out of the way. Here's a little bit battle deeper in the field. The 27 car of Robert Rosa and the 137 are going to battle here.
That's a beautiful new Civic build. Great looking car, and he's running just a square 245 setup, which is not typical for the front wheel drives that are competitive here. They prefer a stagger. So we might see throughout the season he does some changes to find more pace out of that car.
Yeah, Ian Balestra in that Honda Civic, and giving Robert Rosa a run for his money here. A little side-by-side up the road there into turn 12 as well. Catil gained another chunk there, 1.5 second advantage now, so he's just driving off into the distance here and really leaving everyone else to scrap for more. There's Justin Lee side-by-side. I think that's Rubenstein. So a couple Miatas that are door-to-door there. And the Subaru and Kyle Hale also racing each other side-by-side. And Hale has a very decorated right side door after some contact last season, so that thing's still body in black.
It's lovingly decorated. He's got his family, his kids have drawn messages to him, wishing him luck. It's a really neat tribute.
Yeah, so that's really cool to see. But he's also running that car in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship in the track mod category as well. Lisa Keys out there in that number 131. Here's Christian Aranja again, debuting his first run in Eibach GLTC, and started up in second, but did not have the pace on the initial launch to keep it. But he's stabilized out in 5th spot. This is a phenomenal run for his first event.
Absolutely, but he did give that opportunity to Eric Jensen. We now see him up in 4th, and he's got a solid position right there. We'll see this top 5 be pretty consistent as they just put down great lap after lap. But we've got that lap traffic, and if there are other cars that come up, that can change absolutely everything.
Yeah, Justin Lee still side-by-side there in that 33. A little bit racy here. There's Gary Wimble in the number 1 Corvette, Tony Marchev in the 17. And there's Justin Lee on the binders up the inside of Marchev for position.
Beautifully done. He positioned himself just right there, that if he can get this opportunity to hold it all the way around the outside, but it could be slick out there. Let's see if they can make it stick.
Catil across the stripe now leads by 2.5, so another full second gain out front. But this is the battle we're watching. Wimble right now leading this field, or leading this pack of cars, I should say. Here comes a newcomer up the inside. Oh, that's Kyle Hale, rather. A different wide body nose makes the car look different to me. Opens the door for Justin Lee, and Rubenstein's right there as well.
Yeah, Rubenstein's looking to watch a battle unfold in front of him to give him the opportunity to get back around. Again, this can, when you're just straight ahead, it's your own time attack battle, if you will, but in this case, we're really jockeying for position.
Yeah, all for about 15th spot here from Tony Marchev on back. Kyle Hale charging forward in the 222. And Kyle started 23rd, so he's up 8 or 9 spots at the moment.
You certainly can't judge these races by the starting grid.
No.
So much can put you in a different plot.
All the while, here's that Subaru. I'm trying to get a number on that car. It's a 4. I'm not familiar with this entry, and admittedly it's new to me. But either way, there's Daniel Giraldo in the 440, and he's actually running down Brian Tyson for 9th place, and right behind is James Cathers, who was very disappointed in his qualifying run yesterday, was spritzing oil out from the car, so he wanted to pull in, but he is definitely capable of running top 5. We saw top 5 speeds in practice from that car all day long.
And that Lexus is running Toyo tires, ran an RA1 in qualifying, which is really more of like a rain tire until you shave it. He didn't shave it. He still put down an impressive time, and now he's on his first time out on those R888Rs, so he's going to see if he can find more pace out of him.
Yeah, here comes Cathers to the inside of Giraldo. A little drag race here up to turn 14. And he'll get on by.
Oh, even with a little slide there, still nice and clean side-by-side action, taking a position. And one is not really the place that you want to go side-by-side. If you can get the job done right before the turn, it's great. Otherwise, you slow both of you down, and then you can give the people behind you a chance to overtake the both.
Yeah, Tyson kind of hopping and skipping, pretty stiff suspension by the looks of it on the front of that number 10. Jumping the curbs there at turn 3. Those rumbles on the outside of 3 will rattle your skull. Those things are wild. But 3-second advantage for Catil out front. You're not missing anything there. This is the tightest battle on the road right now. 9th, 10th, 11th. Jenna Giraldo, big slide behind. Did he go off course? I think he caught it, but man, that was a big moment.
He lost some time.
Yeah, he had a big wiggle. Might have just ate too much curb on the left.
Could be.
And Joel Morrison now with Gary Wimble, the background of that shot. See that black Corvette in the green S2000 top of the screen. They're coming into the shot there. Wimble looking for 12th place on Morrison. I think he'll have it by 8. You know, Gary was one of those people that, we have a very low incident rate in Eibach GLTC, but Gary was one of those people that just kept kind of being on the receiving end. And by the tail end of the year, he just painted his car a totally different color. Instead, if it looks different, maybe I won't get hit. So far, it's worked.
It looks like it's working out for him as he gained that position right there. And Brian Tyson still holding him off.
Yeah, but for how much longer? I see a white flag, so it is the last lap of the race. Catil is going to take the 1 to go.
And I think he just had a lockup and gave up a position.
And maybe
Tyson, more than a
Tyson's got issues for sure.
Yeah, I saw some smoke. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that's not just tire lockup.
Yeah, he's going to pull off. And he's actually going to come to a stop. He might try to get behind that corner marshal station there, but there'll be a yellow waving likely at sector 3 for now. But for Gary Wimble, he's through Joel Morrison. He's got Giraldo on his sights there. There's that white flag. You see it's the last lap. Catil leads by 4 seconds. And we'll begin our final 2.2 mile trek around here in South Carolina.
That's right. We're seeing the front of the field is pretty locked in. We're going to see those continue to just try to put down clean laps. Don't make any mistakes. Take home that checkered, and we still got battles back in the field.
The rest of the field taking the white. There's Giraldo in the 440. Gary Wimble charging forward. He might have a top 10 on the horizon here if he can get by this Lexus in the final lap. And that 440, that Lexus gets up and goes, doesn't it? Great really defense does. On the throttle pedal.
For sure. He's just got to keep from sliding that car. Beautiful E30. That's a different entry than we typically see. What a cool car.
Yeah, really neat machine, that car. Easy to spot, too, at the bright green. Line of trainal cars down here headed into turn 8. Marchev, there's Thomas Lathrop. And the 79 Rolly Uriardi. Here comes Eric Catil, and just like he did last year, is going to dominate race 1 here at Eibach GLTC. Eric Catil brings the Ferio Civic back to victory lane at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. And he'll start off his season with 25 points in the win column. Matan Rosenberg, 2nd place in the 484. Then it's Magnuson on podium. Eric Jensen, P4. Christian Ronha on debut finishes 5th place in the number 57. Then Nicholas Barbado, Peter Zhang, and Carlos Mendez top 10 in his first run of the weekend. And after all the trials and tribulations of qualifying yesterday, James Cathers is going to grab 9th place, so he'll get up into the top 10. And Gary Wimble, powered by Giraldo and Stoll, 10th place, picked the pocket on the final lap of the race.
Incredible drive there. We saw what a beautiful, clean race, and that's what we've been talking to the drivers about all weekend so far. We want to make sure that we get this good, clean racing in, that we all have the opportunity to bring our cars home. Nobody wants to fix body damage. We want to be out here and have good, clean racing. And we've got a bunch of that that you just saw on display.
Yeah, great race, though, for the lead. I mean, Catil obviously kind of blitzed the field once he got around Rosenberg, but great, clean battle. And you know my favorite thing was, is I didn't see a single car touch another car, didn't see anybody spun around, turn around backwards, and it looked like we only had a mechanical issue or 2. So this is a great debut for the 2025 season here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina.
Hopefully that's what we can expect for the rest of the season of Eibach GLTC. We love to see this good, clean racing. That's how you build friends in the sport. That's how we can keep doing this. Unfortunately, most of these people are entirely self-funded. In order to be able to do this racing, you may not have the budget to be fixing the car. We have to have this clean racing. That kind of camaraderie, that kind of respect makes this possible.
Here's a look at your race results for Eibach GLTC race number 1. Eric Catil, 9-lap race, led by 6 seconds by the end. Absolutely dominant there. Then Matan Rosenberg, Eric Magnussen, Eric Jensen, Christian Aranja, then Barbados, Zhang Mendez, Cathers, and Wimble, as we mentioned here, Kevin. So such a strong start for some of the names that we're familiar with here.
Absolutely, yeah. The front of the field was a really strong race, and everyone just played safe once they got locked into their position and made sure that the car would be good for the whole weekend.
Yeah, so great race there. Great result for Eric Catil to get a race win under his belt there. And again, here's a look at page 2. There's Daniel Giraldo in the 440. That Lexus just lost 10th spot on the final lap. Then Justin Lee, Joel Morrison, Kyle Hale, Ben Swanson. He's on debut as well, that 610 car. March, everything's still battling some issues. 16th, and Thomas Lathrop, Raul Uriarty, Joshua Rubenstein, and Zach Mortimer, the rest of your top 20. And here's a look down the rest of the order. Hans Horpendahl up a few spots. I still think he's probably not happy with how things are going. And you see Brian Tyson there, unfortunate at the end there, just lost drive or something, ended up 29th.
Yeah, so we've got Ronald Till in 21st and Ian Balestra in 22nd. Like you said, Hans right there in the 23rd position. Luke Wilwart, Robert Rosa in 25th. Panzarella took 26th, and Lisa Keys did finish in 27th place. Alan Newsom brought it back around. Love to see that car back after the big smoke in qualifying there. Still got his car out there, got to compete, and kept it really clean when he was off pace and let the lap cars go around and finish this track. We saw most of the race for the front of the field happen early in the race, and then it kind of cemented in, but there were still so many battles throughout the field.
Well, race 1 for Eibach GLTC was absolutely spectacular. Let's have a look at our highlights here from the first race of the weekend. It's been thrilling so far, but it has been an entertaining event as the field rolled off and gridded up for their first race of the weekend. The start was clean and tidy. It was Matan Rosenberg that led early. A little bit of action on the opening lap. The number 13 Ford, that thing is absolutely gorgeous. But it was Eric Catil that stole the lead away from Matan Rosenberg. Clean, fair battle. Last year he had a big lockup going down there. He has ABS this year, and he was able to complete that pass with no major dramas. There's a little battle between Balestra in the 137 and the 27 as well. A little side-by-side with Justin Lee, Gary Wimble, Tony Marchev challenging each other to a face-off into the turn 10 area. Thomas Lathrop and Roy Uriarty, but it was Eric Catil at the end that wins Eibach GridLife Touring Cup race number 1 here from GridLife South Carolina.
Want a race? Ready? Set? Go!
Green flag and we're underway. Look at that move by Cathers. Oh, and he got that curve and he does when he goes wide. Drag race, been slipping away for Peter Zhang to the checkers.
born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE South Carolina. It's a beautiful Saturday morning here in Kershaw, South Carolina at Carolina Motorsports Park for the first of 9 rounds of the GRIDLIFE Track Battle season. Welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Jennifer Black. And Jennifer, this morning, really fast session in the track battle group. We saw best lap times of the weekend in a bunch of different categories, and especially when we got into the Group B and A groups, we saw a lot of advancing of positions, and the traffic cleared up. I think we're going to see more of the same. It's gorgeous out here now. It was chilly this morning.
Definitely warming up. Track is looking much better, and took off the jacket and a hoodie now, so enjoying the beautiful sunshine, and I think we're going to see some improvements as the day goes on.
Yeah, I think also, this morning the track was ideal for going quick, but I think maybe the confidence wasn't there yet. It was their first kind of morning on the racetrack, but as they've got some confidence and more laps under their belt, they're going to charge harder and harder. We've got a couple more sessions to play with today, so you've got more chances. I just think that when you get to the latest part of the day, when the track has absorbed all the heat, it's got all the rubber and oils and things in it, it's not going to quite be as fast. So as far as the pointy end of the field goes, I think this morning or this session is going to be the time to lock yourself into the podium sprint. Now, tomorrow, you're going to have another morning session, so that's really your last real opportunity to qualify yourself in. But the goal, as always, get into the top 5 of your respective class if you want to compete in that podium sprint tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, the garage area was exciting in between the heat sessions, and a lot of changes happening since yesterday to today, but just trying to get the cars dialed in.
Yeah, certainly. I think just little setup changes here and there. The drivers are finding the limit. We saw that in the first session of the day as well. Just drivers charging corners, figuring out what they can do in the brakes. But even for the Club SC category, which is going to be the first class that we're going to see on track in combination with some others here, they've already broken the track record by about 1.5 seconds from last year. So they're flying out there. But we were talking tire temperature earlier. I don't think that'll be a concern here. One of the things we should talk about is the slipstream, drafting. This is something that those cars can and probably should do to find a little extra speed, because the car in front is going to push all the air out of the way. When you only have about 80 to 105 wheel horsepower, that difference is going to be significant.
Yeah, I think we'll see some action for sure. Hopefully everybody gets a clean run. We see some great times and enjoy the seat.
Yeah, we have our past champion here as well, Chris Rice, in the orange number 91 Honda Fit. Won the championship in the Club SC category in 2024, and he's well prepped to do the same again here this year. So can Ryan Mukherjee battle him? Mike Jansen, who was the previous track record holder here in his Mini Cooper, potentially they are the ones to watch as well, as the cars are going to roll off here pretty shortly for GRIDLIFE Track Battle action. So as the cars begin to move, Sam Dooling in the number 370, another driver we have to watch in the Honda Fit. And there they roll off the grid. A couple of Falcon Club TR competitors as well interspliced. But a lot of those Honda Fits headed out, low power generally, between 80 and 105 horsepower, but lightweight, simple cars, usually manual transmission, so it's a perfect place to start to teach yourself how to go fast.
And I think we are seeing some shuffling between the 4 run groups, D, B, D, C, B, A, as some of these cars were in C group and now they're in D. Cars from yesterday are going faster, and it's shuffling the grid a little bit.
Yeah, so just keeping up with all that changes as well for the drivers that are navigating traffic. You got to know who you're around and sort of understand, there's a street GT car interspliced with some of these Club SC cars. The street GT car is going to make speed in a very different way. Example A, right? The pink bannered car is Ryan Mukherjee in that 144. He'll be going fast the entire time. His tires aren't going to get hot, but certainly the street GT car might overheat tires in a lap or two. So you have to kind of understand the traffic that's around you to know how things are going to go for you. But down into turn 8 here on a warm-up lap. Here's a look at all the cars that are on track right now in the order that they cross the start-finish line. So Soffel in the Street Class 434 is going to be the first one across the stripe to kick off the beginning of heat number 5. Aaron Soffel in that Audi S3, which I think was a car we saw in Group C previously. So that's to your point, getting bumped now down to the D group, but leading it, so he'll have some clear track for a few minutes. There's the 122. Jason Davidson. I believe that's Davidson in the 122. And I was right about that. Honda Fit, his best time of the day, 156.847. But again, the Club SC class is really the one to highlight in this particular session because we've got all the players in that class in this group. So we'll know who's going fastest out of everybody. 860 car as well. That's a Joshua Garcia in a Toyota Corolla A86. Love those cars. And it reminds me a lot of Jackie Ding's build that he has done for Eibach GLTC that we hope to see out at a couple more tracks this season. First times coming across the board, but again, this was basically the outlap, so we'll know more next time around. Also front row, big slide for Chris Rice, chucking it into turn 1. That was a huge send. So
nice save.
Grip's not quite there yet, but yeah, nice save, huh? A86 Ford Fiesta out there as well. That is that's actually a Club TR car, I think. Mario Kanga in the 210. But heading down the back straight towards turn 8, and mostly a mix of Club TR and Club SC entries in this session. So when we come back around to the start finish, we'll see how the fits are doing. And we mentioned last session that we did see a 154.627. That was a new track record now held by that driver in the orange fit, Chris Rice. And so he'll try to improve on it there. There you go. Club TR and Club SC on the left-hand side of your screen. Those are the primary cars we're following in this session. And Kanga in that 210, that's that white Fiesta on screen. And again, we haven't really seen a lot of the Ford Fiesta in general in grid life competition. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of them in the Club SC class because the non-STs are very well suited for that. You can't have a turbocharged car in Club SC. But we have seen them, the Ford Focus the Focus RS, we've seen those in street class a bunch. And we have one in Eibach GLTC this weekend, but not a lot of representation from the Fiesta side of things in other classes other than the Club SC group. Look at the 117. That is Daniel Glasgow in the black Honda Fit. And there's the 860 once again of Josh Garcia. Chris Rice to the top of Club SC, a 157.086, but again, he's got to get down to his 54.627 to improve. Mike Jansen, a 155.9, so we're seeing time start to climb up towards the track record that we've already set this morning.
Here's that excitement we talked about.
Yeah, exactly. I love when you start watching the shifting and shuffling in the order. David Best goes to the top. We're going to see a lot more of this in this session, I think. Garcia's running in the street mod category, but again, this car is probably in street mod only for tire selection or interior choices. I don't think that it's really probably the best suited for that class. We could very easily see that car in either Club TR or Club SC if it was set up a little bit differently. And you see Garcia there with that 151.062. And for Garcia, it's actually a hair better than he ran earlier today. About 300ths quicker. And there's a look at Foster Johnson in the 410 in that blue S2000. 149.788 in this session. which is his best of the weekend so far. We'll see if he can improve on it this time by deep on the curbing on corner exit.
See where he breaks going across the start finish, or if he does.
He got past it before he had to hit the brakes, which is good. So did he pick up a little bit of time? That time 1:47.517, so that was a big pickup for Foster. He's getting more and more comfortable. That car looks really dialed, actually. Very compliant over the curbing, and a little bit of a wiggle there because he dropped a tire on the right, but he's looking well suited, well set up to go faster. Love that low angle heading up into turn 4 and 5. You really see the cars sort of shift their weight. Great shot there, and then back onto the back straightaway where you pick up all this speed before you run down to turn 8. And that S3 that we see in shot, that is Aaron Soffel. That was the lead car in this group. And Soffel now has been dethroned off the top of the street class by the 78 of Ryan Koblenz in that Subaru WRX we saw right there in trail. And for Koblenz, it's also his best time of the day by about 2 seconds. So we're still picking up speed here, which is good. I didn't think that we would after the cool temperatures of this morning.
First session out of the way, second one, giving it all the beans.
Yeah, you get all the jitters out of the way in the first one, right? And then from there on out, you can really start to push. And again, I don't expect the temperatures. We talk about the temperatures, right? There's 2 temperatures that you'd be concerned with. Air temp is one and the track temp is the other. The air temp isn't going to change all that much. It's the track temp that I would expect to pick up a little bit. But even though this track was repaved a couple of years ago, it's actually not as dark as you would anticipate it being. So it's not necessarily going to change as much throughout the day as the sun bakes it. Looks like Soffel giving a point by there to Foster Johnson. He had a 1:47.5. We'll see if he picks up further. It doesn't look like that was another gain. But again, looking really, really compliant in this car. I think he'd like to push up into the next group and sort of be in the meat of the Falcon Club TR category because he's leading it now, but as we see the next group come on track, it'll shuffle him down the deck a little. There's that Subaru of Ryan Koblenz. Looking relatively stock as far as the outside of the car is concerned. He can't do a whole lot in street class. Mostly bolt-ons only, but the bolt-ons that you see in street class end up getting pretty extreme by the tail end of it. So, Chris Rice, by the way, while he snuck by us a 1:54.866, so not quite the fastest we've seen, but definitely in the conversation. Beth Conaway in the number 222 Street GT car. She's down at the bottom of Street GT at the moment, so I don't think there's that many other Street GT cars on track.
She typically has faster times than this. I think in previous heats, she got stuck in some traffic and didn't get a clean run. I've seen her put up better times than she's putting up today.
Yeah, so 1:54.796 for her, which will land her down the ways just a little bit in Street GT. The next competitor that she's got to battle is William Gravely, who is in Group C, I believe, in that Porsche 911 that we were seeing, a silver Porsche. So that's the next car that she's directly battling as far as lap time. And trouble for the 88. That's a Falcon Club TR car that's found its way off track. And I don't know how it got there. It's David Chang in the Scion FRS. I'm not sure if that was a spin or if that was a mechanical issue that prompted that car to go off track. Let's have a look at the replay. And let's have a look. And it was just too much power too soon and just sort of, spilled off into the water on the left. And then came to a stop to make sure that he had clearance to rejoin the racetrack. Great work there by the replay folks to get that so quickly for us. They're really on it with the replays this weekend. I'm excited about that. But Foster Johnson again on the run down to turn 8. See, again, using a lot of the exit curb, but seems so comfortable using the extent of the track limits. And again, at turn 8 and turn 14 and turn 3, there's another 10 feet of pavement if you don't mind the vibration. And Foster Johnson picking up again with a 1:47.370. There's Chris Rice in the number 91 up at turn 6. So he has been unable to match his lap time from this morning. Still about 0.2 off. And in trail, another one of the fits. Don't know if that's Mukherjee in the 144 or Glasgow in the 117, but this car is easy to spot. Traffic cone orange. And one of the great things about the Club SC cars is you can really just push the entire session. You're not going to overheat the car. You're not going to overheat the brakes. You're not really touching the brakes all that much. Easy flat through turn 10. Jump the curb on the right. A couple of minis out there as well. One of them is Coughlin in the 377. It's that car there. And then Mike Jansen is, I think, the trailing car, the darker silver car in tow. So headed up towards turn 10 again. We'll see if, we'll keep an eye on Chris Rice in that Club SC category and see if he's got any ability to jump any further up than the 154.8. There's Jack Coughlin in the Mini Coupe in the Club SC class. Down in 8th place. This car is a little heavier. I think these are technically convertibles, I think. So it's got a hard top that has a little extra weight to it. There's the 704 of Brian Myers in the Honda Civic in the Falcon Club TR K-tuned Civic. Little puff of smoke out the tailpipes. But currently is the second fastest car in the Falcon Club TR class in this session. So running up towards turn 10 now again. There's, then look at Mike Jansen, 154.632. And as far as the Club SC times are concerned, that is just shy of the best lap of the weekend. It's about 5 thousandths off of the best time. So it's really, really tight. That'll move Jansen comfortably into second place. Ahead of Sam Dooling, who had a 155.1. But it was a 155.1 that was slower than Matt Williams. So the top 3 now is going to be Rice, Jansen, Williams in that order based on overall results here from the weekend as the checkered flag falls here on Group D here in the Grid Life Track Battle Championship. So checker flag out, and it'll be Brian Myers picking up the checkers first. But we're seeing a mix. Foster Johnson's gone significantly faster. Club SC seems limited. They have not gone faster in this session. So what will be the difference for this? I mean, we're seeing some drivers find a little extra speed and some are struggling.
Maybe some made changes to their cars, others didn't. Maybe they are having some difficulties or trying different drive lines.
Yeah, the other thing that might be, you mentioned the different lines, is that we had the drift cars on track a little earlier. Now we've had an entire Eibach GLTC race that sort of probably picked up and redistributed the rubber around the racetrack. But if you have a line that maybe uses a slightly different run through the carousel, for example, there's drift rubber out there. It'll be a hard time to gather that grip.
The sessions yesterday in the rain didn't use the curbing, and today they are.
That's a good point.
So they're driving differently today than they did yesterday, even if the car setups are the same.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. With the rain, the white and green striped curbing becomes incredibly slippery. But, on the apexes in particular, the curbs don't have any ripple or rumble in them. They're just tall. The ones on corner exit, like at 14, they have grooves in them, and so they'll fill with water. So when it rains, you really never want to get on top of those things. But now we saw with Foster Johnson clobbering the curbs all session long that there's time to be had if you can use those to your advantage. Look at your overall results so far. Foster Johnson's been the quickest of the group. There's the 210 again, that Ford Fiesta of Mario Kanga running in the Falcon Club TR class, is 8th overall in this session and looks like 3rd of the Falcon Club TR cars so far. Still making his way around after picking up the checkered flag. We'll come back around and pick up Group C here in a moment's time.
They are lined up, getting ready to go.
Yeah, they're on grid, just waiting for the tail end of the field to come back around. And it is absolutely picture-perfect weather out here at this stage. I would not anticipate the weather being much of a factor beyond a minor variant in track temperature. I think drivers will still circle tomorrow morning as maybe your last opportunity to break a track record, but as far as getting into the podium sprint, I think right now is a great opportunity. If you didn't get a time you wanted this morning, then now is a great time. Easier said than done, though, to go fast whenever you want, right? And the other thing is the sport of time attack in general, Jennifer, there's two trains of thought with time attack. One is I have 20 minutes at a time to run as many laps as I can to try to get one good lap. And there's the other train of thought is I only have to run one lap, so I'm going to make sure that the one lap I run is going to be really perfect, or my car only can do one lap in qualifying, right? So, you know, what are some of the challenges associated with just finding speed at the moments that you need it?
I think some of it's mental as well, and the mindset that you have when you're going into the track. But the strategy differences, I think, depends on the car setup and how much tires you're wanting to use, how's your line going. You get the time you want to save the car, come off, you're done, cool. But didn't get the time you want, you have another chance.
Look at that paddock. Absolutely packed full here at GridLife South Carolina. The parking lot is jammed full, and we have to give the racetrack a lot of credit here. The Carolina Motorsports Park team has changed a lot about the facility to make it easier for us to host this event. They've moved some earth around. They've made new parking lots for us. They even moved, there was a ticketing booth. They moved down the road the other night, I noticed, because of how we have the media center set up. So great work there by the Carolina Motorsports Park team. We thank them and all the corner workers and the track marshals and all of the officials and staff on site for helping put on this event. Green flag back out now. This is TrackBattle Q5 Group C. So we're moving up a speed step here and moving into sort of the meat of the Falcon Club TR group. And we have a lot more street class entries here as well, and intersplice a couple track mod entries and street mod entries to boot. So Matt Bowers, you were talking about, is in this session as well, I believe. So we'll see what he can do. And we did discover that Matt Bowers has, we were looking at the timing screen, he had two numbers, 188 and 888, but that was how the results showed it as well. So I thought we had an issue with our graphics package, but it was not. It was coming right from the timing system. I don't know why. I don't know if he had two transponders on the car, but there was something that was crossed up somewhere. So we'll see if that continues here. But it was a question mark that we didn't have the answer to, and I can tell you, looking at the results, it was from the timing system. But for those at home, this graphics package was completely redeveloped in only a couple of weeks with assistance from Wes Ratcliffe, who has done a lot of great work on the back end, getting this all kind of plumbed and prepped to take in data from the timing system wirelessly and remotely now. And so all the graphics are new for this season. And we hope to continue to evolve on it throughout the year and bring in sort of new widgets and things as time goes on. We're really excited about it. And while it carries a lot of the same visual language as far as how the classes are sorting and the different ways that we can show data, we intend to improve on that throughout the year.
Matt Bowers' number is 888, so I'm wondering if the mix-up is the other one has it as 188.
Yeah, so I just wonder.
Same times, just different numbers showing.
Yeah, very, very interesting. But we'll see what they have for us in store here in our Group C group for TrackBattle Q5. Again, they will have 7 opportunities to qualify into the podium sprint, where they have to be top 5 in their respective class. This is attempt number 5 of 7 for this Group C group. Eddie Siegel there in that purple and blue Honda Civic has been a front runner in our street class for some time. And a couple others on track as well. David Wilkes in that Chevrolet Camaro that's chasing this group up the hill. But there's Siegel. Good to have him back again for another season of competition. In street class last season, P5 in the championship standings. 6 rounds that he competed in. And last year at Carolina Motorsports Park finished 7th in class, but managed to grab a podium at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course with a track record in the front-wheel drive division of street class, and then also rounded out his season with podiums at Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park and at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. So I think Siegel is really looking forward to jumping up one more step on the podium. He was just 9 points shy of a third place last year and earning himself one of those three big trophies at the end of the year. A little wiggle there through turn 10. But Siegel pushing things into the braking zone. He's run this car for a couple of seasons now. And as you know, the more that you run a car, the more you're going to get familiar with it. You're going to know everything in and out mechanically about it, the way it drives. So it's going to reduce the amount of time that you're learning on the racetrack, which I think helps when you've got something consistent from year to year.
Yeah, and some people have made changes from cars from last year to this year. Others are in the same car. So as I got into a C5 Z06 compared to getting into the Chevy Camaro, they handle different, and how I have to drive them is different. So car selection matters.
It sure does. And I think just having a consistent notebook, as Siegel goes immediately to the top of street class of those that have run so far, just having a deeper notebook is useful as well. You've been to this a track a handful of times with it. You already know what you're going to expect. For Siegel, keep an eye on his lap times from the weekend so far. His best on the weekend was a 1:43.870. And then we've got a couple unlimited cars, track mod as well. Chris Boersma jumping into this group. Talked about how he had sort of a slow start to the weekend, but he's very quickly coming up to speed. And that was his best time of the weekend so far, up about a second from his prior session. So a 1:43.578 for Boersma. There's Bucky Lassick again. Long, illustrious career in rallying. But he is in the thick of the traffic right now, right behind that AAA to Matt Bowers. Mike Budai in the 518 jumps up to the top of Club TR. There's Boersma, though, in the 33, the white and red Honda Civic. You see it kind of wiggling on the brakes a little. Definitely pushing the braking markers a little further now. Turning the car up a little bit this session. And this car has a really neat story behind it, is that this car was a car that he basically had driven all over Canada. It basically drove it an hour and a half to work every day, and spent a lot of money to get it for himself, and then turned it into a race car. Actually came from a drag racing background also.
Oh, wow.
And so when they originally built this car, it was effectively a drag racing car that they built with a wing on it, and they had to kind of turn it into a road course car. So it's been a little while since that car has been in that sort of trim.
It's much different than a quarter mile.
Yeah, very much so. But really unique story. I'm trying to remember more about it. We posted about it last year on our blog. But down into turn 1. And again, in 2013, he started traveling the country with James Houghton, who again is another longtime competitor with us in all the GRIDLIFE competition. But this Honda Civic in particular, he used it as a delivery car. And so he basically commuted to downtown Toronto every day with it. And got a good deal on it. Took his wife to prom in it as well. So
wow.
That's a fun story. It's really seen a lot over the years. Here's the 127 car back on track. We saw this car have a little bit of an off in the previous session. But again, just finding the limits of speed here. Mark Johnson in the Unlimited Class Civic. Another car that I think is just taking a little while to get turned up to full tilt before we'll see the fastest times it's capable of on the weekend. A 1:45.744 was the best we've seen out of it. Boersma again improves to a 1:42.5. All the while, Logan Kenseth goes to the top in street mod for now, 146, 159. And then Bucky Lassick jumps up there as well. Good look at the spread of categories we've got on track right now. Track mod, Street GT, and Street. And Siegel down in the 45s. Still not an improvement on his best of the weekend so far, though. That 127 of Johnson looks like he's on a pretty quick lap on the Unlimited Class Honda Civic. See what he can do next time by the stripe. You see there, best time of the session, a 1:42.840, and that is his best time of the weekend. Can he improve on it, though? A little wide out of 14, squares up and just hammers down on the throttle. And let's see, across the stripe, will it be an improvement for Mark Johnson in the 127? It is a 141.656, so picks up another second worth of time. So he's still chasing it right now. That'll move him a ways up the order in the overall, too. And Burrows in that K-Swap Ferrari is out there on track as well, trying to find a little bit of extra speed. A little lockup again from, I think that was Kevin Vu. There's that K-Swap Ferrari we talked about. The Stanceworks car, Mike Burrows. And a really neat story behind this car about how it got put together. We hope to get more on that for you this weekend. But just a really unique car, and a little wiggle there right to the edge of the road, following the kink.
I need my motorsports director. I need somebody.
And actually, Chris Boersma looks like he's on a cool-down lap here, so we'll see if this is... He's going to pick up a little bit of speed, leaving turn 12 and head back around. Oh, it looks like Bowers is off track again.
Uh-oh.
So he'll get back on course, but that was in turn 12 there. So typically, turn 11, you come in, you're braking, you're going down a couple of gears, you swing back to the left, and I wonder if you just got crossed up or got the left rear in the dirt and went around for a slide. But Boersma pits in, and Burrows comes across the stripe, needs to improve on a 143.1.
There's the Cadillac we were speaking of earlier, and the livery on it, and that's Andy Pilgrim's that you recognized.
Yep. Yeah, the Cadillac that's driven by Logan Kenseth in the street mod class. Good to have him back with us again for another season. He's competed with that car for a couple of years now here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. And just a very unique choice for Time Attack. And here's that number 3 again, David Wilkes in the track mod Camaro. What was the debrief from session 1? How did it feel out there?
He was happier with the session this morning compared to yesterday, had better grip. But just that car has a lot of horsepower, has a lot of rear end torque at it, and makes it hard to get that power to the ground if the tires are cold and not sticking well.
Well, he's gone a little bit faster earlier today than he has right now, but only by about a second. So it's possible that he'll find some time here once he gets the tires fully up to temp. Looks like Burrows has kind of knocked off. That car doesn't look like it's quite going at VMAX yet, so on a cool down potentially. So Johnson, Boersma, the fastest 2 on track that we've seen so far. Then Burrows, Keys, Kenseth, Budai, Siegel, Wilkes, Hensley, and Newman. Your top 10 overall in Track Battle Q5 Group C. Another look at this Mark IV Supra, the that we saw earlier. The trying to get the number off that car again. Some new competitors in 2025, so I'm chasing around on the entry list a lot, but as we get throughout the season, we have the consistent players in the field. $141. Thank you. You can just say it. It's fine. So the 141 navigating the way around the backside of the racetrack, heading down to turn 14. That's Marshall Moore in the Supra. Took me a second to find him on the scoring, but there he is. And again, the Supra, this is a hotly contested topic. The current Supra, the Mark V Supra, is a much better handling car than the Mark IV Supra is. They were known very well for how strong the motors were, but as far as where you saw them most effective, it was on a drag strip with a 2JZ turboed out to the moon. They were okay sports cars, but it takes a little bit of work to get them to road course configuration in a way that really suits them. Whereas the Mark V Supra, down a little bit in power potentially from what you could make on the 2JZ powered Supras, but there's certainly the potential is still there. And so when you talk about the Supra as a driver's car, as a car to modify, there's a lot of people that would say that the current Supra didn't live up to the expectations, but after watching them for a handful of years, I would disagree, because it's actually living up exactly to what the Mark IV Supra did, which was the ability to build it into whatever you want. If you look up the order, and all of our track battle classes, into track mod, into unlimited, into the top end of street mod, the fact that people have been able to build those reliably up to 750 wheel horsepower on basically stock internals is exactly the kind of thing that was true about the previous car as well. I do think that the current car is a much better car with all the advances in technology otherwise, though, so there's some bonuses and benefits to 30 years of progress as far as design and engineering has come. But again, those Supras, we see them a lot, and there's a good reason for that. Fist out the window for one of the Corvettes. Bucky Lassek's going to roll back around in the street mod Subaru. And across the stripe for Lassek, and he'll pick up a checkered flag here, and it will be no improvement that time by the stripe. So he'll roll around, stick the finger out the window, and say hi to the fans. There's a Turn 14 viewing lounge over there as well, something new for this season. For the friends of the Turn 14 folks, you can watch the live stream here on site, and there's some coffee over there and some nice things. So it's a cool little hospitality space that they've got right in the perfect viewing zone for Turn 1. And the 360 of Randy Ramchand in the red Honda S2000 is going to stay out on track. We'll see if he can improve on his time, but we have not seen him at the pointy end of Falcon Club TR just yet. And Kevin Vu out there in that Acura Integra was locking up his brakes a whole bunch. And he had sent me a note that they were chasing all sorts of things that they had fixed, but he added a 35-pound plate to the rear of the car and increased the rebound to hopefully help with the rear lockup, and it did not seem to help. So he might need to add some more weight back there just to keep from dragging that left rear Falcon RT 660. But there he is in that Integra. But just really struggling to keep that tire on the ground and get maximum braking performance out of it.
Once you take it off the track and into the dirt once, it tends to want to go back there.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the flat spotting earlier. It's typically something that you would see with really any wheel drive car, but you typically see it in the front because you want to have a lot of front brake because cars have something that's called a brake bias, which is how much split there is between braking performance in the front tires and the rear tires. And when you go to the brakes, you load all the weight of the car on the front. So you really want the primary braking performance is coming from your front wheels. However, the more the rear wheels can do, the better, because otherwise they're not doing a whole lot. So you try to shift your bias as rearward as possible. But the further rear you shift it, the more unstable the car can get. So there's a delicate balance there. And in a front-wheel drive car, you've got your front wheels, all the weight of all the drivetrain stuff is up there. You've got the engine up there. The only thing the rear wheels really can do is offer some braking, and they're just otherwise getting dragged around the racetrack. So when you lock up those rear tires, it's not going to be as big of a deal as flat spotting a front, but it's just going to be an expensive day if you have to keep replacing your tires from dragging them around on the circuit. So preventing lockup, it's just an annoyance more than it is anything else. Because the car is mostly stopping with the performance of those front Falcons. It's just the rear ones that are not doing a lot of assistance when he doesn't have them on the ground. So just something to chase. One of those setup things you talked about. You talked about in between sessions, you're making changes and adjustments. That's one of the things that Kevin did, and he'll probably continue to do. And as Group C pulls off the racetrack, our very own Cerise Taylor, our pit and paddock reporter, is down there with Group B. Cerise?
B Group, baby. We are here again with another class of driving. We have cars that are leading the pole in Club TR all the way in the back, with some of the other street mod cars running as fast as they can. But the reason that GRIDLIFE is so much fun is because it allows these grassroots drivers flexibility. So we have an individual in a Corvette up there. He's taking his A-class car and he's putting it in B-class so that he can sort out some of the kinks and really just hit the ground running when he bumps up to A Group. This is a really fun series. We love GRIDLIFE. We love B Group. We love A Group. We love all the classes. Stay tuned for more.
Thanks, Cerise. And yeah, Group B is headed out on the racetrack right now. Stepping up into the pointy end of our categories at this stage, Will Dries in the street class Hyundai Elantra N. We saw him go for a slide earlier at the tail end of the previous heat. So more comfort, more pushing. The expectations start to rise. We're now in heat 5 of 7, so you've really got to start putting it on the line.
Yeah. The track is perfect. The temperature's great. The weather's amazing. And hopefully these guys are ready to go.
I don't think there's a single square foot of space in that paddock down there. Look how packed it is here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. It's great to see. A lot of campers here this weekend in the campgrounds spectating. We've got music on stage tonight. Emo Night will be performing this evening, right where we're sitting, actually. So we'll have to skedaddle pretty quick post race here. But again, the big storyline we've been following in groups B and A is Josh Halka, who's competing in both his car and his dad's car because his dad's got a foot injury. And that'll only be a problem when we get around to podium sprint. You see Josh in that white Subaru mid-screen up there behind the Nissan. So there's the Mustang up there. Either way, he's competing in both cars. So when you get to podium sprint, he can only drive one. So I guess he'll pick whatever one's faster, I suppose. But otherwise, he'll effectively be guaranteed a fifth place result because the worst you can finish in a podium sprint is fifth. So if you don't start, you get P5. But cars rolling around on their warm-up laps. Is that Ryan Matthews potentially? No, I think that was a Street GT Corvette. There's Josh Halka in the 7. And then a little bit more stacked traffic here. So in this group, we see Drew Vosk in the GR Supra. That is, Sean Bassett going for a big slide at the exit of turn 14 in the Datsun, and then right behind Mario Moroni in the 727. The leading car in Falcon Club TR at the moment. And between Mario Moroni and Evan McLaren, I do expect to see a pretty tight fight between those two cars here. So we'll see how things pan out. So Moroni's best time of the weekend so far, 140.668, and he's chasing right behind Sean Bassett in the Nissan or the Datsun 240Z, and those cars were only about a tenth of a second different. So that crazy looking Datsun is only lapping a tenth of a second faster than a Civic with some aero. To give you an idea of how wild you get as far as the range of time attack, there's certainly a lot going on as far as the build is concerned. But there's a look at your street class running order and Falcon Club TR. Mike Budai leads, but I think we're going to see a lot of shifting. Evan McLaren, you see, down in 11th place. The bottom of that ticker, he'll be near the top here momentarily. And then Vosk in Street GT leading the unlimited class Datsun. And then there's Mario Moroni, the other car we'd expect to jump to the top of the order in Falcon Club TR pretty shortly. There's Vosk. Completely stock aero GR Supra versus a very not stock aero 240. Whoa, big tank
big
slapper.
slides.
And took him a second to gather that up. He'll give the point by, but he just got way too wide up on the curbing and just kind of got that all wrong. And that'll hurt this lap too because he didn't get a very good drive off and couldn't fully accelerate because he had to let the Datsun go through. And astute observations by some of the viewers saying that their drivers are not gapping themselves as much as I would anticipate. They're all kind of going out pretty tightly packed as a group. And there's more space available on the racetrack than they're using. So I think like Jeremy Bailey, for example, has gotten himself a pretty sizable gap. That will be an advantage. And anyone else can do this too, but he's the only one that I've seen so far that's really said, all right, we've got all this racetrack. It's 2.2 miles. Let's spread out a little bit and get some clear road.
I wonder if they're letting them all enter from pit quickly.
Yeah, they are, but that's sort of the idea of the warm-up lap, right? Because you're not going to immediately take the green because your next lap is going to be slow anyway. So you generally would take that first lap to sort of spread yourself out and let the lead driver get away. I think the challenge is drivers that have these faster cars, and the more you move up in these groups, the faster the cars get, the slower you want your outlap to be. You don't really want to heat up everything before it's ready to use. So the leaders will go out slowly, and it makes it hard to build those gaps. And we'll see that in Group A as well. The leaders are going to trundle around Carolina Motorsports Park, but who is not trundling? This is Sean Bassett. He's on it right now. And up out of Turn 14 to come back around. We'll see what he'll pick up. A 141.092 was his best this session. He's run a 140.5 earlier today. And it's a 140.5 again, and just a hair slower right now. He was a 145.47 earlier. Just look at your track mod and street mod group. There you see Jason Witt pop up to third place. He had that big spin earlier, leaving turn 12. But it's gotten right back on the horse. Chris Boersma, as we noted, are already sort of set the pace for track mod earlier in this session. And Kyle Hale jumps to the top. He's running both track mod in the Track Battle Championship and also the Eibach GLTC Series. So he just came off the racetrack from a race a little while ago, about 45 minutes ago. And Bassett is on another quick lap, quickly approaching. I think that's Mark Kilgore ahead of him, I believe, in the 909 BMW. We haven't really talked a lot about Kilgore today, but he's in this group and giving a nicely timed point by a little wiggle. That was wild for Bassett, had to gather it up. Here's Jeremy Bailey in Falcon Club TR in the 13. And this session's where we're going to see the leaders in Falcon Club TR. So Bailey, we've got in here Mario Marone, we've got Evan McLaren. So that Club TR class, we should see some shifting and shuffling in the order, and Bailey is pushing. An F824 swapped Scion FRS. This car has the engine from the newer GR86 platform, and the gain is all in the mid-range torque, and you gain some horsepower to boot. The original cars dynoed somewhere between 165 to 180 horsepower from factory. These cars will dyno from factory at 205, 209. So you put the new engine in the old car, you get an inexpensive chassis and a brand new engine that has a little bit of the faults fixed from the first car. And big push. You see on the bottom left of your screen, Club TR. What does Bailey have for Marone and McLaren? And we'll see if it's a pickup for for Bailey that time through. Doesn't look like it. As we jump back to Josh Halka in street class. And he's headed down the long back straightaway here. Very different machine than he's running. Still an all-wheel drive Subaru, but of a very different generation. And if you just joined us now, Josh is running both his dad's car and his own in consecutive sessions. So we'll see him in, this is his dad's car, and then we'll see him in his own in the following session. And the extra track time can't hurt, right? More laps, more better, right?
Nah. Depends if they're good laps.
Depends if they're good laps. There's such thing as bad practice, that's for sure. Connor Gallagher, the number 2 Nissan GTR. This is a sort of a unique entry in the street GT class. We don't see a lot of GTRs in general in grid life competition, but Connor's been around for a couple of years with this machine. And as far as Street GT is concerned, it's actually the perfect place for it to run. Again, Street GT is designed for stock aero, effectively GT cars, 5, 6, and 8-cylinder engine cars, where you can do minor modification, but not much else. And you'll see on the left-hand side of your screen, 6th currently in this session. Ryan Matthews is the fastest of the Street GT cars. Then it's Mark Kilgore in that BMW we saw a little while ago. And now a little bit of congestion heading into turn 14. And there's Kyle Hale, who is not afraid to pass without a point by, given that he's an Eibach GLTC driver, but that GTR gets up and goes on the straightaway, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, point buys are not required.
Nope.
Just appreciated.
That was a little awkward down there into turn 1, kind of splitting the difference between Bailey and Gallagher. But Jeremy Bailey did pick up that time, a 143.2. And for Bailey, I think that was his best. No, not quite. 142.8 earlier in the day. And this lap probably won't be any better just because that little awkward moment down at turn 1. So the field navigates their way around turns 5, 6, and 7. Triple Apex right-hander. And I'll tell you, Alan Wilson, the designer of this racetrack, definitely familiar with that kind of triple apex right-hander. The same thing is seen at Autobahn Country Club, another track that he designed at a similar time frame. Carolina Motorsports Park in 1999, Autobahn Country Club in 2004. And a lot of similarities as far as the kinks and the multi-apex corners and the lack of elevation sort of marks Alan Wilson tracks. The one exception, at least here in the United States, is Barber Motorsports Park, another track designed by Alan Wilson, which is sort of a complete departure from a lot of the corner types that he developed at Gingerman Raceway, Autobahn Country Club, and here at Carolina Motorsports Park. But there's so many similarities. When I first drove this track on a simulator, it was shocking how similar it felt to Autobahn. Yellow at Sector 3, not sure for what. Not sure if there's a car stuck trackside somewhere, and whoop. Oh. Well, that would be your answer. Somebody went for a loop. It looks like it might have been that Corvette. But track is cleared now. Fist out the window. And didn't get a look at the number on that car, but just a little smoky cloud just tells me that they went for a loop. And it looks like Gallagher is also going to follow in. Look at how much distance Kyle Hale put on Jeremy Bailey in that lap, and I think a lot of that was Bailey, again, purposely giving up some time to have a clean lap, but now he's got this M4 all over him that he was not anticipating. So he's just trying to find his own running room at the moment to go quick. And he tried to give a point by. It looks like the BMW didn't want to take it, so... Yeah, I could tell Jeremy has had a little bit of a rough go at it as far as just finding his own space on the racetrack. He did a nice job at the very beginning of the session, but he ran into traffic pretty quickly. There's a little bit of a ballet out there. You have to coordinate with all the drivers on the racetrack, kind of know what laps they'll be on, keep an eye on your rearview mirrors. And in a place like this, 5, 6, 7, it's very, very hard to glance in your rear view in this section. So once you get to this corner, you might have an unlimited car on your rear bumper by the time you leave it that you didn't even see when you left turn 1. So traffic management and awareness is a huge key here.
And how much gas you have in your fuel tank matters too. I just got a message from David Wilkes saying that he almost ran out of fuel during that last heat and didn't get to give his best time, best effort.
You know what I would call that is suboptimal. is the way I describe that. That's, that can happen though, and it's easy to forget, especially when your car will eat a lot of fuel. It's very easy to just not fuel it up all the way, or you run a couple extra laps more than you had planned, and it's can get away from you pretty quick. But checkered flag is out in the GridLife Track Battle Championship Group B, and that will just leave one more group, which is all the fast stuff, all the unlimited cars. The pointy end to track mod is coming your way. And Mark Flamia in the number 47, that's that M4 with that active aero rear wing that we had talked about earlier in the day. We didn't get a good look at it yesterday. But I have to say, of all the modifications to make, I mean, this seems more like a technical experiment than it does a detail build, right? Because there's how many other things would you do before adding an active aero rear wing, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of other things on that list that I think I would think of before that, but it is a really cool concept. And with improving technology, I think that'll only become more and more popular. When you do that, it'll immediately throw you in the unlimited category because I think the only class that will allow active aero otherwise is track mod, but only if the car was equipped with it from factory. You can't start experimenting with servos and things unless that car came with it from factory. But yes, please. We still have another one more back to this. It's a little so checkered flag here in Group B, and Group A will be out here shortly. But again, the challenges of navigating traffic have been a concern, at least for Jeremy Bailey at that time. I think he would have liked maybe one more lap. But he'll get 2 more sessions, heat 6 and 7, one later today, one tomorrow morning, to improve before we get to the Track Battle Podium Sprint on Sunday afternoon, where we decide everything. So cars rolling into the pit boxes. Evan McLaren coming in as well, our past champion in the Falcon Club TR class. No major improvements to note there. I thought we would see faster laps, but again, track conditions, the weather's cooling off again. It's been moody here. When the clouds are away, it's very warm, and when the clouds come over, it immediately drops like 5 or 6 degrees. It's been very, very swingy as far as the temperature is concerned.
Yeah, I stepped into the garage and then stepped out, and I think there was about a 10-degree temperature difference between in the sun and in the shade. So as these clouds roll through and make it a little cloudy, might have some variations, but
Yeah, the one thing that won't shift a lot is the track temp, though. So that'll take a little bit longer to change. So for as far as the grip levels are concerned, it should be pretty similar across the board.
Well, as the track has more activity, it'll help the temperature come up a little, but not much.
Absolutely. So there's a look at your unlimited and track mod fields, at least the pointy end of it, and the top end is street mod as well. And we should see a handful of competitors. Jamie Santos is lined up. I see Josh Halka in his other Subaru, his more different one. Josh Briggs as well. We brought attention to that tan Miata earlier. It was, as of last session, second, and still is second in unlimited. So he's going for a trophy this weekend if he can. Just needs to find a full second to beat Ernestus Prazelis in that wild Corvette. I don't see Ernestus on the grid, though.
Uh-oh.
So maybe he's skipping out on this session. Maybe pretty satisfied with his 33.9. But there's the green. And they'll roll out Justin Peachy, 921 Jimmy Rauch, Andreas Bertulis in the Lexus, Philip Glass-Hess new to TrackBattle in the 111. There's a new competitor with us here this weekend, Luis Zendejas, then Josh Halka, Dayton De La Houssaye. There's Cal Fortner, David Bamforth in the Porsche Cayman, Luke McGrew in the 717 C8. A couple of other Corvettes and Camaros. That's Jeremy Lauder once again. He did fix that right side A-pillar, but I mentioned that he had rolled that car over in Pikes Peak Hill Climb qualifying last year. And was very proud of that gash on the side of the car, but it also looks a lot nicer once you paint it back up and knock the dent out.
Yeah, I was looking at his car yesterday afternoon, and carbon doors, carbon hood, all the carbon helps lighten up the car. And his wing on the back for the Aero, he said, made a big difference for him.
So we'll see on this outlap now. Again, I mentioned that you should watch for slower outlaps, but Ernestus Prazelis was the driver that would be most interested in having a slow outlap because of his slick tires that he runs. But we're actually on a pretty good clip here, so we should see some pretty good times next time around. And we'll really primarily be watching unlimited track mod and street mod, I'd imagine, and a little bit of the street class and street GT as well. But here's a look at how things have stacked up so far in unlimited and track mod. And Jeremy Lauder very slow, but I imagine intentionally so, getting some space. Why not?
Get some space, let the tires warm.
I think sometimes you'd rather be first or last and not somewhere in the middle, right? Justin Peachy getting lined up to go. Currently leading in the track mod category. And first time laps for everyone in the other two groups, street mod and street GT. Well, big slide there for Ryan Matthews. And then After Dark Speed 121. And Ryan Matthews, another longtime competitor with us. And last season, only ran 2 events, one of which was not South Carolina. He ran with us at Mid-Ohio and at Road America. He podiumed at Mid-Ohio, 3rd place there, and a 4th place at Road America. So he is bound determined to get back to the podium like he did in 2023 here at this racetrack, and was one of the competitors in the original podium sprint. So he knows how the format works and how to get it done. Let's see this car rip through the high-speed turn 10 transition as well. Don't think, well, oh, he saw brake lights there, so he had to jump on them just a touch. And then much deeper on the brakes into 11. And Jonathan Wheeler, by the way, leading in the street mod category at the moment. That car, I talked to Jonathan last night, is capable of making 1,200 wheel horsepower. It's a Nissan 370Z. It's a very custom build. But last night they were trying to detune it because it was making so much power they couldn't put it to the ground, as you would expect with a 1,200 horsepower 370. And they seem to have gotten it much better now in that position. But I do think that we're about to see Ryan Matthews jump to the top, 138.636. And there he goes back up to the top there. I thought for a second that that time was deleted for some reason, but it will stay. And then back to our track mod class. This orange 1 Series, Chris Smith, currently scored 2nd in the track mod category. And slows it way down here for turn 11. And you'll see at the bottom of your screen that the V-Tour P1 car, that is, again, Justin Peachy, a 136.9. Is a little bit shy of his best time of the weekend. Luke McGrew jumps up to a 140.885. David Bamforth splits the difference. Jeremy Lauder up to 4th and Unlimited, and everybody's everywhere. There are all sorts of shifting and shuffling there, huh?
That's the fun of it.
That's the fun. There's Lauder again in the 4th place position currently. Looks like he's redone some of his doors as well. He had a full livery on that car, but looks like bare carbon, so maybe some new door skins. Philip Glass-Hess, bottom of your screen, he is coming to a very slow roll, but that was only to allow cars by. That was very savvy of him to allow cars around the outside there. Luke McGrew doing the same. Just gentlemen in this top group here. They know how the rigmarole works and when to get out of the way.
Very respectful.
And Joshua Briggs, within half a second of his best time of the weekend. Andres Bertulis knocking on the door of his best time as well. So the capability to run fast is still there.
And they are spread out a little more, like we talked about.
Yeah, that's an experience thing, right? I mean, they know they're going to need some space. Bertulis way wide at turn 1 and took a lot to gather that back up before the swing back to the right. But Bertulis currently scored a little bit down the order in the Unlimited category. So Bertulis in the 171, up to, that's a 2nd overall in this session, a 135.669. So only by 0.2 is he being defeated by Josh Briggs. So Briggs now has some more competition in the Unlimited category. And that, you know what, I think that's why Bertulis was wide at turn 1. It's because he blew through the start finish again like we talked about to try to edge another 10th or 2 out. And he got it, but at the expense of this lap now. Right. So threw this one away for the last one, and I think it was worth it. He'll be 3rd place in Unlimited as it stands. This Lexus RCF, not a lightweight car by any stretch, but he's done everything he could to bring the weight down. Lexan windows and replacing the glass and gutting the interior. See if he can go up a little bit faster. This time through, well, it won't be faster because we just documented his slip up. There's Justin Peachy again, leading track mod, and it seems like comfortably. And this time now is his best of the day, 135.754. Best of the weekend, actually.
And he changed his arrow since last season. He has a new wing on it. Has a little twist in it. Oh, interesting. Cal Fortner has picked up some time. 137.220 in that Mercedes AMG GTS. But here's Peachy on the run down to 8. 155 miles an hour, I'm guessing, VMAX here. His front wheels tucked way up underneath the fenders, out of the Airstream. Keep that thing as efficient as possible. Reminds me a lot of the Corvette C6R that Corvette Racing would have run in the mid-2000s with the body, the way the body is set up. A little lateral slide out to the edge. You can tell he's chasing for grip, and it's threw the car back in it a little too much and kind of locked up the right front. He saved it, but that was a little too much of a charge. And it'll accelerate out towards turn 14, but I imagine that this will not be a pickup. And you see he's immediately killing the lap, but he's going to try to start again or pit in is my guess. Jimmy Rauch in the 921, another Unlimited class entry. This Ripper is such a fast car. This thing is a rocket ship. And also Philip Glass-Hessen is on debut in Unlimited, and Luis Zendejas as well. The Unlimited battle is going to be a lot of fun this weekend, I think, to watch between all these drivers that have found their legs here in the late going.
the unlimited entries are few and far between throughout the season, and I think when people think of time attack, they're generally, the first thing that comes to mind is these crazy fast, super high horsepower, big aero cars. And throughout the season, I mean, there's just not that many of them, so we don't get to see a lot. So having the unlimited field be as deep as it is, I mean, is pretty exciting. I think we have, let's see here, 12 unlimited class entries, which I don't know if that's a class record for unlimited, but it's certainly up there. And here's Cal Fortner in Street Mod. And heading down to turn 8. He ran a personal best in this session. I don't know that it was enough to 37. It is knocking on the door of Jamie Santos, if he hasn't already gone by him. So Street Mod will be a fight here in this session as well. And there's a look. Yeah, so Santos, he even went quicker, Fortner did, a 37.2. So that's a significant chunk faster than last time around. And the only car that they're left to chase is Dewey DeWitt with a 137.1. So there's only a 1/10 of a second between Dewey's best time of the weekend and Cal Fortner's best time. So these two are going to be bare-knuckle brawling in the heat later today and the one tomorrow morning to get into that podium sprint and seed themselves as the top Street Mod competitor. So that's a great drive by Cal. We'll see if he can pick up a little bit more. Philip Glass-Hess we talked about in the 111. New to GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition here this weekend. This car has been taken down to the frame and rebuilt from the ground up a number of times, originally for hill climb competition. So now he's joined us on the Track Battle side, running on the circuits. And you see in street class, this is what we were talking about on the bottom left of your screen. Both of those Halkas are both Josh Halka in different cars. But when we get to the podium sprint tomorrow, he's going to have to pick one. And then Will Dries in the Hyundai Elantra N in third place, holding pretty tough there. That's a great run for the Elantra. Ahead of Laughlin in the 571 and Siegel in the 470 Civic. So watching Philip Glass-Hess come back around. And accelerate up towards the start-finish line, and it looks like he will complete another lap and go back around for at least one more. We don't see a checkered flag just yet, but I would anticipate one in the next 4 to 5 minutes. Nicely done through turn 1. Again, the answer might not always be Miata for Unlimited unless you do the engine swap and make this thing crazy like he did, but it's hard to beat a car from a weight perspective. Like a Miata. There's Street GT again, giving you the show there. Kilgore leading that category, and then Jimmy Rauch heading down into turn 1. But things have been tight across the top of all 7 classes so far this weekend. And here's Jamie Santos. We'll see if Santos can leapfrog Fortner again in his 1 Series BMW. Or if he's on a fast lap now. It was not an improvement that time. But so much development's gone into this car over the offseason as well. It looks like he's also slowing down. So, cool down lap for him. He's already had a pretty good session. Dayton Delahousse also in the 985 in that EcoBoost swap MX-5 Miata, the ND. Ryan Matthews and then Jonathan Wheeler. So that's your top 5, but Dewey DeWitt did not go on track in this session. And part of me thinks it's because he's run a lap that he already knows is going to be good enough for podium sprint. That's the only job he has to do is get into that show. He's already effectively locked himself in with the lap time that he ran. But it is a little interesting. He'll probably run tomorrow morning again when the session is cool again. But Cal Fortner likes to be out there, likes to make laps, and it paid off for him a lot faster time. About a full second quicker than he ran earlier this morning. And he'll be really excited about that time and the seeding for the podium sprint should things stay the same.
Well, I did just see Justin PG did a cool down lap and came off track. So his Heat 5 session's done.
Gotcha. So he'll wrap it up, and he had a pretty good session as well. 135.660. That feels like it could be better than he had run, and it was 0.3 better than his best time prior. So once you get a better lap time, it's unlikely that you're gonna be able to do that 2 or 3 laps in a row. So cut your losses, save the fuel, save the tire, and head back in. Philip Glass-Hess, though, continues to search for speed here. He might be one of the only cars left on track taking full advantage of this. But he's also offline, so things are winding down here for Track Battle Q5. And once you get to the unlimited and track mod stuff, you're not going to run 5-6 laps. You're just going to run one and done. But that'll be the checkered flag. So complete is GridLife Track Battle Heat number 5 here from GridLife South Carolina. We can get out of this whenever you guys are ready. And so with the last car rumbling around here, there's a look at your running order. And GridLife Track Battle is finishing up here for the morning session here at GridLife South Carolina. What a show that was. Here's a look at your unlimited results thus far, at least in this session. Joshua Briggs, Bertulis, Zendejas, Philip Glass-Hess, Jimmy Rauch, Jeremy Lauder, Bassett, Hartman, Flamia, and Mark Johnson are your top 10 in unlimited. And here's track mod. It looks like Justin Peachy up at the top of 135.660. Bamforth, McGrew, Hale, and Boersma, the rest of your top 5. Then Tim White, Jason Witt, AJ Keys, Matthew Bowers, and Marshall Moore after our heat today. Cal Fortner jumps to the top of Street Mod here, and he's just in P2 overall behind Dewey DeWitt, but Dewey didn't go out that session. Jamie Santos, Dayton Delahousse, Matthews, Wheeler, Grant White, Logan Kenseth, Cameron Newman, Charles Bucky Lassick, and Tim Lutz are your top 10 in Street Mod. Then in Street GT, here's a look down the order. Kilgore, Austin Hurdle got his ticket late, but joins us in the 536, snuck in there, second place in that session. Then down at the bottom, we see Ben Bolthus, William Gravely, Beth Conaway wrapping up your 9-entry Street GT class. In the street category, though, we've got Josh Halka, both Halkas. Of course, there's your Club TR group as well. Mario Marone, Evan McLaren, Jeremy Bailey, your top 3. Stan Fingold and Michael Budai wrapping out your top 5. Then Kevin View, Randy Ramchan, Foster Johnson, Mike Day, and Daniel Corliss. And last but certainly not least is your Club SC class. There's your running order. Mike Jansen resets the track record again. Right up at the top of the board with a 154.632. Chris Rice right there as well. Williams, Dueling, Best, Mukherjee, Davidson, Coughlin, and Glasgow, the rest of your running order. So results after GridLife Track Battle Heat 5. Man, final thoughts on that. We saw a lot of quick times here in that one.
Yeah, we said it was going to get exciting, and it did. A lot of clean runs, and track did what track needed to do.
So looking at the packed field here, packed house, packed crowd on a Saturday at GridLife South Carolina. Great moments from this session, though, and we'll show you a couple here in just a moment's time with the highlights from GridLife Track Battle Group A. Some big sends, some big slides, and here's all groups. Actually, we're going to get D through A. Big slide for Chris Rice early on in his Honda Fit before he went towards the top of the order. Foster Johnson jumped up quite a few seconds in his Club TR S2000. Then the 860, Josh Briggs, or Josh Garcia rather, in that car. A couple more Sunday Cup cars having some fun. Again, Foster Johnson in that number 410, getting after it deep onto the rumbles, watching the rear glass vibrate as he chucked that car around Carolina Motorsports Park. Absolutely hustling on his climb up the order. A little bit of an off for the 88 earlier in the session. It was David Chang, spun out of turn number 1, but got back rolling. No harm, no foul. More battles in the Club TR category, the 224. Little awkward moment there. Chris Boersma getting out of the way for the Stance Works Ferrari. And Stan Fingold jumping out of the way as well. A little big moment there for Drew Vosk leaving turn 14. Big tank slapper moment out of the way. And then Cal Fortner chasing Philip Glass-Hess there. As coming out of this, there's a little bit of coordination there, but great track battle heat number 5 here from GridLife South Carolina. And with that, we'll take a break for a little while before we're back with you for the afternoon of action here from Carolina Motorsports Park in GridLife South Carolina.
I'm Cody Smith, and this is my 85 Oldsmobile Cutlass that I've built for time attack and just largely playing around. I do a lot more than just time attack with it. I also do autocross, and at the end of this month I got a hill climb coming up that I've been doing the last couple of years too. So really it's just about being an all-arounder for me and really having fun with. Last weekend I was at an event where we actually got scored on autocross, drag race passes, and a standing start on the road course. I like to do a little of everything with it. To my first track day with this thing on completely stock suspension. I had a very mild build on the engine just to keep it from blowing up and making sure that it wasn't going to starve oil in the first corner. And from there it kind of evolved into every single event I was changing things, like what is the worst thing right now. So like early on it was that it body rolled a lot, so I ended up with sway bars and then springs, and then I was doing ball joints to fix the camber curve, and it just kind of snowballed where I think I was 3.5 years into doing this stuff before I went to 2 events with the same setup. So it's really been an evolution of me learning, you know, the driving aspect as well as the building the car aspect together along the way. And I mean, I'm 6 years into it now, and I'm really kind of at the point where it's heavy. I need to figure out either how to make it quite a bit lighter, or I have another chassis just like this at home that I want to start with, like from scratch, trying to make it as light as possible. The engine is a 350 Oldsmobile diesel block. But all the bolt hole slabs, so you put all the gas stuff on it. So what I did was I bored it out, so it's 384 cubic inch, ported aluminum heads, big intake, full dry sump system. I ended up doing that because turn 2 at Brainerd, I was watching my oil pressure gauge go from 40 down to 20 and then come back up to 40 exiting the corner when I was on the old engine. And then now with the new engine, I'm making another 100 horsepower more, makes around 520 on the engine dyno and around 460 foot-pounds. It might be a little bit more now because I had some teething pains last year where I ended up having to take it back apart because I broke the head off of the intake valve that bounced twice and got stuck in the intake manifold. So instead of kablooing the whole engine all over turn 14 at Road America, I got extremely lucky where I actually drove it all the way back to my pit spot and loaded it in the trailer, unloaded it at home, put it in the garage, and then found out I had no compression in cylinder 7. So now it's got bigger valves, a little bit better valve job on it. You know, I'm going through a couple other things, like now I have a functional cowell induction set up on it. I just built that recently. Added a few more vents to the hood, not necessarily because I need the cooling, but to try to get more front end downforce. Because when I put the cowell hood on a few years ago, I noticed a loss of front end downforce because it was pushing air underneath the hood from the windshield. The suspension is basically every place where something bolts on has been modified now, except for the lowers in the rear on the chassis side. I built a custom 3-link Watts link for the rear end. A couple years ago, I got to the point where I don't think I can do anything more with the factory 4-link, especially in the mounting points that were near there. I was still moving things around on the axle side, but I got to the point where I needed something different that was more tunable. Ended up chopping off quite a bit of the front, doing some tube frame stuff, took around 150 pounds off the nose of the car, and then made my own upper control arm mount points so that I could do caster and camber independently. And that was a big help because after I did that, I was able to get a good camber curve in there the way I actually wanted, and I basically doubled my tire life. But then after I did the 3-link in the back, then the front needed more grip, so then I changed spindles and some other things, and was playing with the lower control arms to get the roll centers. And like I said, this thing's been an ongoing process of learning all of this stuff, because 6 years ago when I started, I didn't know about any of this suspension. How I got into grid life. In 2016, I had a buddy who had other buddies that were gonna go, and then work ended up coming up for him, so I just bought his ticket and yeah, whatever. I'll just take a week off of work and go to Michigan, and see what the heck it's all about. And like from that first time at GridLife Midwest Fest, it was like, no, I'm doing this every year. I'm gonna come to this. I want to get on track and do this. Kept telling myself that, and at that point, I'd been wanting to do the road course thing for almost 10 years at that point, and I ended up having a house fire and basically losing everything. And at that point, it was really kind of a hard reset in my mind to be like, all right, you can lose everything tomorrow. Well, obviously, it just happened. So it's like, am I going to keep telling myself I want to go do road course things with GridLife and other people and organizations and all that stuff? Or I'm just going to keep telling myself that? And that was really the point where, it took buying this car because I had lost one that I was building in that fire to go do these things. And I went and bought this one almost immediately after, like within a month of losing the other car. I street drove it for a whole summer, and that fall it was like, all right, decision time. And that was when I was like, nope, I'm gonna go do things. So that's when I built first engine, just making sure it had good baffles and made sure the oiling system wasn't gonna fail on me right off the bat. By the next spring, I'm like, yep, okay, I'm doing this. Like I signed up for some GridLife stuff. I signed up for an autocross school. I signed up for other events. Like, let's go. And I think I did 11 events that first year, 13 the next year, 14 or 15, pretty much every year since. Like, it's kind of snowballed and gotten kind of crazy. I just have so much fun doing this stuff.
I'm JB. This is a 1990 Mazda RX-7 convertible, and it's yellow. So when I first got into drifting, it was the early 2000s. Watching option videos just like everyone back then, and I really wanted an S chassis. Bought one, blew it up. I needed something to get me by because I was in college at the time, so got a Mazda Miata, took it to the track, fell in love with it, and that's when I got into Mazda specifically. When I went for more power, I wanted a RX-7 because it was affordable at the time. They were super cheap. So like the first 3 convertibles I got, I think I paid a burrito for one of them, and 2 of them were for free just to get them out of people's yards. I've had a lot of different power plants in RX-7s, and it was just a lot of testing here and there what I liked and didn't like. And I never had a JZ before, never really messed with a Toyota engine. It was a lot of V8s. A lot of my buddies on the West Coast just had JZs, and they were out at every event. They were reliable, they sounded sick. The power was crazy linear, it just worked. It was less of an on-off switch than a V8, so it was something that I never had experience with. I had never even driven a JZ before. The bottom end is built, the springs are upgraded, it's pretty simple. It's good for about 650 engine horsepower. I couldn't have asked for a better power plant. It's just very reliable. I don't have to worry about it at all. Most of the time, I'm just changing the oil in it. I got into GridLife from one of my buddies, Brian, who knows Nick, who really wanted us to come out, and I had never driven a GridLife before. And it was another thing, just on a whim, I'm like, hell yeah, come out. My first event was last year here at Gingerman. The thing that I love about it the most is it reminds me of what drift events were when I started. Even Formula D, how it was 10, 15 years ago, where it's just everyone's friends, they're in the pits, we're just hanging out, having a good time, nothing serious, we're here to drive, have fun. It's just an overall awesome weekend. Like, I look forward to this event, and I will every year now, because it's just so much fun. Not just only on the track, mostly off, with just all the people that some of them I haven't seen for 10, 15 years that just happen to be here, and I run into, talking to old friends, new friends, it's awesome.
Take
check this one out. It's signed by the GRIDLIFE owner.
Dude, that's sick.
Yeah, I know. I met him up in.
Yeah, the corkscrew?
Yeah, corkscrew. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Hi, Mom. Love you. Give a cute smile for the kids at home. Hi, kids. You won! Put her on the chip. Yeah, the P1's right here.
I appreciate everybody for coming out to GRIDLIFE Laguna, year number 2, and making it so wild and so fun. Thank you all so much and have a great night. Drive safe.
family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber, on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine, the spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something?
Does that all look like it's still plugged in?
The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was gonna stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're gonna try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm gonna fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this gonna be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GridLife Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think
anywhere.
I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve.
Ooh.
Or piston. Or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GridLife Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GridLife Touring Cup, race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars
cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here, Matan. Tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single filed out
Dana's
now.
keep holding it together. Can he hold around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins. Right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
all punched in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so, like, you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it. You know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. Yeah. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. You know, I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Cattill, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Flag flies. Magnuson gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnuson push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnuson pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not gonna make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnuson with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnuson.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Baton.
Absolutely, Kyle.
And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GridLife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and then sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in a weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds a hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah, looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone.
It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right?
We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like, when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end to come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Matan here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth.
It's fun.
So
Watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GRIDLIFE. You guys are GRIDLIFE. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like, you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
if it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10th lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle.
Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here it is. This is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&P is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9. And now into this wickedly quick kink here, turn 10. They're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and
Yeah.
like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't have confidence yet in
exactly.
some of those
I feel
turns.
it.
Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like, this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice,
yeah.
there you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him.
And GRIDLIFE South Carolina, we're back on a Saturday afternoon for the continuation of our first event of night of 2025. Welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Kevin Bandy this weekend for a handful of different activities on the racetrack. Next up, it's the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 2, Kevin.
Pretty excited to see this again. They were our first race of the weekend, and we have some different conditions today. So we saw GLTC take advantage of the dry weather, but battling some conditions that are constantly changing between drift and everything else. So it'll be cool to see how Rush takes on race number 2.
It's a packed house down there. Fans are finding their way trackside. They heard the engines fire on the grid just a moment ago. Ryan Leach sits on pole right alongside Andy Vogel. Those two traded positions on the final lap yesterday. It was a thrilling battle amongst those two. Nico Bratz in that red number 7, though, would like to take a spot from both of them. You see the fans trackside lineup. They hear the cars firing up, getting ready to go racing for a 15-minute race, thereabouts, here in race number 2. You brought up the conditions yesterday. It's much nicer today. We have not had any wet weather. Of course, it's overcast and partly cloudy and sunny and everything in between, but the air temp has fluctuated a lot, but the track temp has been pretty consistent today.
Yeah, where they're going to like that consistency. It's really going to help them dial in the car, find their pace, and we're going to see excellence out of these drivers. We're going to see them drive at their best and battle for position and to see where they can end up at the end of this race.
And of course, before we send the GRIDLIFE Rush Series cars out, we caught up with Cerise. Cerise, what you got?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am standing in front of our first 2 cars of this next Rush race. I'm going to go check in with Andy Vogel. Now, this is his second ever Rush weekend, and he finished pole 1. You finished pole for race 1. And on that last one, you got passed by this gentleman over here on the last lap. Talk to me about that race and what you're going to do in your defense against him this time.
Yeah, he simply got blessed with some lap traffic on my end. It was just bad timing for me. He took advantage of it, and now it's my turn for payback.
All right, cool. And how has it been running in this Rush series? This is your second ever Rush weekend. What's it like?
It's been awesome. Everybody's really friendly. The cars are fun to drive. No complaints whatsoever. It's been a blast.
And it's very cool how you're able to customize these cars with the livery. The pink and the purple and the blue is a good look. Do you think that makes you faster out there when you look good?
Pink's always fast.
Yeah, I like that. All right, well, best of luck. Go race hard.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, now, what I want to do is I want to check in with Ryan Leach because we just heard from this guy. He feels like, was he a little robbed? I don't know. This guy had some fast lap times as well, so the competition in the series is heating up. Mr. Leach, you came in at the last second and you beat Mr. Vogel. Talk to me about what was going on in your strategy and how you were able to secure that win.
I just saved some tire at the beginning of the race and it worked out.
Yeah. Now you have something to preserve here. What's going to be your strategy in making sure that you maintain this pole position?
I think my strategy is just to take off and build a gap and maintain it for the entirety of the race and take the win.
Yeah. What's the coolest thing about driving these cars for you?
Very inexpensive car. Pretty much anybody can get into it. And they're easy to work on, easy to maintain, and fast. It's a really cool program.
Yeah, we couldn't agree more. You guys always put on a good show. Everybody is starting to really, really warm up to this series. Drifting has been a fan favorite, but Rush might be taking that position. Do you think that's true?
I agree.
All right, man. We'll go out, race hard. We're rooting for you.
Thanks, Cerise. And yeah, that was great to see Andy Vogel and Ryan Leach chatting about the race yesterday. It was a lot of fun for sure. And she mentioned that it's a fan favorite series now. Right now, right in front of us, all the fans are navigating to the trackside there as the field rolls off for the starting grid. Let's roll through our grid order here for race number 2 for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. On the front row, as they were yesterday, Ryan Leach in the number 56. He'll be on the inside for corner number 1. Andy Vogel in the number 34 starts alongside. In row number 2, it's Nico Bratz in the number 7. And Ethan Alexander in the number 33. Then in row number 3, it's Gage Hughes in the number 51 and Nate Hamilton in the 144, followed by row 4, Larry Brady in the number 59 and TJ Hunt in the number 28. Starting in the fifth row on the inside, it's Evan Shanks in his first ever competition weekend in these cars in his number 53, right alongside Grant Anderson in the 133 in 10th. Jake Sanders starts 11th in the number 77 with Jalen Batley in the 88 car in position number 12. John Howie, the number 17, starts 13th with the Team and Alzheimer's Motorsports car rolling off in 14th in the number 29. 15th place, it's James French, who was mighty quick in warm-up this morning. Andrew Lee starts alongside him in 16th in the number 333. Then it's going to be, let's see, Samuel Reed in the number 256 in 17th place. Brett DiGiacomo, who's also going to be charging through the field here in 18th place in the number 12. Then Matt Wilson and Jeremy Boysen in row number 10 with Grant Ellis, Alex Ziegenfuss, and AJ Campo rounding out your 23-car field here for the beginning of Rush Race number 2. Kevin, I'm so excited to get this underway. Yesterday, the changing conditions, the different tires made it really challenging to follow, really challenging to see when the battles were going to happen. Today, though, it's dry racetrack, slick tires, old-fashioned racecraft with a new fashion car.
Absolutely. We're going to see quicker times out of the better conditions. We're going to see everybody on the same tire, which hopefully will bring together some closer racing. A little thrown off last time because there's 2 laps in a wet race before they start, but we should see the light come out on the safety car on this lap. We're going to see some good racing right now.
About a 15-minute race here for the GridLife Rush Series race number 2, and behind one of our picked pace cars here this weekend. It's a program that we run with fans before each event. We select basically our pace car drivers' favorite submissions on our Instagram. So if you'd like to participate in that, follow GridLife Official on Instagram. Submit your car using hashtag GridLife Pace Car Contest or something of the sort. You have to check up the what they do. I can't remember the hashtag exactly, but when you do that,
do a little digging.
Yeah, you might have to do a little digging. But once you get here, you get a ride around in your own car and pace the field with Mike Cohn driving your machine. And it looks like have the lights extinguished. It sure looks like it to me.
The lights are out. There's a bit of gap in the back of the field, so we really got to watch and make sure everybody is diligent and gets back into that side-by-side formation. That's critical for the start. It helps reduce incidents, but it also gives everybody the same shot at finding some pace right at the beginning of the race.
All right, so cars doubled up, racked up, stacked up, over 11 rows deep. The GridLife Rush Series rebranded for 2025. Cars side by side. Ryan Leach, Andy Vogel. Leach has chosen the inside lane for the start, gives him drivers left for the first corner. Time to go racing again at GridLife South Carolina, here at Carolina Motorsports Park in Kershaw. It's race 2 of round 1 for the GridLife Rush Series, and great flags in the air and underway. It's a dead heat start between Leach and Vogel. They're going to be side by side towards turn 1, 3 wide in the back, and it's Leach that just clears Vogel by a nose into turn number 1.
We've already got a dirt drop there, but everybody's keeping it together. No impact yet, just really close side by side racing. These small cars out here can really make it dramatic going 3-4 wide. All the way at the back of the field, we've got some side by side action, just battles everywhere through the field.
And it looks like Leach has slipped up. He's dropped to 3rd place, so he made a mistake leaving turn 3. Big lockup there by one of the Sunoco cars. And they've gathered it back up, but Leach dropped to 3rd. Vogel had actually lost a spot to Brotz, but
yeah, we've got really tight battles everywhere. Everybody's lining up to take the faster turns.
Ooh, big lunge from a little ways back. Was that the 33 of Alexander that took that big lunge? That was a huge leap on the brakes. Again, these cars carry pretty good speed, about 130 miles an hour, but look at Andy Vogel all over Miko Brotz here, side by side, almost a fender touch there on the run down to 11, Kevin.
He knows he's got that pace. He's just taking advantage of it, making sure he can get that front position. Maybe he can run away a little bit and try to not repeat that issues with traffic he had in the last race.
Yeah, and again, it was Ryan Leach. He said he saved tires yesterday, but in dry conditions, how much will that matter? Brotz riding the rim, carries a lot more speed on the outside. Vogel cuts it down, shortens the distance, but it's a 3-car battle at the front of the field.
Yeah, this is not an agreed move. Everybody wants that front position. The battle is not over. We're trying to jockey for it. Here's that last turn that can be a use or lose, and we're seeing cars stacked up right next to each other.
Across the start-finish line here, lap 1 complete. So it'll be Vogel that leads the way. Brotz 2nd, Leach 3rd. Then behind them, it's Alexander and then Nate Hamilton. TJ Hunt's right in the mix there, 6th place as well. He's holding off a whole bunch of cars, including James French, who's up 6 or 7 spots in the opening lap. But Vogel sets a purple lap and is starting to try to sprint away from Brotz.
Yeah, and Andy's got a little bit of that lead going, but it's not enough to get comfortable. We know these tires have a lot of life in them, and they weren't used during the rain race, so everybody's got fresh rubber and lots to be put to use.
Now the slipstream here for Ryan Leach, can he just tuck in behind the number 7 and use that draft to his advantage on the run from turn 8 or to turn 11? Much longer straight from the exit of 8 all the way down to 11. Just that kink, but it's easy flat in these cars. And Vocal would just like to make sure that there's nobody in those rearview mirrors, but it's going to take some work.
And we've got the first 3 up close together, but they are running away from the pack. And Andy, look at that lead. That's looking incredible. But we'll see if that draft advantage, already popping out to try to make that position. And now we've got, we've got it. Whoa, that is tight. Looks like they might even be rubbing and touching all the way through there.
Full course yellow, double yellow flag. So the first caution of this race is out just after that pass for second place. So somewhere on track, we've had an incident.
And if you've got a big lead, this is not what you want to see. In turn 14, just what we were talking about.
It's, turn 1, rather. So we're coming up to this corner. They gave, this car must have spun probably on the end of lap 1, beginning of lap 2, and they didn't want the leaders to have to drive back through this. So the pace car is going to come to a stop here and pick up the field and navigate them around. But under yellow,
you're absolutely right. I was looking at the car's direction, which is not always the right indication.
That one was backwards, so that doesn't help.
And this, I had a similar situation in Lime Rock last year where I had a chance to be up front, and then a safety car took away a lead I had. So I know Andy is not happy about that. Closes the gap back, and he's going to have to defend again as soon as we go back to green.
Yeah, Ryan Leach is going to get an opportunity on this restart. He definitely missed something in turn 3 on the opening lap, dropped him a few spots, but he's very, very fast. We saw him get back by Bratz right before the yellow flag, and he was lucky that he got that pass when he did, because immediately after he completed that pass, that's when the yellow flags came out. So, he's going to have an opportunity on this restart, and you might not get another one, so you've got to pounce immediately and take advantage of Vocal's relative inexperience in these cars compared to his own. Trust that you're going to have grip at turn 1 when Vocal might not.
Yeah, and this might be his first restart. He had a race in California, and he's got a lot of time in track battle, but this is another part of the game, right? This is another part of the wheel-to-wheel world that you might be new to as you enter a series.
Yeah, certainly. I think he's had a couple restarts back at Laguna Seca, but certainly none that he was leading, right? So that's the big key. When you come back around, the rules in grid life are such that you go on green. It's not, you don't have a restart zone where you just get to decide in some arbitrary, no, when the green flag waves, everybody goes. So if you have a slower reaction time than the guy behind you, you will get passed. And especially in these cars when there are spec equipment, you've got the same power as the car behind you. If he gets on the throttle a 1/10 of a second quicker, he will beat you to the first corner.
It makes a huge difference. And with everybody stacked so close, you can be pretty far back. And if you've got a much better reaction time, it can make a huge difference for the race overall. So everyone's thinking about this strategy. And if you're not thinking at the right time, if you're not ready for this, it could really come back to bite you.
The car that went around was the Team N. Alzheimer's Motorsports car at turn 1. And they started 14th, and we didn't exactly see what led to that spin, but it just got turned around backwards, and it didn't seem like it wanted to restart for them. And even under the pace lap, took a second for people to figure out which way they would have gone, so better to do that at 50 miles an hour than 100.
Absolutely. Yep, so we're still stacked up here. You see everybody's pretty much lined up. Some are trying to keep some heat in those tires, but we're not sure exactly when. Everyone's looking to see if the lights go out in that safety car. Yeah, well, and again, I imagine this will be pretty quick, and their lights are out on the safety car. So pretty quick yellow because the car was right by where the tow trucks can just go out and grab it. So we will go back green this time by with about 8.5, 9 minutes remaining in this race. But it's Andy Vocal in command over Ryan Leach, Nico Bratz, and the 33 of Ethan Alexander in that blue metallic car, who was actually making a pretty good charge on those front 3 while they were battling. Yeah, exactly. So here's that. We're coming up towards the end here. We're going to see the car pull off on the front straight, and everybody's got to be watching so closely. You're looking for just a little movement in the arm to see that green flag go down, to know it's time to go for everything you've got and try to get ahead of the pack.
Yeah, to keep an eye on TJ Hunt, 8th place in that number 28 car. He would love to grab a spot here on French or Batley. Again, James French has won 24 Hours of Daytona in the Prototype Challenge category. He's got lots of experience in cars that have some similar characteristics, but waiting for the green flag to fly. The field's stacking up. Here we go. Green flag, and we're back underway at GridLife South Carolina from a long ways back. I think that was TJ Hunt that was on it, ready to grab a spot here down into turn 1. But look at this. Ryan Leach goes to the lead out of turn 1.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of position changes right there. Just like we said, it's all about reaction time. Leach took advantage and got ahead early, and we've still got a tight grouping for the front three, but a lot of position changes just behind that. I think I saw 4 wide.
Oh, big wiggle there for Ryan Leach, the race leader, and they were 3 and 4 wide. TJ Hunt there in the dark gray car with the Sunoco logo on the nose. He had a big charge on the opening start. The other one thing you don't want to do is get yourself caught for a jump start as well. They'll be watching in the tower to see if that was something they'll have to investigate post-race. But at the moment, it's Leach over Vogel, over Bratz, over Ethan Alexander. And then I think, is it? I think TJ's a couple spots behind that, but.
That was a clean lunge right there. And it looks like he might be able to hold on to it all the way through there. Yeah, see, you've got all these right set up, so if you can get on the inside of it, wow.
Little hip check
that was
there.
A sudden move.
Yeah. Grant Anderson, Evan Shanks are in this battle as well. But getting back onto the racing line, braking for turn 11. Great passing opportunity. Anderson still side by side a little bit deeper with the 51 of Hughes. This is all the battle for about 9th spot here. Whoa, Grant Anderson, big wiggle. He caught it though, didn't he? Quick hands.
Now all the field behind, wow, and there's a little bit of brake lock up too. Everybody's kind of getting in with the chaos. Yeah. And we've got some more side-by-side action.
I think that was Shanks that had a little lock up there. He gathered it up pretty nicely though, and around the outside, Anderson's got more charge this time from, it's the one, the 333 maybe of Andrew Lee, but across the stripe here.
Big slide all the way through 14, but he's still holding on to that position, although we're seeing a bunch of back and forth to try to gain it back.
Yeah, front three are beginning to separate themselves once again. Ethan Alexander has James French all over his heels. A little side-by-side deeper in the field. I think that is Shanks there, having a little battle a bit deeper with, I think that's Brett DiGiacomo that he's fighting.
And with that clean air up front, Leach has pulled a fastest lap.
So tell me about the concept of clean air, because we talk about the draft and how that can be an advantage, but what's clean versus, I guess the other term would be dirty air, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So clean air has nothing to do with the weather conditions or anything like that. It has everything to do with the car in front of you, and what its aerodynamics that benefit itself can be a disadvantage of you when you're behind it.
Yeah, so it's like I always say on the straightaways, you want to be behind somebody, that's the draft. But when you get to the corners, you need the downforce, and the downforce and the draft sort of are opposite effects in some ways. So you don't want to be following someone directly through a fast corner if you can help it. And Vogel's kind of on his back, his hind legs here a little bit, because Bratz is chomping at the bit here.
Yeah, he's fallen back a little bit from Leach, and so now he's more in a defensive mode, which is not where he needs to be, because he's got to make that position back if he's going for that first move.
Yeah, just got to get his comfort back away again. That restart definitely caught him by surprise just a little bit, and Leach was ready to pounce. So front three there, Leach, Vogel, and Bratz, and then Nico Bratz again. The way that he lost Road America last year and the run up the hill, 3 abreast to lose by 56 thousandths of a second. I mean, he wants one so bad.
Absolutely. No one in that top 3 is okay with any position but first. They're all going to go for it. They're just working on their strategy.
Yeah, a little dissuasion there from Ethan Alexander, swerving to the side. You can do that. He didn't react to the car behind him, which is James French. He just sort of moved off to the left to dissuade French from going up the inside. As long as you don't do that in reaction, that's fair play.
Exactly. We don't allow blocking, but that doesn't mean that you can't make your position known and do something that makes it harder for the other driver to get around.
There's that number 7, Nico Bratz again, metallic red, easy to spot from a mile away. Trying to chase down Vogel. These front 3 have just been in a league of their own so far this weekend. And there was a lot of volatility in the race yesterday because of the varying weather conditions, the drying track, the wet weather tires. But today it's on slicks, it's all the grip. So show the stuff that you've got.
And we're still throwing everything at them with the safety car and the reset, and yet these 3 still broke away and pulled away from the pack. So we know they've got the pace. It's really just between them and how they're going to sort it out near the end of the race.
Yeah, I wonder if Vogel's probably just at the upper limit of what that draft will help with. Once you're about 8-9 tenths of a second back, you're not going to feel that effect so much. But I think it's this area, the carousel in particular, that these drivers seem to have very different opinions on how to drive. We saw Bratz kind of ride the rim earlier. Vogel was a much tighter line. And now you see Vogel sort of trending outward. A little battle a bit deeper in the field here. This is the 227 car.
We always have to double check with those pink liveried cars because they
AJ Campo.
2 of them.
Jeremy Boysen is out there as well, a little bit further up the road, but there is 2 of them, and they both have 2s in their I bet you they're owned by the same guy too, if I had to guess.
No doubt.
But here comes Campo. Up the ends. Oh, lock up and spin, and right in front of the other competitor. Just locked the rears, and it just turned around on him like a tabletop, huh?
That's all it takes. One little false move, and now you're out. You'll have the opportunity to finish the race, but when you spin like that, everybody's so tight. The competition's so tight. You've just lost all that progress.
Yeah, so battles will continue now until they get turned back around. Oh, that's that Grant Anderson getting hip and shoulder there a little bit. That was very tight between those two.
Forced up on the curb, but he kept it together and actually got the forward position.
Yeah, that was Grant Anderson right behind the 28. That's TJ Hunt right there, so they're going at it. These two guys spend a lot of time together on the internet, on YouTube, hanging out with each other, coming to these Grid Life events together, now racing each other wheel to wheel. There's bragging rights on the line here today, for sure.
This is more aggressive than a YouTube comment section. They're out there trying to take it all.
And right ahead of them is 12, the 12 car. That's Brett DiGiacomo, who started pretty deep in the field, 18th place.
Great looking car. I saw a lot of progress right after the start of the race. Really just kind of took a line that was clear and ran up a few positions from the very start.
Yeah, so DiGiacomo continues to climb. I imagine he's actually passed up into the top 10 now, getting past TJ Hunt and Grant Anderson on this lap. So we'll see that update the next time they cross the stripe. But we've seen him up in the front before. I think yesterday was a bit of a letdown, all things considered. So he'll be charging back forward.
And you might see the same kind of drivers do really well in the dry and a totally different selection of drivers that excel in wet conditions. So what we looked at in race 1 is not going to be very indicative of what we see here in race 2. Now we're coming up on the final lap, so now this is for all the beans.
Yeah, white flag is out now. 1 lap to go here at GridLife South Carolina, and Ryan Leach leads by 1.3 seconds. It's not exactly as fierce as it was yesterday on the last lap, but Leach is just so much more comfortable leading this race than he was running second yesterday.
Yeah, you can see that comfort, you can see that pace. He's really just built a gap and then extended it all through this race. So I think he's got a clear shot at it. He's just got to not make a little mistake. That's all it would take to change the order.
Yeah, opportunity maybe for Bratz to get by Vocal on this final lap. There's only about a half a second between them, but that gap has come down a little bit. Any mistake by Vocal, Bratz will be there to pounce.
And Bratz, in the second carousel there, Bratz does seem to have a good bit of pace, and he might be able to close him in there, but that's really close to the end of the race. So that's where it all comes down, coming around this turn.
Only a handful of corners left here. Turn 11, 12, 13, 14. And Ryan Leach setting the pace as he did yesterday. It was a late race. It was a beautiful lead and beautiful pass. Made a mistake on the start, recouped it after the yellow flag. But Ryan Leach, after passing for the lead on the final lap yesterday, has a little more comfortable advantage today. He will come out of the final corner, and Ryan Leach goes 2 for 2, checkered flag here at GridLife South Carolina. Race 2 of the GridLife Rush Series goes to the 56.
You know he's going to be proud of that one. He absolutely earned it. There's no asterisks next to that. There's no question. That was just a well-fought battle and some clean racing.
It was great racing there amongst those top 3, and no hip and shoulder there. Vocal, Bratz round out the podium, and as James French got by Alexander there on the final lap of the race. Then Batley, Hamilton, Hughes, Wilson, DiGiacomo, the rest of your top 10. A little smoke. There's our tire down.
Is that a tire out?
Yeah, Grant Anderson's got a left rear tire that's gone flat. I wonder if there is some argy-bargy, as Calvin Fish would call it.
Possibly. But it made it all the way to the finish line. That's the best thing you could do in those conditions, so excellent.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
And see if that bodywork. These cars are so robust, it's hard to tell if he's actually gotten hit by somebody.
Yeah, it's working pretty well.
But tire didn't hold up as well as the bodywork did. But there's your top 3 after finishing the race. What a drive by these 3. And we saw all 3 of these cars leading at one point.
Yes.
Which is unbelievable. Bratz on the start, then it was Vocal for a couple of laps, and then Leach took it right back on the restart after the yellow flag.
Yeah, that was some excellent racing. Everybody got a taste of the front. Everybody got the pressure associated with being ahead of the entire pack and knowing to follow. And then it was one car at the end of the race, and that was Ryan Leach. He was able to pull that lead and carry it all the way through, and it was a well-fought and fully earned win.
Yeah, so starting off 2 for 2. Again, we're back to the classic Grid Life point system. So 25 points yesterday, 25 points today. So that's 50 points. If he wins race 3, he's got the weekend locked up. No one can beat him. So as a driver, you want to do everything you can to kind of lock down your results and make sure that no one else can beat you in that last race. Of course, we won't have a field inversion for the last race like we do in Eibach GLTC.
Yeah, exactly. So it is a points competition for the entire week, and what we've got here is Ryan Leach on the lead, and then Andy Vogel, second place behind him, Bratz, and then James French fourth. Ethan Alexander took fifth, Jason Batley and Nate Hamilton, sixth and seventh, Gage Hughes, Matt Wilson, and then Brett Diamojo.
Yeah, solid top 10 there, and great battles again with those top 3, James French and Ethan Alexander. That was a position swap on the last lap of the race, and I mentioned that French, all the experience he has in prototype machinery over in the in what was at that point the WeatherTech Championship in the prototype challenge category. So he's used to driving cars that have sort of the high downforce package on it. So he made that charge all the way from deep on the grid. You're looking down a little bit farther on the order as well. The drivers that just slipped out of the top 10 in that race. I think Evan Shanks slipped out, although or not. Because page 2 didn't seem to load up very well.
TJ Hunt was also up there in the mix.
Yeah,
and then,
he was.
Couldn't hold on to it till the very end, but he was up there for a while.
All right, let's have a look at the highlights here from the Grid Life Rush Series race number 2. Andy Vogel getting the push start to kick things off. On the green flag, though, watch that number 7, the red car. He got a great launch, but he led out of turn number 6 after a slip up here. A little side-by-side battle deeper in the field between the 77 and the 227. Here was Andy Vogel leading the way after a couple of laps of action. A lot of side-by-side. Evan Shanks had a big lockup with that right rear tire, slowing things down. And then Grant Anderson was in this fierce battle for a while. Big slip up there on the run up to the start-finish line. We got down here to turn 11, a little bit of a slip and slide. The 227 lost it. And then Grant Anderson continued his battle. He was really the star of the mid-pack show today, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Great battles there. All the way back around to the checkered flag where it was Ryan Leach that took home the victory here in the Grid Life Rush Series. Race number 2 of the weekend is complete.
The 3 tires on the way in, that's a pretty spectacular finish. We certainly saw a lot of great battles there. These drivers are driving these cars at the absolute edge. You see those little slides coming out of 14, but not enough to make a position change because everyone's driving that close to the edge. The action is still packed here. We see crowds lined up against the fences, just soaking all this in. We've got drift behind us on the kart track, and we've got more action coming to you on the main track.
Tons of stuff coming your way. Grid Life Rush Series Race 2 complete from Grid Life South Carolina.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Born on the track. Bred on the mountains. Raised on the podium. Ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
And back to Grid Life South Carolina. Drift full course is coming up, and it's been a fun weekend of drift on the full track and the kart track, but Cerise has put on a pretty good show for us here this weekend, showing us what's coming up next. Cerise, what you got?
We're starting off with drift coming up very shortly here. It's a fan favorite. Everybody loves to see a car go sideways. Everybody loves to see the cars blowing smoke. And here in South Carolina, we are joined with Duarte from Drift HQ. Duarte, the last time I saw you was in New Jersey with this car. You were running it. How is it feeling today at SCC?
It feels good. I love this track. It's a fast track. We get to try new things. So I'm continue to improve the auto trans and just having fun.
Yeah. Now, this is not a drift track necessarily. You have huge straightaways, and then you have sort of more technical areas. What's it like drifting this track?
It's challenging, but after you get like the high-speed entries and stuff like that, it's definitely fun. So we've driven here a few times. We were actually the first ones to come out when they did the first GRIDLIFE. But other than that, like once you get the entries and where you need to be and don't try to overdo it, like it's fun.
Now, there are a lot of different organizations that you could bring this car to. There's lots of ways that you can invest your time and your money. Why do you keep coming back to GRIDLIFE?
GRIDLIFE's the best. They know how to put on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you want people to know about Drift HQ for this year?
We have all the parts. Keep buying parts. Keep making drift cars every single day.
Yep. And you not only that, but you guys get to test them at the compound down in Florida, which is really cool. So it's tested. Duarte, we're happy that you're here with the car. Guys, if you are here at the event, make sure that you, who can they hit up for ride-alongs, actually?
I would say just come by the pit. If I have time, like we only have like 30-minute sessions, so it goes by so quick and we don't want to leave the track. But if I'm there and there's time, I'll take you.
Awesome. So that's what it is, guys. The drivers here at GRIDLIFE, thank you so much, are open to you talking about the cars, to getting in the cars if it's possible. And it's really great. We have fans, spectator integrations with the drivers themselves, which keeps it so fun. Here we go. Let's go drifting.
Let's go drifting, Greg.
Let's go drifting.
Heck
I
yeah.
love that. Yeah. And as you can see, Duarte, a man of the people, a man of drift. He's been in the scene for so long, taking care of people. He's hooked up me. He's hooked up my friends with parts. And just being here on track is super sick to have him. And I didn't know that car was automatic. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
An automatic 2JZ
hey man,
E92.
Modern automatics are pretty good.
There's some weird cars out here.
Well, we're so excited to have the full course drift guys back out on course. We've also got the kart track. There's fans lined up on both corners here. Some on the kart track, some on the full track. But we saw a lot of drivers with big sends earlier on the full track, Gray, and just eating up tires. But this place is so much fun to watch. And I think this little corner that we're in here with the stage is really cool because you don't have to go very far. You've got the kart track on one side, the full track on the other. You've got our merch booth and the arcade right in the center of that. Toyo's over there. We got the Fun Haver guys, RTR guys are right there. Race Treads over there. I mean, NOS, it's just all packed into one corner.
Yeah, the Festival Central area is the true spectator experience. If I get bored with the road course, I don't want to Rush, which I'm watching Rush. It's got some good race. And I want to go watch kart track. It's 5 steps away.
Yeah, it's a really convenient little corner here, and there's a look at the kart track, right? What's that like? I mean, we saw Night Shift Drift last night. We didn't have it broadcast, but this is a really cool layout.
Oh yeah, super cool. And this is the most consistent layout out of the bunch that really lets you build up speed on that short amount of track that you have there. Last night, Night Drift was awesome. Today it's packed out. There's not a second of time that hasn't been taken up on the kart track over there. So yeah, super sick to see. I got to ride with one of the Co-Works guys down there in the Sebastian's K24 dog box S14, and they're starting to get rowdy and start to get to that point where drivers are getting like, let's do a 5-man tandem, and then that starts the madness. So
yeah,
super stoked for this next session that's coming up. Hopefully we'll see some bigger sends than before.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess we were talking about conditions earlier today. It was pretty chilly this morning. It's warmed up a little bit. The track's pretty gripped up now, but as far as the drift guys, they don't care. They don't necessarily want it to be. They don't. It's the conditions are going to matter less to them than they are to the time attack guys in particular. But we saw some big sends and maybe low take at the end of that last session.
Yeah.
But again, we've got the kart track still ripping. So I hear motors firing up and going for rides here. So we should see some cars shortly.
Yeah, we should be seeing some rad cars out here.
Speaking of,
Duarte's automatic 2JZ E92. God, that thing's so beautiful. You never really see that generation of BMW within drifting that much. There's a few pros like Blake Olson who runs that chassis, but super undeveloped within the drift world.
Is it just too new? Because I feel like a lot of times, with BMWs, it's like you don't necessarily see these running in road racing and amateur racing either. You'll see E36s and E46s and stuff, but maybe not this newer generation.
Yeah, the E36s and E46s are definitely way more developed chassis that just a lot more drivers are more comfortable with. And, when you bring on a new chassis like an E92, there's a lot of nuances within these cars that in drifting you can't really tell off the bat, and that you kind of have to fight with. And so a lot of guys will go with true and tried formulas, but obviously Duarte here, said, screw it, let's build something cool, which is an embodiment of what the drift culture is, where like, hey, I don't know if this is going to work. It may be a total mess up, but you know what? Let's build something cool and unique for the track.
I wonder what drifting in automatic would be like.
I don't know. I don't know the automatic transes within E92 or if it's the same transmission. But
it's like an automatic. It's not like the what was the transmission they had for a while that was like the sequential
Triptronic.
Yeah, that one.
Triptronic. Yeah, I've driven a newer M2 that I think had that with the E-diff, and those things slide like butter. But I'm not sure about the generation before.
Yeah.
But yeah, these generations, they definitely get down and they handle well.
Coming around the backside here, heading towards turn 14. We'll see if he'll start kicking things out.
Yeah, hopefully loads up some speed and we see a big old backy.
Looking like Time Attack Group Z right now. Let's give us some slides, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Just feeling it out, looks like.
Yeah, warming up his tires, gearing up for the big send.
Oh, okay.
Let's see it.
Got some speed
Let's
now.
see how he approaches this turn 1.
It's so unnatural to watch him just fade towards the wall. There we go.
You load up the weight. You can see he hit that e-brake really fast to load up that power transition.
Oh, look at this FPV work here.
Oh, God, that is beautiful.
Get in that pocket,
Staying
baby.
Right on there, filling out all those outside zones on those corners. You can see how he kind of had to thread the needle there. It's super, super close on the inside to carry that line. And even then, you can see him do a little manji to extend that and carry that towards the next corner.
That was one of the things we talked about, was just how narrow that turn 1 exit can get.
Oh, yeah.
Now he'll just get your foot down to the floor and just carry this all the way around 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, super light work for Duarte, man. He's been around for a while, and he knows this track probably better than a lot of people here, honestly.
Fires up, now you're going to gather a whole bunch of speed, and this is probably where you cool things down for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
To have an opportunity. You're far away from the fans and the crowd at this point.
Yeah.
Other than our lonely cameraman all the way over there at turn 8. It's a long way over there, so.
Yeah, this track is super, super spread out, especially the sections that you can drift. Obviously, you see Nathaniel Chen on turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3. Let's see if he hits that inside little clip. Let's see. Yeah, threading that needle on turn 3. Yeah, super, super cool RX-7.
Yeah, dialed looking, too.
Yeah, not a fan of the car track, though. I haven't seen him on car track, though.
Maybe he's a big track boy,
Wonder why he hasn't been on car track.
BTB.
Gotta rub some doors. Rub some doors, Nate Chen. Rub some doors.
He's a big track boy. He eats meat.
I eat meat. I'm a mine. Yeah. Oh, God, I can't get over that Drift HQ green. Big shout out Drift HQ, being the presenting partner of Night Drift last night, putting on a super stellar time, putting the lights on for us.
It was spectacular just to look at. It was just a beautiful, beautiful scene. It looked like, you ever watch like the Global Time Attack in Sydney when they run Sydney Motorsports Park at night? It looked like that. It was really cool.
Yeah, super sick. Hopefully we get some more drivers out here to join Duarte. We got the Plymouth. We got the Plymouth.
Right. They've set the Navy out.
Awesome. We got all the Falcons driver. We got Justin Pollock, Belkovich, and Sonia and her Z chasing them down. Super cool car.
Are we backing?
No.
So close.
Yeah, can't give him to that one yet. A little dirt drop. I will say CMP is probably going to send us a big bill for turf this week. Look over at Car Track at the beginning and the end of the weekend.
They're just taking holes for new curbs is all they're doing.
Yeah, they're taking some souvenirs with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, super stoked. Filling out that outside. Duarte probably on the last end of his tires here in a second.
He's been out there for a while.
And that freaking Plymouth, dude.
Here comes Big Bertha, baby.
God, so sick.
This thing has its own gravitational pull. I mean, it just it just sucks in everything.
I can feel it pulling me right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of angle, dude.
Yeah, but this is the caliber car that GridLife brings out, these almost exhibition style builds where they're like, let's just take it as it's not meant to be competitive, but it's just meant to be cool and rowdy and fun, and that's what this car is.
Yeah, I mean it's big.
Yeah, big body Bertha coming around. Hopefully, let's see these Falcon boys and girl, Sonia, chasing them down. Rip this first turn 1 right here. We can hear him from the stage here already. Yeah, and a little bit more context. I was talking to Colleen, our social media manager. She told me that was Dai Yoshiharu's championship car from, I believe, 2009. So that car has won a full FT championship.
I'm just amazed that these cars last long enough to get to change hands so many times.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, the engines are, you're going to change your, get a little heart transplant every now and then, but just the bodywork and the chassis to be in one piece long enough. At some point, someone's going to smack it against the concrete wall hard enough, right?
Yeah, there's a misconception of drift cars that drift cars are ratty and tired and need to be
You would
retired.
never know by looking at that.
Yeah,
it's been around so long.
If you put the work in, it will last. The same goes for a GLTC car, a TrackBattle car. If you put the work in, that car will last. You don't have to leave the quarter panel dented in that you rubbed on that wall that one time. You can fix it. You can fix it.
Yeah, you just got to also not hit the wall again.
Yeah, exactly. We got to learn and we got to replace the parts that we mess up. See Duarte getting a little silly as he comes off track.
I think there's a general idea that, like, you know, I'm the wall tap. I don't want to hit my bumper.
Oh my
so
God,
I'll just pull it
Paul
off,
putting the pressure on these guys over here, drifting around the locals out here, letting them know, hey, the pros here to party. Step up.
There's no cooldown zone, boys.
Oh no, no cooldown with
They
Justin
say full
Pollock.
track. I want the full track.
Well, let's see this Plymouth gear up for turn 1. He's been getting so rowdy over at that car track, chasing down people. It's so unnatural seeing that car move how it does and just take these corners so effortlessly. It almost like moves like a Toyota JZX with these wide sweepers.
You know, I was talking to the driver about this car, and he got a letter from NASA to tell him to stop using this thing because it was slowing the rotation of the Earth every time it started moving. That's not a real fact.
I do not doubt that. I do not doubt that. See Pollock out here slinging it everywhere. Bogovic taking notes in the back, apparently.
Every action has an equal opposite reaction.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he's cooling it down. Maybe he'll pass Sonya up here. Let's see.
Or not see.
Or not, yeah.
Too much Can't see anything.
And they all pulled off track.
Yeah. Smoke screens, like the James Bond movie.
I know. Can't see anything. Yeah, I was talking about to a couple other drivers about on transitions being covered in smoke. You can't see on those transitions, you know? You just got to pretty much close your eyes and understand that timing. We got Pete Collins. Actually, fun fact about Pete Collins' car, we had another track battle guy come in last night and drive Pete Collins' car, and he did a backy first try. Can you guess who that driver is? Club SC driver. Club SC.
Club SC.
Pretty predominant driver within Club SC.
Oh, man. Matt Williams?
Sam Doolin, baby.
Oh, Sam Doolin back in it?
Sam Doolin get a
way.
backy first try with him Pete Collins E46. Pete getting a little rowdy out there.
I've ridden with Pete before. He's a wild man behind the wheel.
Oh, yeah. Pete's in a seat time car with us this weekend, and he's still throwing down on big track and kart track. He's probably got the most seat time out of anyone this weekend. He's a true seat time warrior.
Because he's got the blue car and he's got the white car, yeah?
Yeah, white car is more of a pro-am build, and then
pro-am. I love that term.
It's a real term. It is a real term.
I know it is. I just
like
love
you're not pro, but you're kind of am, but you're pro-am.
I've ridden in that car back at Pit Race, and that thing is insane.
Oh, yeah. It gets super rowdy. But I guess he opted for some more seat time this weekend, but that's not stopping him. Got Cole Richards in his LS GT86.
It's clean.
Yeah, look at all that speed build up. Doing a little grip lap to warm up the tires. It's going kind of fast there.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got a lot of
fast for a
grip.
drift car. Yeah, ooh, I wonder if he's going to do a big flick into this kink right here.
Look, it's just so stance. It's like ready to tackle it.
It's battle ready. I love drift car stands where you have the rear zeroed out completely for traction and the front with super aggressive camber.
It's also so clean and so jet black. It like looks like a shadow just moving across the screen.
Batmobile. I think we called it Batmobile for a while.
Yeah. Oh, man. Aircraft carriers through turn 3. So it has a tiller. It doesn't even have a steering wheel.
Yeah, let air traffic control know.
Yeah, exactly.
Too many crashes recently.
Oh boy. Oh, that's current. Current
Getting a
events.
little bit too current almost. Hopefully nobody crashes out here though. It's been a good weekend so far.
Yeah. In general, okay.
No big totals. Knock on plastic.
Knocked on all the surfaces we have available to us.
Knock on my noggin that nobody totals their car. Got the MB Drift 240 SX out there, launching the whole straight.
Whoa,
oh no,
well,
not the whole straight. Most of it though. Drivers like to get a little silly on coming off track.
Changing decisions.
Yeah.
Why not?
Looks like that Plymouth might be out of tires here.
My goal for the rest of the weekend is every time this car comes on screen, make a joke about how big it is. Just so everyone gets real sick of it real fast.
Reminds me of the people of San Antonio.
Oh no.
I don't know.
I'm trying really hard not to start internet fights this year, Gray.
I'm instigating it, dude. I'm all for it.
You feel free. But
I know. But I forgot the name of this local driver, but this E36 is awesome. Perfect example of a seat time build.
Gosh. So much angle on that Manji. That makes me nervous because the guardrails close in.
Yeah, you can see in lower power cars how they kind of got to do a fewer more shimmies right before those pro cars. But if you link him, he doesn't have an issue filling out those next sweepers.
Yeah, can he keep enough angle through this long sweeping 5, 6, 7 though.
Oh yeah, you got to stay on it through this one. Super, super shallow angle. Stay on the inside and pray.
Yeah, he's got it. He got it down.
Yeah.
Getting the wheel speed up was a little tricky there, though, towards the end. I mean, leaving that corner at 95 miles an hour in any other grip cars here this weekend, so you've really got to have a lot of power to keep your wheel speed up that high.
That and momentum. Momentum is the name of the game this weekend.
You probably got to go up through a gear, I'd imagine, at least once.
Oh, yeah. Uptick through the sweeper, second to third to fourth, the usual.
Yeah. Every time you shift gears, you can't lose a bunch of wheel speed either.
Looks like Mr. Plymouth's going out for another lap. Maybe the tires aren't dead.
It's like an asteroid.
Yeah, you can see the little handbrake feint right before the big feint.
Oh, man.
Dancing with the edge a little bit there.
It like has like a testosterone slide sound. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's
I don't slide.
Sounds like a
drift.
semi-truck sliding, like jackknifing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If a Peterbilt was a drift car, it'd probably look something like this.
Hi, no Mac. I'm a Peterbilt for dang
Peterbilt.
That's the second Cars quote I've used this weekend.
Oh, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. It's
Pixar
getting
Cars
bad.
was our childhood gray.
Yeah, it was.
And it is okay to
And
admit that.
It's never leaving my brain.
Yeah.
Good chow.
There was a DreamWorks versus Pixar debate last night.
Oh boy.
So
what's your pick?
I was a DreamWorks kid, but the one exception was Cars.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm a Pixar man through and through. Through and through.
All right, well, we're all allowed to be a little basic in some ways. But
oh, here we go.
Probably put ketchup on hot dogs too, but
you got a burnt orange FRS, Kyle.
Okay, well, there's not that many of those anymore, Gray.
We won't get into it too much.
Broke his taillight out. That's unfortunate.
Looks like a car tracking incident. Oh, we're gonna get it back here.
Backy,
oh,
backy.
Whoa!
Give me a backy,
stay
baby.
Stay in it. Oh, almost had it.
He threw his hands
almost
up too.
had it. Yeah, almost backy.
That was the first like real attempt that I've seen so far.
Yeah, you can see those tires getting super buttery though because they're heated up. They don't have as much traction as the beginning of the session. You had a little bit more grip. You could have stayed in it. Apparently, we've just got breaking news from Coworks that Chris Ward is going for a land speed record right now. So let's see how that pans out.
Well, the straightaway's not that long, so it's definitely not the Bonneville Salt Flats out here.
If anyone here has a Bro-Am build, it is Chris Ward. That is a epitome of Bro-Am build, so he should be at the top fifth by the end of the front straight.
So for the uninitiated, which is me, which car is this?
Chris Ward is in the S15 this weekend, who are top garage drivers.
Got it.
I don't see. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Yeah, in that purple, beautiful
that.
S15. Oh, I would kill. I would kill for a car like that. Yeah, he's had that car for a while, been through different colors, driven at Road Atlanta, CMP, Polecat, all of the different tracks throughout the Southeast. He's a staple of cages within the Southeast. He fabs up a lot of cages for FD cars in his shop top garage.
So he's going for it here.
Oh, yeah, I think so. All the guys are lining up, all of his buddies.
Boy.
All the top garage buddies are going to be instigating him. So he's going to be warming up this lap and then probably the big send on it.
That car is pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I think the land speed record it's like past the speed of sound, isn't it? So,
hey man,
can he do 800 miles an hour? Here we go.
That Jay-Z starts screaming.
Oh,
big
my
flick
God.
into that kink. Oh, carry it out. You got it.
Whoa.
God, carrying so much speed through that kink. That kink is scary to go through. That is not for the faint of heart.
That was wild.
Stuffed it up a little bit before that turn. Oh, and I bailed out.
Yeah.
Good decision on Chris's part.
That was, I mean, the entry to that had to be 115, 120 miles an hour at least.
Oh yeah. That's the norm for that corner right there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is absolutely wild. But heading up into turns 4, 5, and 6, cooling things down a little bit. 350. Let's talk about Z's for a second here, Gray.
The staple seat time car in the community. Next to the E36 and E46, those are the more prominent seat time cars. But yeah, Nissan 350Z, if you just want to go out and drive and get some laps down and be able to keep up with your buddies, this is the car that you want. This is like all you need. Coilovers, diff, seat, done.
Are the VQs buildable? Can you really build on those?
Yeah, Z1, which is the Z1 drift car right here, offers a lot of parts for those. But yeah, those VQ platforms have a lot of bolt-on parts available for them, superchargers, turbos, whatnot. You might have some issues with the rear end holding up, but they can definitely take the power. Chris Ward banging on gear here.
He's got a passenger too.
God. And you can just see the visual difference in speed between the other drivers in this.
My favorite thing is all the right-hand drive cars. When you see, until you know it's a right-hand drive car, you see a cell phone held up. You're like, how are they doing that?
Who's got his phone while he's driving?
Yeah, but nope, the right-hand drive car. We've had a number of times when there were supposed to be in time attack. You're never supposed to have passengers in time attack. That we'd get calls in for drivers having passengers. Like, nope, that's just a right-hand drive car.
Oh my God.
That happened in Mid-Ohio last year, too.
Yeah, imagine if we actually had issues with drivers being on their phones while they drive. Man, put Georgia State Police on these tracks.
Well, put a speed trap up at turn 10. You get them doing
yeah.
buck 30. So.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Bogovic changed tires, came back out. Sonia chasing him. God, what a beautiful, timeless classic car. So much history within that car.
And again, so clean after having been around for so long. And as you mentioned, checking the fenders and everything, you get up into it. Certainly some history baked into it.
Oh, yeah. If you take a close look at the quarter panels there, you'll definitely see all the history of that car, which it gets down. It's still straight somehow. But, yeah, still partying.
I think that's just so impressive to me in general that cars that have been around that long. We talked about keeping them pretty, but also just the fact that the owners have taken good enough care of them to not run them into a wall to bend the chassis beyond repair or the cage, have to redo the cage entirely. Because I think once you torque certain bits to a certain extent, it's just not worth saving. But
oh, yeah, no. Most of the chassis get warped and bananaed, and it's just not worth it. But the fact that this car has hung around for so long, it's been through so many series, and now we're watching it probably 20 years later at another big track is crazy. There's Chris Ward lining up for that big straight. You can hear the crowd start yelling. All the top garage boys are chirping at him. Let's see what he does here.
Also, heard him slide up onto the rumble strip.
Yeah.
Good fun.
Yeah. Good fun this weekend.
Well, we know what we're missing is a camera chase car.
Oh, yeah.
You were going to build one.
Oh! That might have been a backy. I didn't see the full clip, but that might have been a backy. That might have been a backy. If anyone's going to do a backy this weekend, it's definitely Chris
We get a
Ward.
slow-mo replay of that.
Look at that drone catching up to that thing.
Where's my boy Ross with the replay? We got to see that again.
That was beautiful.
that was sweet.
God, just how that car moves, that car looks. 132, officially 132, fastest initiation this weekend.
Yeah, this is great.
Just got word from Greg Bussell of Co-Rix. He's tripping at us from down in the audience right now.
Oh, that was so cool.
Yeah.
Run all the way up through 4, 5, and 6 at full blast.
Yeah.
Big wheel speed, big send.
Got our local grassroots hero here. Looks like he might be out of tire there. A little bit butter in there. Pete Collins back for more. And that FCP Euro E46.
I'll bet you he's got a passenger in there. He always seems to.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think for him, the seat time car is not just for his seat time; it's for everyone else's too.
He's giving it to Sam. He ever offered the car to me last night, and I was like, "Dude, I'm working. I'm working, dude."
To drive it?
Yeah.
Well, why'd you do it?
I can't ride off another guy's car. I cannot do it.
Okay, I have that same opinion.
I'll ride off my car, but I will not write your car off.
I've had Luke McGrew offer me his keys to his Corvette.
Oh God, no.
Hans Horpedal's got a 911 turbo he wanted. I was like, "You guys are crazy."
Absolutely.
Yeah, you realize I drive a Scion,
Maybe if
right?
we're in a parking lot and go have some fun and do some donuts, but definitely not out here.
Yeah, no. You got to know your limits.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Pete Collins knows his limits, not even trying this corner right here.
Yeah.
But gearing up for the next few turns.
Save the fun for where people can see it. You know?
Exactly. Exactly.
You see a little bit of the texture of the road here. Not a lot of elevation, but there's a little bit of undulation up and down that gives you some compression. And, when we head to some of the other tracks later this year, like Lime Rock, we've got, of course, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, big elevation where there's a lot of vehicle weight to transfer. But here we are back to top garage.
No. Stuffed it. Stuffed it. Stuffed it live on the stream.
Okay, that thing just crawled sideways.
Can we clip this?
That car just crawled sideways like it's got all-wheel drive and four-wheel steering. That was nuts. But
Go-Works guys are yelling at us to clip it. Oh, God. Just the community of the Southeast drifting.
All the folks on Twitch will clip it for us.
Oh, thank the Lord. Let Chris Ward know that he stuffed it, please.
Start more internet fights. Why
yeah.
don't you?
Yeah. Get him involved. Let's see if Pete's coming off.
I think Pete's heading back in. No.
He's just taking it slow. Slow and steady wins the race.
Turn at the wall. Oh, he's going to start on the outside here. Oh, there he goes. There's a late turn.
See that weight transfer on that car. Big important step on that first initiation is to have the proper weight load up on that. A little bit of a dirt drop.
He'll probably do it again on the left here if he doesn't get it back, but he did.
We'll add it to the turf bill for the weekend. Yeah, that thing is stock E46, 300 horsepower, if that, and you can party. You don't need a lot of power to party.
How much is done to this car?
Not much.
Not much?
Not much. I'd say just coilover seat, basic angle kit, two 255s in the back. You're good to party. A few stickers, add horsepower, I think.
That's what
the kids have been telling me.
That's what the kids are telling you.
How old are you again?
25. Okay, great. Not a kid officially, but
yeah. That's what they'd be saying nowadays.
Who are the Gen Zers drifting out there?
Oh God, what are the Skibbity Riz 350Zs,
Oh,
dude?
no.
Skibbity Riz 350Zs.
I should not have asked.
Yeah, we got the young buck over here giving us a check. Yeah, he's like, oh God, look at these old dudes.
No, they're so out of it. 26 and 25. We got no idea what's going on anymore.
Oh no, we're so jaded.
I remember Silly Band era, dude. You remember Silly Bands?
Dude, I used to deal them. I was a dealer.
You were dealing Silly Bands?
I was dealing Silly Bands.
You're such a naughty boy, Greg.
Dude, I was trying to run a protected for my first drift car, and Silly Bands was that first business adventure.
What were the other fads back in the? Because I like missed the Tamagotchi phase. Probably.
Oh Lord, there were so many fads. I feel like the older we get, the more fads come and go so quick. Oh, what else was there? Oh, sticker bombing. I miss sticker bombing on cars.
Yeah.
That was a little bit early for me. I didn't have my license around then, but rust everywhere, stickers everywhere. You know, that typical early Volkswagen stance style.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, very peak 2012.
Let's see if Pete will give us something else again. Hey, look, there's you.
Oh, my God. Wow.
Great.
That looks so official.
Cerise is our pit reporter. That was the most unbelievable headshot. We took these on Friday.
Yeah, these are great.
Unbelievable headshots done by our buddy Matt Marcoux.
Yeah, young and handsome. Look at all of us.
So, great stuff there. But, yeah, full track's quieting down just a little bit. So we're actually sort of in a transition point soon because we're moving on to our Drift Grip taxi sessions here shortly, which is going to be a mix of not only drift cars, but also some of our other drivers and competitors that got clearance to go on track with passengers to give everyone the experience of what it's like to be on track. So that's coming up shortly. We got that in for another 20 minutes before we go Eibach GLTC racing at 2:45 later today. So just, oh boy.
Ooh, and that MST 240 getting a little, he saved it there. He almost went off track there, but was able to save it.
Yeah, he dropped a tire and caught it, but.
Yeah, hitting that kink pretty good. Let's see if he fills out the next turn. Nope.
Got a lot of angle for the speed he was going.
Yeah. One and done. Hit it and quit it.
There's a lot of like calculation that goes on with your speed and how much angle and trajectory you actually need to get, because if you're going, 80 or 60, like he was, then it's pretty tricky to keep that angle for over such a large corner radius.
For sure.
You've got to carry a lot more speed and a lot less angle if you want to carry that, or just get your wheel speed up really high.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people cannot get away with that unless you, of course, you do have that horsepower to lean on and dig out of those turns. The lower horsepower cars are usually, you see them initiating faster because they have to keep so much of that momentum around the track that they're going almost faster than the Bro-Am guys.
So stay out again for another lap. Look, you can actually see on the straightaway the marbles.
That one's got a little bit of. If you look at that car, also, it's got a little bit of a tilt in the rear, and you can see the difference between cars that are body worked after each event and cars that are not body worked after each event.
Sounds like NASCAR track bar. Go up a couple rounds on the track bar. You get a little rear end skew.
Looks straight to me.
little rear skew.
Yeah.
Never hurt anybody.
Looks like he's got the whole track to himself right now. Oh, no, we got Pete coming down the front straight.
You talk about seat time car.
Oh, yeah, he's out there. He's gotten the most laps today already. It's not even full day.
He's probably doing more laps than anybody out here this week.
A little bit heavy on that front brake. A little bit of hesitation. Ooh.
Gonna fill the outer zone.
He's filling it. Right behind him, that Mustang.
Oh, I think they kind of bailed out of that, but Colin's still at it.
Keeping it together.
Oh, you see that left front tire?
But then you see how close you have to get to that line and that third turn, how you really have to hug that inside if you want to link the rest of those couple turns.
Yeah, he went in there and basically the left front tire, he hit that inside curb and it just jammed the thing up into the wheel well.
I'm definitely going to have to go ask him how that felt later.
Probably not good if I had to guess.
No bueno. I'll definitely be checking my ball joints next cool down.
We talked about the apex curbs here in some of the earlier sessions. The curbs on the inside of the corners are pretty smooth, but they're tall.
Yeah.
So you climb up on them, they're pretty smooth, but if you approach them at the wrong angle, you basically slam into it like it's a parking lot curb, right? The ones on the exit, those are the gator strips, as you call them. They've got the rumble in them. Yeah. Those are a lot more violent.
Yeah. Not as friendly. And luckily, a lot of these front suspension on these drift cars are super, super soft, so they can take that beating. The rear, maybe not as much, but yeah.
Where's that Mustang? Do you know who's in that?
I have no idea.
Local guy, probably?
Yeah, looks like it. Got the RTS 350Z. He's been shredding all weekend also over at the car track. He's been putting down the laps, chasing everybody. Was a real star of Night Drift last night, presented by Drift HQ.
Yeah. It was. I got a chance just to walk by it the other night, and it was just so much fun over there.
Yeah.
There's a dude in the crowd wearing a Jeff Gordon jacket, and it's dope.
Oh, that is super dope.
It's very much, what's his name? Jordan Taylor-esque.
Oh, yeah.
If you're familiar with his, what's his pseudonym when he wears the Jeff Gordon jacket? I can't remember.
Jeez, I can't remember right now. I need somebody in FD or GridLife to do a DuPont drift livery so bad.
Oh gosh, that'd be so great.
There's so many NASCAR crossovers nowadays, and I really need a DuPont livery.
Where's the
bad.
Chevy Lumina at?
Amen, dude. Amen.
Bring out the Luminas, baby.
Yeah. You can see that Mustang's just running away from that Z.
He's about to
going as fast as he can.
About to kick flip his side skirt out. He's going to catch it with his rear tire here.
Oh yeah, you can see him give him the wave to pass him. He's getting a little bit nervous having him behind him. It's not uncommon that drivers will crisscross and who's in front and who's behind and
maybe it was a close up.
Oh yeah. Hey, come chase me. Come trying to get some of this, bud. Yeah, good entry by that Mustang. A little bit short on that Z, but he had the power to get out of it. Just chasing after that Mustang.
Oh, a lot of speed there through turn 3. Watch out, those rumbles, though. Those will heat up your suspension.
Oh, yeah. They'll definitely knock some suspension arms loose on that one.
Big Mondre down to the entry to 4.
Yeah, and there seems to be a lot of different lines right over by 4 and 5. You either Mondre it 5 times or you're able to completely link 4 and 5.
So through 4, 5, and 6 for the Mustang. Got big wheel speed now, big smoke. Look at the RTS Z just chunking away tires.
Beautiful. Looks like I'm staring over there. We got the Falcon boys coming back on track here in any second.
They just left a cloud behind. Look at that. It's just like it's a whole new weather system they built over there.
Yeah.
Terraform. There's a word for not terraforming, but for weather. Terraforming, but for weather. I'm googling it.
The government?
Oh no! I said no internet fights, Greg.
Oh, I'm here for it. I am here for it. Government controls our weather. Tell them to turn down the rain, please.
What is the? I need this. What is the term?
Kyle's actively googling this
making weather.
Oh, that RTS is not giving up on that Mustang. Oh, looks like he's fading out a little bit. Heavy on that left foot brake to not run into his buddy right there.
I'm so disappointed. The term is just called weather modification.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That was come up with by an engineer.
Yeah. weather modification.
That's no fun.
Changing the weather.
It should be like sky screwing or something.
Sky screwing, he says. Sky screwing.
Something more with more.
Oh God.
Something with more juice.
Yeah, a little bit more juice. See his fist stuck out the window.
Sky scoping.
Sky scoping?
That sounds dope.
Quick scope the sky?
Quick scope the sky, dude.
Yeah.
Make some clouds.
There's Bogovic in that FD car. Old championship car. Sonia on the chase again. And you rarely see well-styled 350Zs. And I will say that Sonia's 350Z is one of the best styled Zs next to, who's the GLTC competitor? The Eibach GLTC competitor in the Z.
In the Z, Michael Hilo.
Michael Hilo. Next, Michael Hilo, Sonia, I think have the best, most complete styled 350Zs I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Got Plymouth back out. Oh, man. Almost a backy there, that front wheel getting some air.
He ran over the curb and actually killed it.
He murdered a family of 5 in that corner with that big hunky piece of weight.
I think he flattened out the concrete curb.
Oh, yeah.
It's a steamroller.
Oh, yeah. As Bogovic steamrolls into this corner right here. Filling it out, slowing up a little bit, so Sonia has to take the outside line not to run into him. Yeah, I'm so excited to see this chase footage out of Sonia. It's rare that you get cars that are able to chase that close, keep that proximity, but we got the checkered flag letting them know that this last lap for your session.
Yeah, but we're not done with drifting just yet. We've got the drift, grip, lift, biffed session
drift,
coming
rip.
up. All the drift, rip, drift.
Yep.
It's coming up next.
Yep.
What that is, for those uninitiated, is what you're seeing right now with a couple more cars added to the group.
Yeah, perfect example.
And exactly. So there'll be some cars coming on a racetrack with some passengers, and you get to kind of experience what it's like to be on track with or inside a drift car.
Yeah.
So that'll be what's up next for another 20 minutes or so before Eibach GLTC, race number 2 of the weekend.
Yeah, and I will say riding in a grip car and watching drifting is more crazier than being in the drift car while drifting. Because you're getting passed so slowly, but this car is going sideways at 80 miles an hour next to you. It's just kind of this surreal moment. So a lot of our spectators get freaked out on the following in those grip cars. But it's just such a unique experience that we offer, and that is unique to GridLife, and it's super cool. and gives the fans a chance to get a lot closer to these pro cars.
This car was featured on TLC's new car show for overweight cars called My 6,000 Pound Life. And,
oh my Lord. We're going to need to clip that.
I'm just trying to think of anything that I can come up with for this big beast.
Kind of fat Falcon up here, Kyle.
No, I mean, it's a big boy, you know?
Big boy, big horsepower, big
track,
tires,
you know?
Big sense here in South Carolina this weekend.
Down into the pits for the boy, that was probably borderline great, if I'm honest.
We're pushing it.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
really pushing it
That's
today.
right. It's a
I'm
drift
here
section.
for it.
You know?
I'm here for it.
We'll get all super serious, you know, when we get back to Eibach GLTC.
Yeah, that's when you need to get serious. For now, we're having fun. We're looking at these cars having fun, getting these big sends in. Bogovic killing the rest of his tire on here. Actually, that might be Justin Howard behind the wheel. They look Justin Howard gets close. They've been flip-flopping this weekend.
You see the big send out the window there? That was great.
Oh, yeah. Let them know that they're pulling off track here. That might be the last for just this drift session.
Looks like it. So we'll see who's lining up to take out their cars in the grip lift session. I see some people lining up, getting ready to go. Looks like new tires going on Pete Collins' car.
And so you'll see a lot of drivers on big tracks like these. Oh, you got the media guys running out there. They said get out there before we start the next session. A lot of these drivers at big tracks, since they're pitted so far away, they'll have their crew bring their tires and all their tools over, so they just come in super quick, change tires, get back on the track. Because if you leave your tires over by where you're pitted, there's no chance you're changing tires, and there's no chance that you're going back out there. And so, yeah, speed is the name of the game.
Yeah, looking around all the fans from the track side here, checking things out here at Carolina Motorsports Park. And again, great crowd here today, which is great to see. And tonight we've got the stage that we're sitting on is going to be alight with Emo Night and some others. You made all the graphics for it, Gray. Who else we got starring?
We got Emo Night, we got Hefe, we got Jake Panda, who also drifts. He's a DJ that drifts. He's got a really gangster green S13. And then we've got, who else to top it off? D-Rob, DJ Escape, GRIDLIFE Zone.
Yeah, and while we're waiting here, we got a couple more cars on track. I'm going to give a shout out to Aaron and Hunter, our operations team, the core of it. This event does not happen without them. They put in a lot of work starting on Tuesday, I think, for Hunter and Aaron probably also. So early days for them, long, late nights, getting the generators set up and towing around concrete blocks and all the rest of it. So they did great work. And would not happen without those guys. So big thanks to the operations team. And we also got the merch team that's here, making sure everyone's got all kitted out with all the new stuff. Kevin Bandy surprised me with the Eibach GLTC hat. Didn't even know those were ready yet.
Oh, nice.
That's dope.
Nice.
So great new merch.
Yeah, big shout out to all the teams this weekend. They've been killing it. Without all these teams, the merch team, the ops team, we'd just be a bunch of idiots standing around scratching our heads.
Media team and the live stream team as well, new this weekend and to us, and they're absolutely slaying it right now.
Oh yeah,
it's just been a super fun weekend. To be a part of this new process and great replays and great camera angles and new graphics package as well. So we're really stoked about that. So big thanks to all the guys, the camera folks that are stuck over there, by the way, because this racetrack, you'll know there's not a lot of walls off in the distance, so the track's got to be cold to get the camera guys in their position, so they're stuck out there most of the day. So big thanks to them as well.
Yeah, huge thanks to them.
Jamie Santos is going to be one of our grip lift drivers, and he's out there with the passenger, giving a ride along. He's currently third in street mod, so
you should be able to keep up no issue on that thing.
Yeah, there's the 48 is out there as well. Don't know the name off the top of my head, but I will get there. So again, this is for drivers that if you don't mind the extra wear and tear on the car,
why not? It's a practice session pretty much.
I mean, sort of, but some of the time attackers.
Is that Sam Dueling out there in his Honda Fit?
It might be.
It probably is. Or he's in Pete Collins E46. Who knows?
that could be too.
Sam's actually in both cars right now on track.
It's Jeremy Hensley, by the way, in that Subaru. That's Mike Coons in a similar car. Big
he's trying to
there.
drift it.
Well, he's trying to show off. That's what he's trying to do.
Kick it loose a little bit in the all-wheel drive car.
I mean, typically in a track battle session, they'd be yelling at you for trying to slide around.
Oh, yeah.
So you might as well have some fun, right?
What's funny is that generation Subaru, there's actually modifications that exist to turn it into a drift car and make it rear-wheel drive. We have a Subaru Legacy here that's drifting today.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
There's Subaru Legacy the Subaru Legacy in GLTC also.
Yeah. Speaking of weird cars, more E92s. Cole's B car, his E92, I believe 2JZ car. I don't think it's automatic like Duarte's, but yeah, hopefully we see some tandems out of them, some dual E92 tandems. That'd be super cool to see.
He's dragging a little piece of floor underneath it there, just a little bit of the plastic sheet shield or something is vibrating under there. It looks like helping that he's on the rumble strip.
It looks like they're talking to each other.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man?
And the Plymouth is about to eat this 350Z.
Do you think you'd ever see a Plymouth chasing down a 350Z?
No, it's about to get eaten alive, too.
Yeah.
It just completely obscured it like an eclipse as it went by.
Another Cars reference. That car reminds me of the, what's that farm machine that chases down Lightning McQueen?
It's the, oh boy.
If there was a physical manifestation of that, it would be the farm villain from the Cars movie.
Well, what is that thing called?
I don't know.
It's like a harvester of some kind.
All the blue collar farmers are roasting us, I'm sure.
I know.
Right
Did
now.
you know that there was actually an alternate version of the movie where Lightning McQueen gets caught by it?
What?
Yeah. Corn Combine. Thank you. Someone on the truck. I think that was Justin in the truck. Let me know. Combine. Corn Combine. There we go.
Corn Combine. The Plymouth Roadrunner looks like an evil Corn Combine.
It also looks like the Rusty's dudes.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
Whose Miata is that chasing Duarte's E92? Looks like
with a little bit of Rusty's and a whole lot of luck.
Oh yeah. Oh, God.
You two can look like me.
We're getting so bad with these Cars references. We're gonna get reprimanded after the stream. We actually got Grant Anderson, who's also a
my last one.
dual. Grant Anderson, who's a dual series driver. He's out here driving Rush as well as his own LS E36. He's taking it around the country. He's been doing a bunch of amateur events. Super cool to see him driving with Duarte out here. Dual BMW E36 tandems. Looks like he's telling him to go in that fucking Mustang chasing down that Civic.
Eddie Siegel, also currently top 5 in street class right now, so no risk or no risk, no reward.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are here to have fun, just like the drifters. Yeah, actually staying pretty close to each other. It may not look close for this clip, but on this track, such high speed, that's pretty close tandem.
Well, you transition twice, so it's a left, right, left combination. So you have to do 2 transitions between those 3 corners, and they happen in such quick succession that you don't really have time to properly get close again. So once you give distance for that first transition, you kind of have to leave it for the second one already.
Exactly. And it's so important that both those drivers are transitioning at the exact same time. So having those transitions back to back to back makes it really difficult for them to stay together.
I also really enjoy that Grant Anderson's Rush SR looks a lot like this car now.
Really?
Delivery is very similar.
Oh, I love that.
And so it's much easier for me to spot.
Nice. Yeah, I bet it makes your job way easier.
Yeah, better than body in white for sure.
Yeah, I am a big fan of that Red E36. Got the Z being chased down by that Subaru.
Mike Coon's getting a windshield full of smoke.
Hopefully Mike Coons will do some tweets.
Let's do it.
You used the little shocker out the window. Love to see it. It's also just a moment for the grip drivers and the drift drivers to hang out together. A lot of the time they're in their own ecosystems, and so this series lets them kind of get together and have fun together and just put everything. Hey, I know your grip, I know your drift, but let's just go out and have fun.
There's a GoPro on Coons' car too, so he's going to get a great perspective of that later.
That will be fun to see.
Even one of our leaders in Club TR's out there, Kevin Vu, and his
risking it all for the biscuit.
I mean, he was fighting issues with his braking system all week, and he was locking up his rear tires, so he was putting weight in the rear to try to get it to stop having lockup issues.
Yeah, so. Kevin, that's mostly e-brake move and drifting to do that. I don't think you're supposed to do that in grip driving, but
yeah.
Hey,
such a clean car. Gosh. Yeah. How can it drift for 45 minutes and still be cleaner than my car that sits in a garage all the time?
That's just Duarte magic right there. that's veteran magic, being able to keep a car that clean and that cool.
It's like rubber won't even stick to it. It's like he just lubed up the whole surface of the car. Like covers it in
it's like the Nickelodeon slime on that car. Nickelodeon car.
Yeah. E36 back at it again.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of 4-doors out here too much, but...
Oh, I love that. See that rumble strip?
Oh, yeah, I was about to see that's either the rumble strip or his wheel bearings going out.
I think he got the curbing there to pop, up and down.
Yeah, those rumble strips can really mess up a rear end if you hit them the wrong way.
Yeah, but they definitely send a lot of shock through your drive line.
Oh, yeah. This drive line, though, she'll take it.
I think the drive shaft is about 3 feet in diameter on this car.
Oh yeah, it's got to be a pre-war drive shaft, 5 centimeter stick, solid steel.
It's actually the prop shaft from the Titanic.
Oh, this poor guy. We've been giving this car so much this weekend.
Is that Luke McGrew? It is Luke McGrew out there.
Oh, Luke's McGrew in a C8 this year.
Oh yeah, in track battle.
Oh boy, you can see modern muscle and old pre-war muscle side by side. A crazy sight to see.
Well, look at all these cars on track right now. There's a lot going on.
Oh yeah.
A couple of the time attack cars peeling off. Some are going to stay out on the course.
Yeah, looks like the time attack guys are trying to get as much practice as possible during the session. Got some Club SC guys.
That's the leader in Club SC right now, Chris Rice.
And he's getting all the time he can. He's risking it all for the biscuit.
Getting after it.
Yeah. Have there ever been any incidents where drift group drivers have an incident that
not that I know
keeps them from the main series?
Maybe mechanicals, but I hadn't heard of that.
Yeah.
So Austin Hurdle's over there too, hanging out trackside with us. He got his ticket for time attack real late.
Nice.
And we'll see him back in Eibach GLTC later this year, hopefully. But all these guys jumping back over to the track battle world in their Corvettes.
Yeah.
So they all bought C8s.
Dude, Corvettes are everywhere. Drift and track battle, GLTC. They're I wouldn't say plaguing grid life. Plaguing's not the right word for it, but it's definitely manifesting in every series that we have. We also have Sally from Cars Out there. Is that her name?
Yes.
Yeah, Sally. Just needs a little pinstripe.
It is that same generation Porsche, isn't it? Man, we're just drawing.
I gotta stop. I gotta stop now.
This is actually the Cars 4 movie on debut today. So we're having too much fun. You can't stick us together side by side for this long. It's going to be detrimental for everybody.
The longer we're up here, the more deep we're getting into it.
Oh boy!
Looks like Duarte got some spare tires put on just for this last lap out here. God, really sent it a dirt drop.
Kicked it out. He just sent some pebbles into the trees at like Mach 4.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that was cool.
Added to the turf bill.
Yeah. Well, they're just moving it.
Yeah. And it's so crazy watching that Club SC car keep up behind it in that Honda Fit. And it really goes to show how fast these Club SC guys are going.
Have you ridden in a Club SC car before?
No, I'm too scared.
Make it your mission
I'm
this weekend.
too scared.
Make it your mission to ride in one this weekend. It'll change your mind about, all those cars are slow.
Yeah.
It's not.
No.
It's they're not fast, but.
I tell people all the time, I go, you think Track Battle Unlimited is a scary series? No. It's Club SC
They
in
don't
the
even
Honda
hit the
Fit.
brakes in Club SC,
Yeah,
dude.
they don't know what brakes are in Club SC.
Yeah, it's wild. Last couple of laps here. We're down to the final 5 or 6 minutes of this.
Let's see Bogovic if he can link that little kink. Look like not. You got to really be going fast around that kink to link that next sweeper. And if you're not lined up right, then you have to bail out immediately, or else you're going to send it into probably that inside photographers.
And one of our chatters said, going 100 in a Honda Fit's just as scary as 200 in a supercar.
I concur with that 110%. 110%.
Yeah, AJ, bringing it real.
Oh, yeah.
That was the first, when I had my mom going to a Grid Life event, it was the first car that she rode in. And just to get the feet wet.
You stuck her in your own mother in a Club SC car?
Yeah. I know. It was reckless. It was reckless. I put my dad in a street GT car. And
Kyle's out here trying to kill his family.
You know what's funny is they disappeared into the trees at Autobahn, and then I heard boom, and I thought I was like, it's over.
I killed my own mother.
Yeah, but it was somebody else somewhere else on track. But
jeez Louise.
That was a bold move.
Yeah.
So
Bogovic still having tires. Probably has 3 sets of tires gone through this entire session.
I'm just amazed that they can run the RPM they're running for as long as they're running and not overheat. I mean, the cooling in these has got to be pretty well. They're not necessarily keeping consistent speed to air cool very much, right? So a lot of work has to go into the cooling system.
Yeah, cooling varies across drivetrains, but is definitely a priority in these cars since a lot of these drivers like to keep their cars in higher RPMs. That's the popular driving style around right now. LS guys usually keep it lower in the RPMs because that's where the torque is. And so cooling isn't as much of a big deal, but in the LS platforms, then oiling is your issue rather than cooling. And JZ platforms, cooling is going to be your big one.
So Grid Life Drift, Grip, Lift.
Oh, yeah.
Finishing up here in a few minutes' time before we move on to Eibach GLTC race number 2. And again, the track is going to be...
Oh, yeah.
painted.
Just a few dirt drops this session. Maybe somebody should let the GLTC drivers
I
know
wonder
about
if some of the time attack cars running around is actually helpful because they're going to pick up all the clag on their tires.
I think so.
So it's like acting like a sweeper.
Yeah. GridLife's road system and road treatment is very unique to the series, and no other series has this much variability that really equalizes the playing field. You know.
Yeah. Keep the grip level low and the action stays high. That's what I always say.
High sense. High risk.
There you go. How about that in your rearview mirror?
Oh boy, I would be terrified if I was in my Fit. Oh Lord.
Mike Coon's getting after it, chasing some folks.
Chasing that tail.
You can see all the rubber, all the little marbles on the track there. They call them marbles because it feels like you're driving on them.
Yeah.
Pete Collins, right, is at dueling now in the Fit.
Oh.
It might be.
We will see.
It is.
Or is it Pete Collins in the Fit and then Sam Dooling in the E46?
Are they playing with us like that?
It honestly might be. It might be. It's a match made in heaven. Kevin Vu behind them. You see Sam.
That's Evan McLaren. That's actually even
Evan
farther
McLaren.
up the running order.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so he's like second in Club TR right now.
Track battle drivers built
They're
different.
showing up.
They're built different.
Yeah, they are.
They are built different. Sam Dooling built different. Kevin Vu built different.
Fit's trying so hard right now.
Yeah.
Just tipping the throttle 10% when the BMW is there.
Oh, yeah. Pete's really trying to keep up, and he told me he was grip driving half the session just to keep up with the grip drivers earlier today.
But what a great view out the windshield of the Acura, too.
Oh, yeah. I think Pete Collins definitely takes the cake for seat time this weekend. If we had a seat time award, Pete would get it.
Stan Feingold out here in his Falcon Club TR car, getting a lap or two in.
Yeah, that's your car right there.
Sure is. I actually had my throttle body at Midwest last year.
Really?
Yeah, he had a throttle body problem. He's got a K-swap, but they can use the stock FRS throttle body. And my car was sitting in the parking lot all week, so I said, why don't you just go raid it off of my car? He came back, he goes, there's some problems under your hood you might want to take care of. I was like, well, one of them's that you got my throttle body now.
I'm in there, let me torque this a little bit.
Well, I had a little rodent problem in the parking lot behind my apartment, and they ate away at my air conditioning wire, which preemptively he told me about. I have not fixed, and now the air conditioning does not work. So
it's a wintertime project.
Yeah. Well,
as most cars are.
unfortunately, it's the spring, and I neglected it all.
Yeah. Summer's here.
David Bamforth in track mod in the Porsche Cayman.
Oh, what a beautiful Cayman. Love shooting this car so much.
Yeah.
The scallops livery, iconic.
It's great. We've seen David get after it in the track battle session so far here this weekend. Garage 42 on the rear of that car.
A lot of Caymans this year?
We've seen more in the past, but I think we'll get them. We'll kind of collect more as the year goes on.
Yeah.
But David's a seasoned competitor. We'll see him plenty this year.
Yeah, seems to be a trend kind of growing in the paddock. A little bit Porsche facious stone here and there.
And Luke McGrew out there still in the 717 Corvette, cleaning up the track for his Eibach GLTC buddies.
Yeah, I wonder if he's they're sending him out there and be like, hey man, can you clean up track pouch?
He's got his meats are picking up all the rubber. Same thing with the 65, another C8 out there. Philip Glass-Hess, who's just ahead of that wild-looking MX-5 that was a hill climb car, is now running with us at track battle. There he is.
Yeah, that is a gnarly-looking Miata right there.
Yeah, not much left of Miata in it.
Yeah, I don't even know if we can call it that anymore, or just a Frankenstein's creation.
I think every body panel has been modified in some way.
Oh yeah, it looks to be it.
It's been taken down to the frame and rebuilt a couple of times.
Yeah, look at that wing. Bolted straight to the frame of that thing. And he is cooking through that corner, giving Luke McGrew a run for his money.
It's not unlimited for fun.
Oh yeah.
That thing's wild.
Yeah. It's all business.
It's rowdy.
All business.
And the answer is always Miata, except when it's not.
Oh yeah.
But for Philip Glass-Hess, it has been the answer.
Yeah. Got Cole Richards in an E92 seat time car back out there, putting together a pretty solid run. Let's see if you take. Oh, not too inside on that corner, but linking it no issue.
Yeah, getting the last couple laps in here because, based on our schedule for the day, the drift grip lift taxi session goes to 2:40, which is currently 2:38 local time. And we'll have about 5 minutes for the track to get cleared off before we head out for Eibach GLTC race number 2 of the weekend. And then we'll follow that with the track battle heat 6, and then rush heat race 3. Then we have the GLTC shootout and more drift to end the day. So still 2 races left, a track battle heat and another drift session, and then a GLTC qualifying session. And there's a look at it, what's coming up on our live schedule for the day.
Packed day.
It is a packed day,
Packed day.
I'm really stoked about the schedule graphic. This is live and pulls from our motorsports schedule.
Oh, that is amazing.
I built this on the airplane.
No way.
I did. I was so stoked about it.
Nice.
And what's really cool is this is nerdy stuff that no one else really cares about, but you can pick how many rows it shows. Okay, thanks, Greg. But you can pick how many rows it shows. If you wanted to show past 430, you could totally do that. You just add a couple rows, boom, hit send, and it stacks a couple more on the bindings there. So
just for some context, Kyle's been working hard behind the scenes on these graphics for quite some time now, and seeing this come to fruition is really cool to see. I've been watching the live stream all weekend from the media center. I'm like, oh, I remember when he designed this and this and that and that.
It's been a lot of fun. We got Wes Ratcliffe from who's been helping us out, who's worked with USAC before and some other organizations. So got some Valair software running our stuff here this weekend. So big thanks to them.
Love to see it.
And looks like
Cole's gearing up for a pretty fast entry, followed behind that Cayman. Oh no, Cayman went off track. Let's see what he can do on this weight transfer right here.
His last lap.
Giving Nick Swan a little, hey, get some smoke in your face. I'm out of here.
He's
Just a little lackluster on the entry, just a little bit.
Look at that thing squatting the rear.
A lot of Cole's cars move like that, where they heavily squat down. He really loves that style of driving where you can really feel the weight transfer on each of his cars.
Yeah, real soft suspension and real, I guess he's got the ride height just slammed there, because it seems like even statically it sits.
Oh, yeah. It reminds me of those, since we're in South Carolina, you know what Carolina Squat is?
Yes.
Carolina Squat looks like one of those tooted up Nefsun mobiles that you see around here.
Yeah.
Seen a couple so far out here in Kershaw, South Carolina. But yeah, he's got a tooted up Carolina Squat E92 out there.
Love it. Looks the
Pete Collins out for another session.
Yeah, why not?
God. Jeez Louise. Let's see if he's going to try to run doors maybe. Oh, no,
run doors with the fit, baby.
passing Cole.
You know, my first time ever in this kind of session, I was out on track with Tom O'Gorman in what was then his World Challenge Honda Civic TCA car. And to get it to drift, they basically pumped up the rear tires to 60 PSI and put slicks on the front. And that was my first ever experience on any racetrack ever. And it was wild.
And it was a Civic trying to drift.
And that car made all of 195 horsepower.
That is, you know, hey, I used to lock up my, get those McDonald's trays, put them under my fit when I was in high school and just go to the the parking lot and do donuts until they wore out completely.
I remember you had a fit for a long time, didn't you?
I did. Greg Busel's old fit. Fit. That actually used to be a GRIDLIFE Sunday Cup car when Sunday Cup was a thing. Now it's Club SC. A little bit of rebrand.
Yeah.
But
I made that mistake so many times earlier this weekend. I've been better about it since.
Yeah.
But old habits die hard.
Changes are coming. Changes are here. But Pete Collins and Sam Dewling are here to stay. I will say that. Ain't going nowhere.
Well, checkered flag is out here for GRIDLIFE Drift, and coming up very shortly is Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2. So stick with us. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with our next session, our second race of the weekend for Eibach GLTC.
Want a race? Ready? Set? Go!
Green flag and we're underway. Look at that move by Cathers. Oh, and he got that curve and he does when he goes wide. Drag race, been flipping away for Peterson to the checkers. Dropped up to
track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Our annual trip to Carolina Motorsports Park for GRIDLIFE South Carolina marks the first round of 9 of the 2025 competition season and the first round for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup for this year. Welcome back to CMP. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Kevin Bandy for the second race of the weekend for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship. Well, we had race 1 earlier today, and boy was it thrilling with a pass for the lead. Eric Catil went on to win, and we gridded up this race up by the finishing order of race number 1, Kevin. So welcome back. We got tires getting warmed up behind our safety cars here. GLTC Race 2, it's actually Jordan Ray's Mazda MX-5. He won the Instagram contest for this particular race, and they're getting gridded up here to go racing, Kevin. So we saw a lot in race 1. What are we expecting in race 2?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick shout out. Miatas are close to my heart, so I'm glad to see one in the front of the pack. Yeah, we expect to see maybe more of the same, lots of change-ups throughout the field based on people just work on their cars, getting things dialed in. But I think everybody up front is really just trying to be consistent, gather points for the weekend. But across the field, we saw only about 3-second spread across almost the entire field. But Catil's up there with that 140, almost a track record.
All right, let's run through a grid order here for Eibach GLTC race number 2. On the front row, it's Eric Catil and Matan Rosenberg in the 82 and 484. Civic versus Corvette there. Then row 2, it's a LS M3. It's Eric Magnuson and Eric Jensen alongside each other. Christian Aranja and Nicholas Barbado share row number 3. Then in row 4, it's Peter Zhang and Carlos Mendez with James Cathers and Gary Wimble sharing row number 5.
In 11th, we've got Daniel Gerardo and then Justin Lee, followed by Joel Morrison in 13th, Kyle Hale in 14th, and then behind him, Benjamin Swanson. Tony Marchev down there in 16th place next to Thomas Lathrop. And we've got Raul Iriarty and Joshua Rubenstein in that Miata, and Zachary Mortimer in 20th.
And in 21st place, it's Ronald Till in the number 200. Ian Balestra in a Honda Civic starts in 22nd place. Hans Horpedal sent me a picture. He said very much do not have the car sorted. He starts 23rd place. Luke Wilbert, new to GLTC, starts 24th. Robert Rosa, 25th, with Tom Panzarella, Lisa Keys, Alan Newsom, and Brian Tyson wrapping up our top 30 with Brian Santiago and Andrew Knabb, the tail end of the field. They're racked up, stacked up, double wide, and 15 rows deep here at Eibach GLTC. 2 past champions on the front row. Eric Catil, 2020 Eibach GLTC champion. Matan Rosenberg, last year's reigning champion. So it's time to go racing again with a lot of V8 power up front surrounding the 4-cylinder of Eric Catil in that 1992 Honda Civic EG. Time to go racing once again from Carolina Motorsports Park and GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Race 2, round 1. We're underway once again. The green flag's in the air.
Everybody's staying just in lane, just trying to get there, get through turn 1 safely. We see everybody side by side, nice clean racing. Everyone's just trying to wait it out and then get that opportunity to strike as we move through these first turns.
Yeah, nicely done once again through turn 1. The entire field navigates that portion very, very tidily. Up to turn 4 now. This is where things tighten up a bit. You have those right-hand corners, but it's Catil leading Rosenberg. Jensen's past Magnuson here for 3rd place. Barbado trying to go the long way around, and then Aranja down again on the start, just getting swarmed by the drivers with a little more experience.
Carlos Mendez is putting his position in there and just trying to move up with the front of the pack as well. And you see some more moves up there.
Yeah, Christian Aranja now side by side with Mendez. Just trying to get some overlap here on the run down to turn 8. Justin Lee pops out on Barbado, but doesn't have enough to get down there. Tony Marchev under fire. Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, you see Peter Zhang right behind, just frothing at the mouth, trying to get that opportunity while those battle ahead of him.
Ian Balestra also door-to-door there for a moment on the run to turn 8, but Catil has just lit the afterburners. He's long gone for the top spot.
Huge gap there, and you see that battle has pulled away a big gap in the middle of the front field as well. And so we're going to see who shakes out, and then if we can close that gap. There's Mendez with a big gap in front of him, but a battle behind, so maybe he can get up to the front pack.
Yeah, Aranha, Peter Zhang, Gary Wimble. This is this pack here, yellow, red, and black. Those cars in the main shot there. And a little bit of a stack up behind Aranha as he's just struggling to get up to speed quickly. Peter Zhang, though, is all over him in that LS swap Scion FRS, and Gary Wimble waiting no longer in that #1 Corvette.
All this battling is getting their positions in this place, but if they work together, maybe they can get up closer and break away from all the cars behind them. We got a bunch of side-by-side action. It looks like they're queuing up for another race start. They should start working together.
It does. Catil, a 2-second lead on the opening lap. Here's Wimble in a drag race with Peter Zhang. Zhang lost a drag race at Laguna Seca. He doesn't want to do it again, and he'll come out on top of that battle for now through turn 1.
Wow, that's so much back and forth already. And you can see, wow, look, nose to nose, almost exactly. Going over rumbles, just staying side by side.
Yeah, he hit those curb zone, had to lift, and here comes Justin Lee into the mix in that number 33, the Thing 3 racing car.
That's exactly what you expect. If you have those battles, somebody's going to take that opportunity and sneak in.
Yeah, Nick Barbado, actually it's James Cathers rather, a very similar looking car, that white BMW, the E36 in trail. He spent a lot of the last race climbing his way up through the order, and he's got an opportunity now to grab 3 or 4 spots with that group. You see there Wimble, Zhang, Lee, and Cathers, and then there's Geraldo on the inside of Kyle Hill. That's the Lexus under fire here.
That Lexus is really quick. We're seeing a lot of great performance out of it. And there's Cathers just kind of keeping right behind there and maybe building a gap because, again, battle's behind.
Joel Morrison giving a shove to the Lexus. Is there a little bit of a tire rub potentially on the Subaru there? Is that Swanson in the 610? Yes, it is.
Yeah, a little bit of smoke or tire rub or something. Hopefully that's not going to end up with a car out.
Matan Rosenberg on his back foot here a little bit, losing Catil, and Eric Jensen is starting to run him down from 3rd place. Two very different lines through turn 13, but it definitely appears that Catil has got his car absolutely dialed today.
And you can really tell there's just a let's run clean, let's conserve our tires kind of attitude at the front of the field. They just want to hold their positions.
Yeah, there is the 57, Christian Aranha, his first weekend of Eibach GLTC competition. He's already outperforming, I think, a lot of the expectations, but he qualified second and has just slipped back every time we take a green, whether it was the start of this race or the start of the prior one.
Outright pace is one part of the equation. Racecraft is a whole other, and it's a huge part of this. We can see, again, there's so many strategies going on in the field, and people are playing the long game here.
Jensen chasing Rosenberg here through turn 4.
This gap just keeps getting closer and closer.
It does, and I think the difference here also, the aero. Jensen's got a little bit more rear wing than Rosenberg does. He's got sort of that NASCAR-style spoiler blade on the back, which isn't quite as efficient as a wing as far as downforce is concerned, but you don't have to take as big of a penalty running that style of rear downforce component here in Eibach GLTC, so it's a trade-off for cornering performance.
He's got that nearly 3,800-pound maxed out weight car to get as much horsepower out of that car to try to use those advantages on the straightaway. And you can see, look at that gap on the straight, but as we start getting into the technical bits, Jensen starts to have an advantage back.
Yeah, and again, it's not been as volatile here as I think it could be. Jensen kind of biding his time here a little bit, waiting for maybe Matan to overheat those rear tires. But he's generally a driver that drives relatively composed. You don't see him sliding around a lot.
Yeah, the question here is how well does he adapt to a different tire? He's been on a different tire from all of last season, and so he's adapting to this new Falcon tire, and it'll just be a question of can he build the right strategy around that tire, get the most out of it.
Yeah, but Catil is just a distant view right now. He's just absolutely running away. He's got to pace himself, though, because we've seen Catil's issue not be speed. It's been consistency and keeping the car running. So he's just got to, he doesn't need a 5-second lead. He just needs to get the car to the end of the race. But you don't want to necessarily slow down because it'll throw you out of your rhythm. You have to keep in touch, keep in contact, make sure that you're all up on everything.
Exactly. If you get into some kind of a lazy mental state, it's hard to determine, am I pulling back a second lap or am I pulling back 4 seconds a lap? And that's a whole different game and could be enough that you completely fall out.
Yeah, so, well, Catil is just a lonely, I mean, we don't see leads like this in GLTC very often anymore.
We really don't.
I can't remember a lead that big.
That's huge. And we have some modifiers in here that go after Corvettes and benefit light cars in some way, although he's not quite as light.
But he's the only light car in the top 10, really.
Absolutely.
Other than maybe Justin Lee, right? So he's sort of an outlier. He always has been, right? He's always found extra performance, and there's so much done to this Honda Civic. It is far, far, far from stock.
I don't know if it's fair to say, but it might be fair to say that there's more development in that car than the rest of the field. He's certainly been with us for a long time, and he's had that car for even longer that he's been continually working on.
So he had the EG hatch until 2021 that he crashed at Road America, but the chassis is developed.
Right.
He knows, I mean, he's shared parts with the previous car, engines with the previous car, so he's done so much work on this through the offseason. And if you follow his Instagram accounts at Eric Catil Racing, a lot of times he'll basically debrief and digest all the changes in the suspension that he does, and he's to a level that I don't think anyone else is doing. Camber, caster, bump steer, all these things he's got recorded in a Google sheet, and it all updates automatically when he makes a setup change. He's got different setups for qualifying versus the race. It's incredible attention to detail, and when it all goes right, you get dominance like this.
Absolutely. We got a great battle here further back in the field. Joel Morrison riding right down. Can he take an outside line, or is he just doing a strategy to try to fake him out and then make it in a few turns?
Yeah, Daniel Giraldo in that Lexus and Joel Morrison in that green S2000. Now this car, speaking of rear aero devices, that rear spoiler, you can see it's clear Lexan. It has slots drilled in it, and this was something pioneered by James Houghton a couple of years ago. We basically do our modifiers for wings by the surface area of the aero component. So what they figured is, hey, if we drill some holes in it, effectively it reduces the surface area, but does it really reduce the effectiveness of the spoiler? Probably not. So it was a very clever strategy. That's why that car has a massive rear spoiler. It's allowed per the rules based on the holes he's drilled in it. Very, very clever. Now, when you do that, the series does require you submit CAD so that they know exactly what the surface area is. Battle for second now.
Really tight here. We've seen this pressure Jensen puts on. He can drive that car consistently. He's really happy with that car, so he's just waiting for that prime opportunity. Whether the tires fall off, Matan makes a mistake, you get caught up in lap traffic, there's so many things that could happen. He's just putting himself in that prime position. Totally different line through turn 14, though.
And we've seen that. Jensen, he took a look, tried to see if Matan would look up in the rearview mirror and take the fake, but he did not. And Matan is so good. I mean, you look at his season from last year, Matan had 30 top 10s in 32 starts, 10 wins, 23 podiums in that number 484. But here comes Jensen to the inside, opens the door now, battle for second place, and Jensen in the LSFRS tries to go around the outside. It's gonna be tough math there, and Rosenberg re-clears him, but Jensen's not going away. Clobbers the curb, and now it's a run to turn 4.
All of these curbs are just really making it a crazy thing, but they're giving themselves lots of racing room. It's still really tight, and we'll see side by side, not quite. So Matan stays out front, but he is right there waiting. The threat is real.
It is real, and so is Eric Magnuson and Nick Barbado. They see all this. It's like smelling blood in the water. The Sharks are starting to circle here on Matan Rosenberg, who's 9 seconds behind Eric Catil. The battle is for P2.
Exactly, and Magnuson, this is the strategy he's playing all along. See, he's been running super consistent. He's waiting for battles ahead to find those opportunities to strike.
I mean, what lap times is Eric Catil running right now? I mean, it's got to be pretty unbelievable pace to put 9 seconds on the field. He just ran a 1:41.335. I'm pretty sure that it is at least a race lap record for Eric Catil. So he's running track record pace out front right now.
We're seeing it still really tight. That kind of pressure that can get to you as a driver. You look in your mirror and you see it full of car, you start to tend to make mistakes. Now that being said, Matan Rosenberg, he's comfortable being ahead of cars that are right next to him and tight battles. He's got that experience. That's not going to phase him, but the pressure is still on.
Yeah, Jensen using a bit more curb there at turn 14 to try to shorten up the corner. 6th lap complete for Eric Catil. It was a 9-lap race last time out, so we got at least 3 to go. On the brakes for turn 1. Rosenberg is definitely driving in the mirror more than he is in the windshield right now. And Eric Magnuson's closing in too, so the pressure is rising, and that cork's got to pop at some point.
Exactly. I don't see any risky moves going on. And Magnuson's just steady waiting, kind of like a shark in the water. If you fall down, he's going after you. And so their battles have to be strategic. They've got to work together. Now, you might not see Jensen do anything spectacular because he might be waiting out. He knows there's a couple laps left, and he might be going for that final strike.
You know something for Jensen is I've never seen this level of aggression out of him before. He's hammering curbs, he's all over. And for a while, there's very little FRS left in this car. There's all sorts of Corvette parts and pieces on this. He's got a hub conversion. He's done all sorts of things to make this car a better race car, but he kept finding weak points in the axles and the gearbox and the rear differential. And so now he seems so much more confident in using the car, attacking the racetrack, and that's why we've seen him move from a 10th place car to a 3rd place car in just a couple of races over the last, to tail end of last season, the beginning of this one.
He clearly shows confidence driving that car, but the gap has widened. He's no longer right on the tail of Matan. Whether that is a setup for a few turns later, or maybe even a lap later, or he just maybe made a little bobble and lost a little bit of space.
Yeah, so Rosenberg's bought himself some breathing room. And as far as Cattill's lap times, I mentioned, track record pace. He just ran a 1:42.6. This is right on pace with what we'd expect. It's, the rest of the field is down a little bit from what we'd typically expect in the mid 44s. And it's a challenging racetrack to overtake on, but I'm still surprised that Cattill has been able to put that much gap on everybody.
It's incredible, and he's even got more in it. From race 1, he ran a 1:40.88. So there is so much pace in that car, and he's just run away with it.
Caught lap traffic already in a 15-minute race. And the other thing to mention is that this car was on the dyno post-race 1. So this car is legal as far as power is concerned. It was just tested earlier today, but this is just when a driver has figured out their equipment and the drivers behind are battling, this is the kind of result you're going to get. I mean, he has put in a lot of work to get to this point.
You can absolutely tell. He came around me when I was lap traffic at Road America, and I just watched him maneuver through cars, and it was incredible to see how flat that car is and how well he can pilot it.
Onto the back straightaway now. He's got nobody in the rearview mirror. Look, I mean, that's
the lap traffic.
That's the lap
traffic. There's still nobody who's taken a turn in 8.
I don't know that I've ever seen a race in modern, I say modern, GLTC's been around for 6 or 7 years now, but since the opening season, I don't think I've ever seen a dominant performance like this.
This is wild, yeah.
Wild and dialed. I mean,
that's exactly right.
And this car, remember this car in qualifying went sliding through the gravel trap on Friday. I mean, it just went sailing through the dirt.
And then between practices, he swapped engines in that car. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. There's the 369 car. A couple other new entries joining us this season that are learning just how hard it is. That's Zach Mortimer in that BMW. He wasn't even sure he would make it this weekend.
I'm certainly glad he did. What a cool looking car.
It is awesome, isn't it? White flag, it is the last lap of the race. I think it's a mercy white flag for everyone else. But Cattill crossed the line how many seconds ago from Rosenberg? Make that gap. It was 11 seconds. Make it 14 now.
Jensen has 1 lap to make this work. What's he going to do? How is he going to find that strategy? He knows, he's followed long enough, he knows what parts of the track he's got advantages and where he's weak. If he's got a plan, he's going to be optimizing for that.
Yeah, on the run up to turn 4 now, a little tap on the brakes just to reseat those brake pads, make sure you've got pedal pressure. And despite Jensen applying all this pressure, Rosenberg hasn't faltered.
Matan must be playing around in the cockpit. He just popped open his fuel door. Maybe that's an aero move. They're moving in close, and right there, nose to tail, last few turns.
I do wonder if Jensen's got one more opportunity down at 11, but he's not close enough yet to really jump on Rosenberg and make him look in the mirror. At this point, Rosenberg can enter turn 11 without any worry of pressure. He just can't make a mistake.
Exactly.
Eric Cattill. After last season, he almost swept around here at Carolina Motorsports Park last season, won 3 of the 4 races. And for a driver like him to go through the season he had where every round something went wrong, it is a rare day that everything goes as right as it just did. I have not seen a gap like this in 5 years in Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, but Eric Cattill absolutely demolishes the field here. Checkered flag, race number 2 for Eibach GLTC goes decidingly to Eric Cattill in the hybrid racing EG, and everybody else fighting for second.
No question there. He's in a league of his own today. Hand out the window number 1, and here is that final move for Matan to lock it in. Jensen behind, then Eric Magnussen and Cathers.
Second place for Rosenberg, 3rd for Jensen. That's a strong podium. He only had 1 podium all year last year. That was the win at Autobahn Country Club. He's already matched that now with this finish here in 2nd. Eric Magnussen 3rd or 4th. Nick Barbado comes across the line in 5th. He's got a little celebratory flashers on too.
I love it. Waving to everybody.
I mean,
left and right, I love it.
There will be questions, but they will be answered on the dyno post-race.
Absolutely. We'll know for sure.
But again, the thing about the engine power is like, I don't see anything out of this car that looked unreasonable. The lap times, given the conditions, seemed totally reasonable to me. It was everybody else that I thought was a little off.
I agree.
But again, he's the outlier here. Is he also out of fuel? He looks like he's real slow there, but just letting the field catch up.
I think he's just soaking it in. After all the things that went wrong last season, to have such a fantastic drive in this race and that clear win, that's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Matan Rosenberg is going, what happened? Were those the other cars? But checkered flag for race number 2. Eric Catil gets it done here at Carolina Motorsports Park and Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Matan Rosenberg, 2nd place. Eric Jensen in 3rd, Eric Magnuson 4th, and Nick Barbado in 5th.
And we got Carlos Mendez in 6th place. Great job with him. Gary Wimble in 7th. Then Justin Lee, James Cathers, and Daniel Gerardo.
Yeah, nice run there. Peter Zhang, 11th place in the number 28. Thomas Lathrop, a good result there, 12th place for him. Roel Iriardi in the number 79. Then Ben Swanson in that Subaru up to 14th. Mortimer, Rubenstein, Marchev, Balestra, Aranja, and Wilbert, the rest of your top 20.
In 21st, we've got Ronald Till, followed by Robert Rosa. And then in 23rd, we've got Andrew Knabb, followed in 24th by Tom Vanzarella. Lisa Keys, 25th. Good job for her, moving up. John Braun. In 26th, Kyle Hale. In 27th, Joel Morrison. And Brian Santiago wrap it up in 29th.
Well, that race had some thrilling moments, but it was all about the dominance of Eric Catil in there. So, man, I think we learned a lot in that one, too, as far as establishing our weekend favorite. 2 for 2 for Eric Catil. Here's a look at the highlights, and it was the battle here, race number 1. This was the battle for 2nd place that got very, very fierce between Rosenberg and Eric Jensen. Then it was Christian Aranja stacking up the field behind him, a little bit deeper in the field. A couple BMWs going at it, Ian Balestra chasing as well. These two back at it, though. Jensen chasing Rosenberg lap after lap after lap, trying to find a chink in the armor, but he just could not get around him. There's that Dodge Neon in the middle of the field. Lisa Keys in pursuit here on the run down to turn number 11. And checkered flag for Eric Catil, and there was no one else even on the same straightaway. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 2 complete from Carolina Motorsports Park.
Want a race? Ready? Set? Go!
Green flag and we're underway. Look at that move by Cathers. Oh, and he got that curve and he does when he goes wide.
Drag race, it's slipping away for Peter Zhang to the checkers.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE South Carolina at Carolina Motorsports Park has been thrilling so far, and it's a packed house, packed crowd here today. Fans lining the fences, both by the kart track and trackside here, for the first event of 9 of 2025. Welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park. I'm Kyle Heyer, now joined by Ido Waxman for the next track battle heat of the weekend. This is going to be heat number 6, I believe, if I'm counting correctly, of 7 that we've got. Ido, welcome aboard. You've got a lot of experience running in our GRIDLIFE track battle groups in your Corvette. This is going to be a fun day for you just to kind of watch things. You're also helping us out here this weekend. So what's going on for you this weekend here?
Yeah, so I'm the TA mentor for this weekend. So what that means is since we kind of lost our HPD program, I kind of help new time attackers kind of get acclimated to the way that we do time attack. And that's all about making sure you're safe out there, making sure you're managing traffic well, and just giving people driving tips or all kinds of tips for how to manage, their sessions. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on. And that's kind of the unique part of GRIDLIFE is all that mentorship is what really helps develop these drivers into some of the fastest in the country.
Yeah, certainly. So on track now is going to be Group D, which is I call them the slowest of the group, which is sort of true by pace, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not the pointy end of some of our fields. The Club SC category is going out in its entirety in this group. So we see a lot of variety in the kinds of cars that we have on track here, but primarily the Club SC battle is the one that we've been following. The battle so far has been mostly Chris Rice in the number 91. He's been the one that's sort of been top of the top step there in the number 91 Honda Fit. It's very, very close though. A 154.627 and 154.632. So it's 5 1,000ths between those two cars right now.
Yeah, that's super close. And Matt Williams, who's a perennial competitor here in GRIDLIFE, he's won Club TR before. He's won Sunday Cup before, Club SC now called. I heard he had a disqualification in this last from this last heat, but he's going back out there and trying to set a time to compete with those top guys.
Gotcha. So we'll see what he's got here. And they're warming up the tires on the back straightaway. The Club SC category runs the spec Falcon RT 660 or Falcon RT 615 tire, so you've got a little bit of a choice there. And some drivers will run the RT 660 on the fronts and the 615s in the rear, but I think the fast choice is the RT 660. They've also got a new compound this season as well, so that's a consideration allowed in all the Falcon categories. So with cars on track, we'll be following Club SC, but we've also got some of our Club TR competitors in here interspliced. We talk traffic management. This is probably one of those sessions where that's going to be you're going to see the biggest difference between straightaway speed and cornering speed.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially you see a car like Beth Conway in a Street GT C606. She's right in the middle between two Honda Fits. That's a huge difference in how they make pace. So it's really up to the drivers to manage that. And when you get to this level, you should have some capability to be able to manage that. And whether it's building the gap for the straightaway so that you don't catch the fit in the straight and then they kind of run away from you in the turns. Yeah, it's a really tricky spot to be in for sure. And it's not just big disparities. You have some Club TR guys and Sunday Cup, and I've heard from the really fast Sunday Cup cars, Club SC cars, excuse me.
I've done that 5 times this week, and it's fine.
That sometimes they're such a similar pace that they have a really hard time kind of staying out of each other's way. So, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, here's William Gravely in the number 110 in Street GT. This is a Porsche 911. Gray and I were joking earlier. We were trying to get all the Cars references in. This is Sally from Cars, effectively. Similar generation. But William piloting this Porsche 911 at a 147.655 is the fastest he's gone so far. So we'll see what he'll do next time around in the Street GT class.
Yeah, and 911, Street GT, for anybody that doesn't know, it's actually kind of the lowest prep level class that we have here at GRIDLIFE, but it does take a pretty big barrier of entry because there's a maximum MSRP of $130,000 that is adjusted to 2023 inflation. So what that means is a old 911, 996 in that case, that is under the MSRP, but you can't run a GT3 because those have always cost more than $130,000 MSRP. So that's kind of why you see that car out there, not say a GT3 or something else.
Yeah, and in Street GT we see a pretty wide variety of cars, and we see them spread across actually all of the groups that we're going to see. But as far as competitors from last season, Andy Vogel, who was the champion, has moved on to the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. You were second last season in Street GT, back by a couple of points. Nicholas Hendricks we don't have here this weekend, and then Christian Aranja has moved into GLTC. So it's kind of a wide open playing field for Street GT this year.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have Ryan Matthews here, who also runs his C5 in Street Mod, very competitive there. He set a blistering time, a mid-37 here this morning. I actually heard from him that Andy Vogel came up to him and he was a little bit disheartened, a little bit sad that his record got beaten today by Ryan. But Ryan's really driving that C6 really, really well. I hope to give him some competition later in the year. Another one, Mark Hilgore, he's in an F82 M4 BMW. Oh, we got a spin here.
Whoa, that's the 860 car.
I think that thing has a V8 in it.
Well, that would help explain the spin,
yes.
I'd imagine. But that is Joshua Garcia.
Yeah, I wonder what turn that was in. A little bit hard to tell.
I think that was five, the carousel area, which we've seen some drivers kind of get crossed up there 4 to 6, and as you're transitioning from the left to the right, things kind of swing out. But
yeah, especially when you have a little bit of a softer suspension, it takes a while for that weight to settle back on the other side, and if you kind of shock the tires trying to make that turn, it can really send you for a spin if you don't watch it.
Yeah, here you are, just turn 4. You see the weight transition there from 4 into 5. This is Coughlin in the 377, the Mini Coupe.
It looks like a backwards hat.
It does look like a baseball cap, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, man. There's your overall running order and your class leaders highlighted in purple as the time stands. Ryan Mukherjee at a 155.458 in Club SC. And
is that an improvement for him?
I'm taking a look because we have seen Mukherjee running the 55s, about a tenth off. Yeah, he did a 55.3 previously.
Yeah, I was just talking with Kevin as he came off stage that with this cloud cover and GLTC kind of helping scrub the track a little bit, I was wondering if this session would still be fast enough to improve on personal bests. Looks like not, based on Coutil's pace being 1.5 seconds off of his best.
Yeah.
But I think if you haven't executed a good session in these first 5, you still have a chance to set a PB here this afternoon and try and make it into that podium sprint top 5.
Yeah, and for David Chang, who's one of our Falcon Club TR competitors, he had a spin in the prior session, so that session kind of got scrubbed for him. He'd like to go out and go again. You bring up the pace. This morning we saw track record pace in a couple of different categories, and then we saw sort of a split difference in the second heat of the day where it was, some drivers ran faster, some drivers weren't able to get there. So I think for some that were still working up to pace, they still have the potential to go faster, but for those that have already reached it, it might not be optimal. We've also had the drift cars on track a bunch today already, but the GLTC cars did kind of clean things up a bit, so we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that I think about this session, if you're somebody that's looking to be in podium sprint or is a perennial podium sprint competitor, this is your session to work on your marks and your car setup and understand how the car handles during what a session would be during a podium sprint. So I think it's still a very important session, especially for the the top 5 competitors in class.
Lennon Radcliffe and that Corolla just clobbering the curb there.
Oh yeah.
On the run up to turn 3. And he was leading the category earlier this weekend, but he sort of stalled out in the 55.3 area. Mm-hmm. And to lead the class, you need to be in the 54.6s now, which is track record pace, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Club SC has just gotten faster and faster, and it's really impressive to see.
Just look how little that Corolla is in comparison to the 5th. So it's so short, you'd think that just having less frontal area would be helpful.
Yeah, that's interesting because I think only recently Club SC introduced some BOP for frontal area. I've always kind of wanted to see somebody do a Honda Insight in Club SC. I think that'd be really cool. But yeah, it's interesting to see it out here.
Is that car, the Insight's hybrid, yeah?
Yes, but I think in Club SC you can take out the battery part and just run it on the engine.
Yeah, I think that would be allowed. I don't know. That would seem like a lot of work.
Yeah.
No?
Some of the work in these Club SC cars, man, it's not that much different.
That's true. That's a good point. There's a 520 Club TR car that's coreless, the 150.8 49.1. He's gone a little faster earlier in the weekend, a 49.7, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and watching the cars clobber these curbs, I was actually taking pictures between 2 and 3. It's really fun to watch. I think they're really well set up cars. They're going to go halfway into the grass on 2 and then halfway into the grass on 3. And if you've got the right shocks, the right suspension setup, the car just kind of settles back down after the curb, and they can really attack them. I think that's a good way to tell the difference.
We were talking a lot about the curbing here at this racetrack. All the apex curbs are smooth. They're tall, but they're smooth. You can climb up on top of them, kind of hop them around. It's the exit curbs. Those curbs there are smooth. The exit curbs on driver's right exiting turn 3 here, those are real gator strips. Those things will shatter your glass out if you're not careful.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me a lot of Road America, where if you get a foot outside on the curbing, you're vibrating your car apart for sure.
Yeah, there's a great look at the JST Performance car. Is this Brian Tyson's group? I think he's got a GLTC entry.
Brian Tyson is in GLTC. I believe his wife is driving this car in Club TR.
Gotcha.
Yeah, with the L15.
I think that's right.
I think that's right.
I've heard that number and that letter associated before.
I'm a Corvette guy, so I don't know very much about Hondas, but I've heard that those cars can be very competitive in Club TR, and nobody yet has really tried it seriously as much as the K-swapped FRSs and BRZs and the Civics and the Integras.
I'm excited when we get to the later groups to get your input on some of the Corvettes that we have in the field, because you've worked not only with road-going Corvettes, but also with some race teams that are involved with Corvette racing. So I think there's probably a lot of insight you can give on time attacking and finding speed in a Corvette platform.
Yeah, Corvettes, especially the early ones, C5, C6, they're very blunt instruments. They're like square ladder frames with a ton of power and very soft suspension. They're like Miatas turned up to 20, basically. And it takes a lot of work to make them really kind of handle flat and really take transitions a lot better. But they're really difficult to get right because they're so fast that the potential is so high, and it's kind of hard to figure out, the direction you need to go in terms of tuning it.
So, by the way, this 332 car, the JST Performance car, changed the entry after the start of event to a team driving event, so all the previous times that they had were wiped.
Oh,
so they're starting from scratch today.
It could be that Ryan hopped in there to drive the car, which would be cool.
Or the other way around.
Or the other way around. I think originally Corin, looks like it's her name.
Yep.
I think it looks like she was driving it to begin with. I know that Brian had a shock issue. His car wore through the hose that went to the remote reservoir, and he had some shock issues, and then it looks like this morning he had some sort of other mechanical issue. So maybe he's into this driving it, trying to have as much fun as possible this weekend.
Yeah, it's a great looking car, by the way. The livery is fantastic.
Yes,
Look at this car, this Club TR Fiesta ST.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of those.
No.
Yeah, and it's funny because stock Fiestas are actually not allowed in SCCA Autocross because they're too soft and they're afraid they're going to flip over. But Fiesta STs are allowed, so that's cool to see Fiesta ST out there in Club SC.
Yeah, it's the 210 car of Mario Kanga behind the wheel of it.
Club TR.
Oh, did I say Club SC?
I think I said Club SC.
Oh, one
you
of
were
us,
right.
One of us said it.
Yeah.
But either way, in Club TR and this Fiesta platform in general, we have not really seen a lot of these cars, and it's sort of a shame because the Fiesta's in its time was a pretty good value for performance in a similar way to the Honda Fit is, but because the ST is turbocharged, it's not allowed in Club SC Club SC. So to run this kind of car in Club SC, you have to have the non-turbo version.
Yep.
Which, when you compare them side by side, the Honda Fit is a little simpler. It's a little bit better car to have on a day-to-day. So you see a lot more of the Fits around.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, base Fits actually came with a turbo 3-cylinder, which sounds like a mini 5-cylinder if you've ever been in one. They're really cool sounding. I think the Club TR turbo limit for displacement is 1.6, which means it's right on the limit, so it makes sense that it would
1.6 or 1.8? I think it's one of the two. It's close.
Yeah, it's changed recently. Oh yeah, the Corolla GR is also allowed in it. I should know more about turbo Toyotas and Fiestas.
You'd think I would know all about the turbo Toyotas, but
it's legal for Club TR. That's all I'm saying. Looks like there's a lot of purple times coming out here.
Yeah, we switch over back to the overall, so it highlights the class leaders for 20 seconds before that goes back away. But yeah, those are the quick times of the session so far.
That makes sense.
For JST Performance at the top, we'll adjust that behavior. Again, graphics package brand new this weekend, and just sort of working out all the all the unique little characteristics.
45.5 in Club TR for JST Performance. I'm not sure where that would put it. Since it's gridded up here in this heat, I wonder how that would do.
It's sort of mid pack.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad in Club TR this weekend. Yeah, we'll see how the leaders do in this upcoming heat here.
I think the leaders made it all the way to B, actually.
B,
so
yeah.
it's really spread across a pretty big range there.
Those cars are way faster than people think they are. And especially Club TR drivers are some of the best in the series, and I think they really drive those cars to their limit, and they're really good drivers.
You know what's interesting? You're typically you're right on the money with the Falcon Club TR cars, some of the fastest of the weekend at a lot of tracks we go to. But for whatever reason, we have 12 unlimited cars here this weekend, which is a lot.
Yep.
And the first Club TR car in overall running order is actually 27th, which is actually deeper in the field than we typically would see. There's a lot of cars in the 135 to 138 range, which is just a hair quicker than those cars. But normally, you're right; those cars make so much more speed than you'd anticipate.
Yeah.
But checker flag here on Group D, so they'll finish up these laps.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a big unlimited field here, but normally these Club TR cars being, I think it's. Let me see what the time delta is.
Oh, sorry, 140 something for 140.6 for Mario Moroni
versus a 39.7. So within a second of. Let's see, the first car is AJ Hartman. Yeah, I know AJ Hartman. He's running his new Edge, I think is the generation of the Mustang, with lots of aero. He's running it in GLGT trim, which is a series that's going to come to us here in Midwest Fest, I believe, is the first race. It's basically GLTC with a higher powered weight. He's basically testing it here for the debut at Midwest Fest, I think.
Yeah, you got that right, and it's good to know. So checkers out, and we'll see if some of these cars will head straight back to the pits versus finish up their laps. But Lennon Radcliffe at 54.2, that was an improvement, I think, for Lennon. Lennon had praised, that's a full 1.1 second gain.
Okay.
At 54.2 puts Lennon Radcliffe the top in Club SC.
That's gonna, I can guarantee you, all of these other time attack competitors in these future heats, they see that and they're gonna now want to go out there, because I know a lot of time attackers, they'll see this afternoon session, they're like, I'm not going to pick up any speed. I don't want to consume anything. I don't want to risk the car. But they see somebody set a purple time, and now all of a sudden they're like, I got to get out there. What if my competitor beats me out of podium sprint, beats me out of the top spot? Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, Sam Dooling is out there right now trying to go faster because he was 4th in class, and now Lennon has dropped him down to 5th, so that would put him on the cut line for the podium sprint tomorrow. So
that is a bloodbath. That is a spork fight in there in Club SC.
Yeah, a spork fight's a great way to describe it.
Everybody's got sporks. It's all sporks.
But the other thing to note, to your point, the best time previously was Chris Rice at a 154.627. And Mike Jansen was second with a 154.772, so 632. So that was just 5 1,000ths between the leaders. And Lennon Radcliffe just went 4/10 faster.
That's a lot. That is a lot on this track. That's going to make tomorrow morning session very, very interesting. And it's going to, I've heard from locals here that the morning sessions tend to just be the fastest ones here for whatever reason. It's the surface or the weather or the climate or whatever it is. That's going to make tomorrow morning's session very, very critical for all these competitors, and they all know it. This is a lot of pressure. I think that's the best part of time attack for sure.
Well, the pressure's on now, I think, because the morning sessions can be good, but what if it's damp in the morning? What if there's a little bit of an overnight shower that washes the rubber away? So I really want to have a banker, and I want to feel really good about my lap time now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. And as these competitors, I don't think they want to count on the last session of the day to set their fast times.
Like wait until 11:59 to submit your paper.
And it's harder. It's a lot harder. The track is slicker. Your engine's not making as much power because it's hotter, so air is less dense. So you really don't want to leave it to the last session of the day to make your best time. But hey, if you get it done, that's really impressive. That happened to me last year at Midwest Fest when Andy Vogel came in, hottest session of the day. All the drift rubber on track, and he just destroyed my time by like almost a second, and I had nothing for him. I didn't know what to do with that at all.
So the field will roll back in. The unique layout here with the false grid means that all the cars have to come off the racetrack before we can turn them loose from for the next group, which will be Group C.
Oh, Is Chris Rice going the opposite direction?
It looks, has he gone off? He's dragging a little something under the nose of that car.
He's going in through that side road that's into the pit entry. Yeah, that 90-degree road that's right on pit exit.
He must have been told to do that, I hope.
Or maybe he, I don't know if I should say this, but maybe he missed the checkered flag and it's like,
oh, that could be.
Oh, crap.
That could be.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy. Timing will get very upset with you.
Yes.
I know this from experience.
Yes. Anyway, you also have had a history, which I love. I think it's awesome, of just going for it. And
that's a very euphemistic way of. Thank you, Kyle. I definitely go for it more than I should.
You've been in the gravel a little bit.
That's right. More than I should.
Yeah.
I've had my fair share of off-course excursions, rally crosses, however you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of it. That's why
I think you won a championship, right?
That's why they have me mentor these young whippersnappers.
Don't do what I did.
Yeah, exactly. Do as I say, not as I do.
Beautiful. All right, Group C's on track now for Track Battle Q6. I love those new Honda Civics. I think those are so attractive.
Yeah, they look great, and it looks like they got better at the overheating problems that they have out on track. That's John Laughlin. He is a perennial competitor in SEC Autocross. When I started back in 2014, he was one of the best in the country. He stayed that way for a long time. He got more into track stuff. He's been doing SCCA stuff, but now he's here in street in his FL5 Civic Type R. He says it's not like a super serious street build, which is, street used to be a lower prep level, but when you really think about it, street is there's a lot you can do. And yeah, he says he's not, doing it to that level, but I think he's top 5 despite that, which just goes to show not only how fast he is, but how fast that platform is.
Yeah, so we're going to see a little bit more of our street class competitors in this session, really the meat of the Falcon Club TR field as well in this group. And then we'll see some more Street Mod and Street GT trickle in as we move our way up through the different heats, up through the groups, I should say, within the heat. And here's a look at how things stand so far with Street Mod, Street GT, and Street within this session. So I guess we'll find out next time around. Bucky Lasek, again in the Street Mod Subaru. He'll be on track again.
Yeah, it's super cool to see somebody like Bucky Lasek here racing with us. That's really cool. And that's a 308 Ferrari with a turbo K-swap in it. And they're also building an F40 shell with a roll cage in it and a F12 V12 in it.
I would ask why,
cool.
but I know why.
What do you mean why?
Because cool.
Yeah, a V12 in an F40 and then actually tracking it.
Well, I meant more about
coolest.
the K24 in a Ferrari.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know how Ferrari feels about that. I know that they're a litigious company. I don't know if he's had any trouble with that, but that car is so cool.
I mean, it is pretty dope. 949 car. This is a car we haven't really talked about a lot. I dare not. I got to learn this last name because it scares me. Dejerman Kuglu.
That's right. Sure. I'm sorry for, and I know this because I'm
usually good with names, but
my name's easy to butcher too. So we'll just stick with Evan.
Yeah.
In a Mustang in Street GT. Mustangs, they tend to be on kind of that second tier of Street GT competitiveness. I think they can be faster than a Camaro, but I think Camaros drive a lot better. They communicate a lot better from my experience than Mustangs. But I don't think anybody's tried a Mach 1, an S550 Mach 1. I think that'd be an interesting build in Street GT, or a new S650 Dark Horse. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Nobody's brought it yet. I think that's a GT350. Steve Luca competed in that with Cody Hunt 3 years ago, I think 2022, and they were neck to neck with each other. That was a really cool battle to see too.
There's Bucky Lasek in that number 540. Making his way around, just kind of coming up to grips with the GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition format, and currently third of the cars that have run so far, despite Garcia's spin in that 860, still on top in Street Mod, but for now, we're going to see some more cars come in and jump in on top of that. And Foster Johnson in that number 410, the blue car, color change. That car used to be white.
Yep,
took me by surprise.
right there is the traffic management. Bucky sees him coming in his mirror and he lets him by. It's very much up to the competitors to kind of recognize when they're having an off lap, and they should let their fellow competitors by to not hinder them. that's a pro move by Bucky Lasik, which we should expect nothing less.
Jumping on the brakes, Foster Johnson. I noticed how aggressive he was being earlier in the day, just all over the curbing, using the limits of the track. And when you have a car that is compliant over the curbs and you can really use the exit ones in particular, you extend the width of the racetrack by 10 feet.
Yeah, and he was actually in Heat D earlier today. He and Beth Conway were kind of going back and forth, and it's cool to see him advance up in the heat. That's really rewarding when you set a really good lap and then you get moved up a heat. You're like, yeah, that's a really rewarding feeling.
Yeah, Jeremy Bailey also we've been watching in that FA24 swap Club TR car. And Jeremy Bailey was fourth with a 142.874, but we'll see if he can improve. That FA24, there's a slightly larger displacement version of the FA20 that came in the first generation FRS and BRZ. There's this car now.
Yep, and he looks like he's being chased by Ben Bothroyd in the Street GT Supra. Yeah, FA24 swaps are becoming more and more common. They seem to make about as much power as K24s, which I think is really cool and really helps the variety in Club TR, I think. But for anybody that maybe doesn't want to compete but wants to run their, twins, FRS, GR86, BRZ, that's a viable swap for a lot of people now.
Yeah, and the other point was, you could go get one of the new cars that are, about $30,000 to $35,000, or you could get one of the older chassis, swap this engine in. The engine price is about the same as an FA20, so you might blow up the FA20 anyway. You might as well put in a motor that has more torque and a more consistent power band. But this car has been very, very solid for Bailey so far, and knocking on the door of a podium if he can find about a half a second.
Yeah, and the other thing I know about Jeremy Bailey and the development of that car is he's had to do a lot of very creative, by the gram weight savings to try and get down to that mid-weight in Club TR, which is 2550 with driver. That's really hard to hit in these cars, and that's what they're up against with the Civics and the Integras. They can kind of get there pretty easily.
Right.
So he's done a lot of work to try and get to that level, and he's making the same amount of power. So yeah, that's a very competitive car right there.
Whoa.
And he's really putting it out there, trying to chase that time down. He knows what the gap is. He knows what he needs to do. I'm sure he knows that, somebody went faster and hit Heat D, and he's really trying his best out there.
We've seen this chassis be very competitive in the Club TR category in the past with drivers like Dana Basinski, who's now moved into Eibach GLTC. But we know the chassis is capable. You just got to find an engine to pair with it. Big lateral slide out of 14. See if he can improve on it here.
Yeah, and Peter Granberg was second in last year's championship in a BRZ with a K-swap in it. So yeah, these are very competitive chassis, very competitive cars.
Jumping down to the C5 Corvette, the number 517. I believe it's Z06.
Yeah, it looks like that's a Street Mod Z06. It's interesting running Corvettes in Street Mod because the tire limit for Street Mod is less than the stock tire size for most Corvettes. So I always think that's a pretty interesting choice to make. Ryan Matthews, though, obviously has had a lot of success with it. But it's, they make so much power, it's pretty hard to manage it as it already is. And that's a great job by that Civic to get out of the way of that competitor. Talking about traffic.
That's Tim Lutz, by the way, behind the wheel of that 517 car.
He's really getting after it along this back straight. For some cars, that little kink is nothing. For others, it's a lift or something. So, yeah, it's really interesting to see the difference in approaches there.
And here is Kevin Vu in the number 18. He has had a heck of a weekend chasing the grip in this car. In the rear in particular, there's two cars off there at the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, it's interesting. Hopefully there's a waving yellow there to kind of warn drivers about it. He was taking a lot of curbing for that.
Yeah, so Kevin Vu, so we'll talk about him. Well, we got that yellow in Sector 1. That might bring us in, actually. Those cars are not in a great spot here.
Yeah.
But Kevin was chasing a couple of issues with his car, most notably rear lockup in the left rear of his car. I wonder if these two cars just broke in the same spot or if this is related.
I sure hope there's no contact. Yeah. That's a big problem. If you got contact in time attack, that's you should never be that close to your fellow competitors in time attack. If you should be letting people by with as little hindrance as possible and as little conflict as possible, and you don't want to do it in the middle of the corner. So hopefully that's not what happened here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's tough to see.
Yeah, and given those cars have not moved, I would not anticipate this session staying green all the way to the end. They might just leave the waving yellow and try to get them in between groups.
With the waving yellow there, you're not going to go faster. That section, turn 3, you're really coming around there with speed. You're trying to stay flat in some cars. you don't want to be risking a couple cars on the outside there if somebody messes up.
Now, one of the tools in the toolkit that GridLife has added is the concept of the full course yellow for time attack purposes. We have yet to see that deployed yet this weekend, but instead of black flagging and having everyone come down pit lane, we could just deploy a safety car, bunch everyone up, and give the track staff time to go retrieve those cars. What complicates is that there's two.
Yep.
So it makes things a little trickier to get done efficiently, and we do have a checkered flag flying now, which means that they're just going to try to grab them in between groups here.
Yeah. We have what's called a time attack safety car, which is a new thing for any time attack series, and it basically operates the same way as a wheel-to-wheel pace car does, in that it kind of bunches up the field so that workers can get a car clear without having to put them back in the pits, so that they waste all that time pulling into the pits, waiting, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's a really cool concept, really innovative concept for GridLife and for time attack as a whole. So
yeah, very efficient. We saw that put to use beginning last year, I think at GridLife Midwest Festival, if I
yes,
recall.
That was the first time. Yeah, and it's interesting, watching some of these competitors. They're not quite sure how to use it, how to gap.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's a little bit different. It's more like a Code 60 than it is like a full course yellow, because typically in road racing, you'd bunch the field up all the time. That's not required under the time attack safety car. You can keep a gap, you can build a gap, and when you go back green, you can be ready to go. But what we've seen is drivers have an inclination to group up, and then when the green flies, you're all packed in traffic again.
Yeah, I remember it coming out at Lime Rock, and we had a little bit of confusion where Lime Rock, first of all, is a really tough pit entry as it is.
Yeah.
So, the safety car takes a long time to get off track, and there wasn't good communication. So I was, I think, 5th or so back in this field of cars, and nobody really gapped the safety car. So it ended up wasting a whole lap from everybody. So it's something that's hard to get used to, but it's definitely worth doing.
So cars working their way back around to the pit lane, and I imagine it'll take a minute or two to extract these cars before we turn us back loose for Group B. We're moving into the faster groups now, so again, will we see track record pace? Probably not. Could we see improvements? I think it depends on the driver at this stage.
Absolutely, and the sun's kind of coming out, so I'm not sure whether we'll see pace. Oh, now it's leaving again. There's a lot of clouds out here. I don't know. Again, if somebody set a record or a personal best, that means it can be done. It's just a question of what tires you're on. Some tires are more heat sensitive than others. The kind of driver you are, whether you're somebody that sets a fast lap right away, first lap in the session, or somebody that needs a couple laps to get into their rhythm. It'll be interesting to see in A and B. Those are always very competitive heats.
Yeah, so get a couple of tow trucks out there. The Carolina Motorsports track staff do a great job of keeping things moving. We've had very good luck so far this weekend, and haven't had a lot of cleanups to deal with, but we did have a lightning delay yesterday that put us back a little ways. That was no fun.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, we only got maybe an hour or so of delay. That was really, really good job by the track staff and the GridLife staff to keep that moving as fast as it did. That helped. It's really great for competitors when you pay for entry, you want the seat time.
Right.
That's really valuable. So I think everybody really appreciates that.
Ben Boltheis in the number 40 ran his best lap of the weekend by about 2
awesome.
seconds.
And he told me he actually switched tires from RE71 RSs to P1s, which are a tire that takes longer to go in. And he said in his style, he needs a couple laps to get in the rhythm, and the P1 really rewarded that.
Yeah, 143.047 was the best he had run. He's got a 141.658.
That's a huge improvement.
Yeah.
That's a really good job.
So definitely found some time there.
Yeah, and he also, he said he did a lot of power mods to his car over the winter. He's been running that car in stock power level, and he said he put it's got a lot more power. He said last session was actually the first time he turned off all the traction control, stability control assistance on that car. It looks like to have paid off really nicely.
So he's going to end up in about 6th spot in Street
right
GT.
on the edge.
Yeah.
Looks like he's about 1.2 seconds behind. No, excuse me.
About 1 second.
Yeah, about 1 second behind. Looks like Conor Gallagher in that GTR. So yeah, that's a fun battle to see. And it doesn't look like that car hit the tire wall.
It doesn't. It's the 224 of Mike Day in that MX-5 Miata, and I didn't get a number on the Subaru, but it didn't appear at first glance.
Oh, he's driving, so that's good.
Yep.
Yeah, hopefully it's no, hopefully it's no contact.
He's on a tow strap.
It's hard to see on my monitors.
Yeah, he's on a line.
My old eyes, I can't see him.
So maybe just mechanicals in the same place?
Yeah, could be. Could be, absolutely.
Which I guess, if you're going to have an issue, a very efficient place to have it is right at pit exit, effectively.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. It's just that part is a dangerous part on track. You definitely don't want to leave cars there, as cars are, in a green flag zone. You don't want to green flag cars there. So I'm glad that, it didn't get any worse, and we're going to continue on with these next 2 heats.
So cars getting retrieved and pulled back into the pit lane area. We're still waiting to release cars for Group B, but still 2 groups to go for our 6th heat of the weekend, 6th heat of 7 for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Of course, after our 7 heats, the top 5 from each of our classes will then move on to the Track Battle Podium Sprint. Run slightly differently this year, Ito. You had an experience with this last year, I think, also, where we had a Podium Sprint run in the rain, and there was changing track conditions, and we did run it sequentially, slowest to fastest, with the 5 cars in each class kind of grouped roughly together in the time block. But now they'll all go out together on track, gapped, but it's going to make sure that everyone has the same track conditions now.
Yeah, I was actually, I think, part of the event that really kind of set that new procedure, and it was, Podium Sprint used to be, you get released in the opposite order of where you place, so 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. And what happened last year is, at Midwest Fest, it started raining, it rained before Podium Sprint, and that really kind of hurt the chances of, basically 5th through 3rd place. And then it was not funny, it was interesting because Andy and I, we had changing track conditions. And I remember my first lap in the Podium Sprint, it was very slippery, and it was like all of a sudden, it was like halfway through that first lap that I felt the grip come back, and I had to go back on the dry line instead of the wet line, and back onto kind of a pseudo-dry brake markers and choosing a later braking. And it was really hard to adapt to. It ended up, I think, closing the gap artificially between me and Andy to, I think it would only end up being a couple tenths, when in qualifying, I think he was almost a second faster than me. So, I think from a fairness standpoint, I think it makes sense to do that, release them all at the same time. It is a little bit harder for us here in the booth to really give everybody the attention that I think they value.
Right, there's 90 cars in Track Battle here this weekend, and we're split them up against 3 or 4 groups depending on the field size. And the challenge with the heat-based pace grouped format is a lot of the class leaders tend to all be in Group A or B, and so when you've got 5 or 6 class leaders all going fast at once, it's like, which one do you pick, right?
Yeah,
You sort of end up having to follow Ernestus Pezelis and the slick-tired Corvette C6.
Yeah, it's such a cool car with the wings and the noise and everything like that.
There's a car in this group, I think, the 47 BMW M4 that's got active aero.
Yeah, he was talking to me earlier about potentially switching back to track mod. But yeah, in unlimited trim, you're allowed active aero, and his car was, you could see it into the braking zone, that big wing coming back up as he was under braking. Yeah, that was really cool to see, actually.
I was just so impressed with the strength of that wing.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't look intentionally beefy, but just the forces at play on a surface that big at that speed have to be enormous.
Yeah, because you're fighting naturally drag, which is, as air comes off of the wing, it produces a kind of low pressure zone that sucks it back. That's natural drag, but then it's also adding more force from the actuators, pushing it into the flow and adding more drag. That's a very complicated mechanism to design, and not just that, you got to do it quickly. If you want the maximum advantage from a mechanism like that, it's got to be done quick. And in my experience, the faster you design it to be, the more expensive it gets.
Right. Sean Bassett in the number 269. Whoa, big
car's
slip.
so cool.
Oh, man, he had that thing all crossed up there.
It's got a V8 noise, which is really weird because it's supposed to be like an RB something, because it's a 280Z, I think. So it's a little bit like you see it go and you're expecting a turbo inline 6 noise, and you get this big V8 noise. It's just such a cool car to watch, though.
A great livery on board.
Yeah,
new
that's
partners.
A new livery, yeah. It used to be black and white. Now it's red and white with new partners. It's really cool.
Yeah, really great to see that 269 getting after it there. There's a great image of this car from Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park with the whole front end off the ground.
That is such a cool image. Yeah, a lot of, if you're not putting front tires off the ground on LRP at Lime Rock, you're not trying hard enough.
Well, there's a lot of discussion, and you're an aerodynamicist, so you could talk about this too, I'm sure. The challenge of the aero balance of the car. There was a lot of discussion around that photograph where the car came off the ground that, hey, why is it coming off the ground with all this front aero? But you might be able to speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with the design of the front aero of that car, but if you don't do it right, it can lead to bad characteristics when the front comes off the ground. But professionally speaking, on GT3 cars or something, when you're in the wind tunnel, you're mapping to different ride heights. So professionally, the way it's done is you map the car and you design the part to be good at the chosen ride heights and the most common ride heights around the track and things like that. It's hard with a car on any car that's designed well. I don't think they run GT3s at Lime Rock.
They haven't they did previously.
Okay,
but not anymore.
Yeah, so I doubt. It's a lot
they ran
like
the chicane too.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
It's a lot like, I don't know if people have seen that Mercedes video from Le Mans, in the early 2000s, where it kind of got up, and then it's a big sail. The whole underbody's flat. So once air gets underneath it, it kind of takes you. And there were a couple of Mercedes prototype cars that flipped as a result of that.
Yeah. There's videos of those on YouTube.
Yeah, that's
They're
right.
wild. Here's Mario Marone in the number 727. This is your leader in Club TR. Not on your timing screen because this is relevant to this session only, but we'll see if Mario can improve on his time, because a 140.668 I think already was track record pace here.
Yeah, and 6/10 ahead of Evan McLaren, who's last year's champion in that silver Integra. That's an impressive gap here for sure.
Yeah, so the previous track record was a 142.099, so we're almost 2 seconds clear of that this weekend.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, these cars are getting faster and faster. These drivers are getting faster and faster. It's really cool to see.
There is the number 310 Subaru of Mike Coons. He was out there in the drift lift session, get a little extra track time.
Yeah, I love that. Giving spectators here a ride around the track in your race car. Show them what it's all about, and then chasing drift cars and having them drift around you. That's a really cool part.
Yeah, for sure. And again, he had a GoPro strapped to the side of the car earlier, but navigating turn 8, using a little bit of the rumbles on corner exit.
Yeah, and that's an all-wheel drive car, so it's going to really do well in these digs here compared to these front-wheel drive, Club TR cars that can get some inside wheel spin, or probably not because they have limited slip diffs. But it looks like we have AJ Hartman on screen now in that New Edge Mustang with a lot of aero. AJ Hartman runs his own composites aero company, sells his own stuff. So if you need aerodynamics, AJ Hartman's your man. Or aerodynamic carbon fiber pieces, he's your man. That car is currently being run in a GLGT trim, running it in unlimited because he's not really worried about rules and stuff right now.
Have a look at your street and Club TR running order there. Watch the Club TR side in particular, because I would fully expect the 727 Marone to do better than a 151.0.
Yeah, it could be he was taking a slow lap to kind of build heat, or he made a mistake in turn 1 and he's like, okay, I'm gonna dial it back for the rest of the lap to keep my tires in good shape. So we'll see what he does.
Mike Coons just jumped to the top of street class, 142.417. And as far as his best time of the weekend, he's still about 1.3 seconds off of that. But I do think that maybe we could see some improvement from the Club TR category. In particular, there were some cars that had some traffic in previous sessions too.
Yeah, that's really interesting that, again, we had that Club SC car that set a personal best, and then everybody's having a hard time reaching that. That's just more credit to that Club SC car.
Yeah, right behind the Civic on track is this Hyundai Elantra N of Will Dries. We talked about him a little bit earlier. There he is on screen. This is a Hyundai Elantra N. This is one of the few cars I have experience driving on track. And my experience with it was unbelievably good in stock trim.
Yep.
Has really good characteristics, even on stock tires, which he is not. But, Will's come a long way to compete with this car, knocking on the door here of a podium spot, at least in this group. So really impressed with this. And again, Hyundai puts together some really great cars in their end performance lineup.
Yeah, it looks like he only needs a couple tenths to catch John Laughlin in that FL5 Civic. Hyundai Elantras, they're actually, I'm going to keep bringing SCC Autocross into this because that's my origin, but they're very competitive in D Street Autocross. If anybody cares listening to this, if you want to buy a daily driver that you can also autocross competitively in, that's a great car for you.
So I think already Dries is sort of set up for podium sprint. The reason why is because you'll note in street class right now, the number 7, it's called the Turn-In Concepts car. Yep. That was supposed to be Tom Halka this weekend, but Tom has an injury.
Oh, no.
Being driven by Josh Halka. Josh Halka's also driving his own car in Group A. So both those cars are qualified into the podium sprint. You can only drive one.
That's really interesting, man. I hope it's not too severe of an injury for him.
I think it was he had an issue with his foot, nothing crazy, but I think it just kept him out of the car here this weekend. New competitor here this weekend in the number 101 car. This is Jason Witt, who's running in track mud. This is his first time in GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition. Great looking gold BMW M4.
Yeah, that's an F82 M4. Looks like it's got some dive planes on it, a front splitter and a rear wing, and that puts you from Street GT into track mod. Yeah, it's there's a huge variety in track mod cars, and it's a very serious class to compete in. It takes a lot of work. And these cars, they're capable of a lot of power, but they also weigh a lot. So it's a really hard balance to strike. It's got a dual clutch, which I think is super fast. I don't know if his is a manual or dual clutch. And those S55 engines can make a lot of power with the right mods, but again, you're competing against Supras, which are lighter. You're competing against Corvettes, which are lighter. So, yeah, it's difficult.
Quick hands there for Drew Voss getting the Street GT Supra, chasing it a little bit.
Yeah, getting it rotated around that last corner and up to the finish now.
And also note that Jason Witt's time, a 1:42.853, is right behind Chris Boersma's time. And Boersma's car has got a lot of development in it.
Yeah.
And Jason Witt, I know it's got a lot of development in it as well, but he's new to this championship, so he's already off to a pretty good start, I would say.
Yeah, and Chris was telling me that he actually switched within Track Mod rule sets from Track Mod 2 to Track Mod 1, which is a smaller splitter, a smaller diffuser, less overhang, but you're allowed a flat floor and things like that. So he was saying that with a 14-inch splitter in front of your car, it makes a lot of compromises in the suspension setup so that the car doesn't dive down and drive the splitter into the ground. So he said it's the right way to go. It looks like they're having a little bit of teething issues this week by the next race.
Here's Tim White in the Track Mod C8 Corvette. Let's talk C8s for a second. Big departure from prior Corvette machinery with the mid-engine platform, but the performance capability comes up a lot with this layout.
Yeah, that is an extremely developed platform. It's, I was saying that C5s and C6s are blunt instruments. C8s are much more precise. They're much more surgical. There's a lot of development that's done by GM engineers, and they're very good drivers themselves. They're very good at tuning these cars. And it's interesting because a base C8, it used to be last year, you could drive a C8 Z06 like this one in Street GT, and actually over this winter, they actually added a rule that limited the stock power level to 600 horsepower, which effectively kicked out the Z06 and the E-Ray from that class, which, selfishly as a competitor with the C60, I think it's the right move for competitiveness. You don't want to encourage your competitors to be buying $130,000 cars to be competitive. That being said, Luke McGrew, he's running it in track mod, his C8 Z06 in track mod as well. That car's going to be competitive anywhere it's at.
Yeah, just impressive performance there. Here's a look at your street mod and track mod running. The street mod group, I think we've still got the meat of that pointy end is coming in Group A here shortly. And I see Dewey DeWitt on the grid, so I think that'll be a car to watch. He's still currently the class leader there. But as far as track mod is concerned, we're going to see some cars best that as well. Here's Josh Halka behind the wheel.
That's a GC, I think. Dewey's going to get mad at me if I get that wrong. Yeah, that's an older Subaru, but trust me, I doubt there's an older Subaru drivetrain in it. It's probably mid-2000s EJ something or other in that car. That's allowed in Street. Street allows for same manufacturer engine swaps, so that's probably what's going on with that car.
Tim White just jumped to the top of Street Mod, by the way, on the left-hand side of the screen as we watch the Turn-In Concepts number 7 work its way through Turn 8. But again, they've got themselves in a bit of a pickle with this podium sprint scenario. I don't know exactly what happens as far as the podium sprint if you qualify 2 cars in, but one of the drivers isn't available. In the past, we just haven't seen that car run. So I don't know if they're going to be allowed to have someone else drive it, but they've switched now. The 7 car, it was listed as Tom Halka, but now it's Turn-In Concepts as a team entry. So they would have forfeited every previous time had that been the case. And if they did that, then someone else could drive it.
Yep.
In the podium sprint.
Yeah, that's a tough decision to make as a competitor yourself. You don't want to kind of give up that seat. But Turn-In's got a whole stable of super fast guys that Tony Barber, who owns Turn-In, he helps maintain and work on those cars. He's a very knowledgeable guy. Yeah, so I'm sure they're making the right decision there.
It's number 58. I think that is Grant White behind the wheel of that Mustang. Previous best time of a 142.872.
Yeah, and talking about traffic management there, those two getting out of the way there, that was really good. Right, well before the corner. That's exactly what we want to see.
And we saw Sean Bassett go out at the beginning of the session. He's returned again.
yeah, maybe he went to get his tires checked. A lot of guys, you know, they have a whole crew that stay in the pit lane, and they'll check tire pressures and things like that. And maybe, you know, they adjusted his tire pressures. He went back out there.
Again, the Unlimited Class 269. We're going to see a little bit quicker Unlimited cars in Group A here, but this thing is going to win a beauty contest, I think, as far as the Unlimited cars are concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it has so much development in all of its parts. Yeah, that's one of the coolest looking cars here for sure.
Yeah, Lean Customs on the rear wing there as well. They did a limited run of some GridLife competitor cars last season. I know that our 2023 champ, is that right? Jeremy Swenson got himself a Lean Customs pin.
I think that was before he was in GLTC in 2023, wasn't it? Jeremy Swenson.
He was in 23, but not 24.
Oh, okay. That's right.
But yeah, he'd been around for a couple of years and entered first in 2021.
Yep.
Back at Circuit of the Americas. But Bassett to a 39.296. That feels like an improvement.
Yeah, sub 40 is a good time around here.
Not quite. He did a 38.9.
That's pretty close.
Not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're checkered flag here in this session.
Not quite. No,
not quite. Yeah, it just looks like some people are turning in early. You know, they just sense that the track conditions aren't there for them, so, you know, they don't want to use up their consumables or risk the car, so, you know, they're coming in early. Gets a little bit quieter.
Yeah, we get to the higher groups. There's a checker now. We tend to get to the higher groups. You run less laps, right?
Yep.
Your cars aren't necessarily set up to run. And again, time attack isn't a competition about running the most laps. It's the fastest lap. If you run a good lap, why run out there and waste more fuel and tire, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, for people that I don't think know what track time attack is, I equate it a lot to rental karting, where you're not going out there. You know, you shouldn't be going out there to fight wheel to wheel with, you know, other rental kart people. You should be trying to go out there and set a time. You know, and a lot of the time, I tell newer time attack drivers that you're not racing anybody. You know, if somebody is holding you up for whatever reason, gap yourself. Find a gap. You know, try and set that fast time, because that's what this is all about. It's not about fighting wheel to wheel, going into corners side by side. You know, we can go to GLTC or GLTT for that in the future.
Certainly. And you talked about the debut of GridLife GT, the new wheel-to-wheel category that will debut at GridLife Midwest Festival in a couple of months' time. Effectively the Eibach GLTC series, but with a little more power and a little more weight potentially to boot. But we're kind of curious to see what cars will show up there, because it's a class sort of designed to capture some homologated cars as well.
Yep.
So we could see some cars that you might see in some other professional racing series that will end up kind of funneling their way into the GridLife GT formula.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of GT4 cars would fit in that. That's a very popular series, you know, right now, is GT4 cars homologated by the FIA to compete in IMSA, FIA events, SRO events, things like that. But there's also, you know, allowances for some interesting modifications that can give you competitive advantages, things like flat floors, things like that. I kind of look at those rules, and I think there's probably some loopholes there that are worth looking after. And it's funny, talking to Eric Coutil, I know he at some point was considering doing a GLGT build with a supercharger on his car.
Oh my gosh.
I think that'd be so interesting.
Well, you can't have a foot slip off the brake with a supercharger.
Yeah, no, you'd be going into that corner much faster.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, you know, a driver of his caliber in a class like that with a car like that, I think that'd be really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a checkered flag here on Group B for the GridLife Track Battle Championship, and we're going to be up to really the top 20 cars of the weekend and the pointy end of all the fields, with the exception of, I think we've got the fastest of Club TR and Club SC out of the way, so it's really the other 5 categories will have their class leaders in this next group.
Yeah, the only one that's not here is Ryan Matthews. It looks like he didn't run his C6 E06. Well, he might in his next seat, he might choose his C6 E06 versus his C5, because I think both ways he ends up being in Heat A. The last couple sessions he's been running it in B, even though he qualifies for A. Looks like he decided not to run his C6Z. He's going to run his C5, hopefully, in this session.
So the 65's got the fist out the window.
Universal sign for I'm going to pit right now. Yeah, so when we're teaching newer drivers to give signals to drivers behind them, the whole fist out the window is the signal to the people behind you that you're going into the pits to not go up into your butt, you know, right behind you, because you're going to be braking for these pits, especially these pits. You know, they require you to probably brake, you know, right on the racing line, so it's a very good thing to do.
Yeah, and the fist is easy to spot because it's not a wide open hand, or a point by or something like that. So good to know.
looks like we've got a lot of, Heat A competitors going out. That's awesome to see. These are the guys that they'll look at this heat, they'll see the weather, they'll be like, I don't know if I want to, drive my, super delicate machine in this heat. It's not going to go any faster, but it looks like we've got quite a lot of competitors going out, so that's going to be awesome to see. These are where, no shade thrown at Club SC or Club TR. These are where all the coolest cars are,
Spoken like a true aerodynamicist.
I like big wings, and I cannot lie. What can I say?
I just think you get to this is where you start to see cars sliding around, really pushing the limits of speed here.
Except for this ND, which has no aero, and it is squarely in Heat A. That car is being driven very quickly.
You might know more about it than I do, but I was told it has a 2.3-liter EcoBoost in it.
Oh, that's an interesting swap. I haven't heard of swaps like that.
This car was in the podium sprint last year, in Street Mod, to give you an idea of how fast it is.
I don't know the owner. What's the power level on that car?
I would venture to say a lot more than stock.
Yeah, I think AJ Hartman, in his new Edge, he actually runs an EcoBoost as well. I think he said he would make like 500 horsepower. 500 horsepower in an ND.
This thing's wild.
Super short wheelbase, no aero. That's a handful. Let me tell you, I drive a C6 E06. That's a whole different level.
Your car's also wild.
Yeah.
You'd be right at home in the Miata with a million horsepower.
I think I'd be overwhelmed. Like that. He's driving the tires off it. That's really impressive to me.
I just really hope, and I think he's still currently there. It's Dayton Delahousse that's driving the car. But I hope that he gets into the podium sprint, because when you get to watch this car, let's see, first, second, third,
he is
fourth, fifth. So he's currently qualified into the podium sprint. We get to see that car all on its own on camera tomorrow afternoon.
That's so cool.
Just the power slide out of turn 12 last year. It was unbelievable.
It's just a super short wheelbase. It doesn't look like it has fender flares either. So you can't fit a lot of tire on a stock Miata fender. That's extremely impressive. I don't know if he's a local or what, but he's a hot shoe here.
When you break the speed of sound on the straightaway, how fast do you go in the corners?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The Miata, it can be a Miata when it gets to the turns. You just got to slow it down enough to be a Miata.
Yeah, normally the Miatas are the ones that hold up people in the straightaways, but catch up to them in the turns. I don't know if that's the opposite.
A Miata that can get out of its own way is a dangerous car.
Yeah. That'll be in many Corvette drivers' nightmares. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. Justin Peachy in the Track Mod C6. Was that a little lockup there?
Little lockup there. Yeah. That car has had a lot of development into it. He's actually got this really cool new exhaust system in it. I think the name of the company is 8-to-1 Concepts, I think. Basically, they take the two headers, and there's 8 outlets. It goes into 4 outlets, and it goes into 1 pipe that goes down the length of the car, and it creates this really unique sound that kind of sounds like a flat crossplane, a flat crank V8. It's a really cool sounding car.
For turn 10, he's pushing. He's currently leading in the Track Mod group, number 445. His best time of the weekend at 1:35.660 in the Track Mod category. So he's got Kyle Hale, who's running his GLTC BMW M3, and Tim White in track. Sorry, I'm just down the page a little bit. It's Chris Smith in the 212, the orange BMW 1M chasing
with also
it.
V8 in it. You expect a kind of N54 inline 6 turbo noises from that car, which Jamie Santos, that's what he runs. He's got a white 1 Series with the not stock, but the original powertrain with the car. It looks like that Lexus RCF pulling out of the way
it's Jimmy
for Jimmy Rock in that Civic, which he says makes 500 horsepower. That thing's also really rowdy. It's cool to see that Lexus though. Those things sound cool. They're really cool track cars actually.
Yeah, it's Andres Bertulis behind the wheel. That car has got Lexan replaced glass and a whole bunch of things to make it lighter. They're not exactly the lightest on their feet, but Andres has been around for a handful of years, and he's really developed that car quite. You can see the windshield vibrating.
Yeah, it looks like Jimmy Rock is catching up to Justin, so maybe he can set a personal best here. Where's Jimmy? He's in Unlimited, I believe. It looks like he is currently sitting 4th in Unlimited. Needs to find half a second or so. Yes, about half a second. So he needs to be 36.1. So we'll see, as he comes back across the start-finish for this session. Let's see if he can get that done. Justin's being super nice, giving him a nice tow down the straight. Nice little draft.
Gosh, look how fast. Oh, big slide right in front of Ralph.
Does not catch it.
And
oh, man.
Wow, right past the corner station. He got so lucky there.
That was really lucky.
Wow.
I bet that freaked out Jimmy Rock, too. I'd be freaked out.
That was the biggest slide. That'll definitely be a pit in and take a second to breathe, because that was 160 miles an hour departure from the racetrack there.
Hopefully he's wearing his brown pants.
Yeah, gosh, that was crazy. Bet you that woke the corner worker up there. Over there too, but
he went between the corner worker and like the trees back there. Let's see this replay.
Yeah.
It looks like he probably stayed on throttle and maybe just couldn't quite make it. Yeah, he just broke loose there. Jimmy Rock is right behind him, gets on the brakes to avoid him.
Gosh,
that is so close.
So lucky there. And Jimmy did a great job getting slowed down here, because he gets spit right back out in the center of turn 11.
That is impressive awareness. Impressive on both their parts that nothing worse happened.
Yeah, got very lucky there. We'll take that win when we can.
Man, I need brown pants.
Yeah, me too.
I'm having my heart feels. Ooh.
That's wild, isn't it?
I've had moments like that.
It doesn't get
it's
easier.
terrifying.
Yeah. Doesn't get easier to watch, I'll tell you that.
At that speed, you leave the track, and you know almost as soon as you leave the track if you're going to hit something. So you kind of get that pit in your feeling if you get off track at the right angle, the right speed. You kind of get this pit in your stomach of like, oh my God, am I going to hit something? And fortunately for Justin there, he didn't hit anything.
Jamie Santos has picked up a big chunk of time. He had 37.7 before, and he's now at a 36.4, so that's a full second gain.
That's a big jump. Does he move up in spots there? Let's take a look.
Let's see. Street mod for Santos. It would jump him past Dewey DeWitt also.
Oh, that's a big move right there from Jamie Santos, and Dewey's gonna hear that back in the pits. He's gonna go for it tomorrow morning. He's not gonna let that stand. No way.
He's on track right now, chasing Jimmy Rock in this the Civic. So Dewey's right back there on track, trying to go for it, and he's not gonna know that Santos has gone quicker, but he'll give it all the beans.
I think he has comms, so it wouldn't surprise me if they tell him, and he's gonna stay out there and try and get that lap. He's really pushing it.
Got the pedal down, baby.
Looks like Jimmy gave up on his run. We'll see if Dewey does another lap here. And it doesn't look like any improvement now, but maybe on this run. This track is really unique because these cars, they're braking before the start-finish to make turn 1. So, I've heard in the past, guys like Christian Aranja, his tip when he's competed here with NASA is, on the lap that he knows is fastest, he'll miss his braking point into 1 to set his fastest lap and just overshoot 1, throw away the next lap. But in a car like this, you don't have that kind of space. Like, this car makes, it could make 700-800 horsepower. It's really fast, so you don't want to take that kind of risk in a car like that.
Yeah, it looked like he was on it the first half of the. I think he's still, can't really tell. Looks like he's backed it down now. But
hard to tell at this view. There's just so much to see. Yeah, I think he's definitely kind of backed it down. Although he took a lot of curbing there.
He did. It looked like the first half lap he was giving it a go. There's Luke McGrew in track mod. He's up to 3rd place, by the way.
Yeah, that car, I think, is stock power, C8Z06, and then some aero from Virus.
I hope it's stock power. He bought it in October.
Yeah, well, it's Luke McGrew, man.
Luke McGrew.
He'll do whatever it takes to go as fast as he can, and I think right now, it's just stock power, but I think it's got various aerodynamic components on it. And he's one of the fastest drivers out there for sure. So yeah, he makes that car work a lot. Looks like Jamie is pulling off with a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, might just be giving point buys there.
Yep.
Before the kink's a hard spot to get out of the way, so just trying to get as many cars in the rear view out from behind him as he can.
Yeah, that's really difficult for sure. Yeah, it looks like Luke's still on it here.
Yeah, Chris Smith just ahead of him, also at 138.377. And
there's another Hulk. Another turn-in.
That'll be Josh again in the other Subaru.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. That's what you're talking about, yeah. 2 different generations of Subarus. I don't know enough about Subarus to give you any nuance there. One's a hatchback, one's a sedan. I don't know. They have even the same livery, so it's a little bit hard.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, let's see what Luke can do here. If he's still out there, he must think that there's something to be gained. Again, a session like this session really informs your podium sprint pace and your podium sprint setup notes and your track notes. So, you're setting braking points, you're setting turn-in points, you're setting everything up for podium sprint, which is going to happen in a similar time frame as right now, similar track conditions. So
I have news for you. We have a tie for 2nd place in Unlimited right now. Not on the screen, but Jimmy Rock ran a 133. Oh, sorry, it's not a tie. He's actually a second ahead of Josh Briggs.
A 133.
A 133.986. So he is only
6 seconds.
He's
2.5
only,
seconds.
200ths behind Ernesto Pizzellas' best time.
But an improvement of, sorry, excuse me,
Yes.
an improvement of 2.5 seconds for him. That's going to be a type, again, tomorrow morning, and then the podium sprint. You know, these guys, they want the track record and they want podium sprint. So, you know, it's going to be a battle tomorrow morning. I can't wait to see it.
For the track records for Unlimited, the front-wheel drive record, he is absolutely decimated by 12 seconds or so.
That's a lot.
That was previously held by Mark
Ernestus, he's also really...
He's within about 3 seconds.
Oh, excuse me, I was looking at the all-wheel drive.
Yep.
My bad.
Yep, within about 3 seconds of it, so he's awful close, but...
Yeah, looks like that RCF pulling in. I think I think it's checkered.
Not quite.
No, excuse me. Here I am again.
Well, it's just all the guys in D and C, they run all the way to the checkers. These guys in A and B, they'll pull off well before. Here's Philip Glass Hess. This is a hill climb car that he's built for Track Battle now.
Yeah, and I started following him on Instagram. I don't remember the Instagram handle. My bad. But he also has YouTube videos that are really interesting. He actually blew up a motor last year that really kind of delayed it, and then he built it back up this year. And he's getting after it here into turn 1, taking all the curbing he can into 2, and now looks like he's going to go through 3, taking lots avoiding the curbing there, so maybe a little bit scared. Looks like he's maybe backing down. Nope, he's still going for it.
Wingman 7033.
That's right, at Wingman 733.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really cool car. It's got a Turbo K in it. That's a pretty common swap for a lot of people wanting to make big power. I think he makes something like 500 horsepower. It's a really cool build for him right there.
When you give Miatas that much power, they are absolutely a weapon.
Yeah, and no aero like the ND. He at least has aero. That ND, man, for Dayton, that's oof.
Yeah, and currently Philip Glass Hess is in the top 5, so he is in the podium sprint
awesome.
as it stands. And normally, podium sprint for Unlimited, we don't normally have more than 5 entries, but we have 12 entries this weekend. So having people get eliminated out of it is actually impressive.
Yeah, it's all going to come down tomorrow morning. Like, that is going to be the best. That's going to be, you have the most looks at the track. That's going to be the, similar conditions to this morning and Friday morning. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see who moves in, who moves out, who improves tomorrow morning.
Checkered flag is out now, so...
See, my timer, I have this internal timer from my years of doing it. Yeah, I'm close.
It's really not bad.
Yeah, less and less cars, the conditions are worse and worse. All of these guys, they have something like an AIM or a Garmin Catalyst in their car. So they're seeing the feedback. They're getting their own feedback from the times they're setting, and they know what the best they can do is. They probably look at it, they try a lap, they maybe try another lap, they maybe cool down and do a 3rd lap, and then they're like, you know what, it's just not worth it, I'm just going to pull in. That's kind of, I think, the attitude, or that's kind of the mindset that they have.
Well, no big pickups there on the final lap, maybe no surprises there, but they'll cool things down, head back to the pit lane, and kind of go over the data before they get one more chance tomorrow morning, to go fast and qualify themselves into the podium sprint. So when we look at these results here in a minute, we got to pay special attention to who's already in and who feels safe and who really needs to do some
Nobody
work
feels
overnight.
safe. No, but there's no way anybody feels safe. If you're Club SC in particular, that's really tight. Club TR, those, honestly, all these classes, nobody's going to feel safe, especially if you're 4th or 5th. You got to step it up. Like, you have to step it up. All these guys are going to know that. They're going to be looking at video. They're going to be visualizing overnight. Yeah, I'm actually, it's kind of nice to not be competing. I get to relax. I get to go to sleep late. I get to, partake in all the awesome grid life festivities that we have here. And I can just wake up tomorrow and just roll in here out of bed and just start commentating on other people's stress.
It's been almost over a year since we broadcast the early morning sessions in the the Track Battle Championship. So it's having to wake up and get right to it. That's new to me again since 2023. So you get right to it. The drivers have to get right to it. And we also compete on Sundays.
Yeah, last year, Podium Sprint was actually happening right now.
Yeah.
And I think it's a really good change for the series to move that back to a Sunday. It not only gives competitors more sessions, now we've got 8 sessions that you can be in if you make the Podium Sprint. And it gives you 3 cracks at the fastest session of the day, which is going to be the morning sessions, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I think that's a welcome change. I can't wait to compete in that format myself.
Yeah, so cars making their way back around the pit lane, and they'll head back in here shortly. Philip Glass Hess and Luke McGrew also coming into the pit lane. And results from...
They might be the only 2 cars out there.
I think they were. Yeah, the last couple of cars will make it into the box. And here's a look at your unlimited class results from Track Battle Q6. Jimmy Rauch, Andres Bertulis, Jeremy Lauder, your top 3 there. But looking down the rest of the order, some big gains for some cars here, and others didn't really make much progress.
Yeah, and this screen shows what's running this session.
Yep.
It's not representative of the main, but Jimmy Rauch, I'm curious whether he ran that before or after he witnessed that spin. If he did it after, that's very impressive to just get back in that mindset and go for that lap.
Yeah, certainly. We'll take a look at the track mod highlights as well here with the top 10. Chris Smith, and then, of course, Justin Peachy, despite that spin, he got a 39.0 in before that, but he's run much faster earlier in the weekend. Luke McGrew, Boersma, Jason Witt, your top 5 there. We step on down to street mod. Jamie Santos, big pick up there, vaults him ahead of Dewey DeWitt. Then it's Cal Fortner, Dayton Delahousse, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, again, very impressive time from Jamie.
Street GT, Drew Vosk, 140.070. I think we're going to see a little bit more shifting and shuffling in Street GT before it's out. But Conor Gallagher, just about a half a second back from moving into a podium position, provisionally, of course. So he's got some work to do tomorrow as well. In Street class, the story has been Turn-In Concepts, but they're split now by Mike Coons, who jumped in between them there. So 777, Josh Hulka. I don't know what driver's behind the wheel of the 7 now, because I think they're planning on having both cars in the podium sprint.
Yeah. Could be Tony Barber. He drives a lot of his own cars. He's a capable driver himself. And John Laughlin there, who I think he's the highest qualified front-wheel drive car. That's impressive from him in that FL5.
And then in the Falcon Club TR category, we didn't really see the best laps of the day, but this is roughly the order that they're already in. McLaren, Maroney, Bailey, Vu, who's finally gotten some decent times on the board after chasing the car all weekend. Team JST right back inside the top 5. Foster Johnson chasing some times as well. But the big news also in the Club SC category. Lennon Radcliffe smashing the track record again, and now is 4/10 ahead of everybody else.
1.2 seconds faster than anybody else in that session. That's a little bit of that's showing off. So tomorrow morning, some of these guys, they might have brought a fresh set of Falcons to the track. They might be like, I got to bolt these on. I was going to save them for Road Atlanta. No, I got to put them on right now. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, great look at the results there down the order, and I'm sure we'll see some shifting and shuffling. I'm excited for the podium sprint format for Club SC. Also, it hasn't changed for them. It's the same way that they've always run it, but how tight things are this weekend, it's going to be a thriller.
Yeah, that one's they're going out on track together, and if you're the slowest one, you get eliminated. It's brutal.
And, of course, this was a pretty exciting Track Battle Q6, and we saw lots of slip and sliding and drivers going for it here. Here's a look at your highlights for GridLife Track Battle Q6. Early on, Group D, the Audi S3 going for some curb jumping there. The team, the 704, Brian Myers out there going for some time. JST Performance sneaking on by. Sam Dooling in the Honda Fit there. You see the fist out the window.
Yep.
Big slide for Sean Bassett through turn number 3 as they navigated that section.
Yeah, and looks like that's AJ Hartman in his GLGT New Edge finding time out there as well. Evan McLaren, trying to fight Mario Maroney, and that's Tim White setting his personal best in that track mod C8 Z06.
Yeah, and then looked like
big lockup.
Big lockup again for the Datsun as he was chasing some speed around turn number 1. It's been a wild day for that car. Andres Bertulis, a little too much in turn 14. Got up on the rumbles. And then this was the big moment. Overcorrection, slide through the grass at 160. How about that?
Yeah, that's like I said, that's a terrifying moment for any driver. So hopefully he comes back at it tomorrow morning.
All right, GridLife Track Battle Q6 is complete. And we'll kick things off on Sunday morning with more Track Battle action, but we've got more on the day.
Want a race? Ready? Set? Go!
Green flag and we're underway. Look at that move by Cathers. Oh, and he got that curb, and how This one he goes wide.
Drag race. It's slipping away for Peter Zhang to the checkers. Dropped up to the curving. They touched.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE South Carolina has brought us some of the best action of the season so far. It's good news because it's round 1 of 9 of the season, so it's been thrilling thus far here. GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 3 is coming up next, and Cerise Taylor caught up with some of the drivers just now.
Don't mind my mouthful. I'm enjoying this delicious meal catered by Rush, and I'm sitting with 4 of our Rush drivers here. Blair, you're one of the founders, but then we have some faces that you might recognize. We got Grant Anderson. We got Nate Hamilton.
What up?
And we got TJ Hunt. So guys, you guys have all come from the world of drift. I want you to explain to me why it's so special for you to do something that's so diverse with this grip racing and this bespoke series.
For me, it's like everything feels new, right? Like drifting can kind of feel repetitive. You learn certain like disciplines, but the rush stuff feels so new. Like every practice, every race is like overwhelming.
Yeah, I like that. I like that there's data behind every lap and every corner, and you can physically tell with time whether you're doing a good job or not on the track, because drifting is a judged sport that's subjective, and if the judge didn't see something you did, you could lose a battle that you should have won, right? So at least here, it's solid, hard data to tell you if you won or not, or if you're doing a good job or not. It's easy to push harder knowing that there's time left on the table because of the data.
And I think to add on to what Grant said, there's a lot of other like race programs and different types of racing that you can get all that in, but the price point for Rush is designed to be for everybody.
Yeah.
Especially through Rapscallion Motorsports.
Yeah, so to be able to...
Look at the
Quick
boys
sponsor
go.
plug.
Look at the boys
They're
go.
so dialed
They
right
got
now, you
this.
cannot shake them. Okay, so real quick, who's the fastest out of all you? Blair, you're excluded. Blair's out here just
TJ, who's the fastest?
Who was the fastest in the last... Oh, it was me.
Oh.
It was me.
Oh, was that
the one head to toe in his racing.
Before or after you fidget spun off turn 1?
It was after the checker line. Got the time.
All right, so how much faster is Blair than you guys?
Not that much faster. No.
2 seconds-ish. 2 seconds.
3.5.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's like 4 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, so explain to people why the 3.5 seconds is such a significant time marker as compared to, like, I don't know, some other
Well, in a
racing.
20-minute race, it ends up being a lap or 2.
Yeah.
That's bad.
It's bad.
That's not good.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
we want to be talking like tenths, you know, but we're talking seconds, so it's like it's a lot.
Which turn into minutes after a full race.
so are we going to see more of an investment from a grip racing perspective now from all of you guys, or what?
100%, yeah. Like I said, working with Rapscallion Motorsports, they make it an arrive and drive for us. So we're able to come here, we get fed, we get to hop in the race cars and drive, and we just get to focus on driving, which eases our brain from everything else. They have a great mechanics team, so we don't have to work on anything.
Yep.
So we just
That's
get
crazy.
to focus on driving and progressing our skills, which is gonna make I think it's helped us improve so quickly.
For sure. And with the addition of Sunoco, the best fuel on the planet, and our partners like Valvoline, McGuire's,
Viper Chair,
Magnaflow.
I thought this was a lunch. I thought this was a lunch
144
stop.
Racing, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Cerise.
It makes it all possible. Yeah, so we're trying to.
Grateful.
Yeah, we're trying to make it happen, and without that, it wouldn't be possible.
All right, last question. What's been the best thing on the meal so far? On the menu.
Last night's steak was
Last
really
night's
good.
steak.
Yeah, the chimichurri was on.
Yeah, with chimichurri steak.
So those steak tips? Yeah. Holy crap, that's delicious.
And if you come here, it's $50. Blair will let you come into the tent.
$50
and get.
It's 180, but TJ will take the other
at the door
$100.
and get it for $50.
That's incredible.
Hunt & Co is paying the extra $100, so come eat.
I love that.
If this airs,
We are
dude,
now.
dinner's gonna be
Guys, we love Rush. We're so glad that they're here. We're so glad that these drivers are enjoying the series as much as they are. It's elevating grid life. It's adding a new layer that we've never had before. So 3rd year with you guys. Thank you so much.
It's
delicious.
We are stoked to be here. So
Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you, Cerise.
You're so welcome.
All right, you can come eat now.
Grid Life Rush Series, race number 3 about to begin. Thanks to Cerise again for catching up during lunchtime casual chatter around the lunch table. But it's time to get ready to go racing, and you got to put your serious face on here. Kevin Bandy's alongside me. Kevin, let's run through the starting lineup here for race number 3. Winner of both races so far, Ryan Leach, starts alongside Andy Vogel, so that will continue that battle as it has so far. Nico Bronson, James French start in row number 2. Then it's Ethan Alexander and Jalen Batley in row number 3, with Nate Hamilton, Gage Hughes in row 4, and Matt Wilson and Brett DiGiacomo in row number 5.
And then in 11th, we've got TJ Hunt, and right next to him is Insta Grant Anderson. 13th is Samuel Reed with the number 256, and number 53, we've got Evan Shanks in 14th. 15th is Bill Wright, followed by Jake Sanders and Jeremy Boyson, and Alex Zingenfuss is in 18th position. Andy Lee in 19th, and then John Howe, followed by Grant Ellis, AJ Campo, Larry Brady, and then ending with Team End Alzheimer's Motorsports.
Yeah, the 29 was the car we saw looped around early that triggered the only full course yellow we've seen in racing action this weekend. That car did not get back out on the racetrack, so we'll start tail of the field here for our Rush Series race number 3. The gray Nissan out in front right now is one of our pace car contest winners. It is Kevin Blackman in that car, or at least in the passenger seat of it. It's Mike Cohn behind the wheel, our typical pace car driver. So again, if you'd like to participate in our pace car contest and have your car be the pace vehicle for a Grid Life competition, make sure that you're following at Grid Life Official on Instagram in the weeks leading up to an event to learn how to enter. So we have a field of 24 of these Rush SR machines getting lined up and ready to go racing. Again, Kevin, the exciting news of the debut of the Rush SRX later this year, making this in the future a multi-class series. But right now, everyone's in the same car, just getting ready to go racing for about 15 minutes.
It's going to be really exciting. These cars are already incredibly capable, incredibly fast. And so what do you get when you add more horsepower, more downforce, and more capable car? Well, it's got to be great, right?
And
so
push to pass and DRS and a whole bunch of more gizmos.
Cool.
And we're really, really excited about the potential of that car.
I'm excited to see that as well. Being the push to pass, adding that strategy really with our incredible broadcast. I've been a fan a lot longer than I've been sitting behind here, which is just today. And I think our broadcast is just amazing. So basically you get the whole Formula One experience, right?
And I can't promise anything, but one of the things they're really excited about is the data that comes out of the car when they're on push to pass. I'd love to put that in the overlays.
That would be so cool.
It's like playing open wheel. It's going to be so fun. I cannot wait. Lights are out on the pace car, and it's time to go racing for Grid Life Rush Series, race number 3 from Carolina Motorsports Park. And there's tons of star power in this field. Nate Hamilton, Evan Shanks, TJ Hunt, Grant Anderson. But up front, it's Ryan Leach and Andy Vogel that are going to go toe-to-toe as they have so many times so far this weekend. Packed up, paired up, stacked up, and racked up.
The top 3 are going to try to break away like they did before. Who knows who's going to take first?
Time to go racing at Carolina Motorsports Park. Green flag, and we're back underway in the Grid Life Rush Series. It's a dead even heat. We're 3 wide. The 33 of Ethan Alexander was split like a sandwich down to turn 1. Big lock up and a spin. Middle of the field, right in front of everybody, and the field scatters around it as they try to navigate through it. But out front, Leach, Vogel, and Bratz get through the melee.
This looks familiar to us. We're going to see how they break away and if they can jockey for those positions up front. We got a 2 wide right behind them, so we've got some battles coming up.
Yeah, into turns 4, 5, and 6 now. I think a lot of people seem to have dodged that car that was looped around there at turn 1. Didn't catch which car it was, and there it is. Is it the 28 of TJ Hunt? It appears to be. So he's gone around and has gotten collected. A little bit of body work split up there. So I'm not sure if those cars can't get restarted, it will draw the full course yellow. But for now, we're racing. Big lunge on the brakes into turn 8. There's a little argy-bargy down there on the run into that corner.
That was pretty wild. Just see the car really jumping around and trying to do that. Now we've got our full course caution, though, so we're going to have to stay in line. That's going to close it back up. So any kind of gaps you're seeing, like what we see right here, we're going to stack all those back up, and there's going to be another restart. Yeah, so again, you have to clear the racetrack, make sure it's safe to continue. And similar story to the previous race where they had an incident at turn 1 that was unable to be cleared. When I saw the long shot down the front straightaway, I didn't see those cars there, but we saw TJ Hunt looped around. There was a big cloud of smoke, like a lockup down into turn 1. So I'm not sure if he got turned around backwards, but he was basically head on into the field, and everyone did a pretty good job dodging and weaving around him. But I'll guarantee that it is not a fun experience in his second competition weekend to be turned around like that. Definitely not. Maybe even more scary for somebody who's coming up on it first and going to potentially collect that car. You've got to get out of the way, and you've got to do so without surprising the person behind you, which could cause another incident. So it's always, you got to be heads up. Yeah, so great work by everybody that seemed to have missed it. It seems like only 2 cars were unable to drive away from it. And they've got some safety trucks out there. It looks like there still might be some cars at the exit of 1, but here's a look. See if we can figure out what happened. We're 3 wide, and he was already backwards, wasn't he? Yep, but it looks like people... okay, so we ended up with at least 3 cars making contact there. I have to say, I am pretty impressed with the that was, unfortunate end of the race early for that driver there. But I have to say, I'm really impressed with the field, the dodge and weave around that is as good as they did. And the other car that was caught up in that, I think was Alex Ziegenfuss in that 129, and he seems to have made it around the track, or at least back to the pit lane. So again, we talked about how robust these cars are. Exactly. These cars really seem to be durable. They can take these little impacts. In fact, that oil slick looking car, I was talking to him in the pits. There's just a tiny bit of damage to the wrap, but the car otherwise looks perfect. So they can take a little bit of a beating and still continue on. We see a little bit of hanging part off of that car. Yeah, again, just a little bit of body work. There's AJ Campo in the 227 that likely saw all of that out the front cockpit of the car. And we're going to be back behind the control of the safety car. A couple pieces of body work there strewn around the racetrack in other places as well, and just got cleaned up. Yeah, so. Exactly. So sometimes you can just knock it out of the way, right? Yeah, generally, as long as it's a lightweight component and not a chunk of metal. Self-cleaning racetrack philosophy. I'll take it. It's not Dover Motor Speedway or anything, but that's the true self-cleaning racetrack, at least in the Northeast. But so we'll kind of get things reset and restacked here. So it looks like it was at the 256 of Reed that was collected, or was it what was the other car that was down there at the bottom? So it's TJ Hunt, the 17 of Howell maybe as well. So those 3 cars were the ones that were involved in it. And I didn't catch how the 28 got turned around. It's very possible that he had someone in the back of him before he entered turn 1. Yeah, with that quick of a turnaround that early, you're really not turning at that point, so it's likely there's some contact. Somebody might get a little distracted and a little bump. Either that or just went to the brakes too quickly with cold tires and it just swapped ends really quick. But again, TJ's had a couple of race starts now, so wouldn't anticipate that necessarily, but maybe we'll get some information post-race and pass along what we can to you. But drivers are okay. We're just waiting to get those cars off course so we can resume racing here in the GridLife Rush Series race number 3. So last time on a restart, Andy Volkel was leading. He lost the lead. What did Volkel learn now that he's in the position Leach was in the last race? Yeah, so I talked to Andy after the last race. We were looking through the video, and it's very clear what happened there. It was a clean start, but he lost that opportunity. So now he is going to be laser focused on that flag stand to make sure that he doesn't miss out on the jump. The pace car was moving very slowly, I think giving race control enough time to clear the racetrack and get green maybe this lap. I thought I saw the lights shut off, but no, we're not going to be green this lap. They're going to try to figure out how to get these cars pulled off course. So we will continue for at least another lap behind the control of the pace car. Certainly see that we're closing those back up.
I just remember back at Road America last year, we had a small incident at turn 5 where one of the cars had to be put on a rollback, but they didn't have a rollback there, but they did have a crane truck with basically a sling, and Owen Horst and I were joking. It was like the from Toy Story, the claw, as it came down to pick up the car and just dragged it like a cat dragging a mouse in. But yeah, it was kind of a little bit of comedic relief after an unfortunate incident. But
so other than the wing, everything at the highest point in this car is incredibly structural. So if you were to somehow flip this car or something like that, you've got all that strength, but it also is a great place to pick it up on.
And a lot of the cars now have basically a halo built in as well. And they have something called the Trident, which is sort of a 3-barred system where there's a bar that runs down directly in front of the driver, adding additional safety. So a couple different options on this car as to how to configure that, but the SRX has it as well.
And you might imagine something right in the middle of your field of view would be distracting, but I talked to one of the drivers, he said it almost immediately disappears.
Yeah.
You forget that it's there, but that safety you'll be happy to have there. Apparently that it's strong enough that it could get wedged under a semi and you'd be okay. It can hold that strength.
And I believe that. And you look at the Formula Series, thinking Formula One or IndyCar, things of the sort that have gone to the halo or the aero screen or what have you, that all sort of have the same basic structure. And that's something that Rush has replicated in a way that fits this car, fits this chassis. It isn't just bolted on there. It's designed as part of the car. And just that safety and structural capability is just another layer of safety for these cars. And we talk about how robust they are. It really takes a lot. I mean, these are suspension impacts that keep these cars from rolling, but we have yet really to see anything with the bodywork that would keep them from rolling away. So really safe cars. And again, under control of the pace car here. When we get restarted, it's going to be a pretty quick race to the end, though note that on our timer, we have 8 minutes counting down. GridLife races are never a set time exactly. We have a time window to complete the race in. We roughly run 15-minute races, so when the clock hits 0, we may or may not be on the last lap, and that's okay. We'll get the white when we get the white, we get the checker when we get the checker. So though there's only 7 minutes and 40 seconds, we've been amazingly on schedule today. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe an extra lap or 2 added to this one.
Yeah, I hope so. We really want to see this play out. It's never any fun to spend most of the time under caution, and there's no need to here. We've got 2 cars to remove, but it's not major. There's a little bit of debris down there that we'll see, but that shouldn't be enough to stop the race. So once we get these cars cleared, I think we'll get some good laps in.
Yeah, great work there by the Carolina Motorsports Park recovery crew to get this thing up on the tow truck. And again, the pace car running very slowly. It's going to be more efficient to run a slow lap here and restart on this lap than it would be to come back around and do a whole other lap after this. So we'll continue circulating behind the pace car.
You can tell the drivers are aware that might happen. Maybe they're hearing that over the radios because you're seeing them weave, trying to put heat back into those tires, get ready for that ideal start. When they all queue up here, everybody's going to be taking that close look, trying to take advantage of this opportunity to jump ahead. If there's a big gap before the full course caution came out, that's all been closed up, so they get that opportunity to make it back.
You'll note this Camaro on track behind. No, that's not a mistake. That is our time attack pace car here this weekend. It's probably been sent out just to clear the track behind the field and make sure that the conditions of the track after the cleanup are good to run on here. So it will not be competing in this race. Don't worry about that.
Talk about scale. Imagine one of those coming up behind a Rush SR car.
Yeah, I don't know that I would love that so much. But again, Mike Cohn slowing us way down to give the safety crew time to get off the course and give us time to maybe give the track a quick sweep before we turn them loose once again.
These are actually pretty easy to operate and reliable race cars, but typically a race car doesn't want to just sit, right? So you never just stop on track for a lot of reasons. You could heat soak and everything like that, but a little bit of movement is enough to get air flowing through the radiator, keeping it cool, keeping it ideal so it's ready when that opportunity strikes so we can get back to racing.
Yeah, we are so close. Safety trucks are dodging back behind the pit wall, and Mike Cohn will be looking to turn that switch off and turn those amber LEDs off on top of that car. For now, they remain lit. They might give it one more go at a faster pace to speed things up. Again, I wouldn't worry about the timer so much. Generally, when we get down to the low end of the timer, they'll restart, give them 2 or 3 laps, and we'll see what the decision is from race control when we see that white come out. That's all we'll know about it. But when they roll back around,
Yeah, it's critical here that when we know that something might happen, we want to be stacked back up tightly, and it looks like the light might be out.
Lights are out, and there has been a slippery surface condition flag displayed to the drivers at the turn 12 corner station. The red and striped yellow flag is an indication that there is some debris on the surface. I think they're referencing what they're driving by on driver's left right there. So they might see that at the main flag stand as well with the green, because we are going to go back racing the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 3. The pace car is going to head for home, peel off to pit lane. Ryan Leach and Andy Vogel are going to go back to their 2-car tango at the front of the field, waiting for the green, waiting. And green flag, we're back underway in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, and Nico Bratz immediately swings defensive on James French. Ethan Alexander on a charge as well, but here comes Vogel pushing Ryan Leach through turn number 1.
Really tight battles here. We've got some side-by-side action. Everybody was trying to make the most of that green flag start.
Oh, a little door-to-door there up into turn 4. Does Leach have the advantage? He still does. He's looking a little bit sideways up here. Andy Vogel trying to keep pace with him. Nico Bratz is on his heels there. The red car in trail of the purple machine. That's Vogel in his first weekend in his own Rush SR car here, and he's on defense now.
We've got our familiar 3 up front. This looks familiar, and we're just trying to see if they can continue racing and switch up.
Oh, wow, Alexander, big charge on James French behind. That was a battle for 4th place. He took him by surprise and took that spot away. That was a big move there.
That was an excellent move, and I think, oh, wow, they just stacked back up. Oh, and we're going to see if he can hold on to it. Okay, that was more of an intimidation move than an actual move, but they're right nose to tail.
Yeah, James French, again, so much experience in machinery like this at the highest levels of motorsport, and now battling with Ethan Alexander there. Nate Hamilton is also chasing this battle with Batley, Hughes, and DiGiacomo right behind. A little more side by side as French goes back up the inside of Alexander. Great back and forth there on this lap.
Yeah, as long as they keep this clean, they're going to be coming back into the bits and just ranting about how much fun they're having right now, just trying to duke it out for position.
Remember James French. Whoa, big slip there in turn 14. Did not have the grip, and here comes Alexander back again.
He's ready for that opportunity.
White flag, final lap around here. Only 1 lap to go in this race.
Going for the outside. He's probably going to tuck back in if he knows that it's clear next to him. And they're side. Oh, so close. And little Bob.
Oh, he's going to shove it down the inside. Where's he going? Ethan Alexander trying to find a Rush SR size hole to the inside of French, but denied that pass that time.
He is not laying back. He is just in it, and any opportunity he sees, he's going to jump for it. Wow.
Oh, spin behind him. Nate Hamilton's gone around right in the middle of turn 4. Right center track again. It's TJ Huntspin all over again. Everybody dodging and weaving to the inside.
We're staying green. Everyone just has to get around this car and finish out this last lap.
Yeah, and for 4th place, James French and Ethan Alexander absolutely going at it here. Big slide on the brakes for French. He's at the limit of the grip of these tires.
Amazing racing we're watching right here. Wow, look at that bobble. That's not going to help him.
No, it's not. Didn't get a very good run out of turn 8. He needs to use a slipstream and maybe a big send on the brakes. Hope for a mistake. French draws him across the racetrack, trying to break the draft on the run down to turn 11. He might have enough distance to prevent a lunge into turn 11.
Easy to get into red mist here. You're just charging with adrenaline, trying to get everything you can, but you got to be strategic in these moments. Let's see if he can do something to stick with him, maybe even try to get a pass if there's a mistake up ahead.
A little wiggles behind him. Brett DiGiacomo sees Wilson and Hughes right ahead of him here as the field comes around to turn 14. Here's Ryan Leach trying to go 3 for 3. Andy Vogel tantalizingly close there in the number 34. Nico Bratz is going to get denied another 2nd or 1st place here. Checkered flag, and Ryan Leach 3 for 3 wins Rush Series here at South Carolina. Then it's Vogel, Bratz, French hangs on to 4th in that epic brawl between himself and Ethan Alexander.
Oh, and Vogel trying so hard. He actually put down fastest lap just then. It wasn't enough. It was too late in the race, unfortunately. Man, what a race we just witnessed. Had they had all the time to get through there, it could have been a totally different outcome, but this is all part of it, right? You got to take advantage of what you've got available to you.
Yeah, what a great race there for 4th, though. James French and Ethan Alexander just absolutely slicing and dicing back and forth. And there's Nate Hamilton, who's been unable to get that car restarted. That's a huge shame for him. Was running up inside the top 5, top 6 when he got turned around. Again, not sure if there was any contact there, but once he got looped, couldn't get refired. And again, everyone did a phenomenal job dodging and weaving around him.
Yeah, maybe an advantage of these small cars. You can kind of get out of the way and make more lanes around a spun car. But again, we got to give a lot of credit to these drivers, being heads up, looking for those kinds of incidents coming up ahead. It can be overwhelming, especially newcomers to this series or to racing. You got to be aware of these things coming up ahead. It's not just about throwing down the fastest lap. You got to do it in a safe way.
But does anybody have anything for Ryan Leach?
Man, we don't know. I mean, Vocal throwing down that fastest lap and actually coming up closer to him is interesting. Maybe he can stitch it all together.
So race 4 tomorrow is going to be gridded by the points of the weekend thus far. So it's a slightly different format than Eibach GLTC, but it'll still put Ryan Leach on the front row. But Andy Vocal, Nico Brods, James French, they're all still going to be here. James French will actually be down a little further because he didn't score a lot of points in the first 2 races of the weekend. But, man, I'll tell you what, the front 3, they have teed themselves up for an epic brawl. If Leach lost a 1/10 of a second a lap, I mean, Vocal will be in there, and as soon as Vocal's in there, Brotz is in there. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's just explosives waiting to get set off between these two.
I think regardless, we're going to see this top of the field back up together. So even if French falls back a little bit in starting grid tomorrow, I definitely expect to see him back up in the mix, and this battle's just going to keep continuing. These guys are absolutely fantastic drivers. They're laying it all out. You see them sliding the cars in full control. They are going to put down incredible laps.
Yeah, so heading back into the pit lane now, finishing out their 3rd race of the weekend. A little bit shortened because of the full course yellow we had with TJ Hunt and a couple others getting tangled up in turn number 1. But have a look at the results here in just a moment as well, and kind of give us a perspective of how things went for those beyond the top 5, because again, it was just a pretty enticing battle there across the Rush Series Race 3. But again, we have one more race on the weekend, and these guys are with us for most of the season. I think all the season as well, so we'll get to watch them all throughout the year. And heading back to the pit lane, and we'll have a look at our GridLife Rush Series Race 3 highlights. Rolling off the grid here with a little bit of breeze in the cool afternoon, but turn 1, lap 1, collision there. TJ Hunt got turned around and right into the center of the field. It was the 256 that got stuck and unable to continue. Brought out a full course yellow on the restart, though. It was Ethan Alexander and James French that were absolutely slicing and dicing here. They continue to do that all the way back around with that side-by-side battle. Even on the last lap, they continued. Alexander tried to use the curbing to his advantage, could not do it, could not get there. At the end of the race, though, it was Ryan Leach going 3 for 3, checkered flag, winning all 3 races so far here at GridLife South Carolina. And it looks like Nate Hamilton's still stuck over there by turn 4 as we wait for the field to head back around. Again, we have to get him on the rollback before we can move on to our next event on the day.
A number of spins out there. That first spin by TJ Hunt, I talked to him right before the race, and he ended up having his brake bias way off than what he expected. So he put new pads in because he had glazed his old ones and changed his bias back. And man, his first time jumping on those brakes was in turn 1, so it probably just wasn't exactly what he expected. Maybe some of these other spins were brake related as well.
I think that could be, again, especially on the beginning of the race when your brakes are cold, your tires are cold, you go to that pedal and it just swaps ends on you. It's so easy to do, especially when you don't have all the load on the front. We're going from a faster corner, a faster straightaway to a slower corner. There's more weight on the front tires. And on the initial start, there's just not that much weight transfer happening. So it's just very easy to swap ends on the race car. So with that, we're going to wrap things up here for GridLife Rush Series race number 3. It was 3 for 3 for Ryan Leach in the number 56.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
GRIDLIFE South Carolina is back again for 2025, the opening round of 9 for this year's competition, and it's our 3rd consecutive year here at this beautiful racetrack, Carolina Motorsports Park in Kershaw, South Carolina. Kyle Heyer joined by Kevin Bandy, and Kevin, it's Eibach GLTC time once again, this time for the GLTC Shootout.
That's right. So it's really interesting. Usually a race 1, you've got this opportunity for fastest lap, would set your grid position in race 2, but this year that changed a little bit. It's now race 2 to race 3 for that same scenario, but in this case, it's even more different because we've got the top 10 shootout. So if you were in the top 10 of times from race 2, we're going to give you an extra opportunity to change that grid order in the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cerise Taylor was down in the pit lane and paddock getting caught up with some of our competitors before the shootout.
All right, I am back with Eric Cattil. Eric, you just won race 2 by a landslide. How many seconds were you in the lead by?
I don't know, but I couldn't see him in every mirror anymore. So I was like, what the hell happened to them all?
Is it hard being so much farther ahead than the pack? Because these are your friends too, but like you're here to win.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have a good race and win than just kind of drive out like that. But what I was telling a lot of people is, you know, once I start to kind of slow down, I start to lose focus on what I'm doing, and I start to make a little bit more mistakes. So I kind of kept it, 9/10 that whole race, just because I'm consistent, I know what I'm doing, and I can kind of keep running those laps. And at the end of the day, that thing was like a 14 or 15 second lead to second place. So the car is it's hooked up here. It's really good.
Why do you think you're so much faster than the rest of the fleet?
The light car, I think, helps at this track quite a bit. It's a lot of slow speed digs. The heavy horsepower cars, they seem to excel when, they get to speeds above like 120, because then the power really pushes through the drag. But here, we're barely exceeding, 115, maybe a little bit, through the kink, but it's a slower speed track, and I think that really benefits the lighter cars.
So for those of our viewers that are not familiar with GLTC and how we kind of shuffle things around as the weekend progresses, why are you all the way back here, not all the way at the front?
Yeah, so we're doing a top 10 shootout right now. So basically every car in the top 10 is going to do one single flyer by themselves, and that's going to kind of reset the grid for race 3. So because I finished first in that last race, I'm going to do the last lap. So it's like my advantage that I get to see what everyone else does, and then I go for the last flying lap. So we got 10 cars right now, and then this will basically set the grid for the top 10 in race 3, and then the rest of the field is basically how we finished.
Wonderful. Well, keep on killing it. We absolutely adore you here at GRIDLIFE, and we're glad that you come back every season.
Yeah, thanks. I love being here. It's a good time.
All right, good luck.
Thanks, Cerise. Eric Cattil, 2020 Eibach GLTC champion. He's going to be going out in 10th place because, Kevin, one of the unique things about this format is this is a shootout-style competition. We run this in reverse order, slowest to fastest. So the driver that finished 10th in race number 2, that was Carlos Mendez. He'll be the first car on the racetrack. You get 1 lap to go fast.
That's tough, especially because in the race environment, you're used to your tires working at a certain temperature based on getting them to warm up. Here, you get to warm up a little bit, and then you've got your 1 lap shot, and that's it. So tire pressures are going to be a big thing here. Everybody's going to be focusing in on that, trying to get that 1 optimal lap.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, in this field, you see Nick Barbado there in that number 49. You've got Matan Rosenberg, our reigning champion here in Eibach GLTC. The 330 of Eric Magnuson, Kyle Hale, who was just in our track battle competition not too long ago. Eric Jensen is in this mix, and of course, Eric Cattil. Now, I feel like, are we missing somebody? No, we're not. This is...
Is Justin Lee in there?
Justin Lee is here, but I didn't see him on the grid just yet.
Yeah, I think Gary Wimble and Justin Lee might still be working their way to grid, and they need to hurry up because we go in that reverse order, and they're going to be second and third out.
Yeah, green flag for this is still about 7 minutes away. So we'll see what happens, Kevin, when we get the green here in a couple of minutes' time, and it'll be reverse order, and whoever ends up on top is going to be on pole for race 3.
You know, race 3 is going to be tomorrow morning, and without any rain or anything in the forecast, this could be the fastest part of the entire weekend. We might see PBs then. So if you can set the best time now, and all that matters is against your competitors here in the shootout, you're going to get that front position for that opportunity to go run away and put down some great laps. Maybe run away from the field like we saw Eric Cattell do.
I don't know this off the top of my head, Kevin. Maybe you could help me with this. I don't know that we've ever run a shootout at this racetrack before.
That's a good point.
We definitely didn't do it last year because I don't think we had time with the 2-day competition format plus the Rush Series.
That's right.
Maybe we did it in 2023, but it's been so long I can't remember. So this is sort of a unique format because we only have done this at a few racetracks in the past. Gingerman Raceway, we've done it. We've done it at I think at Mid-Ohio a couple of times. And there's not that many other places that have gotten
Did we do it at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
Did we? I don't think so.
Okay.
And we definitely did it at PPIR back when we ran the Roval out there.
That's right.
But not that many. This is not an everything all the time thing.
I found myself scrambling to read through the rules before I got up here because I certainly didn't experience it last year when I was running. I didn't see us doing that.
Yeah. So here's Justin Lee in the number 33, also getting belted up. There's a look at the false grid. It's usually packed full of 40 Eibach GLTC entries, but it's only 10. Again, the top 10 cars from race 2, resetting the top 10 in the grid for race 3, which will happen tomorrow morning on Sunday morning here. So this is just effectively one moment for these drivers to get out there and shine, reshuffle the deck a little bit. And it tends to be that the top 10 at this point in the race weekend are really your main players. And I think squarely in that conversation, Eric Cattell, who's won both races so far, and he absolutely blitzed everybody in that last race. Eric Jensen has been a competitor for many years, and he continues to enhance his program. Eric Magnuson was new to us last season at COTA, a most improved driver over the course of the year, absolutely, and now he's a perennial front runner. Matan Rosenberg, reigning champion. I mean, this is the best of the best, the cream of the crop here. And you got Peter Zhang. Peter Zhang's also missing from the gridding order here, and he's only got 2 minutes. Now, I know he might not be here. At the tail end of the last race, there was a little bit of some argy-bargy down at turn 14 that we didn't catch between Peter Zhang and Christian Aranha. So I don't know if there was some damage to repair on the 28. If that was the case, or if that car was otherwise disqualified, it will not show and we'll only have 9 competitors competing here.
If he doesn't make it to grid or he has an issue, is he going to be able to finish 10th? Is that how we're going to do this?
I don't think so. I think it depends on. I don't exactly know. Maybe you can find the race 2 results, and I can fill us in on what happened here. If it was a disqualification, then no, he would not get to the 10th. If he just didn't show to grid, I also don't know. I don't know that we've had that scenario happen before.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't. But in the case that another reason that you could get pushed down to the bottom of this part of the list is if you go 4 off. So if anybody goes 4 off during these laps here, this really lap that they get, that puts them all the way down in 10th. And if multiple people do, they'll just kind of stack in reverse order there. So hopefully everybody keeps it clean, gets some really quick laps, and we can see maybe a little shuffle in these top 10
Look at the little spectator hill down there right at the pit entry. Fans have found themselves trackside, and they're getting prepped here. It's going to be a little cool tonight, but we've got emo night here. We've got Hefe going to be on the main stage. We're sitting on it, and in about a half an hour, we're going to be done on it pretty shortly.
We'll make room so that so we can all party and enjoy some awesome music. I mean, I really miss that era of music, so it'll be fun to hear it on stage.
Really excited for that as we get set to go racing here, or requalifying, we should call it, for the Eibach GLTC Top 10 Shootout. Great facility here, and it is packed full. The gill is expanding at the gills here with all the people that have run in. There's the arcade tent, that big white tent with the 2 peaks, tons of games, and there's basketballs in there, and arcade games, and there's a big LED wall with the live stream on it. Great place to hang out here this weekend. NOS is here, Eibach is here with some cars. A whole bunch of vendors have come on out. Falcon has got their big truck here. We've got Race Treads is just doing service here on location for drivers. It was just an add-on to the ticket for the weekend. If you wanted tire service, you just add it on like another ticket, and they just take care of it for you. Just one less thing you have to worry about.
Pretty amazing, especially huge for drift, right? You're constantly going through tires, and it's hard to have enough wheels for every set of tires that you're going to go through, so that's a great solution for them. You got the great Eibach tent there, and it's so cool. I love how we have these sponsors here that fill their vendor area with competitor cars. They've got competitor cars out there that are doing all those things. And I mean, a Honda swap Ferrari right there with Falcon.
Absolutely.
So cool.
Before we get to the shootout, let's head down to Cerise, who's with another driver in the pits.
I'll have to get in the fit. Oh, I'm live? Am I live? Yes? Okay, I'm live, guys. I am here with the fleet of GLTC drivers. I'm going to catch up with Matan Rosenberg. So, Matan, real quick, have you been experiencing any challenges so far today? Why are you in the mid-pack?
Absolutely. The track has just been getting hotter, and the drifter's been laying down rubber. The car's been pretty diabolical. I've been trying to make suspension adjustments, but it's been super tough to try to keep the car where I want it exactly on the track. And it's pushing a little bit on entry and sliding on exit. So, hopefully we can get these, Falcon 660s working a little bit better in their window. Made a little bit of adjustments for this shootout, and hopefully we'll put in a respectable lap here. I'm hoping to not go backward on the grid. I was happy to at least hang on to second place for that race, but, we'll see how it goes. We got one lap, and we'll try to do our best.
Regardless of how you do in this, are you going to be joining us tonight at Emo Night?
You gotta join for Emo Night, right? Gotta join the party, so of course.
That's the thing with GRIDLIFE. We're going to celebrate no matter what, but we wish you the best of luck. Get back up there, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Back to you.
It just took me this long to realize she's holding a wrench with a microphone on the end of it. I'm not sure if you noticed that earlier, but I was wondering, I was like, that's a funny looking mic stick. And yeah, it's a wrench. So that's great. Great creativity there from Cerise Taylor and the folks on the broadcast side. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining us again at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. It is day 2 of 3, and it's time to requalify the top 10 for our third race of the weekend on Sunday morning. And cars are going to move on to the pit lane now. And first up out on track is going to be Carlos Mendez in the number 83. So excited to have him join us again. We talked about how this is sort of a home event for him, although it's still 11 hours from his home in Florida. So this is the closest he's going to get all season long, so he might as well seize the opportunity there and head out on the racetrack in just a moment's time.
Absolutely. Great to see Peter Zhang rolling onto grid as well, so he will be out there and able to contend as well.
So waiting on grid to get the okay and the green light. They're going to try to stagger everybody here and give everyone some clear space. And Carlos is going to bring us out in the Condor Speed Shop BMW. He's got a couple new partners on board the car. You see Rovo on the hood there, as well as the Condor, his own personal shop. All new GRIDLIFE Eibach Touring Cup stickers on it as well this year. Everybody's got that new shiny branding on it.
Looks great.
John Raymond in the pits going to give us the go-ahead here once he gets the high fives and fist bumps. And this is a big moment for these drivers. This is a butterfly moment because all the eyes are looking at you, right? When you take the green flag, the eyes are looking at the field in general, and they're only really looking at you if you're winning or if you're crashing, right? Exactly. This is everybody's got eyeballs on you. This is a high-pressure moment. And I don't know that Carlos Mendez has had an appearance in this before, but here we go. He'll have to do a full out lap and then come back around where he'll start his flying lap.
So we get to watch him pick up a strategy. How much heat does he put in these tires? He set his pressures to something different, something that's going to apply to this directly. He's just trying to get into that perfect window of performance so he can get the most out of this car. He is really confident in this car. He's done a lot to the suspension in particular. He had some shock issues and setup issues in general last season, and he thinks he's really got those solved. So he should put on his best performance right now.
And we're rolling around through turns 4, 5, and 6. And again, you've got no distractions. You've got the clear racetrack. And now you're just chasing green on your dashboard, right? So you know what a good lap is. You've done enough laps by this point in the race weekend, but you probably haven't gotten a single lap where there was no one else on track with you.
Exactly. Even in quali, you have to worry about other cars around and strategize around when you're going to get that opportunity. Here, it's just cameras on you and nothing around you. So all the pressure.
See, he's got the brakes on there. He's going to weave back and forth, build some tire temperature. You get one shot at this. You don't get a do-over. You don't get a redo. There will be no traffic. Look at all the marbles off the racing line there. This is going to be a nightmare if you don't get your line right through the kink.
Absolutely. You got to make sure that you're on the driving line, but you also have to make sure that you're running your fastest line. So you might be a little different in the race. You might run a little defensively to make sure nobody can get around. This is purely about time, which is all he's focused on.
So the field rolls around, or the field of one. Carlos Mendez, that's old habits die hard there, isn't it? Coming back around turn 13, right in the rim here. He'll take the green in just a moment's time, and in about 1 minute and 41 seconds, we're going to know what he's got. I don't know what lap times we're shooting for because Eric Catil was setting the pace in the mid-141s. But I think if you're sub 142, you're going to be top 3, I think, for the start of this next race.
Absolutely. Now, these conditions may be a little bit different, but these conditions will be the same for these 10 drivers. So we're going to see what kind of times he can put down and then how they can be matched.
Nice clean run through turn 1. Not taking a lot of curb there through those opening few corners. We'll see if he stays. Oh, he clobbers it at 3, though, trying to straight line that as best he can. Now the run up to turn 4 here, Kevin.
Yeah, turn 4. It's a little bit blind from our cameras here, but it's a tricky one because it sets you up. It's a left-hander that sets you up for a triple right-hander. This is a difficult turn, difficult set of turns, and it's all about learning about the nuance of the track. Your differential does a lot of work through here. You might be pushing through understeer and oversteer and bouncing back and forth, but that exit is critical because you build a lot of pace going into turn 8.
Yeah, down the hill towards turn 8, probably about 110, 115 miles an hour in a Eibach GLTC car. They're going to see north of 120, 125 maybe VMAX headed into turn 11. And back on power again. Nice clean run so far. I haven't seen any mistakes, but even if you're a little conservative, it's going to bite you. You have to be aggressive without being over-aggressive.
Yeah, this is not an endurance right now, right? This part is all about getting that best pace, but you can't make mistakes. You can't go off. You've got to put down your fastest time.
All right, through turn 11, little wiggle there on the entry, and we noted how many marbles are just offline, so if you get even a half a car width off of the racing line, it's going to throw you for a big slide. But this is a track that he's got tons of experience at.
He was really wide, trackside to trackside. Oh, and that was a little touch of dirt. Hopefully that's not something that slows him down. He's on to the final straight. We're about to see this time.
Into the braking zone for turn 14. If a little conservative, out to the rumbles. And we'll see what he does here. Checkered flag lap time for Carlos Mendez. What will it be? Across the stripe. And Mendez completes his lap, and it is a 144.424 for Mendez. So I'm not sure that that's going to be good enough for pole, but it might put a mid-pack here in the top 10.
Yeah, we'll have to see where that lands. Again, these conditions might be a little bit different, and all that matters in here is not the times you run before, but the times you run in this session. So we've got Lee here coming around, about to start his flyer.
Yeah, and let's see what he's got here. Thing 3 Racing does a lot of work and has a company that actually sells some stronger hub components for these cars, which is important because when you're clobbering curbs, you're really going to want the strongest you got. We'll see how aggressive he gets, how much he trusts his own parts here next time around.
Ooh, big clobber on that side, but that looks like a good line for him. Let's see how smooth it was over that left-hander curbing. Now he's coming up into 4 on the brakes. Looks really under control through.
Yeah, really under control. But again, even for Mendez, he looked under control too, but maybe a little too under control.
Right.
You tend to see two kinds of performances in the Eibach GLTC Shootout. One is it looks wild and it's very slow, or one it looks wild and it's very fast.
Right.
It's one of those two things. If you look like you're going slow, you probably are, or you're really smooth. And,
exactly.
that's hard to tell, especially when you get some of these guys that haven't done this before. I don't know that Justin Lee's ever done a shootout, but there's a look at your scoring pylon, that 144.424 for Mendez. Gary Wimble will be next up. We see the rear Lexan vibrating as he heads through the kink. This thing looks like it's going quick though, doesn't it?
It really does.
The binders down to turn 11. Right out to the edge of the road there, using all the racetrack.
Mid-track on entry on the right here. Not using up any extra space. See if he can keep it on track on the outside. I don't know if Carlos might have picked up a little bit of dirt, put it back on track. No, nice and tight. Different line through here. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Yeah, on the brakes for turn 14 and then getting back on power. And then this is one of those laps where you're not doing a second lap, so you can just floor it all the way through the start-finish line and blow your braking zone for turn 1. You don't need to make that corner. There's some runoff down there. You're going to use all of it if you can. Checkered flag for Justin Lee across the stripe. Will he go to the top of the board? Yes.
He does.
144.006 for Justin Lee and takes provisional pole for now.
For now. There's still 8 more drivers to go to get those times. So here we see Gary Wimble out there getting ready for his first shot.
Gary Wimble is another one of those drivers that began his Eibach GLTC career running an NC generation Mazda MX-5, very similar to the one that we see with Justin Lee. But between himself and Luke McGrew and Justin Lee, there was a handful of Duratec swap NC MX-5s, but Gary switched over to this Corvette platform after he had an accident at Circuit of the Americas in the NC. Just wanted a bigger car, a little bit safer in his opinion. And oh man, he's getting after it now. Gary Wimble throwing it down at the exit of turn 1 in the C5 Corvette, the number 1 car trying to go number 1. Let's see what he's got.
He's definitely not chosen the conservative strategy.
No, he has not. No, we saw the conservative, take it easy, run the 44. He's going for that 41. Let's see what he's got here at turn 4.
Still looking composed. Nice. Nice and clean through there. I'm not seeing much drama, but that still could be very fast.
We saw a lot of it out of turn 1, so we'll see if he grabs it back in the slower section. Again, a lot of torque, very flat power band in this car, so you're making consistent power all the way through the rev range. That's one of the advantages of this car that has sort of been knocked back a couple times in the rule changes to sort of equalize out a 4-cylinder car that might make all of its power up at 9,000 RPM. This can make peak power all the way through its rev range, and that's a big gain for these bigger V8 cars. Clean run there through the kink, flat out.
On those brakes, turning in. Let's see what, ooh, a little bobble when he came off the brakes there. Let's see if he's got it under control.
Yeah.
Not quite as wide to the right.
I still have a hunch.
In between.
Little wiggle there. I still have a hunch that this is going to be a pretty good lap.
I think it will. It kind of looked like he was almost riding out a little slide through there. He is pushing it.
Down to turn 14. Gary Wimble in the number 1. This is time to lay it down. You can advance your starting position, be a little bit closer to the pointy end. All the rumbles on corner exit. Let's see what he's got. Justin Lee.
This is going to be a fast one. Let's see.
Across the stripe, Justin Lee at a 44.006. Gary Wimble, second.
4.188.
Close. It was a 144.185, but I think he lost that 10th right there last time around.
Yeah. Right back to your point. We see something that looks like it's really fast. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Now we got Zhang back in his position where he was originally gridded. Thankfully, they had some grace for him. They had him come out, and he's coming around, setting up for his lap.
Yeah, Peter Zhang, LS swap, Scion FRS. It's got a ton of ground clearance, mostly to fit that massive wheel that he's got. More wheel, more rubber, and that was his philosophy. He doesn't, they're not going to have a lot of underbody aero on this car, so you might as well get more traction.
Everybody knows a wider tire has more grip, but a taller tire does as well.
Shoots flames. I've driven this car around the paddock a little bit. It's nice. A very well sorted car. Very nice and clean and tidy on the inside. Through turn 1, little wiggle there, using all the exit, clobbers the curb. He's very confident over those rumbles.
There we go. Nice little bounce, but it stays, looks like it's probably still putting the power down just fine. Now he's going to come into the carousel.
Now this is where the FRS chassis is so well suited. I just don't know when you throw a big LS under the hood, you see that kind of bouncing around a bit. How much does that shift that weight balance? They're about 47-53 from the factory with 53% of the weight in the front. But then you drop an LS in the nose. The difference is the FA20 that these cars come with isn't that light of an engine anyway.
And so the LS is actually pretty light. It's an aluminum block, so you might have something that's pretty well balanced still.
Yeah, I think the ride height's a little higher than it could otherwise be, but again, that was a choice for the wheel like we just talked about.
And a big part of handling is rake, so maybe there's a strategy here. He likes the handling better with that height up front.
Oh, big curb jump there over turn 10. He's looking pretty good. And how close was he to victory at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last October in a drag race with Matan Rosenberg all the way back to the stripe? And that call is slipping away from Peter Zhang, and he doesn't want it to slip away ever again.
Incredible drive. He's got to make up for it here and just put down a time that gives him that opportunity to get up front again and then go for that battle.
So close to winning his first GLTC race. Led a couple of laps. He was on defense in the last corner, and that probably is what lost him the race. Had he stayed on the racing line, he might have won it. Let's see if he can put himself on provisional pole here for tomorrow's Eibach GLTC race number 3. Checkered flag for Peter Zhang across the stripe. And with that lap, it will promote him to the top, 143.8.
All right, we've got a 43 on the board now. Everybody else running these 44s, I think we've seen much quicker times during actual races, so the conditions may not be ideal right now, but again, it's only a comparison between these cars out here, these 10 cars, and the time they can put down on their single lap.
Yeah, Nicholas Barbado in the number 49, new to our Eibach GLTC series last year. I think his first race was back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It was sort of a testing round for him. Then showed up big at Lime Rock Park and Circuit Legends and really put on a show there. Was very, very dialed. He's done a lot of work in the offseason to get his car prepped for the championship. And I think he is ready to go racing. He's raced professionally in SRO in the TC America Series.
Went for a super late break there. You saw that little wobble. Nice, but definitely driving the line that he wants through there. The car's really under control. I didn't even see him hit the curbs on the inside.
No, he didn't. I thought he was understeering a bit, but he did look pretty composed. He didn't hit the rumbles on the exit, so he's just kind of threading the needle there through turns 3 and 4 and looking really tidy so far. This is a quick-looking lap.
It really is.
A little lateral slide there, a little touch on the brakes to kind of get the thing rotated. I love that when you see the brake lights pop on in the center of the corner, you can really tell that they're just trying to get the nose pointed and get back to power. Point and shoot.
Really dancing with that car.
Yeah, he's so in tune with this car. I mean, he's had it for a while, and it's something that, you know, when you're in tune with your car and you know exactly what it's going to do whenever you drill a curb or whenever you slide it around, and you know you can catch it, and you know with confidence that you can make speed with it that way, that's what's dangerous to everybody else. And this is going to be great for Barbado. I think he's a great qualifier in particular, so we'll see what he's got here.
He looks so quick through this section here.
Turn 11. He had the front loaded up nicely. On the brakes, kind of a wider arc into 11 than we saw with Justin Lee.
Very similar line to Carlos.
Yep. And riding the rim all the way around. Longer distance out there, but because the radius is less tight, you can open up the throttle a bit sooner, a bit earlier, carry more speed into 14.
This is the last turn. Easy to mess up, but he kept it tidy. But if he bled off a lot of speed to be conservative, not throw away what he did, it could impact his time. Let's see what he's got.
Barbado across the stripe, the number 49, and it will go first quick.
42.6.
Wow, that's a good lap. 42.691. I told you he's a good qualifier, better than anyone else by 1.2 seconds. And that might be enough to vault him into the second row even with some of the times we might see. But this driver is one to watch. Reigning champion Matan Rosenberg, new partnership with Eibach and Falcon. Great looking livery on this car. And it's going to be hard to beat this driver.
Absolutely. His biggest complaint is with all that weight, trying to keep the tires from overheating. So that's not going to be a problem here for one lap. He's going to be able to put down a blazing time. I think this is, we're going to see something impressive just now.
Well, see, right out to the edge of the road, the car kind of walked back and forth like 6 or 7 inches, but when you're right up against the grass, ooh, see some tire rub there. Jumping up on the curb. Big cloud of the curb there on the left. He's not afraid of that. I rode with him at Laguna Seca a couple of years ago. He'll let those tires rub. They're only got to last a couple of minutes.
This is not a conservative lap either. We're seeing him really push the car. He might have to be a little ham-fisted through some of the tighter bits just to, wow, look at all that tire smoke. That's wild. It's like one of our drift cars.
It looks like it's spilling fuel out the fuel tank.
It
There's
does
so
look
much
that
smoke
way.
coming off of it. But now VMAX for this car, probably closer to 118 to 120 miles an hour on this straightaway, maybe closer to 128, 130 on the backstretch here.
That's a lot of pace compared to many of these cars. So he's going to take some penalty in the turns, but typically this ends up with a really fast lap. Coming through the kink, we're going to see that max speed. We're not going to see brake lights.
That might have just been.
That's probably just our
knockback.
Exactly, knockback. So we did see lights, but the brakes are not seeing any usage.
Yeah, just reseating those pads against the rotor so he's got pressure for the big braking zone at turn 11. Otherwise, undramatic entry to the tightest corner from the fastest straight. So things are looking very good for Rosenberg. I wonder if this new setup with more weight will also make this car a little bit more compliant and less willing to step out on him.
Yeah, he seems to have it really under control. Any kind of oversteer, anything like that is pretty manageable. Although he was complaining about that in the previous one. It didn't come up in the live stream, but he had a lot of opposite lock to manage. Pretty clean through 14, though. Let's see how it goes.
Well, he knocked Barbado off the top step. Here comes Rosenberg across the stripe, checkered flag in the Eibach GLTC Shootout. And it will be for Rosenberg. Only second quick. 143.
I thought that was going to come together as a faster lap.
I thought so too, and you know, I was interested to see him down seated in 5th spot. But Eric Magnuson, one of these new drivers as of last season, his first race with us was at Circuit of the Americas last year. Comes from some other amateur road racing series, and you know, was a champion over on that side of the house, and immediately showed up at Circuit of the Americas and was automatically in it, right? The pointy end of Eibach GLTC, any driver that's been here for a while will tell you, it is loaded with champions from other series, and he is one of them. So he fit right in at the top step.
He's an incredible driver, and he's been with this car for a long time. He's been changing setups to make it fit well in this Eibach GLTC series, but he knows how to wheel this machine.
Yeah, heading down towards turn 4. LS engine under the hood of this thing. It makes a mighty sound.
It's kind of the average of those two cars, right? You got that BMW chassis and that Corvette engine.
Yeah, a big chunk of curb on the inside of 4. And again, just a little bit of brakes just to point the nose. We're down to the last 4 cars here. It's Magnussen, Hale, Jensen, and Cattell that will wrap up this Eibach GLTC Shootout and set our grid for race 3. Really nice, fast entry. Looks very compliant. Uses a little bit of rumble on the exit of turn 8. Tells you he's getting everything he can out of it.
Into the last race, he had a caliper dangling and cutting through his rim a little bit, so he had to swap out to a different wheel. And I hope that's not going to plague him any further.
Yeah, maybe just caliper bolt slid out and let the whole thing rotate forward.
Exactly.
A little puff of smoke there on the turn in for 11. He's going to run right out to the edge of the road. Using all the racetrack and a much, much wider arc now.
All the BMWs seem to be taking that strategy. It seems to work well for these chassis.
You know, it's like winding up one of those wind-up car toys. You just got to give it all the speed, all the momentum, and let it rip down this little short chute to turn 14. Pretty good lap here for Magnussen. He's also a driver that's run some time attack competition with us with a Toyota GR Supra, so he can get it done in a single lap. Let's see what it does. The 330 BMW, will it be enough to go to provisional pole and dethrone Barbado at the top? It is 142.607, not by much, only by about 800ths.
Yeah, that's incredible right there. Really put down an amazing lap. I was expecting Baton to really like push it up further, but these BMWs are showing strong here.
Yeah, they really are. And next up, Kyle Hale. This car looks a little ragged on the right. It had some contact back at Road America that kind of opened the right side of the car like a can opener. And he's since had his kids and his family sort of detail up the right side, you could say. He's got 2 door cards because he's playing double duty in the track mod category of GridLife Track Battle this weekend. Let's see what Kyle Hale's got for us. In many ways a similar car to what, different engine of course, but visually same generation BMW.
Exactly, very wide up front. He's got that wide body, although it might just be masking how the tires sit in there, so it might have a very similar setup.
Yeah, but Kyle's really quick. This car looking a little calico, doesn't it, with all the green trunk and the black door and everything, but it's not slowing it down, that's for sure. Maybe the less vinyl on it, the better.
Yeah, yeah.
a little weight savings.
Exactly. Nice and soft over the curbing there. He's really going for a smooth line. We'll see if that ends up being conservative, or maybe he's finding more pace, able to roll on more throttle.
Down to turn 8. Got to watch the track sort of bends to the right there, so your inclination is let the car track out to the left. But as your eyes are shifting to the apex, you got to be careful not to drop the wheels on the left, because the track sort of bends away from you there. Little wide tires on that thing. Fit big meats on these cars in this series, aren't they? And you're allowed up to a certain tire width based on the weight of your vehicle. So the heavier car you have, the wider tire you can run.
Anytime we talk about those weights, we're including the driver and the fuel in the car, because that's how we're going to weigh it when they come off. Wow, super wide to the left. But like we've seen in a few BMWs, a little touch of brakes for rotation potentially, riding the outside.
Again, he's gonna sort of kind of go center track at the exit. That looks pretty good. He was seated 3rd.
Took a pretty different approach than some of these other drivers, so I'm really curious to see what his time lands.
Seemed like it almost bogged a little bit at 14, like it was not quite in the right gear. But checkered flag for Kyle Hale, trying to knock the 330 of Magnussen off the top step, and he will not, only P5, 143.917, so that was not exactly what he needed to improve on his starting position for Eibach GLTC Race 3. Now we move to Eric Jensen. This is the car that I've got circled this weekend, because he's only won 2 races in Eibach GLTC competition back at 2021, race 4 at Heartland Motorsports Park. Remember, in race 4, we invert the field, right? So he got the pole at Heartland a couple of years ago based on that inversion and never let anybody by. The same thing happened to him at GridLife Chicago at Audubon Country Club last season. Got the pole on the invert and never looked back. This is a dangerous car to have at the front of a field, because he might not be able to get by you, but he's never going to let you by him. So, you saw that there in the last race where he was up in the mix there. Nice aggressive opening sector here, and how much more aggression have we seen out of Jensen this season so far?
Absolutely, especially even today, we've seen incredible aggression, and with this clear track, he just puts down his best lap, and he might be able to get out in front again.
I love it. I love how much he's climbing all over the curbs. He's got a big mustache now. Maybe that's come with the confidence too, but look at that thing lean over on the left. Softer suspension, it seems. Let that car dig in and grip up.
This looks really fast.
It does. Definitely attacking the racetrack. And we're going to see Eric Catil do exactly the same thing. So if you want to beat Eric Catil at his own game, you've got to get up on that wheel. You've got to be aggressive and go for it.
The car's handling everything he's throwing at it. He's throwing a lot at it. Coming back through the kink. We're going to see, can he carry all this pace through? Let's see what line he takes. Does he go for that outside rim? Does he go all the way side to side? The car really seems to lean on that turn.
Down into turn 11. This has been a good-looking lap. I would be very surprised if this wasn't provisional pole. Swinging through a little bit more center entry. Again, you're right, all the BMWs have sort of taken the same approach.
Exactly.
But the LS-powered Scion not choosing that.
Inside almost. A much shorter route that he took there, so he must think he's got the grip to be able to make that stick.
Back to the throttle a little early and had to jump back out of it. Does that harm his lap time? Let's see what he's got. Eric Jensen in the LS Swap FRS across the stripe. Will he go to the top of the board? Blasts on through the start-finish line, and only 4th quick for Eric Jensen. That surprises me. That was a really good-looking lap.
It did look like a good lap, and that puts him probably about in the middle of this group. I mean, I definitely expect to see Catil really throw down something very fast.
All right, so Eric Catil won the last race by 14 seconds. Domination unlike anything we've ever seen, at least in recent memory. Warming up those rear tires. This is the push lap. Eric Catil, he is so comfortable in this car. He's so comfortable in all the cars that he's ever built that he will throw this thing around like a wet rag. I mean, the amount of hours that have gone into the setup of this car, you'd never believe how much time he spends on it, with how aggressively he drives it. Like it's dispensable, right? It's just unbelievable. But that aggression has won him a lot of races.
But like he was saying, that when he's driving that aggressive, almost full tilt, or even if he calls it 9/10, which is more than 9/10 for most people, that's where he's in focus mode. That's where he can get the most out of it. So we're definitely going to see this here. And he's got to not overdo it and make a mistake, but he's a professional. I think he's going to do an excellent job. Look at that, the sparks flying as that splitter touches the ground.
Yeah, rub blocks engaged here, climbing all over the curbs there. New front aero on this car as well to help it stick to the road. Spent a lot of time in the offseason working on development of this car, and we'll see it put to use here in a close-up shot here through turn 4. This will be an awesome one. Climbing up through the hill here, 4, 5, and 6. Eric Catil, the hybrid racing EG, getting after it, trying to go back to the point to kick off race 3 as he finished the first 2 races of the weekend out in front.
Wild to see a front-wheel drive car, the way it just kind of slings around that turn, almost looks like it's sliding through there. He's got great control of this car, carrying a lot of pace coming into turn 8.
Yeah, definitely has it grounded. I wonder where the tire pressures are. Big sparks there through turn 8. Pushing the limits of this car. The amount of work that's gone into just getting the wide body, the tubs built in so we can put that big wheel and big tire combination on it. Hundreds and hundreds of hours in this car. Debuted at Mid-Ohio in 2022. And since then, it's had a lot of success, and last year a lot of trials and tribulations. So he's going for the championship again this season. Since he has in 2020, when it was the first time we started tabulating points,
he's going around wide. He took the very wide line, riding the rim. Let's see what his exit looks like. Much more center track exit.
Pulled at center. All the way up to 9,000 RPM on the brakes for turn 14. Little curve, little wiggle. Use all the road, Eric Catil. Here we go. He won the first 2 races of the weekend. He'd love to start out front where he finished. Where will Eric Catil start for Eibach GLTC race number 3? To the top, pole position for Eric Catil, a 141.274, not even a shadow of a doubt, by 1.4 seconds goes to the top of the board.
Yeah, that's absolutely what we expected. Excellent run by Eric Catil. He locked in that first place position. He got it from time from the race, and he also got it from the shootout.
I mean, everyone is chasing this car this weekend. I don't think everyone knew how much they would be chasing and how hard it would be to chase. Eric Catil has shown up with a weapon this year.
Well, we've got a couple of BMW chassis in the top 3. So we've got a LS-powered, you know, E46 and another E36 behind it, and there's a couple other BMWs up there. It's going to be an interesting battle.
Man, all the hours, the frustration last season, you could sense it. And it all sort of started going downhill at Road America when he didn't have a great qualifying session, got caught up in a big collision on lap 1 of one of the GLTC races, and kind of tore the whole front end of the car off. And overnight, they beat it back together, beat it into submission. It raced the rest of the weekend, but it had problems from there on out for the rest of the year, chasing sensor problems and throttle body issues and things of the sort. But it never really got back to the winning ways that it was earlier in the season. So as far as his season this year, he's sort of replicating the beginning of last season. If he can keep this car in this state all year long, everyone else is in for a doozy.
If we keep having this clean racing like we're seeing today, this weekend, then throughout the season, I think he's going to be able to keep this car together, keep it competitive, and he is going to be a force to reckon with.
I mean, as he has been for years, but again, it's just the ability to have a season like Tom O'Gorman's 2022 year is certainly on the horizon. Tomo won 20 of 40 races in 2022 en route to a championship, and if it looked like this. So off to a very good start here for Eibach GLTC. Let's have a look at the results here from our top 10 shootout for Eibach GLTC. Catil by 1.4 seconds over Eric Magnussen, Barbado, Rosenberg, and Jensen. The big surprise there, the 484, you know, this new setup with this weight, I'm not sure that this is the way to go with this car, but we'll see how it develops over the year.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Jensen in 5th with a 143.3, and Peter Zhang right behind him. We're glad to see him moving up the rankings there. Kyle Hale, Justin Lee brought that Miata up to 144. Very cool to see a Miata in the top 10. Gary Wimble, also with the Corvette, 144.1. And Carlos Mendez kept his positions in the top 10, but with only a 144.4, he doesn't move up any further from the shootout.
Yeah, so he'll start in row number 5 where he would have started otherwise. There's your results for Eibach GLTC from the tail end of Saturday here at our first round of 9 in the 2025 Eibach GLTC Championship. Pretty exciting session with a lot of attacking. That was super fun to watch. Let's have a look at the highlights here from Eibach GLTC's shootout. It all started with Carlos Mendez getting after it, but looked pretty tight. He ended up not being quite as fast as he was hoping. Justin Lee, sort of a similar story there, but he vaulted himself up a position as Gary Wimble went for here in turn 1, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a really aggressive move there. He was the first one we saw with a lot of movement going on. And then Zhang also really pushing the car through there. Just didn't have the results that he probably wanted, although he moved up. Barbado, incredible drive. Looked beautiful. Baton looked so aggressive, but didn't put it together.
Yeah, didn't get all the way up the order as he was hoping. The 330. Eric Magnussen put together a great lap, but it was only good enough for second. Kyle Hale trying to chase him up there to the front of the order as well. Wasn't able to do it. Eric Jensen was high on the list, but didn't quite get the result he was hoping for either. Eric Catil matched his results from GLTC races 1 and 2. Top of the board for the hybrid racing EG, the aggressive charge in Eibach GLTC shootout. Of course, we've got GRIDLIFE Drift on track for the tail end of the day, and Cerise Taylor caught up with Nick Swan earlier in the day. Let's head over to Cerise.
Messed up now.
The Grifted GRIDLIFE this weekend, everybody.
Talk to me how it's going. What can people expect? How can they get involved?
Man, I think the coolest thing about this event, the combination of CMP's kart track and big track, we have a huge range of drivers from beginners, amateurs, pros, and everything in between. Way to get involved is just go to grid.life. We accept drivers from all walks, all backgrounds, all car types. So long as it's safe and you want to party, you got a spot here.
Nick has been running lines for how many years now?
Shoot, I'm going to show my age, about 15.
A lot, many years. And he is one of the best to ever do it. And just for the people at home, he's one of my best friends too.
We are, yeah, we are. Very proud of that.
That's why I would only let him jiggle and lock.
I didn't do it, you did it.
Upon request.
She's right.
All right, well, thank you for being here. We love you so much. You, baby. Mwah. Jesus Christ.
Got a kiss from Cerise. That's high rate there.
Oh boy. I know he's rosy cheeked right now. And we got. I heard a little birdie told me that the purple S15 Top Garage S15 Chris Ward is going for a land speed record in the middle kink right now. He's doing 1 lap. They're going to record it. Oh, and he's going for it right now. You can see it from here. But a little birdie came up and told me that he was going to be going for that record. So we'll find out here in a second when he comes up.
What's the record?
Oh, I think currently 135 right now. For the
That's crazy.
Yeah. They're going for 140 plus apparently.
Oh my gosh.
140 plus apparently. But
big sense.
Super sick session. This is where all the drivers wreck their cars for the most part. Everyone's super dialed in. Everyone's super stoked. The vibes are the highest they've ever been. So these are sessions that we usually see a lot of action, a lot of great lines, and some mess ups on some people's parts, but we're hoping that's not going to be the case.
Big send up here into turns 4, 5, and 6. Nice clean racetrack courtesy of everybody else the last couple of hours.
Thanks, GLTC. Thanks, TrackBattle. Thanks. We're going to mess it up again.
Yeah, well, it'll have a night to bleed it off. You see all the marbles trackside there. It's been a real mess today.
Lots of marbles.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
It's a Brad session. Let's see him approach that kink.
Are we gonna see a big send here?
We might. Hoping.
No, this is down into 8. Sorry, I got confused.
Yeah, I think Chris Ward already hit that big send into the kink already in this session, but if he comes back, I'm going to tell him to run it again for us. Because I didn't
do it again. I didn't
do it again.
Don't they make you do it like 3 times or something for the Guinness Book of World Records or whatever?
Probably.
That's or like they take your average or something. just tell them that we take an average.
The land speed record, and they're like, yeah, I actually need you to do it again.
I'm pretty sure that you have to. I think you have to repeat it. I think there's someone will tell us that there's a rule around.
We're just going to call it official right now on the stream right here. We got Sloan and Chris in the Top Garage Cars, Atlanta Legends, legendary drift team. Nate Chen.
I love this RX-7. It's so clean.
So beautiful, so dialed. Nate Chen is a super smooth driver, and you can see it in this driving right now, how he just gracefully hits that rumble. And, I spoke too soon. But see how how he faded out. He just didn't spin or anything. It wasn't a crazy spin out.
Here's our boy, huh?
Yeah, this is our boy right here. Let's see if he does a little repeat for us. Sloan's leading in the RBS13. Plymouth Roadrunner.
There's the land yacht.
Just behind them, the Titanic.
Big Bessie.
Yeah, big old Bessie.
Falcon boys back at it again.
Bogovic in the iconic Falcon S13, pulling off track with Sonia.
And fans, again, they're piling in now and loading in trackside, and there's tons of action going on. It looks like chaos around here right now.
You got the kart track going, you got the main track going. Smoke is everywhere, people are everywhere. You can see the swarm coming to the side of the track to watch drift. It's a crazy day, and it's not even over. It's not even over.
Yeah, there's still plenty to do. The main track will go cold here in a little bit, but
beautiful car, beautiful. You never see two-tone anymore.
No, I love two-tone.
Two-tone.
I think Toyota tried to bring it back with whatever that funky little SUV thing was.
Oh yeah,
the CHR or whatever.
Oof.
Oh, and then they had the BZX.
Oof.
And
this one looks like you're going pretty fast on turn 1 right here.
So it's been a little while since we've seen cool two-tone.
Oh yeah,
probably.
Yeah, it's probably more cool retro.
Yeah,
I should say there. Duarte and his 2JZ automatic E92. Shout out to Drift HQ for presenting Night Shift last night. We got some more night drifting, not night shifts, but more night drifting tonight for people to tune in for the extra hour. Super stoked for that. And that's not even the end of the programming, is it? What do we have after? Emo night. This is a big night.
This is a big night, dude.
This is a big night.
We got to get off the stage after this.
I know. They're gonna get up and be like, get out of here, losers. We got to perform some music.
I should have brought my guitar.
That's
not what everyone's looking for.
Live guitar in the streams now.
Oh,
live
boy.
guitar in the
streams.
streams.
I was playing a ukulele last night.
Whenever people go off track, there's a lull in the racing. Just pull out the guitar.
Let's do it, dude.
Yeah.
Sounds of my people.
Yeah. See the Roadrunner already roasted his tires, getting off track there, beaching his yacht.
Roasted the tires and probably need to replace about 2.5 miles of pavement that he tore up with it.
Oh yeah. You see Swan over there. Big shout out to Swan, head of drifting here. Keeps this environment safe for everybody and good flowing so everyone.
Is this creature out here? It looks like a creature build.
That does look like a creature build, all black. I believe that also is a Top Garage car, if I'm not mistaken. They're parked by each other.
You know if they put a sticker on it, but there's not a single sticker on the thing.
Dang sticker on that thing.
Just jet black.
Yeah.
Like Henry Ford built it.
Yeah, no, Duarte's Drift HQ is green. Got the Nickelodeon Slime E92.
I like that joke. That it's so clean because it's all Nickelodeon slimed up.
Yeah, that should be their new tagline, Drift HQ Gets Slimed.
Man. It literally looks like a... There's your pretty face again, Gray.
Oh, my God. Look at that.
Not quite as much as Cerise there, but you're getting your...
Totally don't look sleep deprived at all.
Oh, man. I'm still blown away by Cerese's headshot, how effortlessly she did that. This was taken on Friday, by the way. Like, we were already had a night in the RVs, you know?
Yeah, big shout out to our media team who took these headshots for us.
Yeah.
Marku, Creature, Colleen, Rob, everybody on the team.
Marku was the one that shot him that time.
Yeah,
too.
shout out Marku, dude. One of the best drift photographers in the game.
Yeah, we got a big media team here this weekend making all the content that you see on the GridLife Instagram and beyond.
Yeah.
So, again, it's a media machine out there.
Oh, yeah.
But you just see smoke clouds in various places.
Looks like there's a forest fire. It looks like California out here.
Oh, boy.
Let's see what that Black S13 can do. I got to go look at that thing after this stream and figure out what specs are on it. Big S chassis nerd myself.
Pretty unassuming looking, huh?
Yeah. It's like you got your standard Origin body kit. Actually, no, it's PS2's body kit. Oh, Plymouth Roadrunner.
Yeah, we're back.
Again.
The whole screen is filled with it.
The Titanic. Same usual line. He's such a dialed driver. It's insane.
I love the idea that I really wish this driver's from Texas. That'd make my day if he's from Texas.
Everything's big in Texas.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
And it's San Antonio.
Yeah, if he had a 95-inch flat screen TV, has an 8-car garage, if everything was big, I think that would just be, that would make my day.
Big track, big boy, big sense.
Yeah. He's got a passenger in there too, looks like.
Oh, yeah.
He'd probably fit 12 more if he wanted to.
Yeah. And I will say, I think this is by far the loudest car in the drift paddock. I was standing by the car track and nearly had my eardrums blown out.
Mustang getting back at it here.
Local Mustang.
Oh. That was a quick flick transition, swinging back over.
Those Mustangs drive super, super wild. You can even see it in the RTR cars and FD.
Ooh.
How they just want to. It's kind of a weird way to describe them, but they're super quick to flick, but they just want to stay in angle. They never want to come out of it.
Yeah, actually, I was watching Long Beach last week, and it was Jared was talking about how those RTR Mustangs are a little bit tricky to get a hold of initially, but once you get a hold of them, they're definitely a weapon to behold.
Oh yeah, and you can see that in the history of RTR. All the past drivers, their first season usually isn't great, to be quite honest, but the second season they're usually dialed in. They have the car set up exactly how they want, and then they come out swinging.
Roadrunner's back at it
Big
again.
flick.
It's so funny because like every time it gets angled, it like literally spans the width of the track.
Yeah, you need the whole track for this thing.
There's a spider on my desk. I've been trying to get rid of that guy for hours, but anyway, carry on.
Taking care of.
Need that Roadrunner to run him over.
Yeah.
and preferably the big one from Harry Potter while we're at it.
Oh my God, that's scary. Duarte filling out those outside zones beautifully. Such a beautiful car, such a dialed driving style. I need a ride in that car and figure out how that thing feels in automatic. And I believe, actually, it might be a 8 HP transmission in that. And I've seen some footage, and it looks like the power band is so smooth, and it almost drifts like a newer M2 almost, or M3 or M4. They have those E diffs that just kind of shift up, and they fart in the middle of the shifts.
I love that the idea that you can just get the wheel speed up so high that it just tacks out the revs, and the automatic doesn't even matter at that point. You know,
you have so much wheel speed it doesn't matter. But too much wheel speed will send you into a place that you do not want to be for sure. Hear that Mustang from our booth up here, going buck wild on that entry. Whoa, a little too close to our cameraman there. Sorry about that.
Put it on the line, buddy.
I have
welcome to GridLife.
yeah. This guy's got a super wild driving style in that Mustang right there. He's getting it. That drone's close by, getting great footage.
Yeah, you see, just it wants to kind of keep walking on him. He's trying to keep it at one angle, and it keeps kind of kicking itself out further.
It's a very jiggly car.
Jiggly is a great way.
Very
it's like
jiggly.
driving Jello, you know?
Yeah, Jello car.
Yeah, Jello with a solid rear axle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, certainly. Solid rear axles are going to be super, super buttery in the rear and not that gripped up. Got the Z1 350Z out here. I believe this is a boosted BQ.
I hear the turbo, so it answers that question.
Yeah. Easy. Yeah, that thing sounds pretty rad over by the kart track. You're super up close to it.
Yeah, not much better than Turbsky sounds. You had your, what was the cars you just got rid of that turbo sounds that I loved?
I had a Turbo KA, so the original engine that came in the 240SX threw the turbo kit on it. Took me a year to build, but we did it. And yeah, that one had no blow-off valve, so it went.
No, but the Toyota.
Oh, Toyota. Oh, yeah, new car, 1JZ car. Ooh, yeah, that one's got a blow-off valve, though.
The new car that you've already gotten rid of.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, yeah, the new car. Which car
are you talking about? Anymore? A lot of, in drifting, you go through cars.
I've noticed
expendable. They're very expendable.
You know, the Creature had that. How long did Creature had his Corvette for?
It's at least 3 years.
Only that long? I thought he had for way longer than that.
No, he's gone through more cars than me.
Really?
Yeah.
That car I associate with Creature, and he just got rid of it like overnight. And I was like, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, it's your thing, man.
In the office, I've gaslit him every day to want an S chassis, and it works.
I have to give him a little flack though, because he doesn't do the black car thing as good as Luke McGrew does. Luke McGrew has literally never bought any car other than black, and I've seen him go through 4 cars in Grid Life.
Isn't he in a white Sea?
No, he's a black Sea.
Oh, black Sea. Okay.
No, that would be sacrilegious if he was in a car anything other than black.
Yeah, that would be.
So Creature's got a red car now.
Red car,
and he's letting me down.
He told me he's painting it white now. We're going full opposite, full spectrum. Those Falcon boys, Justin Pollock and Bogovic, chasing Sonia this time.
It's drifting through turn 9. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. If there's anyone who's going to fill out that corner, it's definitely going to be JP and Bogovic for sure. Sonia running for her life in that 350Z behind that massive V8 behind her.
Oh, man.
And you can see Justin's just toying with her at this point. Monging right before that turn. Bogovic running up behind.
You a clear taillight boy on the Mustangs? I like him.
Normally I'm not a clear taillight guy. It really depends on the color of the car.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this case I like him. And also that just iconic Falcon livery just never gets old.
Yeah.
Never gets old at all.
Designed it once 25 years ago.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I tell him. See all the smoke on the track. This entire valley is just filled out with smoke. Kart track.
I missed that smell.
Yeah.
I missed it. It's been a while.
It's been too long. I wonder if they're. No, he's retiring. He's out of tire.
He's retiring. He's out of tire. So he's going to go actually retire. Is what he's going to do.
Retire. Bogovic taking that outside line, coming in right behind Sonia. Oof. Woo. It's so crazy seeing it from this far. God, that car. I can't believe that car is still driving after almost 20 years of competition driving and running up against pro cars and winning an FD championship, and now it's in Kershaw, South Carolina with us at Grid Life in 2025. It's truly a crazy thing to say.
Fists out the window.
Yeah.
Sonia's got her rear view mirrors packed full of Falcon right now.
Oh yeah. Running her for her life for sure.
Yeah, that's got to be such a great corner to drift. The 5, 6, 7 sequence is just pin it to the floor and send it around.
Oh yeah, super tight, super shallow, super fast angle. Let's see what he does at this kink here. This is where boys are separated from men. Certain.
By viscosity or age, or what's the?
Kahunas. Kahunas, for sure. Yeah, this kink right here is really crazy because you have to be going at least 110 to 130 to really link that in the second turn, and he's going for it. Is he passing? Oh, I thought he was going to pass for a second.
I thought he was going to too.
He almost had it straightened out. Getting real close up by Sonia. I bet that footage is going to look crazy later.
Oh yeah.
No.
That just initiation into the kink is wild too. You're approaching. I mean, just so wrong. In a wheel-to-wheel car, you're approaching that corner, that angle, you're going to crash.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But they just flick it out to the side, throw it into it, turn right to go left. I don't care.
It's perfect.
Another Cars quote we worked in there today. We're crushing it out here,
God.
boy.
Turn right to go red. I just turned. Jeez Louise.
You find yourself
long day.
Go hard enough left, you find yourself going right.
Yep.
Oh, thanks.
Back.
Give me back.
Maybe. Oh no, washed out of it.
Haven't been able to use your backy button at all, buddy.
I know. What a bummer, dude.
What a bummer.
I'm gonna go to driver's meeting tomorrow and start yelling.
Just pull out a $100 bill.
I want to use my backy. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Incentivize.
Put it on. Yeah, that's what we should do.
Yeah, maybe race.
Put a speed board up by the back straight.
Yeah.
First of all, a triple-digit speed board.
I want somebody out there with a
radar gun.
Radar gun.
There's an idea. We could also, if not the cheaper option, set up 2 timing loops really close to each other. You could do time over distance too for speed.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
That would be fun. That would separate the boys from men.
Yeah,
for sure. I don't know. Maybe Racetrades can hook us up with some tires that I can give out and get some backies in here.
And the Plymouth, man. So Pluto's not a planet anymore, but they have added this car to the list. And unfortunately, it's already collided with Earth, so it's here to stay.
It's actually pulling that Z down the straight. That Z isn't driving. That's just the gravitational pull of that hunk of metal.
I'm never going to let that.
Goes really
this is
fast.
going to be the only joke I have about the car for the rest of the time.
He's going to fight us after.
I know. I'm going to get beat
Who
up.
are you calling us?
I'm going to get beat up for sure.
Yeah.
So So the last couple of minutes here, we're got to be cold track in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, looks like everyone's on their cool down lap right now, unfortunately.
So maybe get one more big send out of the big boy here.
Yeah. God, look at the hood scoop on that thing. I wonder if that's custom. Also see those hood latches. I love those old classic hood latches where the metal goes through the grill into the top of the hood.
Yeah, we'll give him one more send before we sign off.
Oh, I can see it. I can hear him from the booth right now, and you can see him lining up for that. Already breaking traction, almost hitting the camera, man. Coming in. Ooh, a little bit of a shallow angle, but he sticks through it. Perfect.
We'll follow through
Absolutely
turn 3 here.
Perfect.
Swinging the beast around.
And you can tell he's definitely loose in that thing. Those tires are shot, but he's killing them. He's killing them.
Getting up on the rumbles and finishing out GRIDLIFE South Carolina Day 2 in style. What a drive here in Drift. What a great day it was. As we finish up, he'll get one more send here through turns 5, 6, and 7.
What a perfect bow to end the day.
Gosh, it just makes torque like a trawler, doesn't it?
Like a trawler.
Oh, man. All right, well, with that, GRIDLIFE South Carolina Saturday action is going to conclude here very shortly. Big thanks to everybody for sticking with us today. All the action for Eibach GLTC, for the Track Battle Group, the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, and Drift. So much more tomorrow. And Kyle Heyer alongside Grace Sitton, we thank you. We thank the broadcast team for putting on an excellent show today. And again, high fives and smiles all around here. And Sunday will bring us another nearly full day of action here from Carolina Motorsports Park at GRIDLIFE South Carolina, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.